Chapter 888. The giant wolf tribe had the name Giant Wolf, which showed how valiant the tribe was. The totem of the giant wolf tribe was the wolf. Therefore, the men of the giant wolf tribe were all like wolves and tigers. They were all brave and fierce, and were famous for their belligerence. Therefore, the giant wolf tribe was also relatively powerful. It was the most powerful tribe among the dozens of surrounding tribes. Because of its strength, the giant wolf tribe always bullied the surrounding tribes. All the neighboring tribes had been bullied by the giant wolf tribe for a long time. The Lin tribe was the closest to the giant wolf tribe. Therefore, in terms of hunting resources, the Lin tribe was naturally at a disadvantage. The Lin tribe knew that they were no match for the giant wolf tribe, so they endured time and time again. However, the current giant wolf tribe chief was too ambitious. He eroded the Lin tribe's benefits step by step, and he was unwilling to give up. He also invaded the Lin tribe's hunting grounds again and again, making it impossible for the Lin tribe to enter the mountains to hunt. Without a way to hunt, the rations of the 100,000 people in the tribe became a big problem. This was related to the survival of the Lin tribe. Therefore, the Lin tribe could only resist. However, they suffered a great loss every time and sacrificed many warriors' lives. However, the giant wolf tribe still refused to let them go. In that case, this giant wolf tribe is really despicable. However, who asked the giant wolf tribe to be so powerful? This world is still one where the strong preys on the weak. The survival of the fittest is governed by the law of the jungle. Qin Xiao shook her head. Lin Shuang said, "Yes, I hate this kind of law of survival. Why can't we live in peace? Hunting is just for survival. The giant wolf tribe doesn't need to occupy so many resources. However, they are insatiable and endlessly invade the resources of other tribes. They are too despicable." The two quickly arrived at the back of the mountain. From afar, they saw many people gathered in a large open space in the forest. At this time, it was also a boiling cauldron of voices. The noise was also filled with the smell of gunpowder. At any time, sparks could fly, and a battle could break out. Qin Xiao and Lin Shuang quickly walked over. When they got closer, they found that there were two people fighting in the middle of the open space. Sword Qi was vibrating, and the brilliance was shining. The sound of clashing was endless. It was quite exciting. Both the Lin tribe and the giant wolf tribe had gathered hundreds of people, and this number was clearly increasing rapidly. The people of the giant wolf tribe really looked fierce and ferocious. Many of them were wearing clothes made of wolf skin, giving off a fierce aura. In terms of atmosphere, the giant wolf tribe had an overwhelming advantage over the Lin tribe. The Lin tribe was led by Lin Li and a few others, while the giant wolf tribe was led by a few people who emitted extremely powerful auras. Among them, a youth who was about the same age as Lin Li exuded a peerless sharpness. His sword-like eyes were fixed on Lin Li. Clearly, he saw Lin Li as his opponent. "Little Shuang, why are you here? This is not a place for you to stay. Hurry up and go back." When Lin Li saw Lin Shuang, he immediately pulled a long face and shouted. However, Lin Shuang did not listen to Lin Li. Instead, she flipped her delicate nose and said, "I don't want to. I don't want to listen to you. So many people can come, so why can't I? I'm just watching and not doing anything. I don't need you to care." Lin Li was also helpless towards Lin Shuang. He was actually afraid that if the Lin tribe really got into a big conflict with the giant wolf tribe, it would lead to a war between the two tribes. If that happened, he would naturally be worried about Lin Shuang's safety. However, Lin Shuang ignored Lin Li. Lin Li's gaze quickly fell on Qin Xiao, and he was slightly surprised. When he went out today, he wanted to take a look at Qin Xiao. She had not woken up, but now she was awake. Moreover, judging from her energy, there was nothing wrong with her body. However, at this time, Lin Li was not in the mood to ask so many questions. His gaze fell on the battlefield. Qin Xiao did not say much. His gaze also fell on the two warriors of the tribe who were fighting at this time. Both of them were in their early 30s. Looking at the swords of the two, Qin Xiao analyzed them based on his understanding of the cultivation system of this world and his vision. He asked Lin Shuang, They should be sword cultivators at the peak of the sword disciple level, right? Lin Shuang nodded and said, yes. The one in gray is our tribe's warrior, Lin He. The one in animal skin is from the giant wolf tribe. They are both at the peak of the sword disciple level. They are very strong. It was also Qin Zhao's first time seeing sword cultivators fight in this world, so at this time, he was also watching with interest. Although Qin Zhao's strength was completely sealed, his eyesight was still there. How high was his eyesight? Lin Yi's sword was softer, more restrained, mature, and heavy. Although it did not seem to be very sharp, it was extremely strong. As for Lin Yi's opponent, the peak sword disciple from the giant wolf tribe, his sword was incomparably fierce and domineering, like a poisonous snake. Every move was vicious and fatal, as if he didn't want to give Lin Yi any chance. Although the two of them were in the same realm, there was a difference in their swords. Therefore, from the looks of the situation, it was natural that the giant wolf tribe had the upper hand and was firmly suppressing Lin Yi. Such a situation naturally made the people of the Lin tribe somewhat worried about Lin Yi. Brother, what's the situation now? Lin Shuanger asked. Lin Li frowned and said with a serious face, the giant wolf tribe wants to fight 3 rounds with us. Each side will send 3 people of the same realm to fight to determine the winner. Then, we will decide the ownership of today's hunting ground. They're playing this old trick again. The giant wolf tribe is really too sinister and cunning. Hearing this, Lin Shuanger's face was filled with righteous indignation. She was very angry. Lin Li shook his head helplessly and said, yes, what can we do? Other than brace ourselves and accept this, what else can we do? If we fight head-on, we are even less of a match for the giant wolf tribe. The only way to minimize our losses is to agree to their conditions. But we have lost every time before. The people from the giant wolf tribe are too strong, Lin Shuang said. Lin Li's face was bitter as he said, yes, we have lost every time. That's why the giant wolf tribe has been using this method to suppress us time and time again. But even so, we have no choice. We can only grow in the midst of failure. After losing time and time again, we will win at least once. This time I must give it my all. I must not let the people from the giant wolf tribe win again. Lin Li was very determined. His strength had indeed improved a lot compared to the last time. So this time, he was more confident. Lin Li's gaze looked at the youth from the giant wolf tribe, who was similar in age to him. That was the number 1 youth genius of the giant wolf tribe, the number 1 youth warrior, Zhu Lang. He had the same halo as Lin Li, but Zhu Lang's strength had always suppressed Lin Li. They had fought 3 times before, and Zhu Lang had always won. In the competition between the youths of the 2 tribes, Lin Li had always been at a disadvantage. Such a situation made Lin Li very unhappy, and he always wanted to win at least 1 round. For the past few years, Lin Li had been secretly competing with Zhu Lang. Both of them were desperately training to improve their swordsmanship. After listening to Lin Li and Lin Shuanger's conversation, and then listening to the discussions of the people around them, Qin Zhao basically understood the situation this time, and also understood the situation of the Lin tribe. If they lost, it would indeed be a heavy blow to the Lin tribe, and it would make the Lin tribe's life more difficult for a period of time in the future. If there were problems with a simple matter of livelihood, then the tribe would probably be heading towards decline. Such a matter was indeed too important for the Lin tribe, and they could not afford to be careless or make any mistakes. In the early stages of swordsmanship, there are actually many similarities between swordsmanship and swordsmanship. The difference between swordsmanship and swordsmanship is that swordsmanship uses the sword as power, the sword as life, the sword as intent, the sword as thought, and the sword as one. The sword is the body, and the body is the sword. The sword is everything. The cultivation system of the Great Way is different. It uses divine power as the cornerstone, and the Great Way as the means. The Great Way of the sword is just a means. Looking at the confrontation between the two of them, Qin Zhao also had a lot of understanding in his heart. In comparison, the cultivation system of swordsmanship might not be as huge and complicated as the cultivation system of the Great Way, but the higher the level of the cultivation system of swordsmanship, the more complicated it would be. In Qin Zhao's eyes, the swords of these two people were naturally full of loopholes. Even if Qin Zhao had never cultivated swordsmanship before and did not have a trace of divine power in him, Qin Zhao could still use his sword to deal with them. Even if the sword momentum was insufficient, as long as Qin Zhao could accurately grasp the opponent's flaw and attack directly, he could defeat his opponent. A flaw was fatal, and it depended on whether or not he could grasp it. Of course, this kind of thing was easy to say, but it was actually easy to do. Without extremely high eyesight, there was naturally no way to discover it. Brother Qin Zhao, what should we do? Brother Lin, he is going to lose. Lin Shuang was so anxious that she looked like she was about to cry. Qin Zhao frowned slightly and said, Little Shuang, don't be anxious. Actually, Lin might still have a chance. If he can attack the opponent's lower left side, there might be a chance for the situation to turn around. It's easy to just attack. The swordsmanship of the giant wolf tribe's swordsmanship is too fierce, so the weakness is particularly obvious. I'm just afraid that Lin, he won't be able to grasp the opportunity and have a good way to attack the opponent's weakness. Lin Shuang blinked and looked at Qin Zhao. She was confused by Qin Zhao's words. With her level of eyesight, she naturally could not see it. When Lin Li heard Qin Zhao's words, he was quite surprised because it was very difficult to see. Even he had to watch for a while to see the situation, but he was not as accurate and specific as Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao, on the other hand, could see where the problem was at a glance. It was indeed a person with experience. However, Lin Li could not see any aura from Qin Zhao's body. He was ordinary, and there was no trace of sword aura. Unless there was a strong existence of the sword contemplation realm, there was no possibility of this. Therefore, Lin Li could not help but think in his heart, could it be that the person he saved was an existence of the sword contemplation realm? Chapter 889. Lin Li did not think too much about it. His energy was still focused on this battle. It was a best-of-3 battle. The Lin tribe had already lost one battle. If they lost this battle as well, they would not even have a chance to make a comeback. Therefore, this game was very important. It was related to the livelihood of this time. Naturally, they couldn't relax at all. However, the current situation was very disadvantageous for the Lin tribe. A situation where they were more likely to lose than to win was really worrying and uncomfortable. They were worried about losing. They were uncomfortable because they had no choice but to accept the situation of the giant wolf tribe. Lin Li was the most outstanding youth of the Lin tribe. He was the #1 youth genius and the #1 youth warrior. He even had the title of the future guardian of the Lin tribe. Hence, Lin Li wanted to protect the interests of the Lin tribe and the dignity of the Lin tribe. He wanted to stand up for the Lin tribe and win the battle. However, there were times when he really could not do anything. This kind of pain could not be felt without experiencing it personally. Brother Qin Zhao, do you think Brother Lin he has a chance of winning? Lin Shuang asked anxiously and worriedly. Qin Zhao shook his head slightly and said, based on the current situation, he probably won't be able to last another 20 moves. Won't he be able to last another 20 moves? Won't he be defeated soon? Lin Shuang was so anxious that she looked like she was about to cry. Her dark eyes turned, and suddenly a thought came to her mind. As soon as this thought came to her mind, a sly smile appeared on Lin Shuang's face. She moved and actually ran out. Seeing Lin Shuang's actions, Lin Li was really shocked and wanted to chase after her. However, Lin Shuang did not attack. Instead, she made a stop and forcefully inserted herself between Lin He and the sword cultivator from the giant wolf tribe, interrupting the battle. Little Shuang, go back quickly. Lin He was a little anxious. If he had not stopped quickly just now, he might have hurt Lin Shuang. Fortunately, Lin Shuang was a cute little girl. Hence, even the people from the giant wolf tribe did not attack her. Lin Shuang said to the sword cultivator from the giant wolf tribe, Uncle, let's discuss something. I want to say a few words to Big Brother Lin He. How about I take up a breath of your time? The sword cultivator from the giant wolf tribe looked at Lin Shuang with disdain. What? Stalling for time? There was no point in stalling for so much time. Seeing that you're a cute little girl, I'll give you a chance. If you have something to say it quickly. There's no need to resist. Lin Shuang immediately ran in front of Lin He and whispered a few words in his ear. Lin He couldn't help but frown and stare at Lin Shuang. Lin Shuanger said softly, "Brother Lin He, don't hesitate. Just do as I say. Otherwise, you will lose. All right, time's up. I won't talk to you anymore." After saying that, Lin Shuanger ran back. Such an action caused quite a few people to cast sidelong glances. They did not know what tricks this little girl was playing and what she was up to. Only Qin Shao knew what Lin Shuanger had said to Lin He. He could not help but shake his head and smile. She was really a bold and smart little girl. She really dared to run over in a hot-headed manner. If both parties had not retracted their swords in time, she would have definitely been injured. Fortunately, she was a cute little girl, so she had an advantage in this aspect. Otherwise, if it had been someone else, the outcome would have been different. "What did you say to Lin He?" Lin Li raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Shuanger with some confusion. Lin Shuanger pretended to be mysterious and smiled at Lin Li. He, I won't tell you. Don't be anxious, brother. You will know in a while. I haven't succeeded yet, so I won't say it. When I succeed, I will come back and show off." Lin Li smiled helplessly. He also knew that his sister could be quite mischievous at times. She really had a lot of clever ideas. However, in the face of absolute power, all methods were pale and powerless. There was no way to turn the situation around and reverse the situation. In today's round, it could be said that the Lin tribe had already lost. This was the umpteenth time that the Lin tribe had lost to the giant wolf tribe. It was as if there was a curse that could never be broken. Perhaps it was because of this that the giant wolf tribe did not get tired of it and forced the Lin tribe to the opposite side time and time again. It had to be said that this move was brilliant and cunning enough. Lin He was indeed a little hesitant about what Lin Shuanger had said to him. However, after thinking about it, he also understood that he could not hold on for much longer. Hence, at this time, he might as well give it a try and give it a try. Even if he failed, it would not make any difference. Since he had decided, he would give it his all. Lin He's eyes exploded with a strange sharpness, bringing with it a sense of ruthlessness. The sword cultivator from the giant wolf tribe looked at Lin He with disdain and ridiculed. "Have you rested enough? If not, I can let you rest for a while more. Anyway, you have no chance of turning the tables. The outcome will be the same anyway. Why bother?" Lin He's face was cold as he said, "No need, come on. You seem to have some confidence. Then let's see what other abilities you have." The sword cultivator from the giant wolf tribe laughed contemptuously and directly attacked. He attacked with incomparable power. The sword was like thunder, as fierce as a mountain torrent, as sharp as a knife, as fast as lightning, and as powerful as a tidal wave. The dazzling light turned into countless sword auras that majestically charged towards Lin He. Every sword aura was like a real sword that could stir up the wind and clouds and turn the sky and earth upside down within a radius of hundreds of feet. It was extremely domineering. Lin He's expression could not help but become a little nervous. His gaze was extremely cold as he stared at the giant wolf. His nerves were stretched to the extreme. He was waiting for an opportunity. It was getting closer and closer. The terrifying power of the sword was about to destroy him directly and cut him into countless pieces. It was very common for people to die in the battle between the two tribes. It was getting closer and closer. The hearts of the people of the Lin tribe could not help but hang in the air. They all broke out in cold sweat for Lin He. Some people even started to shout, "Lin He, dodge. Lin He, you're crazy. You'll die like this. Lin He, don't do anything stupid. If you lose, you lose. Don't throw away your life for nothing." The people of the Lin tribe were anxious, but they had no way to stop this from happening. They could only watch helplessly, shouting at Lin He, telling him not to do anything stupid. On the other hand, the giant wolf tribe members were all excited. The sword cultivators of the giant wolf tribe were all bloodthirsty and warlike. They liked to fight and see blood. They especially liked to kill people from other tribes. Fresh blood could make their blood boil even more. Hence, they also liked to see people from the Lin tribe being killed by their swords. Die. The playful smile on the giant wolf tribe's sword cultivator's lips deepened. and he laughed very mockingly. He did not take Lin He seriously at all. It's close. My chance is here. Now, Lin He's heart skipped a beat. He was ready to attack. At this moment, his entire body moved. He was like a venomous snake that had been lying in wait for a long time and had seen its prey. Lin He did not care about the sword aura that slashed across his body, leaving bloody marks on his body. He was like a crazy lunatic who did not care about his life. His long spear pierced forward. His entire body turned into a peerlessly sharp sword and directly stabbed in front of his opponent. You're just a trapped beast. It's useless. Just die. The sword cultivator of the giant wolf tribe did not care at all. He had the situation completely under his control. But very quickly, his expression changed drastically. He realized that Lin He had found his weakness. At this moment, the sword was already in front of him. This shock was not small. He was so shocked that his entire body broke out in a cold sweat. But it was already too late for him to dodge. Lin He's sword was not obstructed at all. It was as if it had found a hole in a heavenly net. Then, the sword accurately pierced through the hole and directly stabbed into his opponent's body. Lin He's sword directly pierced through his opponent's entire body. The terrifying sword aura vibrated inside his opponent's body, directly causing his opponent's body to completely collapse. Everything came to an end just like that. The wind seemed to have stopped. Space seemed to have frozen. Time seemed to have stopped. Everything seemed to have frozen. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at Lin He in disbelief, watching this scene unfold before their eyes. At this moment, Lin He's body was covered with streaks of blood. His appearance was too horrible to look at. He was really miserable. Fresh blood had already soaked Qin Zhao's entire body. He was dyed in blood. The muscles on the face of the sword cultivator of the giant wolf tribe twitched. Blood gushed out from his mouth. His consciousness was swallowed up, and his life force was rapidly disappearing. He wanted to say something, but he could not. Blood gushed out and flowed out, completely filling his throat. The shock in Lin He's heart was not small. This round was originally a situation where he was bound to lose. He did not expect that Lin Shuang's words would actually allow him to turn the tide and reverse the situation. Not only did he win, but he also killed his opponent. This was something that he did not even dare to imagine before. But he did not expect that he would actually do it. He was also stunned for a long time before he finally regained his senses. His heart surged with ecstasy. His anger was vented. It was really vented. This battle was really too satisfying for him. It was too satisfying, and it made him feel incomparably happy. Ha! Lin He laughed maniacally and pulled his sword back. The sword cultivator of the giant wolf tribe also fell into a pool of blood. He was clearly dead. An expert at the peak of the sword disciple level died, just like that. This was not a small loss for the giant wolf tribe. The scene was eerily silent. One could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere became even more tense and strange. Such a situation had never happened before, but it happened today. Chapter 890. Haha, this is great. This is really great. Well killed, beautifully killed. Good job, Brother Lin He warrior. After being suppressed by the giant wolf tribe for so long, our Lin tribe can finally turn the tables. This is really satisfying. Good job. Brother Lin He, you are my idol. We finally won a match. Lin He walked back with a halo of victory, and what greeted him was cheers and applause. This was a warrior who returned victorious, a hero of the Lin tribe, the pride of the Lin tribe. On the other hand, the giant wolf tribe members all had gloomy and ugly expressions, fierce and ruthless. In such a battle, life and death were originally up to fate. Previously, there were also people from the Lin tribe who had died at the hands of the giant wolf tribe. If they died, they could only blame their skills for not being as good as others. Hence, no matter how strong the giant wolf tribe was, they could not say anything about their warrior being killed by Lin He. They could only take back the corpse. However, the death of their warrior had completely enraged everyone in the giant wolf tribe. Every one of them was as ferocious as an evil wolf, as if they were going to pounce on the people of the Lin tribe and eat them alive. Lin had won a match for the Lin tribe and even killed his opponent. Naturally, this had greatly boosted their morale. While they were happy, the gazes of the people of the Lin tribe also fell on Lin Shuang'er. Just now, she had gone over to say a few words to Lin He, and Lin He had erupted after that, turning defeat into victory. Hence, everyone was extremely curious about what Lin Shuang'er had said to Lin He just now. Lin Li looked at Lin Shuang'er, and then his gaze fell on Qin Shao. Now, he naturally understood that the words that Lin Shuang'er had said to Lin He just now were what Qin Shao had said. Although he could also see the weakness of the sword cultivator from the giant wolf tribe, he had not found a good way to break it. However, Qin Shao had actually found such a good way to break it and kill his opponent in one fell swoop. This showed that Qin Zhao's understanding of swordsmanship was very accurate. Could it be that he was really a sword contemplation realm expert? However, Lin Li did not have the time to think too much about it. It was his turn next. The giant wolf tribe had just suffered a great defeat. Zhu Lang walked out with a sinister look on his face. His gaze was fixed on Lin Li as he said in a cold voice, "Lin Li, don't be happy too early. You were just lucky to have won this round, but you're still going to lose this last match. Our giant wolf tribe has always been able to suppress your Lin tribe. Don't even think about it. To me, you're just a defeated opponent. You've already lost to me 3 times. What confidence do you have to fight me? If you obediently admit defeat now, perhaps I can spare you this time. If you don't know what's good for you, then I might have to kill you with my own hands today. I won't stop until I draw blood." Although Lin Li had lost to Zhu Lang 3 times, he was not to be outdone. He walked out fearlessly. "Zhu Lang, I admit that I have always lost to you. But that was then, and this is now. Just because he lost in the past didn't mean that he would lose now. You have your arrogance, and I have my confidence. You may not be able to get what you want in today's battle," Lin Li said coldly. Zhu Lang sneered. "Then I'll see how much you've grown in the few months that I haven't seen you. Come on, take my sword first." As soon as Zhu Lang finished speaking, his expression became even colder. A huge sword flew out from his body. This was his life essence. A 3rd-grade life essence sword represented a 3rd-grade immortal root. Crash! Zhu Lang slashed out with his sword. His aura shook the mountains and rivers. The sword momentum was like a huge wave that split heaven and earth. It surged and shocked the 9 heavens. The sword aura was like a wave. Wave after wave, each wave stronger than the last, rushed towards Lin Li. Zhu Lang's sword was also incomparably strong and heavy. This was a sword technique called Sword of the Waves. It was also the top martial technique of the giant wolf tribe. Its reputation was even stronger than the Lin tribe's Fallen Leaf Sword. This set of Sword of the Waves had obviously been practiced by Zhu Lang to the peak of perfection. It was full of fire and had reached perfection. Once the sword was out, the waves shook heaven and earth. Once the sword moved, the 4 seas became its soldiers. Once the sword was out, it shocked everyone. Some of the weaker sword cultivators were so shocked that their faces turned pale. Even Lin Shuang'er was scared out of her wits. Her beautiful face turned pale, and her little hand could not help but tightly grab on a Qin Zhao's sleeve. Although Qin Shao did not have any cultivation, his state of mind was not something these ordinary people could compare to. Hence, even under the impact of such a terrifying wave, Qin Shao was still unmoved. He was as steady as Mount Tai and was not affected by it at all. His gaze fell on the battlefield as he watched the battle. Lin Li and Zhu Lang were both experts in the ultimate realm of sword disciple. They were both outstanding youths in their respective tribes and were considered the best of the best. Lin Li also moved. His sword moved and turned into thousands of swords. The swords were like fallen leaves, colorful and bright, filling the entire space. The fallen leaves were colorful and danced with the wind. Lin Li's sword was very gentle and had a strong sense of righteousness. It was as if it was singing to the heavens. On the other hand, Zhu Lang's sword was ferocious. It was extremely domineering like a flood. The swords of the two could be seen as one hard and one soft. Originally, Lin Li's sword was supposed to be able to restrain Zhu Lang's sword. However, everything was relative. The strength of Zhu Lang's sword was enough to break through such restraint. It then suppressed Lin Li's sword. Lin Li's strength was originally not as good as Zhu Lang's. He had lost to Zhu Lang 3 times before. Although Lin Li's strength had indeed improved a lot in the past few months, his realm did not increase. He also did not have a big breakthrough in his sword techniques. It was just that his Fallen Leaf Sword had become more complete. However, Fallen Leaf Sword did not have the slightest advantage against Zhu Lang's Wave Sword. It was completely suppressed. Hence, Lin Li was naturally at a disadvantage. Although Lin Li changed his battle tactics time and time again, Zhu Lang was too shrewd and had rich battle experience. Lin Li's every move and thought could not escape his detection. Although the battle between the two of them was extremely intense, Zhu Lang still firmly suppressed Lin Li. The people of the Lin tribe, who were originally happy, were once again disappointed. There was no point in winning just 1 round. They had to win 2 rounds first. However, the current situation seemed to be a little difficult. Although killing a master swordsman from the giant wolf tribe was indeed very satisfying, the Lin tribe could not escape the situation of losing. Once they lost, the Lin tribe's following days would be more difficult. They might have to pay a price to ensure the survival of the tribesmen. They did not want to lose. They really did not want to lose. They really wanted to win this round. The people of the Lin tribe had really had enough of being bullied by the giant wolf tribe. They really did not want to tolerate it anymore. They really wanted to explode. At this moment, all their hopes were on Lin Li, the young talent of the Lin tribe. However, everyone also knew that there was nothing they could do. It was difficult to make up for the weakness in their martial techniques. Lin Li also wanted to win. He also had ambition, passion, and ruthlessness. However, these were not enough. They were far from enough. These were not enough for him to win this round. Lin Li, weren't you talking nonsense just now? Weren't you talking nonsense? Is this your so-called improvement in strength? I think you've been cultivating blindly for the past few months. You've only improved so little. How dare you show it off? Zhu Lang sneered at Lin Li. He was very proud of himself. Lin Li wanted to retort. However, without strength, any retort would be useless. I really thought that the Lin tribe could produce a capable person. To be honest, it's not fun to keep winning against the Lin tribe. So, why don't the Lin tribe take a detour when you see the giant wolf tribe in the future? That way, you won't be bullied by us. Lin Li, you're also known as the young talent of the Lin tribe. You're the #1 genius among the youths. It's just the Lin tribe blowing your own trumpet. Actually, you're nothing in my eyes. You'll always be a weakling and a loser. If I want to bully you, it'll be like bullying a dog. Even if I give you 100 chances, you'll always be bullied by me. You still want to win against me? It's simply a fool's dream. I told you to admit defeat just now. How dare you not listen? You really don't know your place. How does it feel to be bullied by me? Lin Li's expression was cold, but he did not say a word. Being bullied by Zhu Lang, he did not have the confidence to retort. He was indignant. He was really indignant. He was the hope of the Lin tribe. He shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting the Lin tribe. He was really indignant about losing. However, there was no way to make up for the difference in strength. So what if he was indignant? Was he going to lose? Was he going to lose again? The power in Lin Li's heart surged again and again. It wanted to break through his limits again and again. It wanted to stimulate his potential completely. However, he felt that he was still a little short. He was stuck at that step and could not break through. Boo-hoo! My brother is going to lose again. I'm so unhappy. The giant wolf tribe is full of bad people. They only know how to bully us. It's so infuriating. Lin Shuang pouted angrily. She was also indignant. She tugged at Qin Xiao and said, "Oh right, brother Qin Xiao, I feel that you're quite smart. You said it just now and let brother Lin He win. Tell me again and let my brother win too. This might be more difficult." Qin Xiao shook his head. It was indeed difficult to win. Lin Shuang shook Qin Xiao's arm and said with a pitiful look, "Brother Qin Xiao, I know you're very smart. You must be an expert. You must have a way, right? Tell me quickly. However, no matter how difficult it is, we have to try. Otherwise, my brother will definitely lose. If my brother loses, then our tribe will be in trouble. So, my brother must not lose. I hate that Zhu Lang. It's too abominable. Chapter 891. Lin Schwanger rolled her eyes and suddenly ran out again. But this time she was more obedient. She shouted from afar, "Wait a minute, wait a minute. Let's stop for a while." Zhu Lang wanted to take down Lin Li in one go. But when Lin Li saw Lin Schwanger running over, he naturally did not dare to be careless. He immediately withdrew his sword, not caring about his own safety. If Zhu Lang attacked again at this time, Lin Li would be in danger. Fortunately, Zhu Lang still had some pride, so he did not attack Lin Li again. Instead, he retracted his sword and looked at Lin Schwanger with his hands behind his back. He chuckled and said, "Little girl, what do you want now? You tricked me just now, and now you want to do it again?" Lin Schwanger said with a childish face, "Humph, I didn't trick you. There is no rule that says the competition can't be paused. No one said that, right? So, why can't we pause midway and take a break? If you lose just because I said a few words, then you can't blame me. If this is called cheating, then won't people laugh their heads off? Oh, I know. You are afraid of losing to my brother, right? So you are afraid that I said something to my brother, and then he defeated you. It must be. You coward, I just said a few words, and you were so scared. You call yourself the #1 expert in our Daki mountain range. I think you're just SOSO. Zhu Lang's face was a little angry. He snorted and said, "Little girl, you are so smart and sharp-tongued. Okay, you want to take a break, right? Okay, I will give you a chance to stall for time. I will give you 15 minutes to rest. Is that okay? I'd like to see what sort of schemes you all can come up with." Zhu Lang had absolute confidence. Indeed, in theory, it would be ridiculous if Lin Schwanger could turn the situation around with just a few words. The defeat just now could be an accident, or it could be said that he was too careless. However, this kind of thing would never happen to Zhu Lang, so Zhu Lang was not afraid of anything. "Young master, you can't. They will definitely play tricks again." "That's right, young master. We've already suffered a huge loss just now. We can't do it again." The people of the giant wolf tribe were unwilling to do so, so they tried to persuade him. However, Zhu Lang didn't listen to anyone's advice. He waved his hand and said, "It's fine. There's no need to make such a fuss. It's just a small trick. I, Zhu Lang, have always relied on my martial prowess to win people over. All schemes and tricks are nothing in the face of absolute power. Let's go, big brother. Let's go quickly." Lin Schwanger smiled proudly and ran back with Lin Li. Lin Li frowned and looked at Lin Schwanger in confusion. He had no idea what Lin Schwanger was up to. However, Lin Li also knew that Lin Schwanger was teaching Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao had just given Lin He some pointers, allowing him to turn the tide and reverse the situation. Therefore, Lin Li was filled with curiosity towards Qin Xiao. "Brother Qin Xiao, what do you think?" Lin Li took the initiative to ask. Qin Xiao said, "Lin Li, let me ask you, what is the softest thing in the world?" "It's water. The softest and most gentle water." Lin Li didn't hesitate and immediately answered. Qin Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, water is soft and gentle. It can change according to the changes of all things. Your sword is inclined towards the water attribute. Your fallen leaf sword is also a soft sword. It can change a lot and is brilliant. Then let me ask you again, what is the hardest thing in the world?" Lin Li didn't hesitate and said, "It's the sword. The sword can break all things." Qin Xiao shook his head and laughed. "Yes and no." Lin Li couldn't help but frown slightly. He looked at Qin Xiao with a puzzled expression and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Qin Xiao, why are you saying this? Forgive me for not understanding." Qin Xiao said, "Water droplets can penetrate stone. Water droplets can penetrate stone. After a long time, even the hardest stone will be penetrated by water droplets. After a long time, even the hardest stone will be penetrated by water droplets. If you use a knife to break water, the water will flow even more. The sword seems to be able to pierce water, but it can't break water. When water breaks, it can quickly merge and return to its original state. Do you think the sword is harder or the water is harder?" Lin Li was stunned. He really didn't think about this question. After listening to Qin Xiao's words, it seemed to make sense. Yes, if that was the case, then was the sword or the water harder? The way of the sword cultivator was also closely related to all things in the world. The way existed in all things in the world, and all things in the world corresponded to the way. Comprehending all things in the world was also comprehending the way of the sword cultivator. Everything has its two sides. Water can be soft, but it can also be hard. The key is how you use it. Just like your fallen leaf sword. You use its soft side very well, but it lacks its hard side. Therefore, its power is inclined towards the soft side. In terms of attack, it naturally seems to be somewhat lacking. Zhu Lang's rushing wave sword, on the other hand, uses its hard side very well, but the soft side is not enough. Therefore, your swords are on opposite sides. However, under such circumstances, Zhu Lang is able to suppress you and beat you. Qin Xiao continued. Lin Li nodded. That was indeed the case. With this point from Qin Xiao, he was completely enlightened and immediately understood. He really didn't think about these questions before. This made him even more curious about Qin Xiao. Who exactly was he? Was he really a sword contemplation realm expert? However, Lin Li couldn't help but frown slightly again. It's just that Zhu Lang's hard side restrains my soft side. It really makes me feel helpless. I've tried everything to break through, but there's no way to do it. Even though I know these things now, there's no way to break through. Qin Xiao chuckled and said, Actually, you just have to look at things from a different perspective, and you'll suddenly see the light. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person directly involved. Sometimes, when you fall into a whirlpool, you can't extricate yourself. It's as if you've fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. Oh, I'm willing to listen to Brother Qin Zhao's brilliant opinion. Lin Li said, Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Water can be diverted, but it can also flow backwards. Qin Xiao said something meaningful. This sentence sounded extremely profound, but Lin Li's heart was moved when he heard it, and he was suddenly enlightened. He fell silent and seemed to be deep in thought. He had a new understanding of the way of the sword and his fallen leaf sword. Lin Li nodded and saluted Qin Xiao gratefully. Brother Qin Xiao, thank you for your guidance. I understand now. Qin Xiao nodded slightly. Lin Li's talent in swordsmanship was very good. It was normal for him to understand with a little guidance. Lin Li regained his confidence this time and returned to the battlefield. Lin Shuang looked at Qin Xiao with her eyes wide open like a curious baby. She blinked and asked, Brother Qin Xiao, why didn't I understand a single word you said just now? It sounds like you're very experienced. You're not an expert in the sword contemplation realm, are you? Qin Xiao smiled bitterly and said, Do you think I look like an expert in the sword contemplation realm? I told you, I'm not even a swordsman. Now that my natal sword is injured, I'm just an ordinary person. You're not lying to me, are you? Lin Shuang held back for a long time and asked something that made Qin Xiao want to laugh. Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled. Silly girl, why would I lie to you? Do I look like the kind of person who likes to lie? Lin Shuang looked at Qin Xiao seriously, then shook her head and said, Yes, I also think that you wouldn't lie to me, Brother Qin Xiao. But I think you're very experienced. My brother even seemed to have an epiphany after your guidance. Qin Xiao just smiled and did not say anything. He really could not explain this kind of thing. On the other side of the battlefield, seeing that Lin Li had returned again and seemed to be destroyed with a burst of confidence, Zhu Lang could not help but sneer. There was a hint of playfulness in his smile. What? You're bursting with confidence after a short rest. Then I'd like to see if your strength is bursting out all of a sudden. Now you have no excuse to pause the competition. Of course, I won't give you the chance again. Lin Li, take my sword. Whoosh! As soon as Zhu Lang's voice faded, his monstrous sword aura burst forth once again. It was like a huge wave that swept across the sky in an instant. It had the power to destroy the heavens and earth and the sound of the four seas. The sword was like a surging wave, with tens of thousands of layers of waves, surging and roaring. Obviously, Zhu Lang was angry. This time, he attacked aggressively and did not want to give Lin Li any chance to resist. He wanted to take Lin Li down directly to defend his dignity. Lin Li's eyes were incomparably cold. He also understood that the situation was very bad at this time. Zhu Lang had completely exploded, and he did not want to give him any chance to struggle. Lin Li's eyes were as cold as ice, and the sword essence flew. His sword cultivation also improved rapidly and broke through to a new level. Suddenly, Lin Li's eyes lit up like the brightest star in the night sky, shining with a dazzling light. His sword suddenly moved as well. The weakest water, but it could swallow and drown a huge mountain. The inclusiveness of water could control and swallow everything. Water was soft, but it was also hard. Lin Li's sword became soft with a hint of hard. One side of the spear swallowed and annihilated Zhu Lang's sword, while the hard side attacked like a thunderbolt, shining brilliantly like the cry of a celestial swan. At this time, it felt like a fireball smashed into a puddle of water. No matter how hot the fireball was, it could only be annihilated when it came into contact with water. Hence, at this time, Zhu Lang's sword was completely swallowed and annihilated by Lin Li. The situation was reversed in an instant, without any warning. The reversal made everyone's jaws drop, and they were stunned speechless for a moment. Not to mention the people of the Giant Waves tribe. Even the people of the Lin tribe had a look of disbelief on their faces as they watched all this happen. Even they did not think that Lin Li could win. Even if they wanted Lin Li to win, they did not expect Lin Li to win so easily. However, in this round, Lin Li was so domineering that he actually annihilated Zhu Lang's sword in one fell swoop. Then, with a heavy blow of his sword, he sent Zhu Lang flying. Chapter 892. Such an outcome caused the entire place to fall into a dead silence. Zhu Lang was covered in blood and severely injured. His natal sword was damaged. He glared at Lin Chan with a cold and ferocious expression. He could not accept such an outcome. He could not believe that he had been defeated by Lin Li. Moreover, he had been defeated so miserably. He, Zhu Lang, had always boasted that he was the #1 youth in the Daqi mountain range. He was the most powerful youth in the Daqi mountain range. He had defeated Lin Li 3 times in the past. He had always regarded Lin Li as his defeated opponent and looked down on him. But this time, he did not expect that he would be defeated by Lin Li. It was just a confrontation, but he was severely injured. How could this be? He was clearly the one who had been suppressing Lin Li the entire time. It was just a pause, and he allowed Lin Li to take a break. When he came back, it was as if he was a completely different person. Wasn't this too strange? If he had known earlier, he would not have allowed Lin Li to take a break. He would have taken him down in one go. However, it was obviously too late to say this now. Everything was a foregone conclusion. There was no way to reverse it. After a short moment of silence, the Lin tribe erupted in an instant. There was an uproar. They won. They actually won. They really won. This was something that the Lin tribe had always yearned for. However, it had always been out of their reach. However, this time, their dreams had come true. They had really won. The anger and unwillingness that had been suppressed for so long finally had an opening at this moment, and it could be vented out. The significance of winning was too great. The moment Lin Li defeated Zhu Lang, he was extremely agitated. However, he quickly regained his composure. This was something that he had always dreamed of doing. When he really did it, he was very calm again. He felt that it was not a big deal. Lin Li should not have treated Zhu Lang as his goal. His vision should not be limited to the small Daqi mountain range. This enlightenment had allowed Lin Li to have a breakthrough in the Tao of swordsmanship. He had improved a lot and felt that his natal sword was going to be upgraded by a grade. His natal sword was only at the 3rd grade. If it could be upgraded by 1 grade and reach the 4th grade, then he would definitely be a top talent within a radius of 10,000 miles. Then, it would be enough for him to be absorbed by a force. Moreover, at this moment, Lin Li had also vaguely touched the point of a breakthrough, which was a good sign. If he took another step forward, he would break through to the sword contemplation realm. Sword waiting realm. In the entire Lin tribe, there was only one who had reached the sword waiting realm. Only those who had reached the sword waiting realm could be considered to be truly powerful. They were powerful enough to protect an area and lead a tribe to survive in the Daqi Mountains. In the past, he was still very far away from the sword contemplation realm. But now, he felt that it was right in front of him. He only needed to take one more step and he would be able to reach it. With such thoughts in mind, it would naturally be much easier to achieve. This step was very crucial. In fact, Lin Li didn't expect that he would be able to reach this step so quickly and touch the idea of a breakthrough. And all of this was also because of one person's guidance, and that was Qin Xiao. It was a simple guidance, but it allowed him to grow a lot and save him a lot of detours. One sentence was better than 10 years of cultivation. This made Lin Li feel even more grateful to Qin Xiao in his heart. He felt that Qin Xiao was not simple. Senior Qin Xiao, I didn't know you before. If I have offended you, please forgive me. Lin Li walked back. This time, he was more respectful to Qin Xiao. He was sure that Qin Xiao must be a senior expert. Qin Xiao was completely at ease after being called a senior by Lin Li. After all, he was a fourth-step divine realm expert who had lived for more than 200,000 years. It was naturally nothing to be called a senior by a young man in his early 20s. However, Qin Xiao didn't like this kind of address very much. Since he was already here, he should make the best of it. Therefore, Qin Xiao waved his hand and said, Lin Li, you don't have to be so polite. In terms of age, I am indeed younger than you, but in terms of realm, I may not necessarily be better than you. If you really want to call me senior, then call me Brother Qin Xiao. It will be easier for me to accept this. Don't call me senior. It makes me feel old. My guidance is just a few words. In fact, the most important thing is still your own comprehension. If you can't comprehend it, then no matter how much I teach you, it will be useless. Lin Li said, You can't say that. If it weren't for Brother Qin Xiao's guidance, I definitely wouldn't have reached this step so quickly, and I wouldn't have been able to win this competition. In short, I, Lin Li, will remember Brother Qin Xiao's kindness. Haha, speaking of kindness, I haven't even thanked you and your sister. If it weren't for you saving me, I wouldn't even know where I would be now. So, there's no need to be so polite. I don't like it. Just be casual. Since we know each other, it's fate. We can be friends. Qin Xiao smiled. Although he wouldn't have died if he hadn't been saved by Lin Li and his sister, some things were fate. Moreover, this pair of brothers were really good people. Lin Shuang, or this cute little girl, had taken care of him for a month and never left his side. Lin Li was not a shy person. Since Qin Xiao had said so, he didn't insist on anything. Instead, he nodded and said, Okay, Brother Qin Xiao, then I won't be polite with you. In the future, I will often ask for your guidance. Since he had determined that Qin Xiao was an expert, Lin Li naturally didn't want to let go of this opportunity. What he wanted now was to break through to the sword-wielding realm as soon as possible. That way, if his Lin tribe had 2 sword-wielding realm experts, even the giant wolf tribe wouldn't dare to provoke the Lin tribe easily. He shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting the Lin tribe, so he had to be strong. And Qin Xiao's guidance was obviously an opportunity for him, a very good opportunity. Lin Shuang also looked at Qin Xiao with a face full of admiration. She said with a somewhat infatuated look, Brother Qin Xiao, I admire you so much. You will be my idol in the future. I also want your guidance. You can't be biased. You guided my brother and not me. I also saved you. Okay. I will guide you too. Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled. Lin Shuang immediately stuck out her pink tongue playfully. She smiled happily and proudly. The other members of the Lin tribe finally reacted. It turned out that Lin He's victory and Lin Li's victory were all due to this young man's guidance. This also made the people of the Lin tribe wonder who exactly this young man was. What kind of great background did he have? Lin Li and Lin Shuang had saved one person, but they had saved a treasure. The people of the Lin tribe were jubilant, celebrating the joy of victory. The people of the giant wolf tribe all had ugly expressions. They were like ferocious beasts that were about to bare their fangs. They obviously couldn't accept such an outcome. All this time, they had never been defeated, but today, they had suffered a crushing defeat. An expert at the peak of the sword disciple realm had died. Even the outstanding young man of the giant wolf tribe, Zhu Lang, had suffered a crushing defeat. How could they accept such a situation? The giant wolf tribe had always been bloodthirsty and aggressive. They had always liked to bully other tribes and were used to being arrogant and domineering. How could they accept such a crushing defeat? At this moment, Lin Li also felt a little elated. Looking at Zhu Lang, who was about to eat someone, he couldn't help but feel a little more heroic. He said, "Zhu Lang, you have lost this time. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Previously, the Lin tribe had lost to you many times, but we didn't break the contract. Now that the giant wolf tribe is lost, I don't think you will break the contract again, right? In the next month, we will hunt in this mountain range. The giant wolf tribe is not allowed to interfere. I hope you can keep your promise and do as you say." The people of the giant wolf tribe were all full of energy. Their eyes flashed with ferocity. Impossible. This mountain range belongs to the giant wolf tribe. The Lin tribe can forget about coming here to hunt. That's right. So what if we lost? Do the strong have to abide by the contract? Anyway, I don't care. I won't accept such an outcome. Hearing the shameless words of the giant wolf tribe, the people of the Lin tribe were all furious. They actually didn't abide by the terms of the bet. Lin Li's expression became a little ugly. He looked at Zhu Lang with a gloomy face and said, "Why? Is the giant wolf tribe unwilling to admit defeat?" Zhu Lang gritted his teeth fiercely and said furiously, "Abide by the terms of the bet? The so-called bet is just bullsh*t. The rules have always been set by the strong. You have no right to talk to us about the rules. So what if we lost? But this mountain range still belongs to the hunting ground of the giant wolf tribe. Shameless. Despicable." The people of the Lin tribe were also completely enraged by Zhu Lang's words. Zhu Lang was the representative of the giant wolf tribe, so his actions basically represented the will of the giant wolf tribe. If they didn't abide by the terms of the bet, wouldn't it be equivalent to winning for nothing? How could the people of the Lin tribe agree to such a thing? Aren't you too despicable and shameless? You actually went back on your word. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if word got out? That's right. We have always abided by the terms of the bet. You actually didn't abide by it. Don't you think that's too much? Do you really think that the Lin tribe is easy to bully? At most, we'll go all out. Try and stop us again if you dare. The people of the giant wolf tribe rubbed their palms and bared their ferocious fangs. A great battle was about to break out. Lin Li's expression also became extremely solemn. If a great battle really broke out, it would not be a good thing for the Lin tribe. In terms of overall strength, the Lin tribe was definitely not as strong as the giant wolf tribe. Moreover, the giant wolf tribe was ferocious and bloodthirsty. They were incomparably warlike, so each and every one of them was an absolute warrior. Clang, clang, clang. The people of the giant wolf tribe all drew their swords. Streaks of cold sword aura flashed out. The glint of their swords made the atmosphere extremely oppressive. The smell of gunpowder was very strong. The air was also filled with the thick smell of blood. The people of the Lin tribe were nervous and angry. They were hot-blooded and somewhat fearful. After all, in terms of strength, the Lin tribe was still somewhat inferior to the giant wolf tribe. If a great battle really broke out, it would probably be a bloodbath. That would probably bring a great disaster to the Lin tribe. Even Lin Li was frowning deeply with a grave look on his face. Chapter 893. Although no one was willing to see such a situation, a war between two tribes was no child's play. Once it erupted, blood would flow like a river, and there would be huge casualties. It was also because the Lin tribe was weak that they had always endured the bullying of the giant wolf tribe. But this time, they really could not take it anymore. They had clearly won the bet, but the giant wolf tribe still wanted to gamble on the red. They were indeed too much of a bully. No man with even the slightest bit of courage would tolerate such a thing. If they tolerated this matter, the Lin tribe would have no room to survive in the future. They would be bullied step by step by the giant wolf tribe until they could no longer raise their heads. Although the Lin tribe was weak, the hot-blooded men of the Lin tribe were not to be outdone. They were all hot-blooded, and many even said that they would fight it out with the giant wolf tribe. Both sides were ready for a showdown. The horn of war was about to be blown. Brother Lin He, protect Shuang. and brother Qin Shao as they returned to the tribe. Lin Li now had the demeanor of a leader and directly gave orders to Lin He. Lin He naturally did not dare to hesitate. He immediately stood in front of Qin Shao and Lin Shuang, to protect them. He said, "Little Shuang, Mr. Qin Shao, let's retreat to the tribe first. Come with me quickly." Lin Shuang, had never seen such a scene before. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. Qin Shao was not in a hurry. He was very calm and said to Lin He, "Don't worry about me. Just protect little Shuang." Lin He was slightly stunned. He looked at Qin Shao in a daze, but he immediately nodded. Although he did not know Qin Zhao's strength, he knew that Qin Shao was not simple. Since he said so himself, there must be no problem. Lin Li stared coldly at Zhu Lang and said in a cold voice, "Zhu Lang, do you really want to start a war with us? We, the hot-blooded men of the Lin tribe, will never bow our heads. We swear to protect our dignity. If you want to fight, the Lin tribe will accompany you to the end today. I'll accompany you to the end, accompany you to the end, accompany you to the end." The men of the Lin tribe also shouted loudly to show their determination. His aura was magnificent, and his voice was monstrous. Zhu Lang was like a 1,000-year-old venomous snake. His eyes were cold as he said fiercely, "If the Lin tribe is tactful, then we can avoid a battle today. If the Lin tribe continues to persist in going about things the wrong way, then this battle is unavoidable. We will show no mercy with our swords and kill every single one of you. In this Daki mountain range, there is no power that can go against our giant wolf tribe. It's even more impossible for the Lin tribe to do so. If you want to seek your own death, then come at me." Lin Li knew that there was no room for discussion today. The giant wolf tribe was originally made up of jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. They were all ambitious. This battle was unavoidable. "Brother Qin Shao, what should we do? What should we do?" Lin Shuang was so anxious that she was about to cry. She couldn't bear to see the scene of blood flowing like a river. She didn't want to see the people of the Lin tribe die. She didn't want to see her brother get hurt in any way. War had always been cruel. Survival in the Daki mountain range was often incomparably cruel. Separation between life and death was one of the most painful things in the world. "It's okay, we'll all be fine." Qin Shao comforted Lin Shuang. An undetectable sharpness flashed in the depths of his eyes. It was unusually fierce. Whoosh! Qin Zhao's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. He turned into a flash of light and charged toward the giant wolf tribe. Such a sudden move also shocked everyone. Big brother Qin Shao. Lin Shuang was also scared out of her wits and shouted. If she wasn't stopped by Lin He, she would have rushed out. Qin Zhao's speed was very fast. Although it was said that he was indeed an ordinary person in this world, his figure was, after all, different from ordinary people. Moreover, the use of his body and speed was naturally stronger than ordinary people. Therefore, even if he didn't have the power of a swordsman, Qin Zhao's full speed still reached an extremely fast level. "Boy, you're courting death." Qin Zhao's target was Zhu Lang. At this time, Zhu Lang was seriously injured, and his natal sword was damaged. There were many masters of the giant wolf tribe surrounding him. Therefore, when they sensed Qin Zhao's intention, the people of the giant wolf tribe were all furious. The several experts around Zhu Lang were furious, and their sword qi burst out, and a cold, sharp light rushed towards Qin Shao, wanting to kill the intruder on the spot. The vibration of the sword qi and the terrifying air waves did not have any effect on Qin Shao. He took advantage of the gaps, and his strange footwork made his figure look like a ghost. He passed through the gaps and quickly approached Zhu Lang. Those experts who came out to kill Qin Shao were unexpectedly dodged by him one by one. This made them very angry out of humiliation. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. What a fast speed, what a strange body movement, but there isn't much sword qi on his body, and he didn't use his natal sword. Is he so conceited, or is it because of his strength? Zhu Lang was also slightly surprised. He realized that he couldn't see through the person in front of him. Previously, the warriors of his tribe were defeated by Lin He because of this person's guidance. Later, He was defeated by this person because of this person's guidance. His one sentence was able to turn the tide twice, reverse the situation twice, and reverse the situation twice. In such a situation, Zhu Lang could not figure it out. He was very puzzled. Who exactly was this guy? How did he have such ability just now? However, Zhu Lang didn't have much time to think about this at this moment, because Qin Xiao had already rushed in front of him. Although Zhu Lang was seriously injured, he could still use 50% of his strength. He was about to wave his natal sword, but a ray of light, like an aurora, came faintly towards him. It was unstoppable, and it swept away everything. A cold chill traveled up his neck, and a cold sword was pressed against his neck. With a slight movement of the sword, his throat would be slit, and his head would be taken off. However, Qin Zhao's figure had strangely appeared behind him. Everything had happened too quickly. If Zhu Lang was at his peak, he should be able to dodge. However, he was seriously injured, and there was no way for him to dodge. The situation had changed a little too quickly. The atmosphere, which was still at daggers drawn, suddenly became a little stiff. The people of the Lin tribe also looked at each other, and they looked at Qin Xiao in disbelief. They were really shocked to the extreme. As the saying went, to catch bandits, catch the ringleader first. What kind of courage was this to take the leader of the enemy's army out of 10,000 people? This was something that no one dared to think about, but they didn't expect Qin Xiao to do it. Lin Shuang's shocked expression was a little exaggerated, but she quickly became excited again. Yeah, Brother Qin Xiao is so awesome, so handsome. I love you to death. These words made many people of the Lin tribe blush with shame. How could a young lady say such shameless words? Let go of our young master. Kid, if you don't want to die, let go of him quickly, or you won't leave here alive today. You're courting death. All of you want to die, right? On the side of the giant wolf tribe, each of them looked fierce, and they all threatened Qin Xiao. Zhu Lang also said in a cold voice, Brother, I admire your courage, but I don't admire your methods. You can't find a second person who dares to kidnap my people in the Daki mountain range. It doesn't matter if you're not afraid of death, but if you want to implicate the entire Lin tribe, then you can try. If you dare to touch me, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear all the consequences. Qin Xiao laughed coldly, but with a look of disdain, he said, Since you said so, I'm honored to be the first. However, even if you praise me, I won't be merciful. Your life is in my hands now, and to be honest, I'm not very interested in killing you. It's not that I'm afraid of provoking the giant wolf tribe, but that you're just a chicken to me now. If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as turning over my hand. It's just that I don't want to dirty my hands. Don't want to dirty his hands? What kind of humiliating words were these? Zhu Lang's expression became extremely ugly. He stared fixedly at Qin Xiao, as if he wanted to bite Qin Xiao to death. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Qin Xiao continued, Zhu Lang, I think you're a smart person. Why don't we make a deal? A deal? Zhu Lang said coldly. What kind of deal? Qin Xiao said, If you agree to a bet, you have to accept defeat. This is an ancient law. No matter what, you're still a top figure. Don't you think it's funny that you don't keep your word? I don't want much. I just want you to abide by the terms of this bet. Then I'll let you go. How about that? Zhu Lang snorted coldly and said, Words spoken are like water spilled out of water. Do you think I could take back my words now? Why are you threatening me? Unfortunately, I'm not threatened by anyone. This trick of yours won't work on me. Are you sure? Qin Zhao's cold voice seemed to contain a hint of playfulness. He also exerted more strength in his hand. The sharp cold sword cut through Zhu Lang's skin, and a visible wound appeared. Fresh blood flowed out and dyed the blade red. You dare to kill me? Zhu Lang was so angry that his entire body trembled. Actually, he was also gambling. Qin Xiao laughed coldly and said, It's up to you whether you believe me or not. You can bet with me again and see if I dare to kill you. You should know better than me that my sword is now at your throat. I only need to move my sword slightly, and your throat will be slit. Then, your life will no longer be yours. The giant wolf tribe keeps bullying and threatening others. Do you really think that you won't be retorted? Now, The Lin tribe has no other way out. So what if we start a war with the giant wolf tribe? If we kill you, we'll have profited first. If you don't cherish your life, then I'll fulfill your wish. Zhu Lang stared fixedly at Qin Shao. However, from Qin Zhao's resolute gaze, he could feel that Qin Shao was not lying. He really dared to kill him. Damn it! The current situation left Zhu Lang with no other choice. Chapter 894. There's no proof. To be honest, what you're saying is no different from farts. Going back on your words is something I'm sure you do often. So, if you want me to believe you, swear on your natal sword. I don't want to see that despicable scene happen again, Qin Shao said again. He had always been cautious in doing things. The reason why the giant wolf tribe did not take the bet between the Lin tribe and the giant wolf tribe seriously and went back on their word was because there was no power to restrain them, so they could be unscrupulous. Of course, the Lin tribe did not have the right to negotiate with the giant wolf tribe before. However, it was different now. Zhu Lang's life was in Qin Zhao's hands. Naturally, he had the upper hand and had the initiative. Zhu Lang's expression became even more gloomy and ugly. He said coldly, "Friend, aren't you going overboard? I swear on my honor. I swear on my natal sword. I'm going overboard." Swearing on one's natal sword was like making a natal sword. Once it was made, no one could go back on their word. Otherwise, they would be punished by the law. This kind of consequence was not something that anyone could bear. But the natal sword also had some restrictions, so no one dared to swear on their natal swords. Just like how not many people were willing to swear on their natal swords, there was more or less some karma involved in it. Once one was entangled in karma, it would be difficult to become a god or an immortal, and it would be difficult to transcend. Honor? Qin Shao sneered disdainfully. Sorry, I don't know how much your honor is worth, but in my eyes, it's definitely worthless. So, don't you think it's ridiculous that you're swearing on your honor? You're such a sinister and cunning person. Are you worthy of talking about honor with me? Zhu Lang was so angry that his expression was distorted and he almost vomited blood. This was a great humiliation to him, but at this moment, he was powerless to resist and could only endure. He gritted his teeth and had no choice but to agree. Okay, I swear on my natal sword. Qin Shao made a gesture of invitation, but the sword in her hand did not waver at all. After all, Qin Shao was someone who had lived for more than 200,000 years and stood at the pinnacle of the universe. Naturally, he could do everything without leaving any flaws. Zhu Lang admitted defeat and used his natal sword to swear an oath. Once the oath was made, there was no way he would go back on his word. Furthermore, Qin Shao had made Zhu Lang swear an oath without any loopholes, so there was no possibility of anything happening. After Zhu Lang made the oath, Qin Shao released him and returned to the Lin tribe's camp. Zhu Lang glared fiercely at Qin Shao. His hatred soared to the heavens as he said in a bone-chilling voice, "Good boy, I will remember you. Today's humiliation, I will return it to you tenfold in the future. If you have the ability, then bring it on. I'm just afraid that you don't have that ability." Qin Shao didn't care about it all. She said lightly, and Zhu Lang was so angry that he left with a cold face. The people of the giant wolf tribe all left as well. A crisis had been averted just like that. Haha, victory, great victory, it's so satisfying. Yes, it's so satisfying. The Lin tribe has been bullied by the giant wolf tribe for so long. We can finally turn things around. I didn't expect that the outsider that Lin Li saved would help the Lin tribe achieve such a victory. He's a hero. Yes, he's a hero, a benefactor of the Lin tribe, a warrior who deserves all of our respect. Hero, hero, hero. The people of the Lin tribe were all overjoyed. They were all in high spirits as they gathered around Qin Shao. They held Qin Shao up high and regarded him as a hero, a warrior of the tribe, enjoying extremely high treatment. To a tribe like this, calling him a hero or a warrior was the highest praise and the highest respect. For an outsider to receive such gratitude and support from a tribe, it was indeed a very rare thing, a very rare thing. However, Qin Shao had the right to receive such treatment. After all, He had single-handedly turned the tide and saved the entire Lin tribe from disaster. If not for Qin Shao today, the Lin tribe would have been defeated, and the Lin tribe would have had to pay a huge price. The people of the tribe would have suffered greatly. Brother Qin Shao, on behalf of the Lin tribe, I sincerely thank you. You saved the Lin tribe this time. We will definitely remember this great kindness. Lin Li cupped his hands again and said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, nonchalantly, it's just a small matter. It's called seeing injustice on the road. You saved my life first, so it's only right that I repay you in the future. Now that this matter is over, let's hurry back to the tribe. Although the people of the giant wolf tribe have left temporarily, I'm sure they still have a lot of unwillingness. Perhaps they will do something else. Therefore, it's safer for us to return to the tribe first. Lin Li nodded. That was indeed the case. He knew Zhu Lang's character. He was a vengeful person and was definitely a vicious person. Therefore, it was hard to say whether or not he would do anything. No matter what, it was never wrong to take precautions. Surrounded by the crowd, the group of people returned to the Lin tribe. The news of the battle just now had already spread to the tribe. Therefore, many people in the tribe came out to welcome the return of the heroes, especially Qin Shao, who was now a guest of honor. The patriarch of the Lin tribe also came out personally to greet them. The patriarch of the Lin tribe was an old man with a sage-like demeanor. His face was full of benevolence. He was very amiable and approachable, without any arrogance. Therefore, even the ordinary people of the tribe did not feel any pressure in front of the chief. They all treated him as if he was their family. The sword chi was restrained and not released, which was enough to show the strength of the chief of the Lin tribe. In terms of strength, the chief of the Lin tribe could indeed be ranked among the chiefs of the tribes in the Daqi mountain range. It was also because of his strength that he was able to avoid being directly invaded by the giant wolf tribe. However, it was obviously difficult for the chief of the Lin tribe alone to make a difference. Qin Shao had expected to be treated with such courtesy, but he did not like these things very much. He had wanted to keep a low profile, but this time, he really had no choice. He had no choice. If he did not take action, the Lin tribe would definitely suffer a great loss. Lin Li might even die in the battle. Qin Shao naturally couldn't tolerate such a thing. He couldn't just watch as it happened. The Lin tribe was quite enthusiastic. Not only were they grateful to Qin Shao, but they also slaughtered pigs and sheep, chicken, duck, and fish, and held a bonfire party to welcome Qin Shao. Moreover, the chief of the Lin tribe was very lively and invited Qin Shao to stay in the tribe for a few more days. After knowing that Qin Shao was injured, the chief of the Lin tribe immediately ordered people to bring a large number of precious medicinal herbs for Qin Shao to heal. Qin Shao could only put them away for the time being. In fact, he did not need them. The celebration did not end until late at night, and everyone went back to rest. Qin Shao was still arranged to stay in the Lin family, but he did not stay in the previous wing room. Instead, a superior room was carefully prepared for Qin Shao. He was well received and enjoyed the treatment of a distinguished guest. It was a long night, but Qin Shao did not sleep. Although he had lost all his strength, he still had the body of a fourth-step celestial god. After all, so he did not need to eat, drink, or sleep. This was completely different from a mortal. It was late at night, and everyone was quiet. The entire Lin tribe fell into a tranquil silence. Only the whistling of the wind and the barking of the dogs could be heard from time to time. The starry sky here was very beautiful, and the dark sky was full of stars. The light of the extreme day was wonderful. Standing in front of the windowsill and looking at the different night sky, Qin Shao felt a little nostalgic. Everything that happened on this day was just passing by like a cloud of smoke. Qin Shao shook his head and laughed bitterly. I haven't felt that a day can pass so slowly for a long time. That's right, he had only felt this way back when he was still a mortal in the Source world. Later on, when he became stronger, time passed very quickly for Qin Shao. A day passed in the blink of an eye. After becoming a god and entering the god realm, let alone a day, even a day would pass by in the blink of an eye. 100 years or 1,000 years also seemed very short. However, Now that he had returned to his mortal body, he naturally felt that a day passed very slowly. Qin Shao fell into deep thought again. He really could not understand why this was so. After the self-destructive explosion of the celestial body, why did he bring himself into this world? Was this the world of the Warcraft universe? However, according to what Qin Shao knew, it seemed to be incompatible with the Warcraft universe. First of all, there should only be two kinds of creatures in the Warcraft universe. One was the natives of the Warcraft universe, called the Warcraft race by the Hongmeng universe. The other was the Beast race. Only these two kinds of creatures were the Warcraft universe. He had never heard of a race like the human race. Another reason was that the Warcraft universe practiced the Dark Cultivation system, but the Sword Cultivator world practiced the Sword Cultivator cultivation system. The cultivation system did not match. Theoretically speaking, there should only be one cultivation system in a place. For example, the Hongmeng universe mainly practiced the Great Tao cultivation system. Although there were some Heart Force cultivators, they were very few in number. The Heart Force cultivation system did not spread in the Hongmeng universe. This situation made Qin Shao very puzzled. Also, even if he had entered the other verse, even if he was suppressed by the origin will of the other verse and bound by the laws, his strength should not have been completely sealed. To be able to completely seal his strength, there should have been a terrifying existence. Could it be that there was a mysterious and powerful existence behind him in this world? No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand or think of a reason. This gave Qin Shao a headache. Chapter 895. How could he make himself stronger? The first was naturally to be able to break the shackles on his body, so that his strength could be restored. Although he would still be suppressed by the will of the origin of the other universe and be bound by the laws, he would definitely be able to exert at least 30% of his strength. 30% of his strength would be enough for Qin Shao to protect himself. The world of swordsmanship was not considered powerful. With 30% of his strength, Qin Shao was still at the level of the heaven list. In this world, he would definitely be able to sweep through everything and no one would be able to stop him. However, this was obviously impossible. Qin Shao had no way to break the shackles on his body at all. He was completely powerless and did not know what method was used. Obviously, this path would not work. Then, only the second path was left. The second path was to adapt to the laws of this world and cultivate again in this world. Cultivating the system of swordsmanship was to start from scratch and improve one's strength step by step. Even if Qin Shao was starting from scratch, Qin Zhao's comprehension ability was naturally not something that ordinary people could compare with. Moreover, he had a natural advantage in his body and had an extremely deep grasp of swordsmanship. If he cultivated the system of swordsmanship, it would naturally have some auxiliary effects. Of course, Qin Shao had advantages, but his disadvantages were also very obvious. He would be bound by the laws and would not be able to control the laws of this world so smoothly. Adapting to the laws required a process of gradual assimilation. Therefore, the early stages of cultivation were bound to be more difficult. However, this kind of difficulty was not a big deal for Qin Shao. Let's start cultivating now. So what if I start from scratch? So what if I'm bound by the laws? Qin Shao, started from humble origins and was able to reach the strength of the top 5 of the heaven list in just over 200,000 years. How many difficulties and hardships did I have to go through? How many hardships did I have to go through? How many hardships did I have to go through? How many dangers did I have to face? But none of them were able to stop me. This is also a kind of training for me. No matter how difficult this training is, I will definitely be able to get through it. Come on, let my blood boil once again in the world of swordsmanship. Qin Zhao's face was filled with determination and madness. He had always been incomparably crazy when he cultivated. Without any hesitation, he immediately went back to cultivating. After watching Lin He and Lin Li's 2 battles today, he had gained some understanding of the sword cultivation system. However, Qin Zhao's cultivation of the full cultivation system also had a very difficult situation, and that was that he did not have a natal sword. People in the world of sword cultivators were born with a natal sword, and the natal sword accompanied them when they attacked. With an intrinsic sword, it would be easier to cultivate the sword cultivation system. It would be easier to integrate the sword cultivation Tao. Without the help of the natal sword, it would be very difficult. This was easy to understand. It was just like Qin Zhao's origin world's innate divine ability. With the assistance of the innate divine ability, one could achieve 100 times the result with half the effort. Innate divine ability basically determined a person's innate talent. If he couldn't even comprehend his innate ability, then he would be a piece of trash. It would be impossible for him to go far on the path of cultivation. This was an iron law in the heavenly dragon continent. No one could escape from this iron law. Even Qin Zhao's innate ability was extraordinary because he had comprehended the ancient innate divine ability. It was the same in the world of sword cultivators. If he didn't even have an intrinsic sword, then he would be a piece of trash. It would be difficult for him to progress on the path of sword cultivation. It would be very difficult for him to cultivate anything. The higher the grade of the intrinsic sword, the stronger the innate talent. It was the same principle. Without the help of the intrinsic sword, Qin Zhao would probably be judged as a piece of trash by the laws of this world. So what if I don't have an intrinsic sword? Do you want to judge me as a piece of trash? If the laws are so useless, then what's the use of them? I might as well break this law. Qin Zhao's heart gave birth to some pride. After all, he was a person who had stood at the peak. His vision was naturally different. The laws of the small world? If he broke it, then so be it. With a sense of determination, Qin Zhao entered the world of sword cultivation. Without an intrinsic sword, Qin Zhao casually took out a sword as a substitute. The important thing about an intrinsic sword was that it could easily communicate with heaven and earth, the laws of sword cultivation, and the great Tao. Obviously, there was no way to do this with an ordinary sword. However, while others couldn't do it, Qin Zhao wanted to go against the heavens. He wanted to give it a try. Without the help of a cultivation method or martial technique, Qin Zhao recalled the fallen leaf sword in his mind. Every move and style was replayed in Qin Zhao's mind. It was incomparably deep in his memory. Qin Zhao had the ability to not look at anything when he was a mortal. For a fourth-step divine being, it was naturally a child's play. In fact, Qin Zhao had already mastered all the key points of the fallen leaf sword. He relied on the fallen leaf sword to comprehend the path of sword cultivation. Then, he went against the current to comprehend the path of sword cultivation. This process was like rowing a boat against the current. Naturally, it was incomparably difficult. Cultivation time always passed so quickly. Unknowingly, it always slipped away quietly. After a night of cultivation, Qin Zhao had some gains. When the next day's sun shone in from outside the window, Qin Zhao also stopped cultivating. In one night, I've mastered the fallen leaf sword. Moreover, I've perfected it. Previously, the fallen leaf sword only had 6 styles. Now I've added 3 styles. The first 6 styles have also been perfected to a certain extent. This set has increased the power of the fallen leaf sword by at least 10 times. However, it's still not perfect enough. I can continue to improve it. It's completely possible to improve it to 12 styles. That way, the power can be increased by at least 10 times. However, this is just a set of ordinary and simple sword techniques. Its potential is limited. Improving it to 12 styles is the limit. My current realm is still a little low. There are some things that I can think of, but there's no way to do it. I can only try again next time. Qin Zhao curled his lips. This night, he had basically been cultivating the fallen leaf sword. With the fallen leaf sword as the foundation, he cultivated the sword cultivation Tao. After a night of cultivation, Qin Zhao's realm had been improved to the ultimate level of sword disciple. This speed is still a little too slow. The laws of this world really do have a lot of restrictions on me. Cultivating without a natal sword is really like entering a swamp. I'm suppressed everywhere. It's very uncomfortable. Qin Zhao curled his lips. He was obviously not satisfied with the progress of this night. If this spread out, who knew how many people would be scared to death? However, Qin Zhao was not satisfied at all. It was no wonder. After all, Qin Zhao's vision was too high. The way he looked at problems was also completely different. This kind of improvement was really nothing for Qin Zhao. His state of mind was still there. His previous memory was still there. His talent and comprehension ability was also there. If that was the case, then this kind of speed of improvement was indeed nothing much. There was a sound of footsteps outside. Qin Zhao heard it and knew that Lin Li and Lin Shuang had come. Sure enough, before they arrived, their voices came first. "Brother Qin Zhao, the sun is shining. Are you awake?" This was Lin Shuang's voice. As soon as her voice fell, the door was directly pushed open without knocking. It was not that Lin Shuang's upbringing was bad. In fact, Lin Shuang was the kind of person who was very easygoing and would easily treat others as family. Therefore, she would treat you as a very close person and would not be polite with you. She would be more casual. Qin Zhao walked out and laughed. "I'm not a pig. I'm up early. Hee hee, it's good that you're awake. My mother made a lot of delicious food. I brought it over for you." Lin Shuang lifted the basket in her hand and smiled at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao smiled and did not refuse. The breakfast prepared by Lin Shuang's mother was indeed very sumptuous. Qin Zhao could not help but laugh. "It seems that I'm really a good guest. Even the breakfast is so sumptuous." "Of course, brother Qin Zhao. Let me tell you, I haven't had such a sumptuous breakfast. But today, thanks to you, I can eat it." "Brother Qin Zhao, hurry up and eat. It won't taste good when it gets cold," Lin Shuang said. Qin Zhao nodded and quickly ate. The taste was indeed very good. The sumptuous breakfast was all in Qin Zhao's stomach. After eating breakfast, Lin Shuang blinked and looked at Qin Zhao. Her eyes seemed to be able to speak. Qin Zhao could see the little girl's thoughts. He smiled and said, "Why? Do you want me to teach you so soon?" "Hee hee, brother Qin Zhao is smart. I can't hide my thoughts from brother Qin Zhao. It's not just me. My brother is here too," Lin Shuang said with a smile. Lin Li nodded to Qin Zhao. Yesterday, he received guidance from Qin Zhao and gained a lot. Therefore, he also felt that if Qin Zhao could teach him a few more times, he would benefit immensely and be able to break through to the sword realm in a short time. This step was very important to him. In fact, if the two of them did not come to him, Qin Zhao would also teach them. Qin Zhao said, "It's like this. Last night, I thought about it and improved your tribe's fallen leaf sword. Its power should be much greater. I'll teach you this set of fallen leaf sword first. Then, I'll see if you have any doubts about your cultivation. I'll see if I can teach you." "What? Improved fallen leaf sword?" Lin Li was extremely shocked. He looked at Qin Zhao in a daze and was speechless for a while. Lin Shuang might not understand what this meant, but Lin Li was very clear. Fallen leaf sword was one of the most powerful sword techniques of the Lin tribe. It was a martial technique that could enter the ranks. Martial techniques were divided into 9 ranks. Rank 1 was the worst, and rank 9 was the highest. This fallen leaf sword was a rank 2 martial technique. For a small tribe, a rank 2 martial technique was enough to be the top. It was the foundation of the tribe. To be able to improve a rank 2 martial technique, ordinary sword realm cultivators could not do it at all. Perhaps the existence of the limit of the sword realm might be able to do it. Of course, it was only a possibility. Chapter 896, Sword Spirit Realm. How was that possible? Not to mention the Daki mountain range. Even in the entire Daki County, there was no one like that, right? The existence of the Sword Spirit Realm was absolutely powerful. It was definitely a supreme overlord that could dominate a region. It was a superior existence. The Sword Spirit Realm was an existence that had cultivated a sword spirit. One sword could kill people from 1,000 miles away. It was unfathomable. Lin Li had never seen the Sword Spirit Realm before. He only knew that it was extremely powerful and dangerous. At the Sword Spirit Realm, one could fly on a sword. The sword had spiritual energy and was extremely powerful. Besides, there shouldn't be such a young Sword Spirit Realm, right? Unless it was a disciple of the Immortal Sect. However, how high and mighty were the disciples of the Immortal Sect? How could they have fallen to such a state? who dared to attack the disciples of the immortal sect. Therefore, this should also be ruled out. Lindley became more and more curious and puzzled. What was the background of Brother Qin Shao? Who was he? Lindley suppressed the shock in his heart for the time being and watched Qin Shao demonstrate his improved version of the Fallen Leaf Sword seriously. From the first to the 9th move, it was natural and exquisite. Even after watching it, it still left Lindley with a rich aftertaste. After being stunned for a while, Lindley finally came back to his senses. He could not help but clap his hands and click his tongue. His face was full of amazement as he praised. Exquisite, really exquisite. I have never seen such an exquisite sword before. In the past, I thought Fallen Leaf Sword was perfect. Every move was perfect, but now I know how laughable and stupid my thoughts were. I didn't expect that after such an improvement, Fallen Leaf Sword would be perfect and become more powerful. The last 3 moves are a perfect extension of the Fallen Leaf Sword. They bring out the hard and soft side of the Fallen Leaf Sword, making it perfect. This is a 3rd grade sword technique. It is definitely at the 3rd grade level. Looking at the thousands of tribes in the entire Daki mountain range, only the Giant Wolf tribe has a 3rd grade sword technique. Although Lin Shuang'er couldn't understand it, she knew that it was very dangerous. A look of worship appeared on her cute face. Big brother Qin Shao, you're so experienced. You're much more experienced than my big brother. I admire you so much. What if I become your little fangirl? Qin Shao could only shake her head and smile at the adorable Lin Shuang. Lindley, how much have you understood? Qin Shao asked. Lindley shook his head and said, it's too profound. I can't understand much of it. I only know the shape and the danger, but it is difficult to know the meaning. The effect of teaching by word and example is still very limited. Qin Shao nodded. Of course, he knew that. Just by displaying the sword technique once, it was only enough to let others see the power of the sword. There was no way to see the inner meaning of the sword from the demonstration. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that he only needed to fight with others to secretly learn other people's martial skills and cultivation methods? This was obviously impossible. What was displayed was just the shape. The meaning contained in it couldn't be seen. Then I will teach you the mantra and the key points. I hope it can help you, Qin Shao said. When Lindley heard it, his mood suddenly became a little excited. In addition to the excitement, there was also a part of the shock. He didn't expect that Qin Shao not only improved the Fallen Leaf Sword, but also created the mantra. Being able to create the mantra showed that he had a very deep understanding of the sword technique. Qin Shao should have only seen him display the Fallen Leaf Sword once before. He didn't expect that he actually improved the Fallen Leaf Sword. In addition to the shock, Lindley also said without ambiguity, "Thank you, Brother Qin Shao." Qin Shao began to teach. He taught Lindley step by step, teaching him the mantra and the key points of all kinds of moves in great detail. Although Lindley would not be able to cultivate it successfully in a short period of time, he could slowly ponder over it. As long as he memorized the mantra and understood all the key points, it would only be a matter of time before he cultivated it to perfection. Moreover, with Qin Zhao's teaching by example, the effect was indeed very good. This practice lasted for most of the day. Lin Shuang'er played the role of a loyal audience. She sat by the side and watched the two of them practice the sword technique. Ooh! After practicing for most of the day in one breath, it was really a hearty feeling. Lindley exclaimed happily. He wanted to practice for a while, but he was really too tired and needed a rest. Moreover, he was embarrassed to let Qin Shao teach him like this all the time. So he stopped. Brother Qin Shao, your teaching really hit the nail on the head and went straight to the core. At this speed, I should be able to practice this improved version of Fallen Leaf Sword to a certain degree within 3 months, Lindley said. 3 months was actually considered a very short period of time. Lindley only dared to say that because he was very confident. Qin Shao shook his head with a chuckle and said, 3 months is too long. Within 7 days is more like it. Ah, within 7 days? When he heard Qin Zhao's words, Lindley was also shocked. How was it possible to practice it to a great extent within 7 days? He wanted to say so, but he was embarrassed to say the words that were on the tip of his tongue. it would seem that he had no confidence. However, this was indeed the case. Wanting to cultivate a grade 3 sword technique to the mastery stage in 7 days was definitely impossible. No matter how monstrous a genius was, it was impossible. Such a thing was unheard of. Therefore, Lin didn't think that he could practice it to a great extent within 7 days. This was not because he didn't have confidence, but because he was too blind. Even with Qin Zhao's teaching, it was difficult. After all, this was a 3rd-grade sword technique. How could it be so easy to practice it to a great extent? If it was so easy, it wouldn't be called a 3rd-grade sword technique. What's wrong? You don't have confidence? Qin Zhao asked with a smile. Lin smiled a little awkwardly, but said non-committally, "Yes, Brother Qin Zhao, I really don't have confidence." It sounds like a fantasy story. Qin Zhao smiled. How do you know if it's a fantasy if you don't try? If you don't even have the confidence to try, then don't even think about practicing it. What is a genius? A genius is able to do what others can't do and go against what others can't. Geniuses, only those who can create myths and write legends can be called geniuses. A genius can't be measured by any logic and can't be guessed by any theory. In this world, nothing is impossible. Only you can do it or not. First of all, you still need to have determination and confidence. If you don't even have confidence, then you'll be defeated before the fight. In fact, Lin was not strong in all aspects, nor was he a real genius. He could only be said to be average. In the eyes of Qin Zhao, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was a waste. However, he was not hopeless, so in fact, he could still be taught, and there was still some plasticity. In this case, if he was taught well and guided in the right direction, then he might be able to shine in the future, achieve immeasurable achievements, and be unparalleled. If he couldn't be guided, then he was afraid that he would be mediocre for the rest of his life and just be a small hero in a small tribe. In fact, Lin mainly relied on himself to go where he could go. Hence, Qin Zhao naturally wanted to correct Lin Li's thoughts. Otherwise, Lin Li's path of cultivation would come to an end. Qin Zhao's words were like a bolt from the blue that smashed into the depths of Lin Li's heart, causing his mind to tremble violently. He could not help but fall into a deep silence. His words were like a sharp warning to Lin Li, waking him up at once. Yes, if he didn't even have this confidence, then how could he successfully practice this improved version of the fallen leaf sword? The way of swordsmanship was slow, and he should have confidence in himself. If he really practiced it in 3 months, then this speed was not a rare thing. It could only be said that it was a normal speed, and anyone else could do it. In that case, he would indeed be lost in the crowd. Lin Li's heart was firm and strong, and he wanted to embark on the path of a strong person. At this time, Lin Li also understood his shortcomings. Brother Qin Zhao is right. Lin Li understands. Within 7 days, Lin Li had to succeed in his cultivation. If you don't give some pressure, then you can't fully stimulate your potential. I don't want to be lost in this for the rest of my life, so I have to put in 100 times more effort than others. The power of belief is infinite, and I must make the power of my belief become incomparably strong. Qin Zhao nodded slightly at Lin Li's words. He was somewhat satisfied and said, "Well, it's good that you understand. I will stay in your tribe for a while, and during this time, I will do my best to guide you. However, the master can show you the way, but the cultivation depends on the person. You and I can be considered to be fated, so I will form a good relationship with you. However, between you and me, only the 3 of us know. I don't want too many people to know about this, and I don't want to attract unnecessary trouble." Lin Li immediately nodded solemnly and said, "Brother Qin Zhao, don't worry. I understand even if you don't say it. I won't leak a single word about this." Lin Shuang didn't wait for him to say anything. Instead, she said with a solemn expression, "Brother Qin Zhao, me too. I won't say a word, and I will keep my mouth shut. Really, I won't say a word to anyone. I know, this is your big secret, hee." Qin Zhao smiled and said, "Well, that's good girl." Lin Li suddenly thought of something and said, By the way, Brother Qin Shao, if I use this improved version of the Fallen Leaf Sword in the future, if the people in my tribe want me to teach them, can I teach them? Qin Shao smiled and said, "Of course, this is what I wanted to give to your tribe, so naturally, I won't interfere with this. Whatever I have taught you, you can pass it on to your clansmen. However, just don't have anything to do with me. You should understand what I mean, right?" Chapter 897. Howl. Giant wolves with incomparably ferocious bodies were patrolling the mountains. There was a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. Once any life approached, they would immediately be alerted. Those eyes were suffused with a crimson color, revealing 2 white fangs. They exuded a peerlessly ferocious aura, which was very frightening. At a glance, there were actually more than 300 giant wolves surrounding the entire tribe, forming an incomparably tight line of defense. Even a fly could not fly in. And this was the giant wolf tribe, which was one of the strongest in the entire Daki mountain range. It was the giant wolf tribe that did things valiantly and ferociously. The giant wolf tribe was symbolized by the giant wolf. It was said that the ancestors of the giant wolf tribe grew up by drinking the breast milk of giant wolves. Later on, they became the leader of the giant wolf tribe. Ever since they conquered the giant wolf tribe, they had been loyal to the giant wolf tribe for generations. It was precisely because of the loyalty of the giant wolves that the giant wolf tribe became abnormally powerful and became the overlord of the Daki mountain range that no one dared to provoke. They became a hungry wolf that only knew how to invade and attack other tribes. The entire giant wolf tribe was built in the shape of a giant wolf, making an incomparably huge castle. This castle was also called the Wolf Fort by the giant wolf tribe. The sentry posts of the Wolf Fort were basically guarded by giant wolves. In the depths of the Wolf Fort, in a hall, there was a giant white jade platform beside the statue of a giant wolf. On the giant platform, a man wearing a wolf fur coat sat there cross-legged. He did not look old, about 50 or 60 years old. He had the body of a giant wolf, abnormally tall and sturdy, with bulging muscles. His long face was like a wolf's face. That pair of incomparably sharp eyes were like a peerlessly sharp knife, flashing out streaks of cold light. The peerlessly ferocious aura caused the air to tremble. This person was none other than the leader of the giant wolf tribe, nicknamed the Wolf King. The Wolf King was an expert in the sword contemplation realm. His strength was definitely one of the best in the entire Daki mountain range. Coupled with his mount, even if he wasn't undefeatable, he wouldn't be too far off either. What is the background of that kid called Qin Shao? He could actually cause our giant wolf tribe to suffer such a crushing defeat with just a few pointers? I checked. No one with a background has been hunted down and fallen here recently. There's no trace of him at all, as if he appeared out of thin air. The Wolf King's face was gloomy and gloomy. The giant wolf tribe had never tasted defeat, but this time they had been defeated by the Lin tribe. Although the news of the tribe. This time, the giant wolf tribe could be considered to have lost all face and dignity. How could the Wolf King swallow such humiliation? How could he endure it? But before investigating Qin Zhao's background, the Wolf King did not dare act rashly. After all, he felt that this kid was not simple. Perhaps he was a sword-weight realm existence. If it was really an existence of the sword contemplation realm, then his rash action was naturally not a wise move. "Looks like you're troubled." A voice suddenly rang in the Wolf King's ears. "Who is it?" Wolf King's expression changed drastically when he heard the voice. He stood up immediately and scanned his surroundings with cold eyes. But the surroundings were empty. Where was the person? The Wolf King's expression became increasingly gloomy and ugly. He even became a little nervous. He didn't know how long it had been since he last felt nervous. He didn't expect his nerves to be so tense this time. Cold sweat even seeped out of his back. There was actually someone who could get close to him without him noticing, and he couldn't even see the other party? If the other party wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping his hand? Wolf King broke out in cold sweat when he thought of this. However, the Wolf King immediately returned to his senses. He hurriedly bowed at the space and said, "May I ask which senior has descended? Please show yourself. If you have any orders, feel free to speak. I will do my best to fulfill them." The voice continued, "You don't need to see me for the time being, but I do have some instructions for you. If you can do it well, there will be many benefits. Even if you can directly advance to the Sword Spirit realm, it will only take a few words." "What? Directly advance to the Sword Spirit realm?" Wolf King was extremely shocked. Directly advance to the Sword Spirit realm? Wasn't this a little too arrogant? He was only at the initial stage of the Sword Spirit realm. He was still a step away from the middle stage. He had been stuck for many years and hadn't been able to take this step. How was it possible to directly advance to the Sword Spirit realm? However, Wolf King didn't dare to question this completely. After all, a person who could go invisible must be very powerful. Even a Sword Spirit realm expert couldn't do it. As far as he knew, one had to at least be a Sword Sovereign to be able to do it. If it was a Sword Spirit realm expert, they would only be able to do it if they cultivated an extremely powerful secret technique. Even so, it should be an extremely powerful Sword Spirit realm expert. It was impossible for an ordinary Sword Spirit realm expert to do it. "What? You don't believe me?" the voice said again. Wolf King definitely didn't believe it in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Instead, he said, No. It's not that I don't believe you, Senior. It's just that this matter has shocked me too much. The Sword Spirit realm is my lifelong pursuit. It's something I've always dreamed of. The existence of the Sword Spirit realm is at the peak of Ardaki County. It seems that you still don't believe me. Then I'll make you believe me, the voice said leisurely. As soon as he finished speaking, a nameless ball of fire descended from the sky and enveloped Wolf King. As soon as he was enveloped by this nameless ball of fire, Wolf King immediately felt that he was going to be burned to ashes and die immediately. So terrifying, so terrifying. He didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. In front of this power, he was like an ant, weak and pitiful. He's at least a Sword King. While the Wolf King was shocked, he immediately understood what was going on and confirmed the strength of this senior hiding in the dark. He had seen a Sword Spirit realm expert before. Although a Sword Spirit realm expert was so powerful that he couldn't resist, he didn't have such a shocking feeling. The person in front of him was definitely a Sword King. A Sword King! This was a high and mighty figure. He had never seen such an existence before. Just thinking about it made him feel scared. This kind of existence could overturn rivers and seas, move mountains and fill seas, move stars, and cut rivers with one sword. "Senior, please stop. I believe you. I believe you." Wolf King repeatedly begged for mercy. How could he dare to not believe him now? At the same time, he was extremely excited. Such a thing was undoubtedly a good thing that fell from the sky for him. If he could ride on this powerful figure's coattails, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to become more powerful. Compared to dominating the Daki mountain range, he would rather reach the Sword Spirit realm. Once he reached the Sword Spirit realm, he would be able to dominate a region and become the supreme overlord of the Daki County. This was his pursuit. This pursuit seemed unreachable in the past, but it was not impossible now. Obviously, there was a great opportunity in front of him. It was unreachable in the past, but now it was within his reach. The invisible force disappeared, and the Wolf King returned from the gates of hell as if he had just escaped from the jaws of death. His whole body was drenched in sweat. Since he was born, he had never been so scared as he was now. "Thank you for your mercy, Senior. It was I who had eyes but failed to see. I offended Senior just now. If you need anything from me, just tell me. I will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. It's just that I'm not strong enough. I don't know if I could do anything for you." Wolf King's attitude had a 180-degree change. Even so, he still had some reservations. It could be seen that he was a cunning old fox. He always left some leeway for himself when he spoke. "Of course it's something you can do. If you can't do it, why should I waste my time looking for you?" The voice in the dark said. Wolf King immediately nodded and said, Yes. "Senior, you're right. I was stupid. Please tell me what to do, Wolf King." You must be having a headache about something right now, right? The voice in the dark said. Wolf King was a smart man. When he heard this, he naturally reacted immediately. He couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. He said, Senior, are you talking about that brat called Qin Xiao? I haven't been able to find out who he is, but I feel that he is mysterious and powerful. Senior, I feel that his strength is not weaker than mine, right? The voice in the dark said with some contempt, Of course, he is not weaker than you. However, since I asked you to deal with him, I'll give you the possibility and give you the strength to deal with him. Besides, this guy hasn't recovered his strength yet, so you don't have to worry. I'll give you some methods to deal with him. As for how you do it, it'll depend on your own ability. I don't need the process. I only need the result. Wolf King was still a little worried. Since he could deal with him, why didn't this senior want to do it himself? With this senior's strength, wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with Qin Xiao if he personally took action? Wolf King really wanted to ask this question. However, he was worried that if he asked, it would cause the senior to be displeased. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he said, All right, since this is senior's order, I will not disappoint you. If senior has any other orders, please tell me. This junior will listen. All right, that's all for now. Go and prepare. I want to see the result within a month, the voice in the dark said. Then, a ray of light flew toward Wolf King. Wolf King was shocked. He reached out and caught the ball of light. When he caught it, Wolf King was wild with joy. It's an immortal stone. It's actually an immortal stone. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Senior, for your reward. I will do my best to help Senior with this matter. An immortal stone was enough to raise his cultivation by a lot. Chapter 898. With pressure, there was more motivation. A person's potential was often limitless. It all depended on whether one could squeeze it out. Lin Li's talent was indeed not very good. If he were in the divine realm, he would be ordinary and would vanish from the masses. In the world of swordsmanship, the probability of Lin Li becoming an immortal was very low. His temperament was not very good in all aspects. He could only be considered average. Therefore, Qin Xiao did not have much hope for him. He just took it as fate to give him some pointers. Qin Xiao said that Lin Li would need 7 days to successfully practice his improved Fallen Leaf Sword. Lin Li used a full 8 days to successfully practice it. Moreover, he had not reached the 10th level. He estimated that it was only at the 9th level. It still needed to be perfected and perfected. However, in this way, Lin Li's strength had increased greatly. With a 3rd-grade sword technique, Lin Li's current strength could almost compete with people in the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm. In addition to the sword technique, Qin Xiao also taught Lin Li other methods in these 8 days. In terms of swordsmanship, while teaching Lin Li, Qin Xiao was also comprehending, but his speed was much faster than Lin Li's. The accumulation of 8 days, in addition to the gains from the previous battle, allowed Lin Li to finally reach a critical point. He had the idea of a breakthrough. What was the sword contemplation realm? With the sword as the contemplation realm, it was the preliminary control of the sword and the mastery of swordsmanship. It was considered a higher level and had stepped into the door of true swordsmanship. The sword contemplation realm was the foundation of swordsmanship. It was not difficult for people with poor talent to reach it. However, the sword contemplation realm was a realm that had truly stepped into a certain threshold. Without a certain level of talent, there was no way to reach it. The sword contemplation realm was considered a true master. In a small place, it was also a figure in charge of a region. It was too difficult to enter the sword contemplation realm. It was very difficult. There were 100,000 people in the Lin tribe, but there was only one sword contemplation realm. Only the Lin clan leader was in the sword contemplation realm. Sword intent surged, and sword chi was sharp. Lin Li sat there cross-legged and began to break through to the sword contemplation realm. However, this breakthrough was not necessarily a success. It was not surprising that the breakthrough failed. Lin Shuang looked over with a happy expression and immediately quieted down. She knew that she couldn't disturb her brother at this time. Qin Xiao looked at Lin Li calmly. He had also deduced many insights related to swordsmanship from Lin Li, which allowed him to break through the binding power of the laws again and again. If there were no restraints from the laws, then Qin Shao could directly cultivate to the realm of Sword Immortal. This was not difficult for him at all. With his realm, it was naturally very easy for him to cultivate mortal things. However, under the restraint of this law, Qin Shao wanted to break through, but he could clearly feel a terrifying force suppressing him, preventing Qin Shao from breaking through. These days, Qin Shao was also struggling with this force, try to slowly assimilate into this origin world. Although Qin Zhao's strength was sealed, the original could still sense his realm and strength. Therefore, the original would still suppress Qin Shao. The stronger one was, the stronger and more terrifying the suppression of the origin world would be. Even a master of the universe would be suppressed badly. The weaker one was, the weaker the suppression. Therefore, if Qin Shao really entered the world of sword cultivators as an ordinary person, there would not be much suppression. However, Qin Zhao's situation was completely different. Ah! Lin Li suddenly screamed in pain. His expression became a little distorted, and his sword qi became chaotic. The vibration of the sword qi seemed to want to swallow Lin Li. Lin Shuang was shocked and looked at Lin Li with a blank expression. She naturally knew that there was a problem with the breakthrough. If there was a problem with the breakthrough, it was indeed quite scary. If the situation was serious, it was even possible to go crazy. If it was less serious, it would backfire and cause serious injuries. Qin Shao frowned slightly. With the point of his finger, a ray of sword qi burst out from his fingertip. It was like a ray of Buddha's light descending from the 9 heavens, instantly illuminating the darkness. After clearing the turbidity, it was clear again. Lin Li only felt a clear spring surge into his mind, calming him down in an instant. The distracting thoughts in his mind were also suppressed in an instant. In any case, he had removed the chaos and returned to the right path. Once the inner demon was removed, the sword path was clear, and the path in front of him became clear. Sword form, sword intent, sword heart move. Wait for me with the sword. I will control the sword path, sword power, success. Rumble. Lin Li's heart seemed to be galloping with thousands of horses. It was a shocking scene, and rays of brilliance rose from it. Heaven and earth roared, and the great path was magnificent. It was as if a ray of celestial light descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Li, making Lin Li even more divine at this time. With one step, it was a whole new world. The sword qi that lingered around Lin Li was also like a docile fish, like an obedient child. After an hour, Lin Li's eyes suddenly opened, and a ray of light that seemed to be solid shot out. It turned into a waterfall and lit up the courtyard like a thunderbolt on a sunny day. All the sword qi returned to Lin Li's body like a dragon returning to the sea, causing his body to become even stronger. At this time, Lin Li's aura had obviously improved tremendously. This is the sword waiting realm. I didn't expect that I, Lin Li, would reach the sword waiting realm so quickly. After feeling his body, Lin Li's face finally surged with joy. The sword waiting realm, this was the realm that he dreamed of. He did not expect that he would reach this step so quickly. He originally thought that he would need a few more decades of cultivation to reach this step. He was now only in his early 20s. In the Daki mountain range, there would not be a sword waiting realm in his 20s in 100 years. Not to mention the small Daki mountain range. Even in the entire territory of Daki County, a sword waiting realm in his early 20s was a rare existence. There might not be one or two of them, and he had actually reached this step before the huge wave. How could he not be happy about this? Lin Shuang was also very happy for her brother. She danced with joy and smiled brightly. Yeah, that's great, that's great. Brother has broken through to the sword realm. In the future, my brother will be a big shot. No one will dare to bully me. Brother, you are a hero. You are a warrior of the Lin tribe. You are our pride. Lin Shuang. His praise made Lin Li's heart feel as sweet as honey. This feeling was really wonderful. However, Lin Li knew that all this was brought to him by Qin Shao. Plop. Lin Li knelt directly in front of Qin Shao. Qin Shao instinctively wanted to stop him, but he did not have the strength to do so now. He could only watch Lin Li kneel in front of him. Brother Qin Shao, Lin Li will never be able to repay your great kindness. I can only remember it in my heart. Brother Qin Shao, Lin Li has a bold request. I would like to be your disciple. I hope that Brother Qin Shao can accept me as your disciple, Lin Li said with a face full of gratitude. If it had not been for Qin Shao, he would not have had his current achievements. He would probably have been seriously injured by the huge wave and would still be lying in bed. However, Qin Zhao's appearance completely changed the trajectory of his life. This kind of great kindness could not be repaid in a lifetime. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly and said, Lin Li, get up quickly. This is your own hard work. I can't accept you as my disciple. I will be leaving here soon, so I can't accept you as my disciple. Senior, Lin Li still wanted to fight for it, but Qin Shao waved his hand. His expression suddenly became dignified, and his voice became colder. He said, Don't mention the matter of accepting me as your disciple. I want to guide you, but I can't accept you as my disciple. You have now broken through to the Sword Contemplation Realm. Your Lin tribe has 2 Sword Contemplation Realm cultivators. In addition, I have improved the Fallen Leaf Sword for you. I believe that your Lin tribe will not be bullied by other tribes. You can teach the Fallen Leaf Sword to the people in your tribe. If you want me to improve other sword techniques, you can go and get them before I leave. I will stay for at most 1 more day, and then I will definitely leave. He had stayed in the Lin tribe for so long. Firstly, he wanted to slowly familiarize himself with this world. Secondly, he wanted to teach Lin Li and form a good relationship with him. Now that everything was done, it was time for Qin Shao to leave. It was time for him to go on an adventure. What he needed now was to quickly improve his strength and figure out what was going on. He needed to find a way to leave here and recover his original strength. Since he was not dead yet, he could give it a try. Staying in this small place was naturally not a long-term solution. Lin Li saw that Qin Shao was a little angry and did not dare to say anything more. Instead, he stood up and said, All right, Brother Qin Shao, since you are really unwilling, I will not force you. However, Lin Li will definitely remember this kindness. Brother Qin Shao, are you really leaving so soon? Yes, I am leaving. Qin Shao nodded. There was no hesitation in his words. Lin Li could only give up. All right then, Brother Qin Shao, I will not keep you. In that case, I will go and look for the chief now. All right. Qin Shao nodded. Lin Li left quickly. Lin Shuang looked at Qin Shao with a pitiful expression. Her big black eyes were already filled with tears. She looked so cute and weak that she was about to cry. Her appearance was really lovely and pitiful. Brother Qin Shao, please don't go, okay? Lin Shuang, his voice was choked with sobs. She sounded like she was begging. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. I have to go. I am not a member of the Lin tribe. How can I stay here forever? All good things must come to an end. I have to go. I have disturbed you for so long. It is time to leave. Besides, I have my own things to do. I can't stay here forever. Oh. Lin Shuang lowered her head and bit her lip hard. She tried hard to stop her tears from falling. But, I really can't bear for you to leave. If you leave, my eyes will really be swollen from crying. Brother Qin Shao, can you leave later? Stay for a few more days. Lin Shuang said with tears in her eyes. Chapter 899. This scared Lin Shuang quite a bit. She quickly shook her head and waved her hands. Brother Qin Shao, don't go, don't go. I won't talk about it, I won't talk about it. Boo-hoo. Then I'll just wait to cry my eyes out. Qin Shao laughed helplessly. This little girl was really pitiful. Brother Qin Shao, will we still have a chance to meet in the future? Lin Shuang asked again. Qin Shao smiled and said, Of course, how can we not? I just left. I didn't die. As long as I'm still alive, we will naturally have a chance to meet. If there is a chance in the future, I will still come to the Lin tribe to visit you. Really? Lin Shuang blinked and looked at Qin Shao in disbelief. Qin Shao nodded and said, Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? No. Of course Brother Qin Shao wouldn't lie to me. Lin Shuang immediately shook her head and smiled through her tears. Then I'll wait for Brother Qin Xiao to come back to visit me. On the other side, Lin Li had already found the tribal leader. He pulled him aside and made sure that the surroundings were safe. He was extremely careful. Seeing Lin Li being so careful, the tribal leader asked with a puzzled expression, "Lin Li, what are you doing? Is there something going on in the giant wolf tribe? I've been having a bad feeling recently. It's been unusually quiet these few days. It's so quiet that it's a little strange. I even heard from the tribesmen that the people of the giant wolf tribe have disappeared from the mountains to hunt. I feel that the giant wolf tribe may be brewing some big move and is waiting to use it on us." Lin Li shook his head and said, "Tribal leader, I'm not looking for you today to talk about the giant wolf tribe. I'm looking for Brother Qin Xiao." "Brother Qin Xiao? What happened to him? He's leaving?" The tribal leader frowned slightly and asked with a puzzled expression. Lin Li nodded and said, "Yes, tribal leader. Brother Qin Xiao said that he's leaving. But that's not the main point. The main point is..." But this time, before Lin Li could finish speaking, clan leader Lin's eyes suddenly widened and fell on Lin Li. He stared at Lin Li with a look of disbelief. After a while, he said in a daze, "Lin Li, you have broken through to the sword contemplation state?" Clan leader Lin was also in the sword contemplation realm, so he could naturally tell that Lin Li was also in the sword contemplation realm. Such a discovery naturally shocked him to the core. For a moment, clan leader Lin also became excited. The Lin clan finally had another sword contemplation realm expert, and it was Lin Li, who was only in his early 20s. Genius. He was indeed a rare genius in the Lin tribe. To reach the sword contemplation realm at such a young age, his future was limitless. If there was a chance, they might even go to Daki City to develop. If he could join a large force, then he would have a meteoric rise and become outstanding. This was something that clan leader Lin had always wanted to see, even in his dreams. However, he finally got his wish today. How could he not be excited? How could he not be happy? Lin Li laughed and nodded noncommittally. "Yes, clan leader. I just broke through to the sword contemplation state." "Ha ha, that's great. That's really great. Good job, Lin Li. You have really brought honor to the Lin tribe. Our Lin tribe ancestors are really blessed to have such a peerless genius like you in the Lin tribe. I'm really happy to see you grow. This way, I can rest assured and hand over the Lin tribe to you in the future. With you protecting the Lin tribe, I can die without regrets." Clan leader Lin laughed loudly. He did not know how long it had been since he was so happy. Perhaps it was 10 years, 20 years, or even 30 years. Anyway, it was so long that he could not remember. Lin Li said, "Clan leader, please don't say such things. I'm still very young and have not really grown up. Our Lin clan still needs you to lead us, clan leader." "But clan leader, actually, this is not the main reason why I came to see you today. I have an important matter to tell you." "Oh, this is not an important matter? There is something more important than this?" Clan leader Lin looked at Lin Li in confusion. To him, this was an important matter. Lin Li's growth was enough to affect the future development of the Lin tribe. This kind of peerless genius that was hard to come by in a few hundred years meant a lot to the Lin tribe. Hence, it was a matter of utmost importance. But Lin Li actually said that this was not an important matter. Then, what could be more important than this? Lin Li also suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "Clan leader, let me show you a set of swordsmanship first." Under clan leader Lin's confusion, Lin Li directly displayed the improved version of the fallen leaf sword. Once the swordsmanship was displayed, clan leader Lin was instantly shocked to the point of no return. His entire body froze on the spot. There was a buzzing sound in his head, and he could not recover for a moment. This clan leader Lin's judgment was naturally high. He naturally could tell at a glance that this was an improved version of their Lin tribe's martial technique, the fallen leaf sword. However, in terms of grade, it was raised by a full grade, reaching the standard of a grade 3 martial technique. A grade 3 martial technique. The Lin tribe did not even have one. How powerful was a grade 3 martial technique? Why was Wolf King's strength so strong? It was because he had a grade 3 martial technique. Hence, even if they were in the same realm, Wolf King was able to sweep through them with an unparalleled momentum. If clan leader Lin also had a grade 3 martial technique, then he might be able to contend against Wolf King. A grade 3 martial technique was too important to the development of a tribe. It was simply the cornerstone of a tribe's development, the foundation of a tribe's strength. Exquisite. This is really exquisite. I didn't expect that our fallen leaf sword could be improved so much. It can actually make its power so strong. This is really incredible. Clan leader Lin could not help but exclaim in admiration. With a face full of excitement, he said, "Linley, what exactly is going on? How did you cultivate this improved version of the fallen leaf sword? I have never heard of our Lin tribe's ancestors improving the fallen leaf sword." Linley smiled and said, "Clan leader Fong, I already told you just now that I came to find you today regarding Brother Qin Shao. This fallen leaf sword was improved by Brother Qin Shao. I have been cultivating with him these past few days. Brother Qin Shao guided me step by step, allowing me to cultivate this improved version of the fallen leaf sword in a short 8 days. Furthermore, I have broken through to the sword contemplation realm. All of this is thanks to Brother Qin Shao. It was Brother Qin Shao who completely changed my fate. It was Brother Qin Shao's guidance that allowed me to reach this stage in such a short time." What? It was Qin Shao who improved it? Hearing this, clan leader Lin was shocked once again. Although it was Qin Shao who stood up for the Lin tribe in the previous conflict with the giant wolf tribe, allowing the Lin tribe to turn the tide and reverse the situation. It was also Qin Zhao's guidance that allowed Lin He and Lin Li to turn defeat into victory and win an extraordinary victory. Previously, clan leader Lin had also guessed that Qin Shao was a senior expert and was very likely to be a sword contemplation realm expert. But now, hearing Lin Li's words, he should be far beyond the sword contemplation realm. How could a sword contemplation realm sword cultivator improve a level 2 martial arts technique to a level 3 martial arts technique so easily? And according to Lin Li, Qin Shao only used 1 day, or strictly speaking, only 1 night to do it. Such a move was really shocking. This was definitely not something that a sword contemplation realm expert could do. Could it be that he was in existence in the sword spirit realm? Such a young sword spirit realm expert? How could it be? Clan leader Lin had never heard of a sword spirit realm expert in his 20s. This was too shocking. Lin Li nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, clan leader. It was indeed Brother Qin Shao who improved it. This cannot be faked. Also, Brother Qin Shao specially created the mantra for this improved fallen leaf sword and imparted all the points to me. Also, Brother Qin Shao said that I can impart it to everyone in our tribe. In other words, our Lin tribe will also have a level 3 martial arts technique in the future." Buzz, clan leader Lin's heart trembled violently. A sudden surge of joy rose and surged into his heart. At this moment, he was so happy that he was speechless. He was so excited that his heart began to tremble. After a long while, clan leader Lin laughed loudly and wantonly vented. "Ah, the heavens are on our Lin tribe's side. The heavens are really on our Lin tribe's side. I did not expect that you and your sister's good karma would allow our Lin tribe to befriend such an important person. In the future, our Lin tribe will also have a level 3 martial arts technique. This is too significant for our Lin tribe. It can be passed down for generations and become the foundation of our Lin tribe. Lin Li, let's go. Take me to see fellow Qin Shao. I want to thank him properly." Lin Li smiled and said, "Clan leader, don't be in such a hurry. Let me finish first. There is something even more joyous." "Oh, there is something even more joyous?" Clan leader Lin's heart was about to jump into his throat. This already made him extremely excited. There was something even more joyous? What could it be? This good karma was really a stroke of great luck. Lin Li said again, "It's like this, clan leader. Brother Qin Shao is about to leave. Originally, I wanted to take Brother Qin Shao as my master, but Brother Qin Shao refused to accept me. Yes, this is normal. The more powerful a person is, the less he will accept disciples easily. Besides, fellow Qin Shao is not much older than you. Naturally, he will not accept you as a disciple. Your request is a little too much. Clan leader Lin nodded. Lin Li said, "Yes, I also think it is a little too much, but I really want to seize this opportunity. Brother Qin Shao just told me that we can take out the sword technique again. He can also help us improve it. He will stay for at most one more day and then leave. He wants us to seize the time." What? Clan leader Lin grabbed Lin Li's arms in ecstasy. Although he heard it clearly, he could not help but ask, "Are you serious?" Chapter 900. In the courtyard, the Lin tribe leader hurried over with Lin Li. When he saw Qin Shao again, the look in the Lin tribe leader's eyes changed a lot. His face was full of gratitude and respect. The Lin tribe would never be able to repay this kindness in their lifetime. Perhaps the rise of the Lin tribe was all because of Qin Shao alone. This was a huge favor. It was like a pie falling from the sky and coincidentally falling on the Lin tribe's head. Taoist Qin Shao, I really don't know how to thank you. The Lin tribe will never forget such a great kindness, the Lin tribe leader said. Qin Shao smiled calmly and waved his hand. You don't have to be so polite, tribe leader Lin. Perhaps this is also fate between me and the Lin tribe. I like to form good karma, and I also like Lin Li and Shuang. So, I formed a good karma with you. Tribe leader Lin, if you have any other martial arts techniques, you can show them to me. I'll improve them for you if I can. However, with my current ability, I can only improve them to the level of a third-grade martial arts technique. If I want to improve them further, it will take some time. These words came out of Qin Zhao's mouth very calmly and casually. However, when the Lin tribe leader heard them, he was shocked again and again. Given some time, he could even improve a fourth-grade martial arts technique. This was too frightening, wasn't it? A fourth-grade martial arts technique. How precious was that? The Lin tribe leader would not dare to take out such a sword technique, even if it was given to the Lin tribe. Otherwise, as long as the slightest bit of it was leaked, it would bring disaster to the Lin tribe. A fourth-grade martial arts technique was enough to make some of the big forces in Daqi County jealous. Clan leader Lin was incomparably shocked. Just how strong is this fellow Taoist Qin Shao? Could it be that he was really an experienced sword spirit realm existence? There was not a single sword spirit realm expert in the entire Daqi County. After the shock, Patriarch Lin immediately took out a few sword techniques. The Lin tribe had accumulated for hundreds of years. There were a total of 5 second-grade sword techniques. These were the foundation of the Lin tribe and the cornerstone of their inheritance. The Tao of sword cultivators and the world of sword cultivators had multiplied to the pinnacle. There were countless sword techniques and martial techniques. They were of all kinds and had different functions. Moreover, in the process of reproduction, the attributes of sword techniques were gradually derived and divided into several major categories. For example, attack type, defense type, sword formation type, siege type, both attack and defense type, speed type, strength type, and so on. If he really wanted it, he would prioritize the offensive and defensive types, with the offensive type being the most important. Among the 5 sword techniques of the Lin tribe, 3 were offensive, 1 was defensive, and 1 was sword formation. The sword formation type of sword technique was more suitable for group attacks. Needless to say, it was very useful. However, it was also very difficult to cultivate. Among the 5 sword techniques, the Fallen Leaf Sword had been improved to the 3rd-grade level. In fact, if Qin Shao was given time, he could improve it to the 4th-grade level. Although the Tao of sword cultivators was fundamentally different from the Tao of sword in the Hongmeng universe, some things were similar. The Tao of sword in the Hongmeng universe was a pure Tao. It cultivated with the sword and manifested the power of the Tao. However, the Tao of sword cultivators in the world of sword cultivators embodied everything in the sword. The person was the sword, and the sword was the person. People in the Tao of sword cultivators were born with a natal sword. Everyone could become one with a natal sword. However, the Tao of sword in the Hongmeng universe could be seen as a branch of the Tao of sword cultivators. If one cultivated along the Tao of Sword, it was possible to jump into the Tao of Sword cultivators. Of course, these were only Qin Zhao's temporary guesses. Qin Zhao was not sure whether this was the case or not. However, with his current vision, it should not be far from the truth. Qin Zhao checked the other 4 sword techniques. After pondering for a while, he began to improve them. In fact, these low-grade sword techniques had many flaws. Therefore, there were many areas that needed to be improved. Of course, this was also because Qin Zhao's vision was very high. Therefore, he could see the problems in these sword techniques at a glance. Therefore, he could make specific improvements. Improving these sword techniques was also a challenge for Qin Zhao. It was an opportunity for him to cultivate. In the process of improvement, he could find many problems and discover his own shortcomings. The Lin tribe leader and the other 2 stood silently and waited patiently. Their hearts were filled with anticipation and excitement. If the Lin clan could possess 5 Tier 3 sword techniques, then their foundation would be greatly improved all of a sudden. Moreover, Lin Li was also in the sword contemplation realm. With 2 sword contemplation realm experts and 5 third-grade sword techniques, it was completely foreseeable that the Lin tribe would prosper and rise rapidly. With the previous experience of improving the Fallen Leaf sword, it was much easier to improve these 4 sword techniques. In less than a day, Qin Zhao had successfully improved all 4 sword techniques. Each of them was upgraded by a grade and became extremely powerful. The Lin tribe leader and Lin Li were also amazed. They were amazed and exclaimed again and again. Ingenious, truly ingenious. I didn't expect that such an improvement would have the power to turn something rotten into something magical. It can actually make these sword techniques so powerful. Brilliant, really brilliant. Haha, now our Lin tribe also has 5 third-grade sword techniques. No tribe in the Daki mountain range can compete with us. The Lin tribe leader and Lin Li were a little proud. They indeed felt like salted fish turning over a new leaf. Lin tribe leader, Lin Li, this is all I can do for your Lin tribe. Okay, I really should go. Perhaps in the future, if fate wills it, I will come back to see you, Qin Zhao said with a serious face. Hearing that Qin Zhao was really going to leave, Lin Shuang-er's little face was covered with a layer of dark clouds, but she tried hard not to cry. The Lin tribe leader and Lin Li knew that there was no way to keep Qin Zhao, so they didn't say anything more. The Lin tribe leader said, "Okay, then Taoist Qin Zhao, please take care. I will send you out of the tribe." Qin Zhao waved his hand and said, "No, I can leave on my own. I don't want to attract too much attention." The Lin tribe leader immediately nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, yes. After all, the giant wolf tribe may still be watching you. It's better to keep a low profile. It's better to be safe than sorry. Yes, there's no need to attract unnecessary trouble. By the way, Lin tribe leader, I've noticed that it's been unusually quiet recently. It gives me a bad feeling. Perhaps the giant wolf tribe won't let it go so easily, so you have to be more careful. However, now that Lin Li has also broken through to the sword contemplation realm, you have some power to resist the giant wolf tribe." Qin Zhao nodded and didn't forget to remind them before leaving. The Lin tribe leader said, "Yes, we know that. We will be more careful. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. There will be a farewell in the end. Taoist Qin Zhao, take care." "Take care." Qin Zhao said, "Take care," and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a loud bugle horn sounded through the sky, waking the entire Lin tribe. Hearing this loud bugle horn, the Lin tribe leader and Lin Li's expressions suddenly changed, and a strange light flashed in their eyes. Qin Zhao also stopped in his tracks and frowned slightly. He said, "Is this the bugle horn for an enemy attack? Is the giant wolf tribe about to launch an attack?" The Lin tribe leader said, "Taoist Qin Zhao, I'll let Lin Li take you out of here through the underground passage first. We can handle things here. Hurry up and leave." Lin Li immediately pulled Qin Zhao and said, "Brother Qin Zhao, let's go quickly." However, Qin Zhao didn't move. Instead, he said, "I'm also involved in the giant wolf tribe's matter. since they dared to launch a large-scale attack this time. They must have some confidence. If I were to abandon you now, I'm afraid your Lin tribe would be annihilated. I'm not in a hurry. Let's take a look at the situation first before making a decision. Taoist Qin Xiao, you can't do that. You'd better leave quickly. The Lin tribe leader was also a little anxious. Qin Xiao's kindness to the Lin tribe was greater than the heavens, so the Lin tribe leader naturally didn't want Qin Xiao to be in any danger. Naturally, he wanted to send Qin Xiao out safely first. However, Qin Xiao insisted. You don't have to say it, tribe leader Lin. It's fine if I didn't see it. But since I'm here now, I naturally can't ignore it. That's not how Qin Xiao, am. If you insist on making me leave, you're setting me up. How can Qin Xiao, calm down? If I can't leave with a clear conscience, then even if I leave, I'll definitely come back. So why bother? Since Qin Xiao had put it this way, the Lin tribe leader could only say, all right then. Taoist Qin Xiao, I'll have to trouble you again this time. I really can't get over it. It's fine. Let's go and take a look, Qin Xiao said. The Lin tribe leader nodded and quickly left. As soon as they left the courtyard, the entire Lin tribe became chaotic. Little Shuang, hurry up and find mother. Take good care of mother and grandfather, Lin Li said to Lin Shuang with a dignified face. Although Lin Shuang was usually playful, she didn't act willfully at this time. She immediately nodded and went to find her mother and grandfather. Qin Xiao, the Lin tribe leader, and Lin Li quickly took charge of the situation. Lin Li took Qin Xiao and rushed to the entrance of the tribe. That was the important place to guard the tribe. The Lin tribe leader went to gather the strength of the Lin tribe and prepare for defense. Using the tribe as the foundation for defense naturally had a natural advantage. Although the Lin tribe was a little dilapidated, it was still after hundreds of years of construction. It was built with the blood, sweat, and tears of generations of ancestors. Naturally, it could withstand some of the attacks. With the tribe as the foundation for defense, the Lin tribe wouldn't be easily defeated by the giant wolf tribe. Everyone in the Lin tribe was a soldier. One by one, they quickly rushed to the entrance of the tribe. When Qin Xiao and Lin Li arrived at the entrance of the tribe's stronghold, it was already crowded with people. The atmosphere was very tense. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. A great battle was about to break out, and everyone's hearts palpitated. When Lin Li arrived, the crowd immediately opened up a path, as if they had found their backbone. Chapter 901. Lin Li and Qin Xiao went up to the gatehouse. The men of the Lin tribe lined up in a long line. More than 10,000 warriors guarded the entire Lin tribe, and more reinforcements were still pouring in. However, on the front line outside, there was a vast and mighty army. It was a black mass that completely filled up the surrounding empty space. The warriors of the giant wolf tribe rode on giant wolves and wore uniform armor. They were majestic and imposing, and their sword qi shook the 9 heavens. This black mass was actually an army of more than 100,000. At a glance, it felt like there was no end in sight. In a war between tribes, it was normal to send out tens of thousands of troops. Just like the Lin tribe, there were about 100,000 people, and the army that could fight was about 20,000 to 30,000 people. In any tribe, all the people practiced swordsmanship. They were all sword cultivators and could be soldiers. This army of 100,000 was divided into 3 large camps. They stood there in formation, but did not seem to be attacking. However, this kind of power had already shaken the hearts of the men of the Lin tribe. They felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Just in terms of numbers, there was a huge disparity. In terms of quality, there was obviously a sharp contrast. Hence, the current situation was obviously very disadvantageous for the Lin tribe. The dark clouds of death had already enveloped them, and the people of the Lin tribe could not see any hope of survival. However, as fearless warriors, the people of the Lin tribe were also brave and fearless. They did not lower their heads and admit defeat. They vowed to fight to the death. The giant wolf tribe doesn't have so many people, right? Qin Xiao frowned slightly. He could tell that the situation was not quite right. It was just the giant wolf tribe. It did not make sense for them to send out 100,000 troops all at once. Lin Li's face was solemn. He said, "Brother Qin Shao, it's not just the people of the giant wolf tribe. The camp in the middle is the giant wolf tribe. The one on the left is the flame axe tribe, and the one on the right is the desert tribe. The Wolf King is really capable. He actually managed to get the flame axe tribe and the desert tribe to besiege the Lin tribe. Could it be that the fate of the Lin tribe has come to an end? Are we really going to perish?" Lin Li clenched his fists tightly, and his knuckles cracked. His hatred was monstrous. His heart was filled with unwillingness. However, in the face of such a situation, the Lin tribe had no power to resist at all. They were doomed. They had just seen a glimmer of hope, but it was immediately followed by another calamity. The hatred in Lin Li's heart had already reached an unimaginable level, and it was about to explode. 3 tribes joined forces to invade. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. Such a situation was obviously not simple at all. Logically speaking, even if the giant wolf tribe harbored hatred in their hearts and could not tolerate the humiliation from last time, they would not go so far as to start a war between the 2 tribes, right? Besides, even if a war were to break out between the 2 tribes, the Great Wolf Tribe alone would be enough to deal with the Lin tribe. Why would they need to rope in the Flame Axe tribe and the Desert tribe? Even if the Wolf King was an old fox, even if he wanted to use someone else to do his dirty work, this still didn't make sense. A saber was not something that he could borrow just because he wanted to. The Flame Axe tribe and the Desert tribe shouldn't be so weak that they would be at the mercy of the Great Wolf tribe. They shouldn't be at the mercy of the Great Wolf tribe. If it was so easy to borrow a saber, the terrifying Daki mountain range would have been ruined by the Great Wolf tribe long ago. It wouldn't be as peaceful as it was now. The Lin tribe had never made enemies with other tribes, and they got along well with the Flame Axe tribe and the Desert tribe. They had never interfered with each other. Hence, the Flame Axe tribe and the Desert tribe shouldn't have any reason to deal with the Lin tribe. Moreover, even if they got rid of the Lin tribe, there wouldn't be much to gain. The Lin tribe was poor and had nothing. They didn't have anything they wanted. What was there that was worth swallowing? Just for a few second-grade sword techniques? That was obviously impossible. Every tribe had a few second-grade sword techniques. It was enough for every tribe to develop. To start a tribal war for a few second-grade sword techniques that were just icing on the cake, wouldn't that be playing with the lives of the tribesmen? No tribe leader would dare to do that, right? The Lin tribe was weak now, but they still had 20 to 30,000 warriors who were willing to sacrifice their lives. If they wanted to destroy the Lin tribe, they would have to pay a huge price. This kind of thing was definitely a thankless task. It was also because of this that although the tribes in the Daki mountain range often fought openly and secretly, and there were also constant conflicts, big and small, a tribal war rarely happened. The last time a tribal war happened was more than 100 years ago. The reason for this tribal war was complicated, and no one could verify the truth of the situation. The situation is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. Qin Shao also had a guess in his heart. However, he still couldn't guess the true intention of the 3 tribes joining forces. What was the Wolf King's intention with this move? If he simply wanted to attack the Lin tribe, there was no need for him to set up a formation here, right? He could have just launched an attack directly. Why did he have to do this? This kind of formation was more of a form of oppression. It didn't seem like he really wanted to attack immediately. Therefore, this was enough to show that the Wolf King's purpose was not simply to destroy the Lin tribe. He wanted to take revenge for the previous incident and wash away the humiliation of the giant wolf tribe. Lin Li, what do we do now? Lin He also walked over. He was also the core strength of the Lin tribe, a warrior of the Lin tribe. Lin Li shook his head and said, "What else can we do? Fight, fight, there's no other way." But Lin Li's eyes flashed with a cold light. He wasn't afraid of death. He just couldn't bear to see little Shuang or his parents, his grandfather, and his tribesmen die one by one. They didn't have much power to resist. Once they sacrificed themselves and lost their line of defense, what awaited the Lin tribe would be a bloodbath, a bloody massacre. Now, it was obviously impossible to move the tribesmen away. Therefore, there was no way out now. They could only stop with a battle. Lenny's eyes also turned red. The anger in his heart burned. The giant wolf tribe is simply too much of a bully. They won't stop until they trample the Lin tribe to death. If they want to destroy the Lin tribe, they'll have to ask the swords in the hands of the Lin tribe if they agree. Killing one is enough. Killing two is a win. The more we kill, the better. I want them to know that they will have to pay a painful price for what they did today. Linny's face was full of determination. He had already disregarded life and death. He also understood that once a great battle broke out, he would definitely die. There was no chance of survival at all. Linley naturally understood this. He also said with a face full of determination, "Yes, we'll kill to our heart's content later. We'll kill them to our heart's content and make them suffer a crushing defeat. If this is the fate of the Lin tribe, then I won't accept it. I won't accept it. The heavens want to destroy the Lin tribe. I won't accept it. I won't accept it." Linny's teeth were about to crack. He was also filled with grief and indignation. He looked up and roared, "I won't accept it either. Damned heavens, why are you so cruel? Why don't you open your eyes and see what kind of world this is?" The Lin tribe has always been bullied by the giant wolf tribe. Now, we're going to be destroyed by the giant wolf tribe? What kind of world is this? Qin Shao laughed coldly and said, "The weak are prey to the strong. This is a world where only the fittest survive. A world where martial arts are respected and swords are the strongest. If you don't have power, then you'll be bullied. Everything depends on your power. If you don't want to be bullied, then you must have great power. If you don't have power, then everything is just empty talk." No matter which world it was, the principle of survival would never change. It was the same in the heavenly dragon continent, the realm of the gods, the primordial universe, and the alternate universe. No matter where Qin Shao went, he saw this principle of survival. It was the unchanging principle of power being respected. Power was everything. It was the same everywhere. If you didn't have power, then you could only be bullied by others and not gain any dignity. Linley and Lin, he looked at Qin Shao in a daze. It was indeed so. It was the same everywhere. They actually understood this principle. It was just that at this point, they still felt a little indignant. Who didn't want to be powerful? Who didn't want to become a sword contemplation realm expert? But the increase in realm wasn't something that could be achieved just because one wanted to. Sometimes, no matter how hard one worked, it would be all for naught in the end. There was still nothing to be gained. So every time this happened, people couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The Lin clan leader, accompanied by a few elders of the clan, walked over. These were the foundations of the Lin clan, the living fossils, and the most powerful forces of the Lin clan. The nearly 30,000 men of the Lin tribe all gathered together and formed a line of defense to protect the Lin tribe. They used their flesh and blood to build a great wall of protection. The eyes of the men of the Lin tribe were all red, and their faces were filled with anger and despair. This battle might be their last battle, but they couldn't avoid it. No matter if it was for himself, for the tribe, or for his family, he had to fight with all his might. He had to fight to the death. Protecting one's home often made people more determined and hot-blooded. The Lin clan leader frowned and looked at the dragon chariot in the distance. The three clan leaders sat on the three thrones. Wolf King and the other two were very leisurely. They sat on the thrones, drank wine, tasted good food, and commanded their troops. Wolf King, clan leader Yin Fu, clan leader Imo Liang, you're really generous. The three of you have joined forces to deal with the Lin tribe. I wonder how the Lin tribe is worthy of the three of you joining forces? With such a large army, you've arranged your troops in front of the Lin tribe. Do you really want to remove the name of the Lin tribe from the Daki Mountain Range? The Lin clan leader's loud and angry voice resounded through the sky. Even from far away, it could be heard clearly. Although the Lin tribe is weak, we have the advantage of working together. Some of us are hot-blooded, and some of us are willing to sacrifice ourselves. The Lin tribe can only admit defeat if the three of you join forces. If any of you attack, the Lin tribe can only admit defeat. Chapter 902. The Lin tribe leader's voice thundered through the sky. His anger was monstrous, and his aura was majestic. How could the Lin tribe leader not be enraged when the three tribes joined forces and the tribe's safety was at stake? At this moment, he naturally didn't care about anything else and directly shouted in pain. However, the Lin tribe leader was rather puzzled. Since the three tribes had joined forces to attack, why did they arrange their troops here instead of launching an attack directly? The Wolf King leisurely drank a cup of wine before putting it down. He stood up from the throne and looked at the Lin tribe leader from afar. His gaze fell on Qin Shao, who was standing beside the Lin tribe leader. His cold and somewhat playful voice rang out. Lin tribe leader, I reckon that I can let the Lin tribe off, but you have to hand this person over. This king's purpose for this trip is to take this person's life. As for the others who are not involved, hurry up and stay away, lest you get implicated. What? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as the Wolf King's voice fell, everyone from the Lin tribe looked at Qin Shao. Obviously, the person the Wolf King was talking about was Qin Shao. The Lin tribe leader and the others frowned deeply. They glanced at Qin Shao, but there were still many doubts in their hearts. If the Wolf King only wanted to deal with Qin Shao, why did he need to arrange such a huge formation? If he only wanted the person, the Wolf King, could have just brought a few people and directly went to the Lin tribe. Arranging such a huge formation just to force the Lin tribe to hand over Qin Shao, wasn't this a little too unreasonable? The Lin tribe leader was very clear about the Wolf King's character. It was impossible for him to do this. This cunning old fox had always done things with a sense of propriety and was very accurate in grasping the situation. Qin Shao frowned deeply. He naturally knew that the giant wolf tribe hated him, so it wasn't strange. It was normal for the giant wolf tribe to want to kill him. It was also normal for the giant wolf tribe to go to the Lin tribe to find him. However, the only strange thing was, did Wolf King need to use such a large force just to deal with him? Just to deal with him alone. They had set up such a huge formation. If this were to spread out, wouldn't it become a huge joke? How could Wolf King establish himself in the Daki mountain range in the future? What dignity was there left to talk about? Wolf King, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. Do you think I'll believe you when you put on such a big show of force just to force us to hand over one person instead of destroying the Lin tribe? Do you think others will believe you? Clan leader Lin said coldly. Ha ha ha. Wolf King laughed wantonly and let out a long howl. It's up to you to believe it or not. This king has already spoken. Now it's up to you all to decide what to do. If you obediently hand over your people now, the Lin tribe will be safe. If you don't hand over your people now, all I have to do is wave my troops, and the Lin tribe will immediately be covered in blood and corpses. You'll be destroyed. If this king wanted to destroy the Lin tribe, would he need to waste his breath on you? Do you have the confidence to stop my army with your bare hands? Do you think the Lin tribe can stop my army with just this little bit of power? The people of the Lin tribe also began to discuss among themselves. In theory, Wolf King wouldn't lie. Besides, there was really no need for him to do so. Given the current formation of the three tribes, it really wasn't difficult to destroy the Lin tribe. At most, they would just have to pay a price. Didn't Qin Shao just help the Lin tribe defeat the giant wolf tribe once? At most, he helped Lin Li defeat the young talent of the giant wolf tribe, Zhu Lang. Just because of this, he has to bear a grudge against Qin Shao and want to kill him? Even if that's the case, it shouldn't be like this. Why don't we hand over Qin Shao? He's not a member of our tribe anyway. We can't hand him over. How can a Lin tribe be so ungrateful? Qin Shao is our benefactor and our hero. How can we hand him over? But we can't let the entire Lin tribe die with him just because of an outsider, right? It's fine if we die, but what about our relatives and tribesmen? Are we going to let them die with him? That's true. We're not afraid of death, but the Lin tribe can't be destroyed just because of an outsider, right? Even if the Lin tribe is indebted to him, we can't do anything about it. I believe he'll understand. I agree too. Hand over Qin Shao. We can only let him down in this matter. No, I'll be the first to object if you hand over Qin Shao. Then are we just going to watch the entire Lin tribe die? Two voices appeared in the Lin tribe. There were also many people who remained silent and didn't speak. However, these two voices continued to argue, each with their own arguments. One stood on the side of righteousness, while the other stood on the side of the tribe's survival. However, both considerations weren't wrong. It was just a matter of how one understood and chose. Life was often like this. There were many trade-offs. Everyone, calm down. Don't be affected by Wolf King's emotions. We all know Wolf King. He's crafty and cunning. He's a 1,000-year-old fox. No one can believe his words. Moreover, even if that's the case, we definitely can't hand over Brother Qin Shao. He's a great benefactor to the Lin tribe. He's our benefactor. The Lin tribe has always been righteous. How can we do something worse than beasts? Wolf King has wild ambitions. This time, he definitely won't let the Lin tribe off so easily. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to ally with the Flame Axe tribe and the Mo Liang tribe. This battle is inevitable. Everyone, calm down. Lin Li's voice rang out. Many people agreed with Lin Li's words, but there were also some who didn't. Since Wolf King said it himself, it can't be false. No matter what, he wouldn't go back on his words, right? I think we can believe him. If we don't have any other choice. Yes, I think we can believe him too. We have no other choice. Brother Lin Li, let's hand over Qin Shao. Lin Li's face completely darkened. He said with some anger, no, we definitely can't hand over Brother Qin Shao. Definitely not. Even if I die, I definitely won't allow such a thing to happen. Lin Li's loud and clear voice rang out. Everyone calm down. Don't fall for Wolf King's trick of sowing discord. He's trying to break our morale. No matter what, we can't hand over Qin Shao. If he wants to fight, then let's fight. We've been bullied to our doorstep. The only thing we can do is fight. We have no other choice. Don't have any delusions. Yes, Brother Lin He is right. We can't fall for Wolf King's trick. Don't fall for their tricks. Then what should we do? Are we really going to fight? Let's fight. What's there to be afraid of? At most, we'll die. Do we have any other choice? Why is today's situation happening? Isn't it because our Lin tribe isn't strong enough? We can't blame others. If we're weak, we'll be bullied. Our Lin tribe has had enough of being cowardly all these years. In this battle, let's kill. Let's kill with all our might. Yes, none of our Lin tribe's men are afraid of death. We dare to shed our blood and throw our heads down. Although there were some voices of opposition, there were more voices of war. Chief Lin also said, my Lin tribe's men, we are a tribe that values friendship and righteousness. We are a tribe of justice. We all have a sense of righteousness in our hearts. We know how to repay kindness. We know how to sacrifice ourselves for others. We know how to protect our homeland. The enemy's butcher's knife is already at our necks. Are we still going to retreat? Is there any room to hide? Qin Shao is our Lin tribe's benefactor. How can we treat our benefactor like this? Fight, my children. I'm with you. Everyone in the Lin tribe is with you. If we live together. If we die together. We, the Lin tribe, will never lower our heads. We will fight to the last soldier. Fight, 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 fight. Loud and clear voices resounded through the 9 heavens. Their voices shook the earth. Their fighting spirit soared to the heavens. The men of the Lin tribe's fighting spirit was completely aroused. Under their anger, they were completely ignited. It was as if they wanted to burn the 9 heavens. This was a battle to protect their homeland. This was a battle to protect their loved ones. This was a battle for justice. This was a battle to protect their dignity. This was a battle where they were forced into a dead end. This was a battle where they had no other choice. Only a battle like this could completely arouse the anger in people's hearts. Only then could people's fighting spirit soar to the heavens and their strength reach its peak. Morale was very important. In a battle between two armies, morale was the key. The morale of the Lin tribe was naturally high. The men of the Lin tribe were also very hot-blooded. Kill, kill, kill. The allied forces of the 3 tribes were not to be outdone. They let out loud and clear shouts of murderous intent in unison. The howls of the giant wolves continued. Their voices resounded through the 9 heavens and shook the 9 hells. In terms of momentum, the allied forces of the 3 tribes were naturally not weak. In fact, they were even stronger, especially the giant wolf tribe. Every one of them revealed their ferocity and ferocity. They were like wild beasts that were about to eat humans. They bare their fangs. Clan leader Lin, are you really not willing to hand him over? The Wolf King's smile was very sinister and playful. Obviously, he did not take the Lin tribe seriously at all. To him, the Lin tribe was just a slightly stronger ant. He could trample them to death if he wanted to. Wolf King was now in high spirits. After absorbing the immortal stone, his strength had skyrocketed. He had broken through several small realms in succession. Now, he had reached the peak of the sword contemplation realm. His strength had increased by more than 10 times compared to before. With great strength, he was naturally even more domineering and sharp. Chief Lin's face was filled with determination. He looked coldly at Wolf King and said, I have already said that we will definitely not hand him over. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Even if the Lin tribe is going to be wiped out today, we will definitely bite off a few pieces of your flesh before we die. It is absolutely impossible for us not to pay a price. The atmosphere became more and more tense. The smell of gunpowder became more and more intense. Swords were drawn and bows were bent. A great battle was about to break out. The people on both sides were ready for battle. They were all full of energy. They were only waiting for the horn to sound to attack. The smell of blood had already spread. This was the smell of death. Crack! The sound of solid footsteps was heard. But at this moment, it was as loud as thunder. Chapter 903. Brother Qin Shao, you can't do that. Lin Li panicked and grabbed Qin Shao. However, he felt that Qin Zhao's arm was as hard as steel. He felt as if he had grabbed on a steel and was pushed away by an invisible force. He was a sword practitioner at the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm. He could easily crush a hard rock with his hand. The Lin tribe leader was also anxious. With a solemn expression, he said, Fellow Qin Shao, don't go out. We'll just fight them to the death. It's no big deal. I know Wolf King's character very well. Even if the Lin tribe avoids a disaster today, the Lin tribe will not be able to escape another disaster in the future. Since Wolf King has already made such a move, it's obvious that he won't let go of this opportunity. He will definitely take this opportunity to destroy the Lin tribe. With the Flame Axe tribe and the Desert tribe as cannon fodder, the Giant Wolf tribe won't have to sacrifice much. Since we can't avoid it, we might as well fight it out now. That's right, Qin Shao. Don't do anything stupid. If you rush out now, you'll only fall into the Wolf King's trap. Wolf King is extremely cunning and scheming. You can't trust his words. Why don't we fight it out with him now? We'll still be able to kill enough, Lin He said. However, Qin Shao shook his head resolutely. Tribe leader Lin Li, Lin He, I appreciate your good intentions. However, now is not the time to be impulsive. I know very well what I'm doing. A mere Wolf King wants to take my life? Then I, Qin Shao, have lived for so many years in vain. Don't worry. Since this matter is directed at me, let me deal with it. The blood of the Lin tribe shouldn't be spilled in vain. In this world, we still have to use our fists to speak. After saying that, Qin Shao jumped down from a gatehouse and walked towards the allied forces of the 3 tribes with firm steps. He was not stopped by Patriarch Lin at all. However, these words, which were full of seniority, soul-stirring, and incomparably domineering, shocked Clan leader Lin and the others speechless for a moment. Clan leader Lin and Lin Li were slightly shocked. They had always guessed that Qin Shao was at the Sword Spirit Realm. If he really was at the Sword Spirit Realm, then there was no need to worry about the Wolf King and his allied army. In the face of absolute power, everything was meaningless. What's the point of having more people? An existence at the Sword Spirit Realm was sufficient to sweep through an entire army as if it was unstoppable. Thinking of this, Patriarch Lin did not continue to say anything. Instead, he allowed Qin Shao to walk over there. Without the orders of the chief, the other members of the Lin tribe naturally did not stop him. Qin Shao walked towards the allied forces of the three tribes step by step. Crack, crack, crack. Kill, kill, kill. The allied forces of the three tribes took 2 steps forward in unison and shouted in unison. It was as if they wanted to tear the sky apart and shake the earth as if there was an earthquake. Under such an imposing manner, most people would be scared out of their wits. However, this did not affect Qin Shao at all. Qin Zhao's footsteps were still incomparably firm as he walked towards them step by step. On the side of the Lin tribe, everyone became nervous. Their hearts were in their throats as they stared fixedly at Qin Shao. Wolf King, Patriarch Yin Fu, and Patriarch Mo Liang could not help but stand up. Wolf King's eyes were incomparably gloomy as he stared fixedly at Qin Shao. A wave of ruthlessness surged out of him. Patriarch Yin Fu and Patriarch Mo Liang were forced by Wolf King to come this time. In fact, there were many things in their hearts that they were unwilling to accept, but they could only endure it. Wolf King, who exactly is this person? His aura is so strong. I feel that his strength should not be weak. Patriarch Yin Fu could not help but ask. If a tribal war broke out, his Yin Fu tribe would obviously suffer heavy losses. This kind of loss was enough to make his heart ache. It was enough to make him unwilling to see it. However, under Wolf King's coercion, he did not dare to resist. He could only be angry but not dare to say anything. The Wolf King coldly glanced at the Patriarch and said, "You don't need to know that. All you need to know is that no matter what, we must kill this brat today, no matter what the cost. Otherwise, not only you, but even I will be finished. At a time like this, don't hesitate anymore. Patriarch Yin Fu, since you want to know who this boy is, then your Yin Fu tribe will be the vanguard." The muscles on Patriarch Yin Fu's face twisted. He wanted nothing more than to ruthlessly slap himself. Being the vanguard was obviously not a good thing. However, now that Wolf King had given the order, he did not dare to disobey. Patriarch Yin Fu's expression was ugly. He gritted his teeth and helplessly waved his hand to give the order to attack. Rumble. As soon as the order to attack was given, the 30,000-strong army of the Yin Fu tribe moved in unison. Sword Qi wantonly shook the 9 heavens. The deafening sound shook the earth, causing the entire mountain range to shake. Tens of thousands of sword Qi shot out at the same time. What kind of scene was this? The archers pulled their arrows to a full moon. The tips of the arrows pointed towards the sky, aiming at Qin Zhao's position. Kill! The vanguard general gave the order. Tens of thousands of arrows shot out at the same time. The sound of the arrows piercing through the void rang out like a waterfall, whistling through the 9 heavens. The void seemed to have been pierced into a sieve in an instant. Holes were pierced through it. The sky was filled with arrows. They were densely packed and covered the sky, completely covering the void. There was no way to avoid them. Moreover, each of these arrows was extremely powerful and frightening. They were full of power and contained a great deal of power within them. The tip of each arrow flashed with a chilling light that made people's hearts palpitate. Wave after wave of arrows rained down. The number of arrows soon exceeded 100,000. It was really frightening. However, Qin Zhao's expression did not change as he stood amidst the storm. His face was calm and incomparably at ease. His steps were still not affected at all. It was as if he completely ignored the danger of the arrow rain. He had such courage, the bearing of a hero, the ferocity of a warrior, and the beauty of a matchless warrior. He was like a god of war, making people admire him and respect him. The people of the tribe all advocated strength, worshipped heroes, and respected warriors. At this time, Qin Zhao's heroic bearing was really shocking. It made the men of the Lin tribe feel stormy waves in their hearts. Even those who had proposed to hand Qin Shao over could not help but feel a trace of shame in their hearts. A hero deserved their respect. Many people had closed their eyes. They did not want to watch anymore. The next scene would be a bloody one. The hero was about to die. Seeing that those arrows were about to shoot to Qin Shao, many people were so nervous that they were suffocating. Some people even could not help but shout, "Be careful! However, at this time, Qin Shao finally moved. The sword in his hand slashed in the air. Suddenly, thousands of sword chi surged out and formed many solid swords. These solid swords were like falling leaves. They scattered in front of Qin Shao and soon formed a huge shield. It was like a peacock spreading its tail, forming a protective umbrella. At the same time, those arrows arrived as expected. They hit Qin Zhao's sword, making a sound of metal clashing. Clang, 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 clang. Those arrows could not penetrate Qin Zhao's sword formation. They fell to the ground one by one. Wave after wave of arrows came, but there was no way to hurt Qin Shao. Qin Shao hit the sword formation and moved forward quickly. Seeing Qin Zhao's method, the people of the Lin tribe were shocked. What a powerful method! Those with good eyesight recognized that the method Qin Shao used was the sword formation martial technique of the Lin tribe. However, it had obviously been improved. Its power was more than 10 times stronger. Such a sword formation was really invulnerable. The patriarch of the Flame Axe tribe looked even worse. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Qin Shao was very powerful. This was not good news for him. The warriors of his tribe would definitely die a lot. As expected, Qin Shao killed his way to the army. It was a massacre. When the sword chi moved, tens of thousands of swords moved together. One attack could kill hundreds of sword cultivators. How could these sword cultivators of the sword disciple realm stop Qin Shao? Anyone who got close to it would only end up dead. Qin Shao directly killed his way into the army, ignoring the siege of the crowd. The power of the sword fell on Qin Zhao's body, but there was no way to hurt or affect him at all. Qin Zhao's body was at the divine realm. In terms of body alone, even if Qin Shao stood there and let these people attack him, no one could hurt him. With this advantage, coupled with the strength of Qin Zhao's swordsmanship at this time, it was natural for him to kill everyone. In just a few breaths, the Flame Axe tribe had lost more than 1,000 people. No matter if it was the beginning, middle, or late stage of the Sword Disciple realm, or even the peak or the limit, they could not stop Qin Shao. They were all like ants. There was no difference at all. There was no resistance at all. It was a massacre. Such a strong and domineering move, and such an irresistible force, made the people of the Lin tribe feel a rush of blood and respect. Lin Li and Patriarch Lin also looked at each other for a while. Although they had a lot of doubts before, they did not expect Qin Shao to be so strong. However, for the time being, Qin Zhao's strength was only at the Sword Disciple realm, and not at the Sword Spirit realm. Therefore, the two of them could not help but be a little uncertain. Was Qin Shao in existence at the Sword Spirit realm? If he was really in existence at the Sword Spirit realm, then today's situation should be easily resolved. However, if Qin Shao was really in existence at the Sword Spirit realm, then he only needed to show his strength, and it would be enough to shock the 3 tribes, right? Did he need to attack again? He could easily take the head of the Wolf King in the army. Did he need to do all this? Could it be that he was injured and could not display the strength of the Sword Spirit realm? Is he immortal? How can his body be so strong? I can't hurt him at all. Could it be that he has a protective magic treasure on him? The Flame Axe tribe leader's eyes were gloomy, and his heart was full of shock. Chapter 904. Battle Songs, Hot-Bloodedness, Sacrifice, Bugle Call. The light of the sword chi was like a celestial light that filled the entire sky. Rivers of blood and fields of corpses were not uncommon in every world. When a war breaks out, it must be dyed red with blood. Sometimes, life was really very fragile. It was as weak as an ant. At this time, Qin Shao was like a ruthless god of death. Fresh lives died in his hands and turned into dust. Qin Shao did not like to kill, but he had no choice but to kill. A bloody path was under his feet, allowing him to approach the war chariot step by step. The men of the giant wolf tribe and the desert tribe saw the massacre, and their morale was greatly reduced. They looked at Qin Shao in a completely different way. He was simply a god of death. They were not afraid of dying on the battlefield, but in this kind of battle where the strength was not equal, how sad would it be to die like ants? Wolf King, if this goes on, do you want the Flame Axe tribe to be exterminated? The chief of the Flame Axe tribe was completely anxious. How could he not be anxious in such a situation? The death of each of his tribesmen was like a knife, causing him heartache. If this went on, all the warriors of the Flame Axe tribe would become cannon fodder and die here. Then, the Flame Axe tribe would be eliminated from the Daki mountain range. As the chief, he was responsible for the whole tribe and the 1,000-year inheritance of the tribe. Wolf King's expression was gloomy and cold, unusually cold. His eyes flashed with a dim light, which was particularly deep. Wolf King did not answer the chief of the Flame Axe tribe. In a rage, the chief jumped off the war chariot and attacked Qin Shao. Warriors of the Flame Axe tribe, get into formation and meet the enemy. The chief of the Flame Axe tribe shouted. His life sword whistled out, carrying a ball of flame and blooming with a scorching light as it attacked Qin Shao. After all, the chief of the Flame Axe tribe was a sword practitioner at the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm. With Patriarch Yin Fu presiding over the overall situation and the bugle call, the battle formation naturally improved a lot. It was no longer as disorderly as before. The warriors of the Flame Axe tribe quickly formed a sword formation and cooperated with the Flame Axe tribe's chief. Their mighty power surged towards Qin Shao. The Flame Axe tribe patriarch held Imo's long sword in his hand, his eyes scarlet red with hatred. You killed thousands of my Flame Axe tribe's warriors. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. I want you dead. I want you dead. The Flame Axe patriarch was so angry that his face was contorted. The tens of thousands of warriors of the Flame Axe tribe all infused their sword chi into the Flame Axe tribe leader's body, causing his aura to skyrocket. He drew his sword and marched forward, suppressing the world. Even the warriors of the Lin tribe in the distance trembled in fear at this terrifying power. It was too terrifying. Endless rays of light came crashing down. The resplendent rays of light covered the sky, permeating the space and devouring everything. There was no way to see what was going on inside. The space was completely filled with sword chi. It was as if a tornado was blowing, whistling through the sky. The surging sword chi was like a huge tsunami. From afar, one could feel how terrifying this place was. It made one's heart tremble. Under the surging power of the sword chi, perhaps even a sword cultivator of the sword contemplation realm could only nurse a grievance, right? Tribe leader, will Qin Shao be all right? Lin was still very worried. He only guessed that Qin Shao might be a sword cultivator of the sword contemplation realm, but he didn't dare to think too much. At this moment, facing the fierce attacks of the Flame Axe tribe, he couldn't see any hope. Tribe leader Lin's brows were already knitted together. His expression was incomparably solemn. It was impossible to say that he wasn't worried at all. I don't know either. We can only resign ourselves to fate. I hope that Taoist Qin Shao is blessed by the heavens and will be fine. Otherwise, even if we die in battle here, we will die with regrets. This is a great calamity for the Lin tribe. It is a natural disaster that cannot be avoided. This is the way the world is. You can't complain about anything. There is no such thing as fairness. There is only absolute power. Power is everything. He gritted his teeth fiercely. With a face full of regret, he said, "Yes, power is everything. I only hate that I didn't cultivate hard in the past. Now that I don't have the power, I can't protect the Lin tribe. How hateful, how hateful." In this world, there was no medicine for regret. Often, people would only regret when they reached that point. But it was all too late. Time would always move forward, never backward. Perhaps it was possible to travel from one time to another, but the cycle of time continued to move forward. Time was the supreme law. Smoke and dust filled the air. Light overflowed in all directions. The turbulence was like a flood. Is he dead? He should be dead, right? The people of the Flame Axe tribe stared fixedly in that direction. They all hoped that Qin Shao would die. The Flame Axe tribe leader held his sword and stood in front. If it had been him, he would definitely have been smashed to pieces. He didn't believe that the brat could survive. But suddenly his eyes widened. His vision blurred. He only felt something like a shadow rushing toward him. In an instant, it was in front of him. Not good, danger. Patriarch Yin Fu reacted, but by the time he responded, it was already too late. A cold sword cut through the void and silently arrived in front of the Flame Axe Tribe leader. This sword directly pierced through the Flame Axe Tribe leader's forehead, cutting off his source of life and taking his life. His life force was rapidly draining away, and his consciousness was rapidly fading. The aura of death had already descended. This was the first time the Flame Axe Tribe leader felt death so clearly and so close. But this would also be the last time, because this was the true arrival of death. His eyes widened. He tried hard to say something, but he found that his lips were extremely heavy. He couldn't move. His body was already stiff, no longer under the control of his spiritual sense. It was as if his body was no longer his. His spiritual sense also became very weak and blurred. Everything in the world began to blur. The world began to collapse. I'm going to die. The Flame Axe Tribe leader understood his current situation. But everything could no longer be reversed. Nothing could be changed. Qin Xiao withdrew her sword. The Flame Axe Tribe leader's corpse fell to the ground with a loud crash. Blood splattered all over the ground and dyed the sky red. A mournful cry silenced the people of the Flame Axe Tribe. They all stood there in a daze, as if petrified. They stared blankly at the Flame Axe Tribe leader's corpse on the ground. This was their tribe leader. This was their backbone. This was their spiritual leader. This was their pillar of strength. But at this moment, he died in front of them. The tribe leader who was invincible in their hearts was killed just like that. He couldn't resist at all. He was killed with a single blow. It was clean and efficient. What kind of strength was needed to achieve this? Under the awe of this powerful strength, the warriors of the Flame Axe Tribe all fell into despair. Too strong, too strong. How could they fight when she was so strong? There was no way to fight anymore. If they continued to fight, the entire Flame Axe Tribe would die here. It would only lead the Flame Axe Tribe to destruction. Their 1,000 years of foundation would be destroyed in a day. How could this be? The Flame Axe Tribe leader is dead. He's actually dead. Tribe leader Mo Liang was also shocked. His expression turned ugly as he stared blankly at Wolf King. There was an indescribable bitterness in his heart. If not for Wolf King's coercion, he wouldn't have been willing to participate. A war between tribes was always very cruel. Although the Lin tribe wasn't very strong, it wouldn't be easy to destroy the entire Lin tribe. If they wanted to destroy the Lin tribe, they would have to pay a huge price. But Wolf King's coercion and Wolf King's threats and promises forced him to participate. But he didn't expect the Flame Axe Tribe to be defeated before the war between the tribes even started. The Flame Axe Tribe leader was actually killed. How could they fight? The morale of the army was instantly shattered. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Wolf King looked at tribe leader Mo Liang coldly. Indeed, tribe leader Mo Liang was afraid. He didn't want to end up like the Flame Axe Tribe leader. He didn't want his Mo Liang tribe to follow in the footsteps of the Flame Axe Tribe. Thus, tribe leader Mo Liang gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He said to Wolf King, "Wolf King, I won't participate in this matter. If Wolf King wants to blame me, after Wolf King succeeds, I will definitely go and apologize. I hope Wolf King can forgive me for today's matter. I don't want my tribe members to sacrifice their lives for my selfish reasons. My Mo Liang tribe and the Lin tribe don't have any grudges. We have no reason to invade the Lin tribe. Let's end today's matter here. My Mo Liang tribe won't accompany you. Goodbye." After saying this, tribe leader Mo Liang jumped off the war chariot and quickly rushed towards his Mo Liang tribe's camp. Wolf King's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. However, in the end, he suppressed it and didn't attack tribe leader Mo Liang. He only coldly scolded, "Useless thing, cowardly rat. This king only wanted to use you as cannon fodder when I brought you here. Then, we can complete this mission without wasting a single soldier." Since the situation has developed to this point, it seems like today's matter won't be so easy to resolve. It won't be so simple. Tribe leader Mo Liang, you won't live for much longer. I'll let you jump around first. On Qin Zhao's side, after killing Flame Axe tribe leader, he coldly looked at Wolf King and frowned. This matter is very strange. Wolf King, what are you trying to do? Forget it. Let me catch you first, and then I'll interrogate you properly. Qin Zhao's gaze turned towards the Flame Axe tribe members. At this moment, the Flame Axe tribe members were still in shock and hadn't recovered from their shock. Qin Zhao didn't wait for them to recover. His loud and clear voice rang in their minds like a wake-up call. Your tribe leader only has himself to blame. He colluded with Wolf King and helped the evildoer. He committed the crime of invading our tribe and deserved to die. If your Flame Axe tribe doesn't want to be exterminated, you should quickly retreat like the Mo Liang tribe. Chapter 905. At this moment, Qin Zhao was like a peerless god of death. The sword in his hand was still dripping with blood. The crimson blood seemed to dye the sky red. It wanted to turn this place into a purgatory of the 9 underworlds. It wanted all living beings to die under his sword. His cold eyes caused people to feel fear, and they did not dare to resist. Tribe leader Yin Fu was already dead. More than 3,000 warriors of the Yin Fu tribe had been sacrificed. If they continued to fight, they might really lose the entire Yin Fu tribe. Under such an imposing aura, the warriors of the Yin Fu tribe were all frightened and did not dare to continue fighting. Once their morale was low, they were naturally defeated. They gave up the anger and hatred in their hearts and chose to retreat and leave. The warriors of the Yin Fu tribe took the corpses of their tribesmen and their tribe leader and left. It was desolate and deserted. The desert tribe and the Yin Fu tribe left one after the other, leaving behind a mountain full of blood. The air turned a light red and filled with the thick smell of blood. The warriors of the giant wolf tribe were all filled with rage. They were bloodthirsty and warlike. Their eyes were all red, especially those giant wolves. They bared their ferocious fangs and roared. Gulp! Tribe leader Yin Fu died, just like that. The Yin Fu tribe was defeated by Qin Zhao alone. This is too scary. Ha ha ha, it's amazing. It's really amazing. Who exactly is Qin Zhao? He's so powerful and scary. It seems that the Lin tribe is not destined to die. Lin Li and tribe leader Lin looked at each other. Their hearts were also filled with shock. They really did not expect such a situation. The allied forces of the 3 tribes had been defeated so quickly. The desert tribe was so scared that they retreated without fighting. The Yin Fu tribe was even more miserable and fled. Now, only the giant wolf tribe was left. Although the strength of the giant wolf tribe was indeed the strongest and most terrifying, with such a powerful Qin Zhao and clan leader Lin and Lin Li, who were both in the sword contemplation realm, it was enough to put up a good fight. There was nothing to be afraid of. The morale of the Lin tribe was reignited. Originally, he thought that he was doomed, but he didn't expect to see a turning point. Qin Zhao held his blood sword and walked towards the battle force. The momentum of the giant wolf tribe's army didn't decrease at all. Their battle intent soared to the sky as they marched forward. The army advanced with their swords in hand. Sword chi surged and formed a sword chi barrier in front of the army. The giant wolf howled, its fury overflowing into the heavens. Qin Zhao stood in front of the giant wolf tribe's army. His small and skinny body was like a stabilizing needle in the face of such a violent storm. He was not affected in the slightest and was as steady as a mountain. Qin Zhao's gaze swept across the army and landed on the Wolf King. He said coldly, "Wolf King, are you also going to send your tribesmen to their deaths? Do you think your tribesmen can stop me?" Boy, your tone is very arrogant." Wolf King slapped his throne and leaped. Wrapped in sword chi, he actually flew over a distance of 1,000 meters. He passed through the entire army and landed in front of Qin Zhao. A powerful aura surged out from Wolf King's body. The terrifying sword chi whistled, causing people's hearts to palpitate from afar. How is this possible? When did Wolf King become so strong? Clan leader Lin took a look and was instantly shocked. His face was full of disbelief. Even if Wolf King's strength had made a breakthrough, he should have at most broken through to the intermediate stage of the sword contemplation realm. But the strength that Wolf King displayed now should be at least at the peak of the sword contemplation realm. That powerful sword chi shook clan leader Lin, who was in the distance, and made him feel a sense of extreme danger. Linley was also puzzled. He said, "That's right, clan leader. When did Wolf King become so strong? That's impossible. Hasn't Wolf King always been at the intermediate stage of the sword contemplation realm? Even with the help of his giant Wolf King, his strength is at most equivalent to the intermediate stage of the sword contemplation realm. But the sword chi that he displayed now should be at least at the peak of the sword contemplation realm. And it's just him alone. How did he become so strong?" Such a matter was indeed hard to believe. Even if there was a breakthrough in strength, it was very difficult to break through a small level. Wolf King had also stepped into the sword contemplation realm long ago, but he had been stuck at the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm for dozens of years. Although it was only a small level, it was definitely not an easy thing to break through. Therefore, this situation was really too strange. Clan leader Lin and Lin Li really could not figure out what was going on. They only felt that it was impossible, completely impossible. But the ironclad facts in front of them proved that this was true. There was no room for falsehood. "Clan leader, why do I feel that this matter is very unusual? I keep feeling that there is some unknown secret hidden," Lin Li said solemnly. Clan leader Lin's eyes were deep. After a long silence, he said, "Yes, it is indeed unusual. Unless Wolf King really has heaven-defying luck and obtains some rare treasure, it is impossible for his realm to rise to such a level without a sound. This in itself is very unusual. Moreover, this old fox's actions today also show that he is unusual. There's a sense of strangeness everywhere. And this whole matter feels like it has something to do with Qin Shao. Perhaps there really was some big secret behind this. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, it will depend on the fate of the Lin tribe. If Qin Shao can defeat his opponent this time, the Lin tribe will also benefit immensely. His good karma alone is enough for us to enjoy for life. If anything happens to Qin Shao, I'm afraid the Lin tribe will be destroyed in an instant. There will be no room for negotiation. Not to mention the world of swordsmen, just in the territory of Mount Hua Fairy Gate, the Lin tribe is as weak as an ant. Anyone who is slightly stronger can easily crush us to death. Qin Zhao's background may be far beyond our imagination. To be able to form good karma with such a big shot is a blessing and a curse. Behind the desire to obtain an opportunity, there's also an endless amount of cruelty. This is the way of the world. Lin Li nodded solemnly. Of course, he was aware of these principles. It was indeed so. Therefore, the heart of a powerhouse had already risen in his heart. The desire to become stronger in his heart was growing stronger and stronger. Only those who had seen through the vicissitudes of life would know the pain of the world. When Qin Shao saw Wolf King's sword chi, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He was puzzled. According to what Lin Li told me, Wolf King should only be a sword cultivator at the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm, right? Since he broke through with a strong foundation, he should be at the intermediate stage of the sword contemplation realm. But the sword chi that Wolf King is displaying now should be at the pinnacle of the sword contemplation realm. From the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm to the pinnacle of the sword contemplation realm, a total of 4 small realms. No matter how strong Wolf King's foundation is, it is absolutely impossible. Unless he was lucky enough to obtain a heavenly treasure or an exotic treasure, only then would it be possible. But this kind of lucky thing can't be so coincidental. Besides, if this is really the case, then why would Wolf King go through so much trouble and so much fanfare? Will allying with the Flame Axe tribe and the Desert tribe only force me? Impossible. This matter is full of strangeness. It's definitely not simple. It's too unusual. But who is targeting me behind all this? Qin Shao only felt that there was an invisible giant hand reaching for him from behind. This matter really puzzled him. From the explosion of the nebulous celestial body to his inexplicable arrival in this world of sword cultivators, there was a sense of strangeness in all of this. Qin Shao still couldn't figure out the reason why. This time, Wolf King's actions were also strange. Could these two things be linked together? But this didn't make sense. The nebulous celestial body was clearly just a celestial body. It was clearly just a dead object. How could someone control that celestial body? Strange, too strange. Qin Shao really couldn't understand it all. He couldn't figure out the reason why. This matter could only be slowly interrogated after capturing Wolf King. Wolf King's sword aura filled the sky. He looked down at Qin Shao with disdain. His face was gloomy, cold, and filled with contempt. His sword aura filled the sky. A whoa, roar, a giant wolf the size of a calf jumped out from nowhere and stood beside Wolf King. It ferociously roared at Qin Shao, as if showing off its strength. This giant wolf's body was abnormally strong and tall. Its appearance was also very ferocious and frightening. With one look, one could tell that its strength was extraordinary. This was Wolfhead. It was said that it was equivalent to a sword cultivator at the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm. This was Wolf King's mount, and was only loyal to Wolf King. Qin Shao coldly glanced at Wolfhead. Although his cold gaze didn't have much power, it made Wolfhead appear timid and involuntarily took a step back. Seeing Wolfhead's reaction, Wolf King clearly wasn't happy. He glared at Wolfhead, causing Wolfhead to lower its head in shame. Wolf King's gaze landed on Qin Shao's body. He lightly said, "Based on the strength you just displayed, you're only at the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm. Do you think that you can stop me by relying on some high-tech defensive techniques and some grade 3 sword techniques? Humph. Since you've met this king, only death awaits you today. Little brat, obediently accept your death. This king might even leave you with an intact corpse." Qin Shao pointed his sword forward and said mockingly, "Wolf King's illustrious reputation. Don't tell me that it's all because of your glib tongue? Wolf King, in order to deal with me, a mere initial stage sword contemplation realm brat, you actually mobilized such a large force. You actually joined forces with the Flame Axe tribe and the Desert tribe. 100,000 troops advanced just to deal with a weakling like me. Then Wolf King, you're really capable. You're really amazing. A great hero with guts like a rat." Chapter 906. You're courting death. Wolf King roared. A huge wolf shot out from his body and transformed into the shape of a sword. With a huge wolf as a sword, it carried the momentum of a tiger's roar. The sword energy swept away the clouds and shook the universe. The huge wolf sword, which was hundreds of feet long, filled the area with sword energy in an instant. It turned the area into a sword energy domain, an ocean of sword energy. Strong winds blew, overturning the rivers and seas. It was terrifying. The warriors of the Lin tribe all had looks of horror on their faces. They were always worried that those stormy waves of sword chi would affect them. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the horror of the sword energy. If they came into contact with it, they would definitely die. The limit of the sword contemplation realm was indeed incomparably powerful. It was terrifyingly powerful. Roar, roar, roar. Wolf King's mount Wolfhead also moved. When Wolf King attacked, Wolfhead also moved. Wolfhead's strength was its speed. With its amazing speed, it turned into a stream of light and pounced on Qin Shao. The man and wolf cooperated with each other very well. It could be said that they were invulnerable. The huge wolf sword was Wolf Fi's natal sword, coupled with a set of extremely powerful and domineering third-grade sword technique, Wolf Sword Pros, and his current limit of the sword contemplation realm. The power of the sword naturally reached an extremely terrifying level. It had the power to devour the heavens and destroy the earth. Even Lin Li and the Lin tribe leader, who were in the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm, were completely stunned by this scene. Too powerful, really too powerful. In front of this power, they really did not have the slightest ability to resist. They would die if they touched it. In front of a master of such a realm, they felt that they were very small. Seeing such great power filled their hearts with the desire to become stronger. It aroused the endless desire in their hearts and made their blood boil. Especially Lin Li, the obsession in his heart to become stronger became even stronger. What a domineering sword energy. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown after receiving the ferocious attacks from the Wolf King and Wolf Head. At this time, Qin Shao was only at the limit of the sword disciple realm. After all, he had only really practiced for one night, and during that time, he had been improving the Fallen Leaf sword. However, the moment Wolf King made his move, he unleashed the full power of the peak of the sword contemplation realm. The might of his attack was truly terrifying. Moreover, the Wolf Head was also at the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm. The two of them complemented each other perfectly. Naturally, it was extremely terrifying. Even an ordinary peak sword warden would not be able to withstand the combined might of this man and beast. Wolf King also regarded Qin Shao as an existence at the limit of the sword contemplation realm, so he naturally didn't dare to hold back. He went all out to kill Qin Shao, not giving Qin Shao any chance. However, what he didn't expect was that Qin Zhao's realm was not at the limit of the sword contemplation realm at all. Qin Zhao's swordsmanship was strong, and he had also cultivated all the third-grade sword techniques of the Lin tribe. However, his realm was indeed a little weak after all. It was not a problem for Qin Shao to kill an enemy one level higher than him, such as when he killed Patriarch Yin Fu. However, Wolf King was naturally far from comparable to Patriarch Yin Fu. Therefore, it was naturally difficult for Qin Shao to kill Wolf King with his strength. However, Qin Shao was also invincible with his body. Wolf King naturally had no way to hurt him. Boom! In this turbulent sword chi, Qin Zhao's body was beaten back again and again. Waves of sword chi bombarded Qin Zhao's body, as if they wanted to cut Qin Shao into pieces. As soon as the battle began, the situation was completely under Wolf King's control. At first, the people of the Lin tribe thought that Qin Shao was also extremely powerful. After all, the shock of killing Patriarch Yin Fu in one move had still not faded. They all thought that the Lin tribe had met a great benefactor this time. However, what they didn't expect was that Qin Shao was actually suppressed by Wolf King. At this time, he didn't even have the slightest chance to fight back. It formed a huge contrast with the shock just now. Naturally, everyone was stunned. Patriarch, what's going on? Lin was also shocked. He also thought that Qin Shao could fight with Wolf King. However, he didn't expect the situation to be like this. He was completely suppressed and had no chance to fight back. How could this be? This didn't make sense. Patriarch Lin was also puzzled. He really didn't know what was going on. Logically speaking, Qin Zhao's strength should be very strong. Even if he wasn't in the sword spirit realm, he should at least be at the peak of the sword waiting realm. Otherwise, how could he improve the Fallen Leaves sword so easily? Such a situation was indeed very strange. Lin Li was also puzzled. He also thought that Qin Shao should be very strong. However, the strength displayed in front of him didn't seem to be the case. When Wolf King saw Qin Zhao's embarrassed appearance, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha boy, you're just SOSO. Humph, I really thought you were very strong. I think you were just bluffing. How dare you be so arrogant in front of this king with such strength? I really thought you were an expert at the peak of the sword waiting realm. I didn't expect you to only be at the peak of the sword apprentice realm. You're just relying on a defensive treasure. Let's see how long you can last. After knowing Qin Zhao's realm, Wolf King naturally felt that he could control Qin Shao well. He was very arrogant. Qin Shao frowned slightly and didn't reply. Although he was being suppressed at this time and didn't have much room to fight back, Wolf King couldn't hurt him with just his body. He took this opportunity to verify the Tao of sword cultivation in his heart and raise his own level. Qin Shao had too little time to cultivate. He needed more time to verify his higher realm. At this time, The fight with Wolf King was obviously a good opportunity for Qin Shao to understand. This was a good thing for him. There was no way for others to understand this kind of thing. However, this was indeed the case for Qin Shao. Chief, will Qin Shao be okay? It's really worrying. Lin He couldn't help but ask again. Lin Li clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth fiercely. His eyes were cold and red. Brother Qin Shao, if anything happens to you, I will fight Wolf King to the death. If anything happens to you, I'm afraid the Lin tribe won't be able to survive. Today's battle is a battle of life and death. I'm not afraid of death, but thinking of his parents, his grandfather, and Shuang Lin Li felt an indescribable anger and pain. However, he had no choice. He was already forced into a desperate situation. Wolf King's attacks became more and more frantic. He wanted to kill Qin Shao quickly. However, Qin Shao was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't kill him. Such a situation really made Wolf King unhappy. He really didn't know what powerful defensive treasure Lin Li had. It was really strange that he couldn't hurt Lin Li. Let's see how long you can last. I don't believe it. Let's see what treasure can protect you. Wolf King was even more ruthless in his heart. The sword Qi was even more violent and terrifying. Qin Shao was even sent flying into the ground time and time again. He looked very miserable. More than 300 people were killed in such a battle. The situation was one-sided, but there was no way to end the battle. Such a battle could be considered the most unpleasant one for Wolf King. Kid, what kind of defensive treasure do you have on you? Wolf King asked again. Qin Shao sneered and said, won't you know if you kill me? Not only will you know, but it will also be yours. Unfortunately, you don't have the ability to kill me. You're about to die, and you still dare to speak arrogantly. You really don't know what you're talking about. Wolf King snorted coldly again. I really don't know where you, a kid at the limit of the Sword Disciple realm, get your confidence from. Who gave you the courage? Then you mean that you're at the limit of the Sword Disciple realm? Qin Shao said lightly. Wolf King laughed wildly and said, of course. This king is 5 levels higher than you. How can you fight with this king? The difference is like heaven and earth. There's no way you can surpass him. Is that so? Qin Shao sneered, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He said, is the Sword Disciple realm so great? Is the limit of the Sword Disciple realm very high? It's not high, but you won't be able to reach it in your lifetime. Wolf King asserted. Qin Shao sneered. Is that so? I won't be able to reach it in my lifetime? Wolf King, then open your eyes wide and watch carefully. See if I won't be able to reach it in my lifetime. Now, I'll break through and show you. With that, Qin Shao really broke through on the spot. Seeing that Qin Shao dared to break through at this time, Wolf King was slightly stunned. However, he did not attack again. Instead, he stopped and looked at Qin Shao playfully. He sneered and said, good. This king wants to see how you're going to break through. I've seen a lot of arrogant brats. The people of the Lin tribe widened their eyes, and all of them fell on Qin Shao. He could break through at this time? How could the Sword Disciple realm be broken through so easily? Especially under such circumstances, it was even more impossible to break through. The Lin tribe leader and Lin Li frowned again. They had many doubts in their hearts and did not know what Qin Shao was doing. They were also very worried. The situation in front of them was very unfavorable for Qin Shao. Boom! A sharp and terrifying sword Qi suddenly rushed out of Qin Zhao's body and went straight to the 9 heavens. It reflected and illuminated the world. The sword shook the 9 heavens, and the sword Qi reached the firmament. It communicated with the heaven and earth. Qin Zhao's sword Qi also suddenly improved and had a qualitative change. His entire person had obviously improved and leaped to a new level. Obviously, this was the sign of breaking through to the Sword Disciple realm. Such a scene made everyone stare with wide eyes and mouth open. They were dumbfounded and tongue-tied. He actually broke through on the spot. It was the Sword Disciple realm. He broke through so easily. It felt as simple as drinking water. Wasn't this too amazing? Chapter 907. He broke through just like that? Wasn't a little too simple? This was a breakthrough of a major realm, not a small one. A breakthrough of a major realm was a kind of leap, a kind of qualitative transformation. Logically speaking, to break through from the peak of the sword disciple realm to the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm required very careful preparation, a very good environment, and no disturbance. It required the person to be in harmony with the sword, and the sword to be in harmony with the heavens. All the conditions had to be met, and met before the breakthrough could be possible. But what about Qin Shao? He did not have all the conditions, and not only did he not have them, but he was also very bad. Yet, he managed to break through so easily under such circumstances. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, if it had not been for the strange phenomenon, if it had not been for the fact in front of him, Wolf King would not have dared to believe it. But the evidence was irrefutable. Qin Shao had indeed been at the peak of the sword disciple realm, and now he had broken through to the sword contemplation realm, completing a transformation. So what if you have broken through to the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm? You're just a mere sword contemplation realm. I can suppress you with a raise of my hand. This king is now at the peak of the sword contemplation realm. Do you think he will be afraid of you who is only at the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm? Since this was a fact that could not be changed, Wolf King could only choose to accept it. But Wolf King was still not afraid of anything, and still had the confidence to suppress Qin Shao. Cough, it can't be? Qin Shao was only at the peak of the sword disciple realm before. Linny's face was dumbfounded, and his expression was filled with disbelief. Such a matter was indeed very difficult for him to accept. How could a peak of the sword disciple realm be so strong? Not only did he fight against the 30,000-strong army of the Flame Axe tribe alone, but he also killed the tribe leader of the Flame Axe tribe with one blow. How heroic was that? Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he still could not believe it. Lin Li and the tribe leader also could not believe it for a moment. It was indeed a very strange matter. How could a sword disciple realm be so strong? How could a sword disciple realm improve a second-grade sword technique to a third-grade sword technique? It was inexplicable. There was no way to explain it. What was even more shocking was that Qin Zhao's breakthrough did not stop because of this, and he actually continued to break through. Above the clouds, a figure in green stood there. There was an indescribable handsomeness on his face. His handsomeness was somewhat alluring. He sat there, sipping his wine and looking down with interest. Everything below was under his eyes. However, no one could see him. Not even the wind, light, or space could touch him. He took a sip of wine and smiled lightly. Interesting. In such a short time, this kid actually started to cultivate the way of the sword. And it looks like he's doing quite well. With the restriction of the laws, how could he cultivate so quickly? Ha! You are indeed a genius from the primordial universe. Let's see how much potential you have. Looks like this first chess piece is useless. What should I do next to make it more fun? Let me think about it. I must think about this question carefully. Otherwise, it will be boring. I've been bored for countless years, so I've left a lot of seeds in the world of sword cultivators. When the time comes, I can put them to good use. No rush, no rush. This kid is still very weak. Too weak. I can play with him slowly and properly. Haha. Let's see how the other two are doing. Wolf King was still hesitating whether he should make a move now. If he took advantage of Qin Zhao's breakthrough now, it would be taking advantage of his precarious situation. Wolf King still had some pride in his heart. His realm completely crushed Qin Shao. If he took advantage of his precarious situation, he would indeed feel that it would be a disgrace to his reputation. He was still somewhat unconvinced. Qin Shao had already broken through to the sword contemplation realm. Could it be that he could continue to break through? If the breakthrough was just a small increase in realm, it would be barely acceptable. However, this kind of leap was really hard to accept, unless it was like him, who had obtained an immortal stone and borrowed the powerful immortal chi in it to break through to the peak of the sword contemplation realm in a short time. But even so, it took a full 7 days. It was not something that could be done overnight. Just as Wolf King was hesitating, Qin Shao broke through again. He was in the middle stage of the sword contemplation realm. His sword Qi was even more powerful. Just now, Qin Shao had broken through a large realm with a single thought. Now that he had broken through a small realm, it was naturally even faster. What Wolf King could not accept the most was that Qin Shao did not stop. He was still breaking through. Could it be that he still wanted to break through? Sure enough, not long after, Qin Shao broke through again. He was in the late stage of the sword contemplation realm. Crazy, this was really crazy. Heaven and earth suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everything was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Whether it was the people of the Lin tribe or the giant wolf tribe, they all felt that they had gone crazy. It was too crazy. It was as if they were witnessing an immortal legend. Breaking through from the peak of the sword disciple realm to the early stage of the sword contemplation realm with a single thought was one thing. But he could still continue to break through to the late stage of the sword contemplation realm. How could there be such a peerless genius in this world? If this standard was used, then Lin Lu would be a good-for-nothing. How far was he from this standard? Crack! The sword intent moved, shaking the sky. Qin Zhao's sword Qi rushed to the sky, setting him off and making him look very charming. The sword Qi surrounded his body as if it had become his protective force. Another breakthrough. He was at the peak of the sword contemplation realm. This breakthrough was as simple as drinking water. He broke through with a single sip. Kid, it seems that I have underestimated you. I shouldn't have given you the chance to break through. Give me your life. Wolf King finally panicked. He did not give Qin Shao another chance to break through. He immediately attacked with all his might. An incomparably turbulent sword aura surged out. The mighty power was enough to sweep the sky and collapse the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was incomparably wild and ferocious. It was full of peerless hostility. Wolf King's murderous intent was monstrous. It was as if there was endless hatred surging out hysterically. Wolf King, you didn't underestimate me. You overestimated yourself. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you broke through from the early stage of the sword contemplation realm to the peak of the sword contemplation realm in just a few days. You, Wolf King, are far from reaching this level. You're just a frog at the bottom of the well. Do you think that you can kill me just because you're a small realm higher than me? Qin Shao chuckled. His words were full of sarcasm. Wolf King's face turned green and white. His expression was twisted and ugly. He was deeply provoked by Qin Zhao's words. Detestable, detestable. This was a humiliation to him. In my eyes, you're just trash. You're worse than scum. I think you're just a chess piece of someone else. Once you're used, you'll be abandoned. Do you really think you've hit the jackpot? Do you really think you're going to have a meteoric rise? Humph, humph. Do you know that you are very laughable, extremely laughable? Qin Shao continued. Actually, this was only Qin Zhao's guess. Qin Shao didn't have any evidence to prove his words. However, Wolf King's situation was too strange. Therefore, Qin Shao guessed that there must be a mysterious force behind this. It was this force that allowed Wolf King's strength to increase so much in just a few days. It was this force that made Wolf King deal with him. However, Qin Shao still didn't understand why this force was doing this. Arrogant brat, shut up. Wolf King was completely enraged by Qin Shao. Seeing Wolf King's reaction, Qin Shao felt a little more confident. It seemed that his guess was right. There was indeed a force behind this that was controlling Wolf King to deal with him. As for why this force was deliberately trying to deal with him, Qin Shao couldn't figure it out for the time being. Since he couldn't figure it out, then he wouldn't think about it. Whoever was trying to deal with him must be his enemy. He wouldn't let them go. He just had to wait and see when he could find out who was behind this. Qin Zhao's sword moved, and an eerie beam of light broke through the layers of obstructions. It pierced through the layers of sword Qi and pierced through the wolf head's head. Clearly, it was impossible for the wolf head to survive after piercing through its head. It was another sword that killed him. It was exactly the same as the sword that killed Patriarch Yanfu. The wolf head didn't even have the chance to let out a final scream before it was killed by Qin Zhao's sword, dying an unnatural death. Qin Zhao threw Wolf King's corpse at Wolf King's feet. He said lightly, "Just a beast. You wanted to bite me? You were simply courting death." Seeing Wolfhead's corpse, the Wolf King's eyes immediately turned red. He was like a wild beast that had gone berserk. He stared at Qin Zhao with extreme anger. Wolf King's eyes were red. He gnashed his teeth in hatred towards Qin Zhao. His voice was like thunder, and his body trembled. "Boy, you actually kill my mount. How dare you? How dare you?" Wolf King has followed this king for dozens of years, through trials and hardships. It is this king's servant, and also this king's most capable and loyal assistant. How dare you kill it? This king wants you dead, wants you dead. Wolf King was so angry that his teeth were cracked and his veins were bulging. It was obvious that his anger had reached an extreme level. His sword intent was torrential. Because of his anger, his sword intent became turbulent, surging, and howling. However, Qin Zhao's expression didn't change. He looked at Wolf King calmly and said, "Trash like you wants to kill me? Even if I stand here and let you hit me, you can't kill me. I gave you hundreds of opportunities just now, but you didn't take advantage of them. Where did you get the confidence to say that you want to kill me? Wolf King, if you surrender now and tell me who is the mastermind behind you, maybe I can spare your life. Otherwise, next year today will be the anniversary of your death. Die, die." Wolf King roared and charged towards Qin Zhao again. His anger reached its peak, and his sword intent also burned. He was superior to Qin Zhao in terms of cultivation level, but cultivation level alone was useless. How could he compare with Qin Zhao in terms of understanding of swordsmanship? How could he compare with Qin Zhao in terms of swordsmanship and martial arts? Therefore, cultivation level alone was useless and couldn't decide anything. "Get out of my way," Qin Zhao shouted softly. He rushed in front of Wolf King and slapped the Wolf King with his sword. Chapter 908. Thump, thump, thump. Wolf King staggered and retreated awkwardly. He stomped hard on the ground to stabilize himself, but he was still unable to control this terrifying power. Every step he took created a deep pit in the ground, but even so, he was forced back dozens of steps before he could stabilize himself. A mouthful of blood had already surged to his throat. If he hadn't clenched his teeth tightly, he would have spat it out. Obviously, Wolf King's body was also shocked by the power of the sword chi. Wolf King found it hard to accept such an outcome. His realm was clearly higher than Qin Zhao's by a level, but he was beaten so badly by Qin Zhao in this confrontation. Qin Zhao was clearly only at the peak of the sword contemplation realm and had only used a third-grade sword technique. But this sword made Wolf King feel unstoppable and unmatched. This feeling was as if he was facing a fourth-grade sword technique. This feeling was really too unbearable. It was like an adult fighting with a child, but being beaten badly by the child. Who could accept this feeling? Wolf King was originally arrogant and came with absolute confidence, but he didn't expect the situation to develop to this point. Damn it! Wolf King burst out with a howl, wanting to fight back. But before he could stand firm, Qin Zhao's sword chi rushed over again. The unstoppable power of the sword chi descended once again, mighty and turbulent. Facing such power of the sword chi, Wolf King's heart was incomparably bitter. He had already suffered a great loss in the previous confrontation, and this time would definitely not be easy. But this time he couldn't dodge. His mount, Wolf Head, had already died under Qin Zhao's sword. He could only brace himself and take Qin Zhao's sword head on. Boom! The terrifying and turbulent sword chi smashed heavily on Wolf King's body, completely destroying the power of Wolf King's sword chi and breaking through all of his defenses. Streaks of sword chi whistled on Wolf King's body like a flood, wanting to directly cut and destroy Wolf King's body. Streaks of sword chi left bloody marks on Wolf King's body, cutting Wolf King's clothes into pieces. Wolf King was quickly dyed in blood, which was a ghastly sight. Mouthfuls of blood spurted out from Wolf King's mouth. At this time, Wolf King had almost no strength to resist and was completely abused. Qin Shao didn't hold back and continued to attack. He wanted to destroy Wolf King's sword chi and destroy Wolf King's cultivation first. The sword pool was the foundation of a sword cultivator and the symbol of a sword cultivator. Generally, when one stepped into the sword disciple realm, they could condense the sword chi. The sword energy of the natal sword was stored in the sword chi and could be mobilized from the sword chi when needed. Just like the 8 extraordinary meridians of a human, it controlled the lifeline of a sword cultivator. Once the sword chi was destroyed, his cultivation would be destroyed and he would become a cripple. He would never be able to cultivate the sword Dao again. Qin Shao didn't want to kill Wolf King. He only wanted to capture him alive and ask him about the situation. Therefore, destroying his sword chi was naturally the best choice. This way, he could control him. Wolf King also smelled the scent of danger and felt Qin Zhao's intention. It really scared him. Once the sword chi was destroyed, it would be worse than killing him. It was a feeling worse than death. Therefore, Wolf King was unwilling to have his sword chi destroyed, even if he died. But now it was clearly not up to him. Qin Shao didn't give him any chance. His sword was like a shooting star, directly piercing into Wolf King's body. The terrifying sword chi surged into the Wolf King's sword pool, wanting to cripple the Wolf King. No. Wolf King let out a terrified cry, his face full of fear. He wanted to resist with all his might, but he found that he couldn't. Was he going to be destroyed like this? Wolf King didn't want to, but he was powerless to resist. Just as Wolf King was in despair, a force suddenly surged into his body. It was a powerful immortal force. This powerful immortal energy was much more abundant than the immortal energy in the immortal stone he had before. Therefore, under the effect of this immortal power, the Wolf King only felt that it was going to fly wildly, and its body felt like it was going to explode. His body was rapidly improving, transforming, and leaping from a low level to a high level like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. His sword cultivation was also rising crazily. He didn't need to cultivate at all, nor did he need to feel the sword cultivation Dao. This feeling was just like how one would naturally gain weight after eating a meal. It was a very natural process, just like how water flows when the conditions are right. The heavens didn't abandon me, Wolf King. The heavens didn't abandon me. Wolf King laughed wildly in his heart. He found a glimmer of light in the darkness. He was going to break through. He was going to break through to the sword spirit realm. The sword spirit realm was something he didn't even dare to think about before, but now he was going to break through. There wasn't a single sword spirit realm expert in the entire Daki County. A sword spirit realm expert was an absolute big shot no matter where he went. It was even possible for him to join the Huashan Immortal Sect and become an in-name disciple. The Mount Hua Fairy Gate was the supreme dominating force in the land of infinity. It was a celestial sect that was guarded by immortals. A celestial sect had to be guarded by immortals to be called a celestial sect. Only then could one rule an endless territory, open one's own sword immortal dojo, promote one's own celestial Dao, and control the lives of countless people. Daki County was just a small dot in the endless territory of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate. In comparison to the endless territory of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate, Daki County was just a drop in the ocean. In the endless territory of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate, a sword spirit realm expert could be called a powerhouse. He could roam the entire endless territory of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate. Even someone like the Wolf King didn't dare to imagine such a realm. He didn't dare to imagine it. If a sword spirit realm expert didn't have any ambition, he could totally dominate an area and become a supreme overlord. He could live a carefree life and be a local emperor. He could even set up his own dynasty and establish an immortal hegemony. Such examples were countless in the territory of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate. How could Wolf King not be overjoyed that what he had always dreamed of was about to be achieved in such a way? However, Wolf King also knew that it must be that senior who helped him in the dark. It was that senior who directly promoted him to the sword spirit realm. That senior had made such a promise to him before. Originally, Wolf King didn't have much hope. After all, it was a sword spirit realm. How could it be so easy to promote a sword spirit realm expert to the sword spirit realm? Perhaps it was just some rare treasures for him to absorb. However, it might not be enough to give him absolute confidence to break through. Wolf King definitely didn't expect that breaking through to the sword spirit realm could be so easy. It was as easy as blowing off dust. This made Wolf King even more shocked and puzzled. Who was that senior? He could actually promote him to the sword spirit realm so easily. What kind of existence was that? The sword sovereign? The existence of the sword sovereign could completely dominate an entire continent. Even Wolf King had never seen such an existence. It was hard to imagine how powerful he was. However, at this moment, Wolf King didn't think too much about it. The breakthrough was complete. He had stepped into the sword spirit realm and had undergone a huge transformation in all aspects. The huge increase in strength made him even more powerful. All of his injuries were completely healed during the breakthrough. His strength was restored to its peak state. With a move of the sword Qi, Qin Shao was sent flying. Such a scene stunned everyone once again. To the people of the giant wolf tribe, this was a situation of ups and downs. They originally thought that their wolf king would die at the hands of Qin Shao. However, they didn't expect the situation to be reversed at the last moment. Before the people of the Lin tribe could rejoice, everything happened again. If Wolf King died, it would definitely be good news for the Lin tribe. However, Wolf King actually broke through to the sword spirit realm at the last moment of his life. The sword spirit realm. Just a trace of sword Qi was enough to suppress everything. It was enough to make everyone tremble in fear and unable to resist. In the face of the sword spirit realm, even Lin Li, the chief of the Lin tribe, who was at the initial stage of the sword spirit realm, was as weak as an ant. There was no way he could resist at all. In the face of Wolf King, he would be killed instantly. There wasn't even the slightest chance. The hearts of the people of the Lin tribe were once again seized. They were all worried for Qin Shao. Facing Wolf King, who was at the sword spirit realm, could Qin Shao still be as domineering and control the situation as before? No matter how powerful the peak of the sword spirit realm was, there was no way he could surpass the realm and fight against someone at the sword spirit realm. The originally favorable situation had completely changed now. Ha ha ha! Wolf King's body moved. Sword Qi lingered around his body, making him look unusually powerful and mysterious. He was covered in a divine glow. He stood in the air. Using the sword Qi to allow him to stand in the air was something only the sword spirit realm could do. Even the peak of the sword spirit realm couldn't do it. Standing in the air, Wolf King was like a god at this moment. He looked down at Qin Shao from above. Qin Shao, I have to thank you. Your coercion allowed me to break through in despair and advance to the sword spirit realm. I have to admit that you are powerful, but so what? You can suppress me at the peak of the sword spirit realm, but can you suppress me at the sword spirit realm? You were extremely arrogant just now, but the final outcome is still as I expected. The situation will still be under my control. Didn't you say that today would be the anniversary of my death? Humph. You should be saying this for yourself. Ha ha ha. Qin Shao, what can you do to me now? What can you do to me? Wolf King laughed wildly. He was greatly relieved. The endless anger in his heart had also been vented. He felt refreshed. Now he wanted to ruthlessly trample Qin Shao to the ground and trample Qin Shao to death. He didn't want to give Qin Shao any chance to resist. With his strength at the sword spirit realm, he didn't believe that Qin Shao could still jump around. Chapter 909. Earlier, he had been suppressed by Qin Shao all the way. First, he had foiled the plan of the allied forces of the three tribes. Then, he had broken through 5 small realms under his nose and created a legend. Then, he had suppressed him at the peak of the sword standby stage. He had been suppressed to the point that he did not even have a chance to breathe and had almost died at the hands of Qin Shao. Being suppressed all the way had caused his monstrous anger to accumulate in his body to the point that it could not be suppressed any further. And now, a vent had finally opened. It erupted like a volcano erupting, howling as it gushed out. At this moment, the Wolf King was in high spirits, looking down on the heavens with disdain and looking down on the heavens with arrogance. In just a few days, he had soared from the initial stage of the Sword Standby stage all the way to the initial stage of the Sword Spirit stage. He had crossed a large realm. Such an improvement was simply unimaginable. Who knew how many people would be scared to death if word of it got out? His fate had also been completely changed by that senior, who he had never seen in person. Even if this change required him to pay a huge price, he would not care. Even if he had to use the entire giant wolf tribe as the price of the transaction, he would not hesitate at all. Strength was everything. Compared to strength, what was a family member worth? What was the worth of his clansmen? As long as he had strength, he could have everything. He could even establish a dynasty and rule over a region. What kind of glory would that be? For strength, he could do anything. Sword Spirit stage. Qin Zhao's brows were deeply furrowed. Wolf King's breakthrough in despair was indeed beyond Qin Zhao's expectations. Who on earth is the person behind this? He was actually able to silently allow the Wolf King to break through to the Sword Spirit realm in the time of a breath. Just what sort of existence is capable of such a feat? Qin Zhao secretly pondered. Based on his analysis of the cultivation system of this world, it should at least require the existence of a Sword King to be able to do this. In the world of sword cultivators, the Sword King realm was equivalent to the heavenly dragon continent's titled Emperor realm. It was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of a territory. This kind of existence indeed had such heaven-defying means. But if there really was a Sword King who wanted to deal with him in the dark, why not just attack directly? Are you trying to toy with me? After thinking for a while, Qin Zhao thought of a possibility. Perhaps this was the only possible explanation. Qin Zhao, if you kneel down and kowtow to this king and admit your mistake, this king can give you a quick death and leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, this king will surely tear you into 1,000 pieces and make you wish you were dead. The Wolf King sneered endlessly, and his playfulness was very strong. He wanted to vent his anger and take revenge for what happened just now. He wanted to trample on Qin Zhao and ravage Qin Zhao. This was the only way to vent his anger. If he killed Qin Zhao directly, it would be too easy for him. Killing a person was often much easier than torturing a person. The greatest punishment for a person was not to kill him, but to make him live a life worse than death. Torture from the body to the soul was the most terrifying and the most vicious. The Wolf King's hatred for Qin Zhao had long penetrated deep into his bones, so he wanted nothing more than to use the most vicious methods in the world to deal with Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao calmly looked at the Wolf King and lightly spat out 2 words, "You think too much." Even if you were 100 or 1,000 times stronger, you still wouldn't have the ability to kill me. Do you really think you're so great, just because you got some benefits and ate some candy? What you don't know is that you're very pitiful. You're just like a monkey playing juggling. Do you know that? After being insulted by Qin Zhao like this, the Wolf King's expression once again became unsightly and extremely sinister. What a sharp-tongued brat. You still dare to be so stubborn when you're about to die. Good, very good. I like to see how long you can be so stubborn. Don't you think you're strong? Don't you think you can fight enemies of a lower realm? Then this king would like to see if you can defy the heavens again. Brat, come and take this king's sword. As soon as his voice fell, the sword in the Wolf King's hand moved. Suddenly, the scene of doomsday arrived. A fierce wind suddenly blew, and sand and stones flew everywhere. The sun, moon, and stars suddenly dimmed. The sky was covered, and the demonic light moved strangely. The terrifying sword energy fluctuated, and a mighty power swept through the world. The scenery of the 4 seas also sank. The vast earth was shaken to the point that it trembled. The terrifying sword energy turned into rays of deadly light, as if the god of death had rushed out from the 9 hells, wanting to reap all the lives in this world. Rays of extremely cold sword energy turned into demonic hands, quickly grabbing at Qin Zhao. They were as fast as lightning and as shocking as the heavens. In an instant, they were in front of Qin Shao. Attacking from all directions, they formed a huge killing net, completely enveloping Qin Shao, leaving Qin Shao no room to dodge. The world was dark, and the chill was bone-chilling. It made people feel as if the void was about to be broken by the terrifying sword energy. The terrifying and turbulent power wanted to destroy everything. The hearts of the Lin tribe immediately sank to the bottom of the valley. They stared dumbfoundedly at the terrifying scene of doomsday. It's over. It's too terrifying. Is this the strength of the sword spirit realm? Die, die. The Wolf King stood in the void, as if he controlled everything in the world. He ruled over everything in the world and held the lives of others in his hands. His natal sword roared wildly, wanting to kill Qin Shao directly, not giving Qin Shao any chance to resist. Only by killing Qin Shao in such a domineering way could he wash away his previous humiliation. The sword spirit realm is indeed powerful and terrifying. Just his mastery of the Tao of sword cultivation is far from what I can compare to. It is indeed difficult to make up for the gap between realms with sword techniques. Qin Shao shook his head. Just now, he was able to suppress the Wolf King, who was at the limit of the sword spirit realm, because his sword techniques were so powerful that he could completely crush the Wolf King. However, the advantage of sword techniques was limited. Facing the Wolf King, who was at the sword spirit realm, it was naturally difficult for him to reverse the situation. However, this was also within Qin Zhao's expectations. It was too difficult to kill an enemy who was at a higher realm. It was a heaven-defying act. Qin Zhao's current condition was not outstanding at all. In terms of sword techniques, he had only cultivated a few third-grade techniques, and they were all modified by himself. In terms of realm, he was only at the peak of the sword spirit realm. Moreover, he did not have a natal sword. Qin Zhao's advantage lay in his body and his state of mind. In this kind of small battle situation, with his state of mind, he could naturally control it very well during the battle. However, at this time, under the pressure of the Wolf King's sword spirit realm, everything was difficult to resist. Although Qin Shao pushed his sword power to the extreme, there was still no way to block the Wolf King's incomparably crazy attacks. However, fortunately, Qin Zhao's body was not something that the Wolf King could hurt. Therefore, even if the Wolf King's crazy power attacked Qin Shao, there was no way to hurt him. Not to mention hurting him, he was not even qualified to tickle Qin Shao. However, he was suppressed by the Wolf King and seemed to be in a sorry state. The scene from before was repeated once again. This feeling was indeed very unpleasant. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's state of mind was strong enough to not be affected by this adversity. Otherwise, if his state of mind was disturbed, it would be bad. Ha! Qin Shao, weren't you arrogant just now? Weren't you arrogant to the extreme? Didn't you want to kill me? Look at you now. Aren't you still under the foot of this king? Why don't you resist? Why don't you show your strength and let this king broaden his horizons? Why don't you break through again? Weren't you defying the heavens just now? Didn't you break through 5 small realms in one go? Why don't you continue to break through now? If you want to break through, this king will give you time to break through. Wolf King laughed wildly, but he seemed to have forgotten the pain. Just now, because he allowed Qin Shao to break through, it caused him to be suppressed by Qin Shao. Now, he actually dared to do this again. Qin Shao looked coldly at Wolf King and said, "When you were trampled by me just now, you didn't have such a tone. That was then, and this is now. This king was careless just now and underestimated your strength. There's nothing to talk about in the past. What's important now is..." Wolf King said. Then, Wolf King, you mean to say that you're going to defeat me today? Qin Shao asked again. Wolf King laughed loudly, his eyes full of ridicule, and said, "Of course, this king is definitely going to defeat you today. I don't think you have the ability to turn the situation around, but this king is still very generous to give you this opportunity. Come, break through. This king is waiting for you here. Let's see if you can defy the heavens again." Wolf King could understand Qin Zhao's previous breakthrough as a result of accumulation and some special means. Wolf King didn't believe that Qin Zhao still had such a heaven-defying means, so Wolf King wasn't worried at all. Now that he let Qin Zhao break through, Wolf King obviously wanted to take revenge for the previous humiliation. Qin Zhao's eyes turned cold. He looked straight at Wolf King and said, "Aren't you afraid of what happened just now happening again? Do you really dare to let me break through? Boy, you're about to die. Don't bluff anymore. If you have the ability, then show it to this king." Wolf King was slightly stunned. He was really shocked by Qin Zhao's words, but he calmed down immediately and said angrily. He didn't believe it. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled into a cold and evil smile as he lightly spat out 4 words. "As you wish." After saying that, Qin Zhao moved his mind. His chi shook the 9 heavens, and the sword chi moved. A ray of sword chi turned into a beam of light, shooting straight to the 9 heavens, illuminating the surrounding 100 miles. The brilliance of the divine light descended like a silver moon. The sword chi moved the mountains and rivers, and the sky was shocked. The sword chi moved the heaven and earth, and the sword chi moved the divine might. Qin Zhao's sword chi communicated with the heaven and earth, shocking the sky, and the power of the law descended. The power of the sword chi also began to transform, and it began to improve and leap forward. Not long after, Qin Zhao's aura became much stronger, and his sword chi also became much stronger. Chapter 9-10. He really broke through? Wolf King couldn't help but widen his eyes. However, Wolf King quickly comforted himself. So what if he broke through to the limit of the sword contemplation realm? Perhaps it was because he had interrupted the breakthrough just now. Now that he had broken through again, he continued the momentum from before. Breaking through to the limit of the sword contemplation realm was nothing. He didn't believe that Qin Zhao could break through to the sword spirit realm. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Breaking through to a major realm was harder as one progressed. Breaking through from the limit of the sword contemplation realm to the sword spirit realm was more than 100 times harder than breaking through from the limit of the sword disciple realm to the sword contemplation realm. Breaking through was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Breaking through to the limit of the sword contemplation realm was indeed within Qin Zhao's expectations. It was also something that he was completely confident of. If he hadn't been interrupted by Wolf King, he could have broken through to the limit of the sword contemplation realm in one go. If he wanted to break through to the sword spirit realm, it would be more troublesome. The main reason was that the laws of this world were too restrictive. The higher one went, the stronger the laws. Breaking through to a major realm was even more difficult. Under such pressure, it was naturally not easy for Qin Zhao to go against the heavens and break through to another realm. Moreover, Qin Zhao's cultivation time was still too short. It was indeed not easy to rely on this to break through to the sword spirit realm. After trying for a while, Qin Zhao had no choice but to give up. It seemed that it was impossible for him to break through to the sword spirit realm in one go. There was no other way. This was the only way. Seeing that Qin Zhao's breakthrough had stopped, Wolf King laughed loudly again. "Ha ha! You're not going to continue breaking through? Aren't you very experienced? Aren't you extremely arrogant? Why aren't you continuing to break through? Why don't you break through to the sword spirit realm in one go for me to see?" Qin Zhao fell silent. It was indeed a pity that he couldn't continue to break through. "Kid, I thought you were really experienced. Looks like you're just SOSO. If you can't break through to the sword spirit realm, what do you have to fight this king? With just your mouth?" Wolf King continued. The people of the giant wolf tribe also roared excitedly. The hearts of the Lin tribe members sank to the bottom of the valley. If Qin Zhao died at the hands of the Wolf King, then the Lin tribe would definitely suffer a great calamity and be annihilated. With Wolf King's temperament, there was no way he would let the Lin tribe off. With Wolf King's current strength at the sword spirit realm, he could easily wipe out the Lin tribe on his own. Therefore, everyone in the Lin tribe understood that their lives were now tied to Qin Zhao's. If anything happened to Qin Zhao, they would be doomed. Whether it was for public or private reasons, they naturally did not wish for Qin Zhao to die in the hands of Wolf King. Their hearts were all clenched, and they were incomparably worried. What's so great about the Sword Spirit Realm? Qin Zhao asked casually. Wolf King sneered and said, It's not that great, but it's more than enough to torture you. Is that so? Qin Zhao replied. He actually took the initiative to attack Wolf King. This action caused the playful expression on Wolf King's face to become even more intense. You really overestimate yourself. You're just fighting like a cornered beast. The gap between our realms is not something you can make up for. Come and die. Wolf King attacked again. Naturally, he did not hold back. Right now, he only wanted to kill Qin Zhao as soon as possible. He did not want any more accidents to happen. If he did not complete this mission, then everything he had now would be taken back. Since he had reached such a high position, he naturally did not want to fall back. With the strength of the Sword Spirit Realm, he naturally did not want to return to the beginner stage of the Sword Spirit Realm. For the sake of strength, he could pay any price. Even if he used his entire giant wolf tribe as an exchange, he would definitely not frown. Overconfident ant. Wolf King's sword aura roared wildly. A terrifying power smashed down and directly sent Qin Zhao flying. He smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. However, Qin Zhao quickly jumped out of the deep pit and shook off the dirt on his body. Although he was in a sorry state, he did not seem to be injured at all. You really are an undying cockroach. You're actually not injured? Wolf King was naturally somewhat unhappy. With his strength of the Sword Spirit Realm, he actually could not injure Qin Zhao in the slightest. How could Wolf King accept such a thing? At this moment, he was displaying his might. How could he be affected by this? This king doesn't believe it. Let's see how long you can resist. Wolf King attacked again. His strength roared wildly, and his sword aura surged violently. Qin Zhao was beaten back again and again. The previous scene repeated itself, but Wolf King had no way to hurt Qin Zhao. Although Qin Zhao was sent flying again and again, it only made Qin Zhao look a little embarrassed. After being ravaged by Wolf King again, Qin Zhao was also looking for a way to break through Wolf King's attacks. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to break through to the next realm. He had tried before but failed, so there was no need to think about it anymore. In addition to the realm, he could only start from sword techniques. Therefore, Qin Zhao had to create his own sword technique of the 4th level. Only then would he be able to compete with Wolf King. It was not completely impossible for Qin Zhao to create his own sword technique. There was indeed an essential difference between sword Dao and sword cultivation, but there were also some similarities between them. The essential difference between sword principle and sword cultivation Dao lay in the different Dharma, the different core power, and the different methods of application. But the similarity was that they both used the sword as the foundation. From the sword, a whole great Dao was derived and pushed to the extreme. The sword was the foundation of everything. Whether it was sword principle or sword cultivation Dao, it was the same. Whether it was a simple Dao or a complicated Dao, it was the same. When he was in the Hongmeng universe, Qin Zhao had already cultivated sword principle to a very deep level. Not only did he cultivate the ultimate sword principle to perfection, but he also cultivated the ultimate sword principle to a high level of application. If he went one step further, it would be the extreme level of application. That was the true great perfection of origin, the true extreme. It could be said that he had completely mastered a great Dao. This kind of person was also called a master of Dao. Because Qin Zhao had mastered a great Dao, he was also called a great master of Dao. The strength of a great master of Dao was at least comparable to the sovereign realm. Qin Zhao's mastery of the sword could be said to be extremely deep. Even though the sword cultivation Dao was different from the sword principle of the Hongmeng universe, Qin Zhao could naturally master the comprehension of sword principle and martial skills. Naturally, it was easy for him to understand. If it were not for the restriction of the Dharma power of this world, Qin Shao would have broken through to the sword immortal realm long ago. He would not be trapped in the sword contemplation realm at all. It was not difficult for Qin Shao to break through to the mortal realm with a thought. What was difficult to surpass was the Dharma power of this world. This kind of power was like an invisible shackle, firmly trapping Qin Shao. If he wanted to get out of the predicament in front of him now, he could only improve his sword principle and martial skills. Only in this way could he turn the tide and defeat the strong as the weak. Killing an enemy of a higher realm was not a big deal for Qin Shao. If I rely on the Lin tribe's sword principle and improve it, it's possible. However, it's still a little weak in terms of power. Qin Shao thought to himself. He had a lot of ideas on how to improve the fallen leaf sword, so it was possible that he could do it. However, even if he improved the fallen leaf sword into a level 4 sword principle, its power would not be too strong. The most important thing was that the foundation was too weak. Using the fallen leaf sword as a blueprint, even if he improved it, it would still not work. Even if it could become a level 4 sword principle, it would definitely be at the bottom of the level 4 sword principle. If he wanted to kill an enemy of a higher realm, it would definitely not work. After all, Wolf King's level 3 sword principle was powerful enough. Coupled with his level 3 natal sword, it would be even more terrifying. Therefore, the best way was for Qin Shao to create a level 4 sword principle. The foundation would be at the level 4 sword principle. Then, its power would be strong enough. For Qin Shao, who had created cultivation techniques at the level of the top 10 ultimate techniques in the Hongmeng universe, creating his own sword technique didn't sound like a difficult task. However, it wasn't easy to actually do it. The first cultivation technique I created in the primordial universe was the mountain river sword principle. With the mountain river as the foundation, with the mountain river as the thought, with the mountain river as the power, and with the mountain river as the sword. The mountains and rivers are my sword, the cornerstone of my invincibility. My intention is the mountain river, my thought is the mountain river, and my sword is the mountain river. With the sword, I move the mountain river, and with the momentum, I shock the heavens. Why can't the sword of the sword principle be like this? Qin Zhao's mind was greatly moved. Ideas surged out one by one, and embryonic forms flashed out one by one. With the intention, the sword moved. With the sword, the mountain river moved. The mountain river sword principle used the sword to move the mountain river, and with the power of the mountain river, the heavens. Once the idea was formed, the embryonic form of the sword principle was formed. Qin Shao flew out of the mud pit once again. However, this time, he was clearly in high spirits. There was a slight change in his aura. Wolf King charged over once again, bringing with him a peerless, ferocious aura. However, he had clearly miscalculated this time. With the intention of Qin Shao, the mountain river moved. With the mountain river as the sword, the sun, the moon, and the stars surged. The entire mountain river surged towards the Wolf King, wanting to suppress the Wolf King. The power of the mountain river suppressed everything. The might of the Wolf King's sword was actually suppressed by the mountain river, and there was no way for it to show its sharpness. After a single exchange, the Wolf King flew out as if he had been ruthlessly smashed by a mountain. His entire body smashed into the ground. Dust flew everywhere, and a huge crater was formed. The mountain river sword continued to descend, descending with supreme might. The Wolf King's face suddenly changed. He was extremely shocked. His expression was distorted to the extreme, and his teeth were cracked. How could this be? What kind of sword principle is this? Is it a level 4? But I don't think a level 4 is this powerful. What is going on? The Wolf King was completely dumbfounded. He thought he could control Qin Shao, but he did not expect something unexpected to happen. Suppressed by Qin Zhao's sword, the Wolf King could not even move. He was like a dead dog. Chapter 911. I'll slaughter you like a dog. These 5 words struck Wolf King's heart like 5 thunderbolts, shaking him so much that he almost vomited blood. These 5 words were filled with extreme humiliation. This was the Wolf King's dignity being ruthlessly thrown to the ground and trampled on. However, Wolf King could no longer be angry at this moment, because he was indeed being trampled under Qin Zhao's foot and had lost the ability to resist. He, a dignified sword spirit, was actually being trampled under the foot of a sword contemplation cultivator. If news of this were spread, who knew how many people would laugh their heads off? He was unwilling to accept this. He tried his best to resist, but there was no way to resist. Rage, rage, rage. However, no matter how crazy he was, he still had no way to resist. This feeling was like an ordinary person being tied up. When the people of the giant wolf tribe saw their chief being trampled under Qin Zhao's foot, they were all stunned and stood rooted to the ground, not knowing what to do. Some of the loyal people were restless and wanted to save Wolf King, but Qin Zhao's sharp gaze made them retreat. That gaze was too frightening. Being glanced, it felt like being stared at by the god of death. Even the warriors of the giant wolf tribe, who were known for their ferocity and bloodthirstiness, broke out in cold sweat from shock. In addition, Qin Zhao's series of shocking actions and powerful strength naturally made these people not dare to act rashly. Even the Wolf King, who was at the sword spirit realm, was being trampled under Qin Zhao's foot. Therefore, the entire giant wolf tribe combined was definitely not enough to deal with Qin Zhao. The hearts of the people of the Lin tribe could finally be at ease. They could finally relax. This made them worship Qin Zhao in their hearts, and their gratitude towards Qin Zhao also surged. At this moment, in their hearts, Qin Zhao was like an immortal, worthy of their worship. Wolf King, I know you were ordered by someone. I'll give you a chance now. As long as you tell me who ordered you to do this, I'll let your people go. Otherwise, your giant wolf tribe will be erased from this world from today onwards. And you, Wolf King, will become the center of your giant wolf tribe. Your giant wolf tribe, which has been passed down for thousands of years, will be destroyed in your hands. How can you face the ancestors of your giant wolf tribe? Qin Zhao lowered his voice and said to the Wolf King. He only wanted the Wolf King to hear this. Wolf King had let the cat out of the bag, so it was impossible for him to deny it now. However, the Wolf King naturally did not dare to reveal a single word. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said, "A general success is built on the bones of thousands. If the heavens want my giant wolf tribe to perish, what does that have to do with me? Don't you think it's ridiculous that you want to use the giant wolf tribe to threaten me? Do you think that I will obediently give in like this? Kid, you're too optimistic. I can tell you clearly that you won't get half a word out of me. Winner takes all. This king has lost to you today, so he has nothing to say. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you please. Why do you have to say so much nonsense? Do you think that I will believe you and fall for your hypocrisy? Stop dreaming. Let's do it." Wolf King looked like he was ready to die. However, Qin Zhao sneered disdainfully. "You make it sound so nice. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Why are you pretending in front of me? If you really want to die, then you wouldn't say so much nonsense. To put it bluntly, you still don't want to die. However, the more you don't want to die, the more I won't do as you wish. Of course, I can also give you a chance. As long as you tell me who ordered you to do this, I may spare your life." Wolf King snorted coldly and didn't reply. Qin Zhao knew what Wolf King was thinking. He had lived for more than 200,000 years and had experienced many ups and downs. It was easy for him to grasp these things. Qin Zhao saw through Wolf King's thoughts with a single glance. Qin Zhao said coldly, "Don't you want me to give you a guarantee? I swear on my natal sword that I won't kill you. How about it?" Wolf King's heart suddenly moved. If one swore on their natal sword, then no one would dare to go against it. Otherwise, their natal sword would collapse, and that person's soul would scatter. Wolf King's heart was indeed moved. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. Qin Zhao said that he wanted to destroy the entire giant wolf tribe. He really didn't care. However, Qin Zhao wanted to kill him. He was really afraid. He didn't want to die. He was now at the sword spirit realm. How could he be willing to die? With such a realm, No matter where he went, he could establish a sect and dominate a region. It was enough for him to live a carefree life. Even if he went to a large faction, he could also obtain a high position. The sword spirit realm. The world was so big that he could go anywhere. If he died now, it would be a pity. His good days had just begun. He could still look forward to a beautiful future. He couldn't die. He absolutely couldn't die. However, Wolf King had many worries in his heart. That mysterious senior was so powerful. If he dared to say anything now, wouldn't that senior find trouble with him? Thinking of that mysterious senior's strength, Wolf King's heart broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't dare to have the slightest thought of resistance. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to escape death. What should he do? How should he choose? He felt that no matter which path he chose, it wouldn't work. Wolf King, I don't have that much patience to wait for you to make a decision slowly. I hope you won't wear out my little bit of patience, Qin Xiao said. Wolf King fiercely gritted his teeth. Under the threat of death, he had no choice but to make a choice. Okay, I can tell you. However, you have to swear on your natal sword first. Qin Zhao's lips curled into a cold and evil smile. So what if he swore on his natal sword? He didn't have a natal sword at all. Therefore, swearing on his natal sword didn't bind Qin Xiao at all. Let Wolf King go? That was naturally impossible. Qin Xiao definitely wouldn't let a tiger go back to the mountains. Otherwise, if Wolf King was let go, he would be left with a lot of trouble. Moreover, he would eventually leave the Lin tribe. Once he left, the lives of the Lin tribe couldn't be guaranteed. Therefore, Qin Xiao definitely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. All troubles and threats had to be eliminated directly. No hidden dangers could be left behind. So what if he used a little trick? Qin Xiao had never boasted that he was a gentleman. He had never flaunted that he was a good person. It was too tiring to be a gentleman and a good person. Qin Xiao had always done things with a clear conscience. Qin Xiao didn't care about other things. Okay, I can swear on my natal sword first to give you a guarantee. However, you'd better think carefully about what you're going to say to me later. I know what you're thinking. I also know that you might play some tricks with me. However, you should trust my judgment. If you dare to lie to me, I will definitely find out and kill you. I swear on my natal sword that I won't kill you. That's on the basis that you're telling the truth. I will make this clear. Therefore, if you lie and I kill you, your death will be in vain. Qin Xiao said. Wolf King clenched his teeth and said, Don't worry. My life is now in your hands. I don't dare to play any tricks with you. I will tell you the truth. I won't dare to lie. Although he said this, Wolf King was determined in his heart. No matter what, he had to fight. Make him tell the truth? Wasn't that courting death? In a situation where he couldn't advance or retreat, Wolf King could only choose to take a risk. He didn't believe that Qin Xiao was so sharp that he could distinguish whether he was telling the truth or not. Qin Xiao straightforwardly swore on his natal sword. Wolf King hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth as if he had made a difficult decision. He said, It was an elder from the Lihua Palace who asked me to deal with you. At least, I don't know which elder it was. I didn't see his face. I only know his identity. That's all I know. I don't know anything else. Lihua Palace. Qin Xiao frowned slightly. He had read many books in the Lin tribe. Among them, there were records about the Mount Hua Fairy Gate in the Immortal Domain. And this Lihua Palace was one of the top 10 powers in Yangzhou. There were 3,600 continents in the Mount Hua Immortal Domain. Each continent had 3,600 counties. Daqi County was one of the counties in Yangzhou. Daqi Mountain Range was just a small area in Daqi County. To be able to rank in the top 10 powers in Yangzhou, one could imagine how terrifying it was. It was far from what ordinary people could imagine. The strength of the Lihua Palace was naturally not something the Lin tribe could compare to. Even the strongest power in Daqi County was pitifully weak in front of the Lihua Palace. Wolf King brought out the name of the Lihua Palace. It was indeed a little scary. However, Qin Xiao only pondered for a moment. Qin Xiao wasn't thinking about the authenticity of Wolf King's words. As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Xiao knew that it was fake. There was no need to think about it at all. Qin Shao pondered for a moment. He was searching for information about the Lihua Palace in his mind. Qin Zhao's expression turned cold. He said sternly, "I'm not acquainted with the Lihua Palace. There's no grudge between us. What you said is so absurd. Isn't it laughable?" Wolf King had a fearless look on his face. He said, "I don't know about this. Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. It's very normal for experts to not let me see their faces. I only know that they're an elder of the Lihua Palace. I can't provide any other information. If you don't believe me, you can kill me. But what I said is the truth. If you kill me, you'll die with me." It seems like you're really courting death. I gave you a chance, and you don't know how to cherish it. You even used such absurd words to deceive me. If I don't kill you, wouldn't I seem too nice? Qin Shao shouted coldly. His sword aura surged. He wanted to kill Wolf King on the spot. Wolf King saw that Qin Shao was really going to kill him. He was anxious and scared. He quickly said, "No, no, no. What I said is true. It's the truth. If you want to kill me, I'll die with you. Stop it. Stop it." Chapter 9:12. Seeing that Qin Shao was really going to kill him, Wolf King was finally scared. He hurriedly begged for mercy. "No, no, no, I'll talk, don't kill me." Seeing death in front of him, Wolf King didn't dare to play any tricks. He was originally betting that Qin Shao wouldn't dare to kill him easily. After all, the other party had sworn on his natal sword. If what he said was true, then killing him was equivalent to perishing together with him. But he didn't expect Qin Shao to be so crazy. He actually wanted to kill him without saying anything, directly denying everything he said. Lunatic. What a complete lunatic. How could he know that Qin Shao didn't need to know whether his words were true or false? Qin Shao didn't have a natal sword, so it didn't matter if he swore on his natal sword or not. As long as Wolf King said it, Qin Shao would kill him. If Wolf King was telling the truth, then he would kill him. If Wolf King was lying, he would definitely change his words when he saw that he was really going to kill him. This was killing two birds with one stone, and it was also within Qin Zhao's calculations. Qin Shao withdrew his sword. The sword aura swept past Wolf King's hair, cutting it off. Wolf King was so frightened that he trembled slightly. "You only have one chance. You'd better make sure that every word you say now is true. If there's even the slightest falsehood, then my sword won't be merciful. It will drink your blood, cut off your life, destroy your soul, and pierce your soul. Do you understand?" Qin Zhao's voice was as cold as a cold knife, hitting Wolf King's heart again and again, shaking Wolf King so much that he almost vomited blood. At this time, Wolf King didn't dare to play any tricks. Even if he was extremely shrewd, he still obediently said, "Yes." But before he could finish the first word, his whole body suddenly stiffened. His voice came to an abrupt stop. His head tilted, and there was no movement or breath. Dead. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. Did he die just like that? He died in an instant without making a sound? What was going on? To think that it was so bizarre. Just now, Qin Shao had not sensed any sword energy fluctuations, nor had he sensed any energy fluctuations, but the Wolf King had actually died, killing people directly, harvesting their lives in an instant. This kind of killing method was too horrible. Even Qin Shao couldn't understand it at the moment. Even a sword sovereign realm sword cultivator might not have such an ability, right? His realm wasn't very high, but his vision was very high. Sword monarchs might be able to kill people like this, but they shouldn't be able to do it without him noticing. In that case, the person behind this should be at least at the Sword King level, or even higher. Sword Venerable? Or was there an immortal behind all of this? Qin Shao felt that the latter was more likely. After a comprehensive analysis, he should be an immortal. Why would an immortal toy with him like this? Was it just for some fun? Logically speaking, an immortal shouldn't have the ability to completely seal his strength. Qin Shao shook his head. He was still confused. Qin Shao knew that it was unlikely to get anything out of Wolf King's mouth, so he didn't have much hope. Since the person in the dark wanted to toy with him, the more he couldn't let him do as he wished, the more he had to break his plans again and again and make him fail. Wolf King's death was just the death of a small chess piece. Qin Shao knew that this matter wasn't over yet. There would be endless trouble in the future, but he couldn't resist or escape now. All he could do was face the attack and resist. He broke all the schemes that came one after another. The people of the giant wolf tribe were as silent as cicadas in winter. They all stared at Qin Shao with bloodshot eyes. They stared at the corpse of their tribe leader lying in front of Qin Shao. They had already expected this outcome, but when they saw their tribe leader die in front of them, the blow to them was incomparably heavy. It was as if they had been struck by lightning, and they were all so shocked that they almost vomited blood. After a moment of silence, the people of the Lin tribe finally burst into an uproar. "He's dead, he's dead. Wolf King is finally dead. Ha ha, it's good that he's dead. It's really good that he's dead. With Wolf King's death, our Lin tribe is finally safe." Yes, with Wolf King's death, the giant wolf tribe is no longer a threat. Without Wolf King, the giant wolf tribe's strength is greatly reduced. Now that our Lin tribe has 2 sword wardens, we don't have to fear the giant wolf tribe. Aha! Our Lin tribe can finally hold our heads high. We won't be bullied by the giant wolf tribe in the future. This is great. This is really great. Hero, Qin Shao is our great hero, the great benefactor of our Lin tribe, our idol. We worship him too much. Yes, I think our Lin tribe should worship him. TSK, TSK. It was really frightening. Fortunately, it's all over now. After the storm, there will be a rainbow. The rainbow that belongs to our Lin tribe has finally arrived. At this moment, the faces of the people of the Lin tribe were brimming with joy. They were all beaming with joy. The disaster had been resolved, and the giant wolf tribe had been suppressed. It could be seen that the Lin tribe would have a happy life in the future and would no longer be bullied by the giant wolf tribe. The significance of this to the Lin tribe was simply too great. This was something that the people of the Lin tribe had always yearned for, something that they had always strived to change. Now, it had finally come true. How could they not be overjoyed by such a result? And all of this was because of Qin Shao. Their success was because of Qin Shao, and their failure was also because of Qin Shao. Hero, warrior, benefactor. These were the names that the people of the Lin tribe called Qin Shao. In stark contrast to the jubilation of the Lin tribe, the giant wolf tribe was still deathly silent. Qin Shao's gaze landed on the camp of the giant wolf tribe. Those ferocious giant wolves had all become obedient. They no longer dared to act wantonly as they did before. All of them lowered their heads like domesticated dogs. They had lost some of their bloodthirsty savagery. Wherever Qin Zhao's gaze landed, everyone involuntarily lowered their heads, not daring to meet Qin Zhao's gaze. His gaze was calm, but it was also filled with endless power and peerless sharpness. "I won't kill you today. Leave quickly. Your tribe leader, Wolf King, is dead. I hope that the giant wolf tribe will take this as a warning. Don't repeat the same mistakes and walk down the same path as Wolf King. If you develop peacefully, perhaps there will still be a place for you in the Daki mountain range. If you continue to act the way you did before, then your giant wolf tribe will definitely walk down the path of destruction." Qin Zhao's voice was not loud, but it was filled with a supreme aura. The people of the giant wolf tribe were all shaken to the core. How could they dare to resist? The giant wolf tribe no longer had any morale. Wolf King was dead, and so was Wolfhead. All of their morale had been destroyed by Qin Shao. Hence, the giant wolf tribe did not resist and retreated with their tails between their legs. The Lin tribe did not continue to fight. Since the giant wolf tribe had voluntarily retreated, the Lin tribe did not pursue them. After the giant wolf tribe left, the Lin tribe celebrated their victory. The entire tribe rejoiced as they welcomed their hero, Qin Shao. The Lin tribe leader led the people of the Lin tribe to surround Qin Shao. Voices of adoration could be heard one after another. The Lin tribe leader's face was full of gratitude. He stepped forward and said, "Fellow Qin Shao, words of gratitude are useless. The Lin tribe can only remember this great kindness." Qin Shao shook his head slightly and said, This matter actually started because of me. Wolf King came for me. Speaking of which, I was the one who implicated all of you. Fortunately, this matter has been satisfactorily resolved. It could be considered as an explanation. Otherwise, if I caused any losses to the Lin tribe, I would feel very apologetic. Such an ending could be considered the best possible outcome. All right, Lin tribe leader, I have to leave too. Now that the Wolf King is dead, the giant wolf tribe is no longer a threat. I believe that they will no longer pose any threat to the Lin tribe. I can leave with peace of mind. The Lin tribe leader also knew that Qin Shao was about to leave. He also knew that there was no way to persuade him to stay. Hence, he did not stay any longer. Instead, he said, "All right, fellow Qin Shao, I can only wish you a safe journey." Now that the Wolf King is dead, the Lin tribe will no longer fear any other tribe. I believe that the Lin tribe will have a better life in the future. We will no longer be bullied like before. For our Lin tribe, it will be a bright future. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, I think that should be the case. All right, then I'm leaving. Until we meet again. Take care." "Take care," the Lin tribe leader said solemnly. Lin Li and Lin He also said solemnly, "Brother Qin Shao, take care." Everyone was reluctant to part, but they could only wish Qin Shao a safe journey and for him to take care. After bidding farewell to the Lin tribe, Qin Shao did not stay any longer. Instead, he immediately turned and left, quickly entering the Daki mountain range. Since he was going to leave, he had to be decisive. After Qin Shao left, he did not know that in a corner, a pair of watery eyes were staring at him anxiously. 2 streaks of tears had already appeared on that delicate face. That petite figure was none other than Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang was choking with sobs. "Brother Qin Shao, now that you're leaving, I don't know if I'll ever see you again. I really can't bear to part with you. However, little Shuang can't keep you. I can only silently send you off." After Qin Shao left, the Lin tribe was still immersed in the joy of victory. They cleaned up the battlefield, harvested the spoils of war, and celebrated jubilantly. At the same time, there was a huge commotion in the Daki mountain range. All the monsters in the Daki mountain range were mobilized. They gathered into an army and surged out from all directions. This kind of situation was extremely rare in the Daki mountain range. It was a giant beast frenzy, and it was rarely seen even in 100 years. However, this time, it happened without warning. Moreover, the scale was much larger and more terrifying than any other time in history. The entire Daki mountain range was shaken. Chapter 9:13. The entire Lin tribe was celebrating today. The celebration lasted from night until midnight. Everyone returned home to their heart's content. A group of 5 was patrolling the perimeter of the Lin tribe. Normally, there would be several groups patrolling in shifts, and there would also be some hidden sentries. However, because of the tribe's celebration today, only this group continued to patrol. Everyone else is eating meat and drinking wine, but we still have to patrol here. How sad. Yeah, but what can we do? We were supposed to be patrolling in shifts today. Brothers, let's be more serious. Don't cause any trouble. Tomorrow, we'll definitely be eating meat and wine. What's there to be afraid of? Today, our Lin tribe showed our prowess and defeated 3 tribes. Even Wolf King died here. In this battle, our Lin tribe won a complete victory. I believe our Lin tribe's reputation has already spread throughout the entire Daki mountain range. You can't say that. The Flame Axe clan and Wolf King both died here. It's inevitable that these 2 tribes will hate us. It's better to be careful. You're just too cowardly. How dare a defeated tribe attack us again? That's more like courting death. But then again, that Lord Qin Shao is really amazing. He's too heaven-defying. Isn't that so? He's too powerful. I wonder what kind of divine being he is. If we have even 1% of his power, it'll be enough for us. TCH, 1%? It'll be good enough if we have even 1,000th of his power. Rumble. The ground suddenly shook violently, and this sudden sound startled the 5 people. What's going on? The 5 of them had been chatting enthusiastically just a moment ago, but now they were all slightly nervous. They scanned their surroundings, wanting to see what was going on. When the 5 of them swept their gazes across the mountain range in the distance, their expressions changed drastically. This was because wherever their line of sight reached, there was an army of demonic beasts pressing towards the Lin tribe from all directions. There were demonic beasts in all directions, and their numbers were as great as an army marching forward. There was no end in sight. The demonic beasts at the front appeared in their line of sight, and the demonic beasts at the back also steadily followed, completely forming an encirclement with a radius of at least 10 miles. If such a huge circle wanted to form an encirclement, one could imagine how many demonic beasts would be needed to form such a formation. Moreover, the encirclement was closing in. It was obvious that they wanted to surround the Lin tribe completely. This scene was shocking enough just by looking at it. It made people tremble in fear. This is an almighty beast frenzy? One of the men was so scared that his face turned pale and stammered. The other 4 people were scared out of their wits. Their bodies were trembling violently, and their hands and feet were not listening to them. It shouldn't be an almighty beast frenzy. If it was, then the entire Daki mountain range would have been in chaos. I feel like these monsters are coming for the Lin tribe. That's right. Looking at the situation, they must be coming for the Lin tribe. The situation is not good. Let's quickly inform the tribe leader. Quick, let's go back. The 5 of them didn't dare to stay there any longer. Instead, they ran back to the Lin tribe. When the 5 of them ran back to the Lin tribe's hubbub hadn't completely subsided. The entire tribe was still immersed in the joy of victory. They still didn't realize that a terrifying danger was approaching. Doomsday had arrived. This is bad. This is bad. An almighty beast army has surrounded the Lin tribe. Everyone, come out quickly. The voices of the 5 of them were like thunder in the middle of the night, waking up the entire Lin tribe. The original hubbub of joy was instantly crushed. Like a landslide, it toppled over in an instant and turned into rubble. The members of the Lin tribe all ran out in horror. They all asked about the specific situation. Some of them also ran out of the village's archway to see the situation. This situation was quickly confirmed. In the distance, they could indeed see an almighty beast army encircling the Lin tribe. It was obvious that they were coming for the Lin tribe. The entire Lin tribe cast aside Yushi and returned to the tense atmosphere once again. The Lin tribe leader and Lin Li quickly moved out and rushed to the archway at the entrance of the village as fast as they could. Standing on the archway, they could see the situation very far away. The 2 of them stood on top of the memorial archway and saw the situation clearly. It was indeed as described by Hui Ye's clansmen. There were demon beasts in all directions. An innumerable demon beast army was coming towards them in a grandiose manner. Such a situation was too terrifying. Even the Lin tribe leader, who had lived for so many years, had never seen such a situation. What he saw really frightened him. The clansmen of the Lin tribe were also at a loss out of fear. Many of their faces were filled with fear. In the face of such a situation, it was indeed terrifying. Tribe leader, how could this be? What should we do now? It's over, it's over. We're definitely going to die this time. Is the Lin tribe's destiny coming to an end? The monsters in the Daki mountain range have all gone mad. Why are they gathering an army to deal with the Lin tribe? How could this be? We thought that the Lin tribe's future was bright after we escaped from the allied forces of the 3 tribes. In the future, we could live comfortably in the Daki mountain range and not be bullied by others. How could this be? What should we do? What should we do? Is there really no way to survive? Tribe leader, quickly let the other tribesmen leave through the secret passage. Let as many escape as possible. This time, the Lin tribe is really going to die. I'm not afraid of death. I just don't want father, mother, and sister to die with us. Let's hold on and let the others leave first. Tribe leader, quickly give the order. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Tribe leader, the cacophony of voices was a little chaotic, and the rhythm of the Lin tribe was completely disrupted. The Lin tribe leader frowned deeply. No matter what decision he made at this time, he had to consider it carefully. After all, the future of the Lin tribe was in his hands. The Lin tribe leader definitely did not expect that the monsters would gather into an army to invade them. The people of the Lin tribe were panicking and shocked. The atmosphere was extremely tense and had reached a point of no return. Linley shook his head helplessly and sighed. His eyes shone with an unresigned luster. Tribe leader, it looks like the heavens really want the Lin tribe to die. The giant beast frenzy has not happened for many years. I didn't expect it to happen this time. Moreover, it has surrounded the Lin tribe. We can only admit that we're unlucky. The Wolf King's crisis has just been resolved. I didn't expect that there would be one more vicious than the Wolf King. There's no other way. There's really no other way. Let the others retreat first. We'll stay and protect the Lin tribe. We'll fight them to the death. The Lin tribe leader's voice became hoarse. There was extreme helplessness, pain, and unwillingness in his voice. Yes, there's no other way. Perhaps this was all fate. Perhaps this is the only fate that awaits us. The Lin tribe leader had no choice but to issue a few orders. The men of the Lin tribe once again transformed into fearless warriors. Each of them picked up their swords to protect their tribe and their home. It was not that they were not afraid of death, but they had to protect their home. They had to protect it with their lives. Moreover, they also needed to buy time for the others to successfully escape from here. This was a great and selfless sacrifice. Everyone fell into a state of despair. In the face of such a situation, they could not even muster up a shred of resistance. He felt that all resistance would be futile and useless, and that only death awaited him. Gloomy clouds and darkness enveloped everyone. They looked at the army of demonic beasts in the distance. They were getting closer and closer, and the ground was shaking more and more violently. The smell of blood wafted over from afar. These demonic beasts usually lived on fresh blood and human flesh. Naturally, they were all filled with hostility and the smell of blood. The soaring hostility covered the sky and the sun. The roars of the demonic beasts could be heard from afar. They rose and fell, lingering in the ears. The roars of the demonic beasts were like the mournful cries of the devil. Everywhere one looked, there were demonic beasts. They were all over the mountains and plains. They were everywhere. There were countless demonic beasts. There were all kinds of demonic beasts. These demonic beasts did not move quickly. Instead, they advanced in an orderly manner. They formed a very neat formation and advanced towards the Lin tribe at a moderate pace. Some of the more timid ones were so frightened that they lay on the ground, trembling. With every passing second, they felt that they were 1 second closer to death. This made them feel as if they were waiting for death here. This feeling was too unbearable. Sometimes death was not scary. However, waiting for death was always scary, especially in the situation before their eyes. Death was approaching them step by step. The other members of the Lin tribe were also fleeing in panic. The cries of the children were also incessant. Sigh, it would be great if Lord Qin Shao was here. Yes, Lord Qin Shao is so powerful. He will definitely be able to resist this army of demonic beasts. Don't think too much. Not to mention that Lord Qin Shao is not here. Even if he was, he might not be able to deal with this army of demonic beasts. That is to say, although Lord Qin Shao was able to kill the Wolf King, his cultivation level is only at the limit of the sword contemplation realm. Even if he has some tricks up his sleeve, his strength will not be that strong. At least, it won't be that much stronger. However, if Lord Qin Shao is here, then perhaps the other members of our tribe will have time to escape. At the very least, we will be able to kill more of them. At least we won't suffer any losses. Brace yourselves, brothers. I know that you must be very afraid, but there is no other way. This is our fate. This is the fate of the Lin tribe. This is our last battle. For the sake of our tribe, we must be brave and fight to the death. Linley stood up and comforted everyone. Everyone's mood was obviously very low. Needless to say, their morale was definitely low. Chapter 9:14. Fight for the tribe. Fight for the family. Fight for time. To the people of the Lin tribe, the only purpose of fighting was to buy more time for the elderly, women, and children to escape. They knew that they were doomed. They knew that death was about to befall them. They knew that there was no hope of survival. But they still had to fight. They had to fight, even if they were afraid. How torturous was it to fight in despair, to wait for the war to come, to wait for death to come? How terrifying was it? But even if they were trembling, they had to stand there like javelins. They could not retreat even a little. At this moment, the warriors of the Lin tribe yearned for a peerless hero to save them, just like when they faced the allied forces of the three tribes yesterday. Rumble. The trembling of the earth became more and more intense. The thunder-like sounds were getting closer and closer. Every time there was a loud explosion, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The roars of beasts were incessant. They were like wild thunder, surging and surging, as if they were going to explode the sky. The dark clouds of death shrouded everyone's hearts. Under the pressure of this aura, many people's hearts trembled. It was close. It was coming. Many people's hearts were trembling, as if the earth was shaking violently at this moment. A figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was rushing towards the Lin tribe at an extremely fast speed, shocking many people. Look, there's an enemy attack. Oh no, everyone, get ready to fight. No, everyone stop. It's Lord Qin Shao. It's really Qin Shao. Why is he back? Is there hope for our Lin tribe? When the figure came closer, the people of the Lin tribe could finally confirm that the person was none other than Qin Shao. It was Qin Shao, the man who killed Chief Yin Fu with a single stroke of his sword and forced the allied forces of the three tribes to retreat single-handedly. Even Wolf King, who was at the sword spirit realm, died at his hands. He was a peerless figure. Now that they saw Qin Shao, the people of the Lin tribe seemed to have seen a life-saving straw. They grabbed it tightly, not wanting to let Qin Shao leave again. This was probably their last straw of hope, their only straw of hope. It's Qin Shao. It's really Qin Shao. We're saved. The heavens didn't destroy the Lin tribe. Ha ha. There's always a way out. Hurry up and open the door. Qin Shao's arrival made the Lin clan seethe with excitement all at once. Patriarch Lin and Lin Li frowned. In fact, they didn't want to see Qin Shao come back. The Lin tribe owed Qin Shao too much. They would never be able to repay him in their lifetime. But Qin Shao still came back. Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, you shouldn't have come back. Clan leader Lin shook his head and frowned. Lin Li also said, yeah, brother Qin Shao, why did you come back? Didn't you leave already? Qin Zhao's mouth twitched, but with an indifferent expression, she said, I do want to go out, but there are demonic beasts all over the mountains and plains. I want to leave, but I need to be able to do so. Look, I came back. The giant beast rampage this time is not small at all. Although Qin Shao said so, it was obvious that no one believed such words. It was true that there was a beast frenzy in the Daki mountain range, but Qin Shao had left for so long. Even if he encountered demonic beasts, it wouldn't be in large numbers. Given Qin Zhao's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break out of the encirclement. Why did he have to come back? Now that the demonic beast army had gathered, the Lin tribe was completely surrounded. It would be too difficult to break out of the encirclement under such circumstances. So obviously, Qin Shao came back for the sake of the Lin tribe. This kindness indeed made everyone in the Lin tribe speechless. For a moment, they were speechless. Although the situation of the allied forces of the three tribes yesterday was also extremely dangerous, but how could it be said, yesterday's situation of the allied forces of the three tribes was mostly directed at Qin Shao. Therefore, it was necessary for Qin Shao to fight against the allied forces of the three tribes. It was necessary for him to fight against the Wolf King. But today's situation was different. Today's situation was the giant beast rampage, which had nothing to do with Qin Shao. Under such circumstances, Qin Shao still came back without hesitation. Naturally, it touched people's hearts, made them feel grateful and worshipped. Qin Shao, the Lin tribe leader, didn't know what to say. He wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Qin Shao. All right, Lin tribe leader. Since I'm here, there's no need to say anything else. What we need to do now is to quickly prepare for battle. Otherwise, the Lin tribe will definitely be annihilated. Looking at the speed of the demonic beast army's advance, we don't even have 30 minutes left. We have to race against time and act as quickly as possible. Perhaps this way, we still have a chance of survival. Otherwise, we'll definitely be annihilated. Qin Xiao said with a serious expression. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, the Lin tribe leader also became serious. He nodded heavily and said, "Yes, it's indeed urgent. But we don't have any other arrangements. This is the only way." Qin Xiao shook his head and said, No. Your arrangements are too crude and full of loopholes. It can't be called arrangements at all. Such arrangements can't withstand a single attack from the demonic beast army. The Lin tribe's land wasn't very sturdy in the first place. It's not like the fortified land of the giant wolf tribe. Since your land isn't sturdy enough, you can only use other methods to make up for it. Chief Lin, immediately gather all the warriors of your Lin clan and follow my orders. I guarantee that within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I can increase the defensive power of your Lin clan's land by 100-fold. In this way, you can more or less resist the attack of the demonic beast army. Then, I'll charge out and kill those demonic beasts. We'll attack from 2 angles, one attacking and one defending. Perhaps this way, we'll have a chance of survival. Other than this, there's no other way. In such a situation, we can only fight like this. Lin Li's heart was moved, and his face was filled with excitement. He said, "Brother Qin Xiao, do you have any good ideas?" Qin Xiao said, "Let's not talk about this first. Hurry up and gather the warriors of the Lin tribe. I'm going to start assigning them their tasks. As long as they complete my orders as quickly as possible, that's enough." Lin Li naturally believed in Qin Xiao, so he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately nodded and left. The Lin tribe leader also instructed everyone to quickly follow Qin Xiao's instructions. With the gathering of the Lin tribe leader, the warriors of the Lin tribe naturally gathered quickly. Qin Xiao could be considered as someone who had led an army and fought in wars. Moreover, he had more than 200,000 years of memory, so he naturally had some experience. In addition, Qin Xiao had traveled in the realm of the gods, so he had seen countless battle situations. Then in some books, he had also seen many records about war. Naturally, he understood many strategies for marching and fighting. Qin Xiao had already created a series of battle tactics for the Lin tribe in his heart. At this moment, he was arranging them one by one. Qin Xiao's position in the hearts of the Lin tribe was extremely high. Therefore, the people of the Lin tribe naturally obeyed Qin Xiao's orders immediately and completed them. The battle tactics were arranged one by one. Everyone in the Lin tribe performed their respective duties and acted in an orderly manner. In this way, the efficiency was increased by a lot. It was no longer like before, when everyone didn't know what they had to do. Everyone stood there very blindly and didn't know what to do. Apart from panic, they were afraid, and apart from fear, they were worried. In this way, the morale naturally wasn't high, and the morale of the army was also somewhat lax. However, it was different now. Now, Qin Xiao had given everyone a task and asked them to complete these tasks. After having a clear goal, many people felt some sense and knew what their duties were. Everyone tried their best to do the things in their duties well. In this way, the efficiency of doing things was naturally greatly improved. Of course, this was mainly because of Qin Xiao's prestige. Everyone trusted Qin Xiao very much and also saw Qin Xiao as a life-saving straw. Therefore, everyone would naturally complete the tasks given by Qin Xiao to the letter. They felt that they had seen a glimmer of hope, a glimmer of hope. In less than half an hour, they had indeed completed all the tasks given by Qin Xiao. At this time, the Lin tribe's land had obviously changed a little. Although there didn't seem to be much difference on the surface, upon closer inspection, it was obvious that there were many changes. The warriors of the Lin tribe were no longer huddled together like before, looking somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Now, they were all standing in their own positions. Therefore, at a glance, they couldn't see any tribesmen. It was as if all of them had gone into hiding. Lin He was a little worried about such a novel battle tactic. He said, "Lin Li, don't you think that the battle tactics given by Brother Qin Xiao are very strange? Basically, they're all tactics that we have never heard of before. Just listening to them makes me feel strange. Will these really be useful and be able to produce a miraculous effect? There aren't many warriors of the Lin tribe in the first place, and we even scattered them all around the tribe's land. In this way, it will be easy for the army of demonic beasts to destroy us one by one. I feel like we will be completely defeated under one attack." Lin Li shook his head, but said with a firm expression, "Don't think too much. I believe in Brother Qin Xiao. Since he had made such an arrangement, he must have his reasons and confidence. Brother Qin Xiao is so experienced, and his knowledge is not something we can compare to. It's normal that we haven't heard of it before. Isn't it a little unconfident? After all, there are only so many people in the Lin tribe, and our combined strength is only so. Even with Brother Qin Xiao, I'm afraid we are far from being able to deal with this army of demonic beasts. Under such circumstances, I don't quite believe that a few small arrangements can turn the situation around." Lin He was still a little worried, or rather a little doubtful. After all, Qin Xiao's arrangements were indeed very incredible, so it was naturally difficult to believe. Boom! Chapter 9:15. One side was filled with thunderous booms, while the other side was as silent as cicadas in winter. One side was filled with murderous intent, while the other side was as nervous as a bowstring. The demonic beast army advanced in a mighty manner, bringing with it the power to topple mountains and overturn seas, as well as the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Loud roars filled the sky, causing a clamor to fill the 9 heavens. Waves of bloodthirsty and ferocious aura swept over like huge waves, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. Under the pressure of this terrifying aura, the warriors of the Lin tribe could not help but hold their breaths and tense their nerves. Their clothes were already drenched in cold sweat, dripping down. A timid person would probably be scared to death under such a monstrous aura. Many people's hearts were hanging in suspense. With the little power of the Lin tribe, how could they stop this million-strong demonic beast army? Just the number alone was a serious disparity. Moreover, the demonic beasts were not like the allied army of the 3 tribes. The demonic beasts were much more ferocious than the giant wolf tribe. Moreover, looking at this endless demonic beast army, there were probably more than 1 million or even millions of them. In the distance, the demonic beasts were still pouring in endlessly. There were more than 10 million demonic beasts in the entire Daki mountain range. If all the demonic beasts in the entire Daki mountain range went berserk, the giant beast frenzy formed would be extremely terrifying. If an army of 10 million demonic beasts attacked, not to mention the Lin tribe, even the powerful giant wolf tribe would not be able to withstand a single blow. Thump, thump, thump. This was the sound of a heartbeat, thumping as if it was about to jump out. Roar, roar, roar. The demonic beasts in the vanguard advanced within 1,000 feet of the Lin tribe. One by one, they bared their ferocious fangs. After letting out a loud roar, they launched an extremely ferocious attack. The great battle had finally begun. Giant stone array throw. At the command, the warriors of the Lin tribe threw giant stones one by one. Although these giant stone throwers were modified with some simple materials, the effect was very good. The giant stones were thrown with great power, as if they were thrown from a war chariot. Under such a rain of giant stones, the demonic beasts were smashed down one by one. Some were directly smashed to death, while others were heavily injured. Those who were lucky enough to dodge the attack roared furiously. However, the huge stone array was very orderly. It fell down like a violent storm, not giving the demon beast army any chance to breathe. Amidst the rain of boulders, more elite archers launched their attacks. The Lin tribe had hunted for a living for generations, so their archery skills were naturally superb. Qin Zhao's previous plan was to select a group of 3,000 warriors to form an excellent phalanx of archers. These arrows were all dipped in poison. Those injured beasts that did not manage to escape in time were shot to death by the arrows of the Lin tribe warriors. Just this cooperation alone was enough to stop 90% of the demon beasts in the Vanguard tribe. A small number of demonic beasts rushed to the bottom of the city walls. The third group was dispatched. This group was mainly made up of long spears, forming a long spear formation. Under the excellent arrangement of troops, it formed a huge power, so the demonic beasts that rushed up were quickly killed, and there was no return. If the number of demonic beasts was large enough, it would indeed pose a considerable threat. Fortunately, there were not many demonic beasts, so they were all killed by the Lin tribe warriors one by one. With such a defensive line in place, the demonic beast army was actually unable to break through and kill the Lin tribe. The Lin tribe members, who were originally very worried and nervous, saw that the defensive line set up by Qin Zhao had a huge effect. It could be said that it was miraculous. Everyone's confidence and morale soared. With the increase in morale, their strength naturally became stronger, and their defense became stronger. The demonic beast army launched attacks again and again, but they were beaten back time and time again. In just a few rounds of attacks, the Lin tribe actually killed more than 3,000 demonic beasts. On the other hand, the Lin tribe did not suffer any casualties. It was undeniably a miracle. If this was the case, then they would have nothing to fear when facing the allied forces of the three tribes. They could totally fight with the allied forces of the three tribes. Seeing the miraculous effect, the people of the Lin tribe worshipped Qin Zhao even more. They also regarded Qin Zhao as their backbone and regarded him as their strategist. Everything was under Qin Zhao's command. Such an effect was actually within Qin Zhao's expectations. This was an excellent military strategy that he had collected while traveling in the realm of the gods. Qin Zhao also made adjustments according to the actual situation of the Lin tribe. It could be said that this was a tailor-made plan, so naturally, it had a miraculous effect. After seeing the effect, Qin Zhao immediately carried out a second arrangement and became the commander of the army. The demonic beast army did not shrink back, nor did they become discouraged. Once again, they launched an even more ferocious attack. One after another, terrifying demonic beasts charged over. The few lines of defense set up by Qin Zhao could easily kill ordinary demonic beasts. However, it was not so easy to kill the demonic beasts that were more dangerous. Therefore, the demonic beast army also wanted to use the dangerous demonic beasts to charge forward and destroy the Lin tribe's defense line. They wanted to disrupt the Lin tribe's formation. Although the Lin tribe looked like an iron wall at this moment, once a hole was torn open, it was afraid that it would collapse completely. Their defeat would be set in stone. Everyone was very clear about this situation. Therefore, no matter what, they had to defend to the death. They could not let the demonic beast army have a chance to attack. They could not let them tear open any hole. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. Qin Zhao said to the Lin tribe leader, Lin Li, Lin He, and the others, Lin tribe leader, it's time for us to take the field. According to my previous plan, each of us will guard one place and cooperate with other methods. No matter what, we have to guard all the openings and not let any demonic beast charge into the Lin tribe. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. This line of defense was formed by all the people of the Lin tribe who were at the peak of the Sword Disciple realm and above. There were not many of them, only 100 or so. However, this line of defense was a very important one. Of course, just these 100 or so people were definitely not enough. Qin Zhao also arranged other lines of defense to cooperate with these 100 or so people to form a solid defense line. However, speaking of which, Qin Zhao did not have absolute confidence that they could defend against the demonic beasts. After all, the Lin tribe's strength was indeed a little weak. Now, they could only do their best to defend against the demonic beasts. Attack! At Qin Zhao's command, the mainstays of the Lin tribe charged out one by one, each guarding a position. The strength of the coordination was also in place. They were ready to assist. This line of defense could be said to be the line of defense that determined life and death. It determined the life and death of the Lin tribe and the fate of the Lin tribe. They could not afford to lose this battle. If they lost, it would mean extinction. It would mean the extinction of their tribe. It would mean that the Lin tribe would no longer exist in this world in the future. The warriors of the Lin tribe gritted their teeth tightly. They were all ready for this final battle. Even some young boys who were only at the initial stage of the sword disciple realm rushed out without hesitation. They were going to use their blood and lives to protect the Lin tribe. Qin Shao and the others showed their invincible might, especially Qin Shao. He was like an invincible god of war. He charged into the army of demonic beasts, as if he had entered an uninhabited land. Under the light of the sword, the demonic beasts were killed by Qin Zhao's sword one by one. The demonic beasts were no match for Qin Zhao's sword. They all died under Qin Zhao's sword. Lin Li and the Lin tribe leader also showed their invincible might. After all, the two of them were at the initial stage of the sword disciple realm. Moreover, they had also practiced the third-grade sword technique improved by Qin Shao. Naturally, their strength was not ordinary. In addition, this time, they were fighting to protect the Lin tribe. They were fighting to protect the lives of 100,000 people of the Lin tribe. The heavy burden on their shoulders forced them to fight with all their might. With the cooperation of Qin Zhao's tactics, the demonic beast attacks were beaten back again and again. More and more demonic beasts were killed. Outside the Lin tribe, there was already a river of blood. There were already corpses everywhere. It was already a scene of devastation. It was like a dead zone. In the midst of the blood, the demonic beasts' bestial instincts were aroused. One by one, they went crazy and roared. Their eyes were red, and they were even more ferocious. People of the Lin tribe also began to die at the hands of the demonic beasts. Some were directly bitten into pieces by the demonic beasts. Some were even eaten by the demonic beasts. The dark clouds of death also began to roll over. However, the morale of the people of the Lin tribe was not damaged at all. Instead, they became braver as they fought. Their fighting spirit was incomparably high. Death would only agitate them even more. It would only make them more aware that if they did not defeat the demonic beast army, there would only be more deaths in the Lin tribe. More innocent tribesmen would die. Therefore, they had to fight with all their might. Those warriors who died shed their blood for the Lin tribe. The people of the Lin tribe would always remember their contributions and would always regard them as warriors. Death could be as light as a feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. And the death of these people was obviously heavier than Mount Tai. Wave after wave of attacks were suppressed by the Lin tribe. With good cooperation, the power of the defensive line was maximized. In addition, Qin Shao and the others fought with all their might. They threw their heads and spilled their blood, blocking all the demonic beasts. Countless demonic beasts had died at the hands of Qin Shao. The corpses of the demonic beasts outside the Lin tribe had already piled up into mountains. The air had turned completely red, and the sun had long been covered. Between heaven and earth, a dark cloud covered the sky. Unparalleled magical power. The warriors of the Lin tribe died one by one. The mainstays also died one by one. The Lin tribe leaders were also injured a few times. Fortunately, Qin Shao helped them a few times. Otherwise, they might have all died under the claws of these demonic beasts. The battle became more and more intense, and more miserable. On the top of a mountain in the distance, the king of the Daki Mountains, Shi Yuan, stood there with his head held high. His gloomy eyes stared over here. His eyes were slightly red. Obviously, he was unwilling to accept such an outcome. He wanted to go crazy. He wanted to launch an even more ferocious attack. But at this moment, an invisible force suddenly descended, causing Shi Yuan to immediately kneel down and tremble. Chapter 9:16. It's about time. You can retreat now. A light voice rang in Shi Yuan's ears, not allowing for any resistance. Shi Yuan was stunned, and her eyes widened in confusion. She did not understand. Why were they retreating when the battle had just begun? This was not the order she had received previously. Previously, she was told to gather the monster army and attack the Lin tribe without restraint. But now, why were they retreating for no reason? The monster army had already sacrificed more than 10,000 men. Wasn't it too cowardly to retreat now? Great Immortal, I don't understand. Shi Yuan could not help but ask. She was a monster close to the sword spirit realm. She had already gained spiritual intelligence, and her intelligence was not inferior to that of a smart human. She could even speak the human language. If she advanced further, she could even transform into a human form. You don't need to understand. You just need to do as I say. What I need to play is the game. Now, the game is about to be upgraded. Attack for a while more, and you can retreat when it's about time. Otherwise, your monster army will suffer even more losses, the voice said again. The monster army's attacks were even more ferocious, but the Lin tribe blocked their attacks time and time again. Of course, they paid a lot of blood. However, to be able to withstand the waves of attacks from the demonic beast army, no matter how much blood was shed, it was worth it. Block it. We must block it. Warriors of the Lin tribe, it's time for us to fight with our lives on the line. Ha! Even if we fight to the last man, we won't lose anything. We've profited by killing these beasts. Yes, it's worth it to be able to kill so many monsters. Let's die. Ha! It's not a grievance to die in battle like this. Fight, fight, fight. Although the situation was getting more and more dangerous, the blood dyed the fighting spirit of the Lin tribe red. Their fighting spirit was burning, and they were extremely high. The Lin tribe leader and the others were also covered in blood and injuries. There were only 10 people left in the team of more than 100 people. Some of them were seriously injured, and their fighting strength was greatly reduced. It was obvious how tragic the battle was. However, the monster army paid an even heavier price. The mountain of corpses was a ghastly sight. Oh, a long, beastly roar resounded through the sky. The originally frenzied demonic beasts actually stopped. After a moment of hesitation, they all turned around and retreated. Seeing this scene, the people of the Lin tribe were also stunned. They did not understand what was going on. After being stunned for a while, someone finally reacted. Did the demonic beast army retreat? I think so. Could it be an act? It doesn't seem like it. Judging from the way they retreated, they should have retreated. Does that mean we've won? Haha, victory, we actually won. The demonic beast army actually fled. This is a miracle, a miracle. Yes, it is indeed a miracle. It feels so good. Ha, we don't have to die anymore. Finally, we don't have to die anymore. Our Lin tribe is saved. Our tribesmen are saved too. It's all thanks to Lord Qin Shao. It was Qin Shao who saved our Lin tribe. That's right. If it wasn't for Lord Qin Shao, our Lin tribe would definitely have perished. Let's quickly kneel down and thank Lord Qin Shao. The demonic beast army also retreated very quickly. It did not take long for them to retreat out of sight. The people of the Lin tribe also knelt down towards Qin Shao, their faces full of gratitude. Previously, when Qin Shao repelled the allied forces of the 3 tribes, the people of the Lin tribe were also very grateful. However, for many people, it was not from the bottom of their hearts. Some people even felt that this trouble should have been solved by Qin Shao. After all, the allied forces of the 3 tribes were in such a state because of Qin Shao. The allied forces of the 3 tribes were also here because of Qin Shao. Therefore, in the gratitude of the Lin tribe last time, there are also some other things. However, it was different this time. This time, it was the giant beast rampage. This time, it was a natural disaster. This time, it had nothing to do with Qin Shao. At least, that was what the people of the Lin tribe thought. This time, Qin Shao had already left. The giant beast rampage that broke out originally had nothing to do with Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao still returned to save them without hesitation. With his battle tactics and strength, he miraculously repelled the demonic beast army and created a miracle. Indeed, the people of the Lin tribe did not think that they could win this battle. However, in the end, they still won a complete victory and repelled the demonic beast army. All of this was also because of Qin Shao. It was all Qin Zhao's credit. If it wasn't for Qin Shao, it was certain that the Lin tribe would definitely have been annihilated by the demonic beast army. Therefore, this gratitude came from the bottom of their hearts. It was sincere and sincere. It was something that everyone was grateful for. Even the Lin tribe leader knelt in front of Qin Shao to express his gratitude to Qin Shao. Qin Shao really could not stand such a scene. He shook his head and said to the Lin tribe leader, "Tribe leader Lin, since the demonic beast army has retreated, they probably won't return in a short period of time. I'll take my leave first. When I leave, I'll also take a look in case the demonic beast army comes back. Don't let your guard down. I've also taught you how to arrange the troops. I believe that you can use it skillfully now. All right, we'll meet again someday." This was the second time that Qin Shao had said goodbye. Therefore, he did not ask them to stay. After saying goodbye, Qin Shao quickly left. However, what Qin Shao did not notice was that somewhere in the sky, there was a pair of eyes staring at him. The smile on his face was full of mischief. The game did not end because of this. It was over. Everything was over. The Lin tribe also began to count their losses. The number of people who died in this battle was not too bad. There were less than 2,000 people who died, and only a little more than 1,000 people were injured. Although this loss seemed huge, it was very, very small in comparison. It could be said that it was a miracle. Although almost 2,000 people died on the battlefield, the Lin tribe had achieved a great victory in the end. It could be said that they were in a high position. It was a joyous occasion. Those who died in battle were heroes, warriors, and martyrs who deserved everyone's respect. The Lin tribe did not suffer much damage. After confirming that the demonic beast army had left, the Lin tribe also began to clean up the battlefield. More than 30,000 demonic beasts have been killed. Moreover, there were many demonic beasts that had been injured. These demonic beasts were all very precious. There were many precious materials on their bodies. This collection was too big for the Lin tribe. It was enough to match the harvest of 2 to 3 years in the past, or even more. These spoils of war were naturally a very honorable thing for the Lin tribe. By the time everything was settled, it took 2 full days to clean up. The other members of the Lin tribe also returned to the Lin tribe. The Daki mountain range returned to its peaceful state. The people of the Lin tribe were relieved. However, they did not dare to let down their guard completely. They sent out a large number of people to stand guard and guard to prevent such a thing from happening again. In the courtyard beside the flower bed, a figure stood there like a withered flower. Her gaze was fixed on the flowers in a daze. However, her face was filled with sadness. Lin Shuang was very sad. She had been a very sad person since she was young. "Brother Qin Shao, I don't know where I went. I don't know if you're doing well. I don't even know if we will have a chance to meet again in the future," Lin Shuang mumbled. A figure appeared behind Lin Shuang without her noticing. The corners of his mouth curled up as he looked at Lin Shuang with a devilish charm. "Little fool, we will definitely have a chance to meet again." A voice suddenly traveled into Lin Shuang's ears from behind. When she heard this voice, Lin Shuang thought that she had misheard and was hallucinating. She hesitated for a while before turning around. She did not have much hope, but when she turned around and saw the familiar figure standing behind her, she jumped up excitedly as if she had been struck by lightning. She almost threw herself into Qin Zhao's arms. "Brother Qin Shao, didn't you leave already?" Lin Shuang looked at Qin Shao with an overjoyed expression. She said with a look of disbelief. Qin Shao smiled and said, "Yes, I left already. However, I missed you, little Shuang, so I came back to see you." When she heard this, Lin Shuang's eyes widened in shock. She looked at Qin Shao in disbelief. This did not sound like something that would come out of Brother Qin Zhao's mouth. Lin Shuang still did not believe him and said, "Brother Qin Shao, You are not lying to me, right? Little Shuang, it does not have such great charm. However, since Brother Qin Shao can make Little Shuang happy, Little Shuang is still very happy. He, Little Shuang, do you like Brother Qin Shao? Qin Shao asked again. Lin Shuang nodded almost without thinking and said, Yes, of course I like Brother Qin Shao. You're a great hero. I like heroes the most. Qin Shao shook his head and said, Little Shuang, Brother Qin Shao is not talking about that kind of like. It is the kind of like between a man and a woman. Lin Shuang was stunned again. Her body stiffened on the spot. The kind of like between a man and a woman? Although she had not officially become an adult, she had some understanding of the matters between men and women. She naturally knew what the kind of like between a man and a woman referred to. Lin Shuang was speechless for a moment. She did not know how to answer Qin Shao. In fact, she had not figured out what the kind of like between a man and a woman was. It seems that you don't really like Brother Qin Shao. Since you don't really like him, then Brother Qin Shao can't keep you. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth suddenly hooked up into a cold smile. A cold sword appeared in his hand. It turned into a cold light and stabbed towards Lin Shuang's heart. The sword directly pierced through Lin Shuang's body. The sword turned into a cold light and took away a life. Lin Shuang looked at Qin Shao with a painful expression. She looked at Qin Shao in disbelief and said, Brother Qin Shao, why do you want to kill me? Her voice was like a bloody cuckoo. There was extreme confusion and endless sadness in her voice. Why did you want to kill her? Why did you want to kill her? Chapter 9:17. Lin Shuang's eyes widened. They were filled with extreme sorrow and deep resentment. Blood splashed across the sky. The dark red blood was so red that it dyed his clothes red. What was the most painful thing in the world? To be killed by the person you trusted, liked, and admired the most. How sad was that? No matter how kind Lin Shuang was, she was filled with extreme resentment. Little Shuang, a sorrowful voice sounded. Lin Shuang's grandfather rushed over, crying. He hugged Lin Shuang, who had already stopped breathing. Tears flowed down his face, following which, rage filled the sky. His eyes were red. He glared at Qin Shao and said, Qin Shao, Little Shuang liked you so much. Why did you kill her? Why are you so cruel? Why are you so vicious? You even want to kill Little Shuang? Why? Why? Qin Zhao's lips curled into an evil smile. If I want to kill, I'll kill. Why do I need a reason? Grandpa Lin was so angry that his whole body trembled. The bones in his body creaked. What a good if you want to kill. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that Qin Shao, who was regarded as a hero by the Lin tribe, would do such a thing. He would actually kill Little Shuang so viciously. You're a hypocritical, despicable person. You're a demon who wears a mask. We've all been deceived by your disguise. To think that the Lin tribe regarded you as a hero and a savior. So all of this was just a disguise. You're a demon, a peerless demon. You'll die a horrible death. Grandpa Lin was so angry that he broke out in curses. He was filled with hatred, incomparable hatred. Qin Zhao's image instantly fell from the altar to hell. Qin Zhao's figure moved, and, in an instant, he was in front of Grandpa Lin. His strong hand grabbed Grandpa Lin's neck, and he lifted Grandpa Lin up like a little chick. Grandpa Lin was suffocated. His face was red, and he was in extreme pain. Grandpa Lin's strength was very ordinary. He was only at the advanced stage of the sword disciple realm. Facing the powerful Qin Shao, he naturally didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Grandpa Lin wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. A playful look appeared on Qin Zhao's face as he looked at the struggling Grandpa Lin. From that pair of old and despairing eyes, he could see the unparalleled resentment. Monstrous anger gushed out. Crack! However, his fate was just as tragic. He followed in Lin Shuang's footsteps and died at the hands of Qin Shao. Little Shuang, Lin Li's voice came from afar with a hint of excitement. It was obvious that he had something good to share with Lin Shuang. However, When he entered the courtyard and saw Lin Shuang'er and Grandpa Lin lying in a pool of blood, he froze on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. He was completely dumbfounded. How could this be? He was stunned for a long while before he ran over like a madman. He threw himself beside little Shuang'er and Grandpa Lin's corpses and cried out in pain. Little Shuang'er, my good little sister, what happened to you? Who could be so cruel as to kill you as well? Grandfather, grandfather, quickly wake up. You are the most respected doctor in our Lin clan. Even the clan leader respects you. Who is it that dares to do such a thing? Who? Who could it be? Lin Li was in extreme pain as he wailed. How could this be? They had clearly won. Everything was going in the right direction. However, how could little Shuang and Grandpa Lin be so tragically killed? Was it someone from the giant wolf tribe? Was it someone from the flame axe tribe? Or was it a ferocious demon beast? Many thoughts flashed through Lin Li's mind. He didn't want to accept such a tragedy. He didn't want to accept it. He was angry, he hated, and he was in pain. He really wanted to know who the crazy person was. How could he be so cruel as to kill little Shuang, and Grandpa Lin? He wanted revenge. He wanted revenge. Lin Li raised his head and roared, letting out a pained cry. Do you want to know who killed them? A light voice suddenly came from behind Lin Li. Lin Li was stunned and came back to his senses as if he had been electrocuted. Lin Li raised his head abruptly and looked over, only to see a familiar figure standing not too far away. Seeing the person, Lin Li was a little excited. He quickly came forward and said, Brother Qin Xiao, why are you back? Did you see who killed little Shuang and Grandpa? I saw. Qin Xiao's mouth curled into a sly smile. Lin Li grabbed Qin Xiao's arm excitedly and asked hurriedly, Tell me, Brother Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao pushed Lin Li away. Lin Li looked at Qin Xiao with a puzzled expression. He felt that the Qin Xiao in front of him seemed to be a different person. Why did he feel so unfamiliar? He felt very cold. The smile on his face also gave off a very different feeling. What was going on? Brother Qin Xiao, what's wrong with you? Lin Li couldn't help but ask. Qin Xiao laughed and said, Nothing. I just wanted to tell you that I was the one who killed them. What? Lin Li's eyes suddenly widened. He looked at Qin Xiao in disbelief for a moment. His face was full of astonishment. He said, Brother Qin Xiao, are you kidding me? How could it be? How could Brother Qin Xiao, whom he respected and admired the most, do such a thing? Previously, Brother Qin Xiao had selflessly contributed to the Lin tribe time and time again. He had saved the Lin tribe time and time again. He had saved the Lin tribe from danger time and time again. His gratitude to Qin Xiao had long been ingrained in his bones. He had always felt that Qin Xiao was a man of indomitable spirit, a hero worthy of respect, a peerless genius, and a gentleman. But how could Qin Xiao do such a thing? Brother Qin Xiao, don't lie to me. I don't believe it. You're not such a person. You're definitely not. You can't do such a thing. What exactly is going on? Brother Qin Xiao, can you tell me? Lin Li shook his head desperately. He couldn't believe it. He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. How could it be possible? It was absolutely impossible. It was absolutely impossible. Qin Xiao laughed softly and said, If you don't believe it, that's your problem. I killed them. There's no mistake about that. Not only did I kill them, but I also want to kill everyone in the Lin tribe. However, I won't kill you. I want you to live and let you suffer a lifetime of pain and torment. I want you to live a life worse than death. I want you to live in deep hatred for the rest of your life. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder exploded in Lin Li's mind. It buzzed and stunned Lin Li. No, no, no. It's not like that. It's definitely not like that. I don't believe it. Lin Li was still shaking his head desperately. He really couldn't figure out why Qin Xiao would do such a thing. But before he could think further, Qin Xiao had already stepped out. The first people he encountered were Lin Li's parents. Sword light flashed and directly beheaded the two of them. They were beheaded under the sword in front of Lin Li's eyes. Seeing his parents lying in a pool of blood and their life auras being cut off, Lin Li's chest was filled with agony. monstrous hatred also erupted like a volcanic eruption. It became extremely turbulent and surging. His worship, gratitude, and respect for Qin Shao had completely turned into hatred at this moment. Chapter 918. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. When a force was transformed into another force, it would become even more terrible. The more Lin Li admired Qin Shao, the deeper his hatred at this time. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. Once they moved in the opposite direction, it would naturally be deeper and more terrible. Little Shuang was dead. His grandfather was dead. His father was dead. His mother was dead. They all died in the hands of Qin Shao, his most admired and respected big brother Qin Shao. They all died in the hands of Qin Shao, whom everyone in the Lin tribe was deeply grateful to. Even if he did not want to believe it, the facts that he saw with his own eyes could not be faked. He had to believe it. Hatred was like a seed. Under the nourishment of hatred, it quickly sprouted and grew into a towering tree in a very short time. No, why? Why on earth? Qin Shao, why did you do this? I don't understand. I really don't understand. Why on earth did you do this? He did not understand. He really did not understand. Lin Li let out a hysterical roar. Endless resentment filled his chest and was about to explode. He suppressed it to the extreme and could not go any further. Watching your loved ones die in front of your eyes, you wouldn't be able to feel this kind of pain unless you experienced it yourself. Could it be that the most painful thing in the world was just like this? For Lin Li, this pain was infinitely magnified. He would never have thought that his most admired, respected, and grateful benefactor, his idol Qin Shao, would become an executioner. He was actually the murderer of his loved ones. Who could understand this kind of pain? After killing Lin Li's parents, Qin Shao smiled very evilly and playfully. He looked at Lin Li, who had already broken down, and said, "No reason. If I want to kill you, I will kill you. No reason. If I have to say why, I can only say that you are too weak. You are all too weak. To me, you are all prey under my sword. You are my mercy, and I can kill you at will. You are too weak. You are too weak. Prey? Am I mercy? Kill you at will?" What was the difference between him and an ant? The heavy blows landed on Lin Li's soul, causing him to be in so much pain that he could not speak. Lin Li's eyes were red. He was completely mad and had already collapsed. He rushed towards Qin Shao recklessly. His sword Qi roared with monstrous hatred. "Qin Shao, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." But no matter how strong he was, how could he be a match for Qin Shao? Therefore, before it could reach Qin Shao, it was easily defeated by Qin Zhao's attack. It was sent flying upside down for hundreds of feet before it fell to the ground with a loud bang and smashed down a wall. He was in an extremely sorry state. Lin Li struggled to get up, but he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the pain made him kneel down on one knee. His anger turned into despair. Why? His mouth was still mumbling, and he couldn't stop himself from muttering. Qin Shao clicked her tongue and shook her head. She looked even more playful. "Are you angry? Angry? Do you hate me? But what's the use of that? You don't have the strength to fight me. In my eyes, you're just a slightly stronger ant. If I want to kill you, what's the difference between that and killing an ant? Now, I'm going to continue killing. I'm going to kill all 100,000 people of the Lin tribe. I'm going to kill to my heart's content. Ha! I want you to watch the people of the Lin tribe die, one by one in front of your eyes, and feel helpless." No, don't. Lin Li roared again and again. He knelt on the ground and clawed at the floor with both hands, causing blood to flow out. "Qin Shao, I hate you. Qin Shao was really a man of his word. His butcher's knife shone with a peerless sharpness, and one life after another died under his sword. The Lin tribe was instantly plunged into chaos. Blood soared into the sky, and cries of agony filled the sky. Voices of despair resounded through the sky, begging for mercy. Unwilling voices, cursing, and angry voices could be heard incessantly. But none of this could stop all this from happening. Lin Li's throat was already hoarse from all the shouting. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and he had completely collapsed. He sat on the ground and could only watch all this happen. But he had no way to stop all this from happening. In less than 2 hours, the Lin tribe was already in ruins, and corpses were strewn everywhere. From the elderly who had difficulty walking to the babies who were still crying piteously for food, none of them were spared. All of them died under Qin Zhao's sword. A red mist enveloped the entire Lin tribe. The smell of blood was so thick that it was difficult to breathe. Even the sky had turned red. 100,000 clansmen had been massacred. How tragic was this scene? This battle was far more tragic than the previous 2 battles. It was much more bloody and terrifying. The Lin tribe, which was originally full of vitality, fell from heaven to hell in an instant. And Lin Li watched all this happen with his own eyes. He watched his tribesmen die in front of him. Who could understand this kind of pain? Who could understand this kind of hatred? Stepping on the corpses and stained with blood, Qin Xiao walked towards Lin Li step by step. Lin Li did not have much strength left, but when he saw Qin Xiao coming, he still struggled desperately to stand up. He still gritted his teeth and glared at Qin Xiao. He was extremely agitated and said in a hoarse voice, "Kill me! Kill me!" Death was actually not terrible. The feeling of living a life worse than death was the most bitter in the world. At this time, Lin Li had already lost all hope. He only wanted to die, to be free. Living no longer had any meaning to him. His family, his clansmen, they were all dead. What was the point of him living alone? He felt that his life was already gloomy. "You want to die?" Qin Xiao laughed mockingly. "It's not that easy to die. I want you to suffer a life worse than death. I want you to live in endless pain for the rest of your life. I want you to be awakened by nightmares every day. I want you to be unable to sleep every day. As long as you close your eyes, you will see the bloody scene in front of you. You will see your family and tribesmen die one by one in front of you, and you can't do anything about it. I want you to remember it for the rest of your life. You won't forget it and live in pain. And this is my punishment for you, my game for you." Punishment? Game? It turned out that he was just a pawn in someone else's game. How ridiculous and pathetic was that? Everything before was fake. It was all an act. Ridiculous. It was really ridiculous. Why did he have to be so stupid? "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I won't do as you wish. Your life is the best punishment for you. Of course, you can come and take revenge on me. I will wait for you. I'm just afraid that you don't have the strength to do so," Qin Xiao said again. After that, he turned and left. He left with the 100,000 undead of the Lin tribe. He looked at the back of the figure that was gradually disappearing into the distance, but there was nothing he could do. There was only hatred in his heart. But what else could he do? He could not do anything. He could not do anything. Chapter 919. Father and mother are dead. Grandpa is dead. Little Shuang is dead. Chief Lin is dead. Brother Lin, he is dead. They're all dead. Everyone is dead. Why didn't he kill me? Why didn't he kill me? Is this how it feels to live a life worse than death? Why did he do this to me? Why did he torture me? Qin Xiao, I hate you. I really hate you. But what can I do? What can I do to him? Yes, I'm too weak. I'm just a slightly stronger ant in front of him. So, I can only let him control me. Let him play with me. Let him kill my tribesmen and my loved ones in front of me. I'm useless. I'm incompetent. How can I still have the face to live in this world? I might as well die together with him. Just die. It'll be over, and I'll be completely free. Lin Li had already lost all hope. The endless pain in his heart made him lose the courage to live on. It took a lot of courage for a person to live on. Lin Li was the only one left of the 100,000 tribesmen of the Lin tribe. Everywhere he looked, there were corpses of his tribesmen. They died tragically in a pool of blood, unable to stand up or say anything. After being ravaged like this, no matter how strong a person's will was, they would still crumble and completely succumb. Lindley picked up his sword. At this moment, he did not want to think about anything. He just wanted to end it here and die with his tribesmen. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and the sword in Lindley's hand was sent flying by a strong force. A voice came from behind Lindley. "Don't you think you're a coward to die, just like that? Don't you think you're a coward?" Lindley looked over expressionlessly, only to see a sage-like elder appear in front of him. "A coward is a coward, a coward is a coward, a coward is a coward, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm going to die. A dead man doesn't care about these things," Lindley said coldly. All thoughts turned to dust. Everything turned to emptiness. Everything lost its meaning. Nothing was important. Dignity, hatred, and anger had all turned into nothingness. At this moment, Lindley only wanted to die, nothing else. How could he not think of revenge? But how could he do it? He had some self-awareness and knew that even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to take revenge. The disparity in strength between him and Qin Shao was simply too great. There was no hope for revenge. If he lived alone in this world, he would only suffer more pain and fall into endless torment. Therefore, in the face of this, he chose to give up. Do you really not want revenge at all? Can you really watch your loved ones, your most beloved parents, your most beloved grandfather, your most beloved sister, and your most respected clansmen die with their eyes wide open? Are you really not going to avenge them? The sage-like old man's voice was as sharp as thunder, as if it carried a strong, penetrating force. Lindley laughed maniacally. Revenge? How could I not want revenge? My death is not to be regretted, but my family, my clansmen. But what can I do? What can I do? With my talent and potential, I'm afraid I can't even reach the limit of the sword contemplation realm, let alone the sword spirit realm. With my strength, how can I take revenge? Instead of being so ashamed, I'd rather die. Senior, let me die. There's no meaning for me to live in this world. The sage-like old man's voice became even harsher. Nonsense, it's simply nonsense. Death is the stupidest and most irresponsible thing to do. Monstrous hatred is also the power for you to move forward. It can also stimulate your unlimited potential. It just depends on whether you can use this power well. Why don't you have the strength to take revenge? Why isn't it possible? Lindley was slightly stunned. He looked at the sage-like old man with a puzzled expression. He did not quite understand the meaning of this senior's words. Why did the senior say that there was such a possibility? This was obviously something impossible. There was no possibility at all. Lindley still had this self-awareness. With his talent and potential, it would be heaven-defying for him to cultivate to the advanced stage of the sword contemplation realm in his lifetime. The higher the realm, the harder it was to advance. Even the advancement of small realm was definitely not that easy. Countless people were stuck at the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm and could not break through to the intermediate stage of the sword contemplation realm in their lifetime. Every step was like ascending to the heavens. This sentence was completely true. Lindley's talent was not bad, but it was far from enough. It was too difficult to break through at the sword contemplation realm. There were many capable people in the Daki mountain range, but after cultivating for their entire lives, they stopped at the initial stage of the sword contemplation realm. However, Lindley still didn't want to think about this matter at this time. So he said, "Senior, I appreciate your kindness, but you can say whatever you want. This is my own choice, so please don't say anything about it. I know what I'm doing, and this is all I can do." With that, Lindley wanted to take his sword again to end his own life. However, at this moment, an invisible and powerful force bound Lindley, causing him to be unable to move at all. A vast and mighty immortal pressure descended, causing Lindley to have the urge to kneel down and worship at this moment. This feeling was like an ant meeting a giant dragon. There was a huge difference in the level of life. Lindley's soul was suddenly shaken. His eyes widened as he stared at the immortal-like person in front of him. His expression changed completely. He was shocked, and the corners of his mouth trembled slightly. "Senior, are you an immortal? Such a terrifying aura and such a powerful ability were definitely not something that a sword spirit sword monarch could have. Sword King and Sword Venerables might have such an aura, but Lindley felt that the senior in front of him should be one of the legendary immortals. That was why he asked. The immortal-like old man had a serious expression and said, "Kid, I have been secretly observing you just now and have some thoughts about you. That's why I stopped in my tracks and wanted to enlighten you. But you look like you're still quite stubborn." Plop. Lindley immediately knelt down and hurriedly said, "I was blind to have offended you just now. Please forgive me, immortal." The immortal-like old man waved his hand and said, "Forget it. As the saying goes, the ignorant are innocent. I don't want to blame you. I'll ask you one more time. Do you want revenge or not? Do you want revenge? Is there need to ask this question again?" However, this question was asked by the immortal in front of him at this time, so Lindley had to think about the meaning behind it. What does it mean? Lindley gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, of course I want it. I want it even in my dreams, and even if I die, I will die. Kid, I don't regret my death. It's just that I haven't taken my revenge. Immortal, if you have a bright path for me, I will definitely be very grateful." Chapter 920. What? Take me as a disciple? An immortal wants to take me as a disciple. These words sounded like a dream, as if they were dreaming. Qin Shao felt that he had never had such a wonderful dream since he was born. An immortal wants to take me as a disciple? Such a good thing would be a dream come true for anyone, but such a good thing had miraculously fallen into his lap at this time. Lindley could not believe it for a moment after being hit by such a big pie. He stared at the immortal in front of him, dumbfounded. "What? You don't want to?" The old man frowned slightly and asked. Lindley suddenly reacted. As if he had just woken up from a dream, he immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. No, I'm willing. Of course, I'm willing. I'm willing 1,000 times, 10,000 times. I just didn't dare to believe it just now." Lindley also became extremely excited at this time. After such a big disaster, he did not expect to win a ray of light that belonged to him. The ancients often said that fortune and misfortune came together, and it seemed to be true. "Since you're willing, why don't you quickly kneel down and acknowledge me as your master?" The old man said with an unfathomable smile. "Dong, dong, dong." Lindley did not hesitate this time. He hurriedly kowtowed 3 times to the old man and muttered, "Disciple Lindley pays his respects to master." The sage-like old man waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted Lindley up. "Well, get up." The sage-like old man nodded with a smile, but his expression immediately became serious again. He said, "Lindley, now that you have become my disciple, you have to listen to your master's words in the future. Do you understand?" Lindley said respectfully, "Yes, I understand. I'll definitely be filial to you in the future. I'll follow whatever rules master has. I won't violate them at all." "No." The old man shook his head and said, "The most important thing now is revenge. Do you have anything to say?" Lindley's eyes grew colder and colder, flashing with a peerless sharpness, with endless anger and hatred. "Yes, the most important thing for me now is revenge. Revenge, I must take revenge." Lindley clenched his fists tightly, sonorous and powerful. Just having this kind of determination is not enough. In order to give you some pressure, so that you can take revenge sooner, use your intrinsic sword to swear a poison oath, said the sagely old man. Lindley was taken aback. Swear on the natal sword? This was no small matter. He couldn't act recklessly. However, Lindley didn't hesitate much and immediately followed his master's instructions. Daki City was the capital of Daki County. It was the most prosperous place in Daki County. The commercial roads extended in all directions like a spider web, connecting the entire Daki County. Other than the official roads that extended in all directions, there was also an even more important teleportation formation. For the world of sword cultivators, teleportation formations were the most important passageways. Only teleportation formations that extended in all directions could show the prosperity of a city. However, teleportation formations were all controlled by immortals, and other forces were not qualified to control them. The immortal sect had complete control over the teleportation formations, which was enough to ensure that the immortal sect had absolute control over an area. This could also show the power of the immortal sect. As an immortal sect, they naturally had to set some rules and promulgate some laws to rule the country. Daki City was the only city in Daki County that had a teleportation formation. It was where the capital of the county was located. Daki City was very lively, and all the major forces were entrenched there. Qin Shao traveled from Daki Mountain Range to Daki City at the fastest speed, but it still took him half a month. The world of sword cultivators was not very peaceful, and Qin Shao encountered a lot of trouble along the way. If they didn't run into bandits and robbers, they would run into some bad people and bad things. When she met them, Qin Shao always liked to take care of them. As the saying goes, draw your sword to help when you see injustice on the road. After entering Daki City, he finally felt the liveliness and vitality. Qin Shao came out this time to increase his understanding of this world and improve his strength through traveling. Comprehending the Tao of sword cultivators also needed to comprehend from nature. Traveling was obviously also a method of cultivation. During this half a month of traveling, Qin Shao also deeply understood that it was indeed effective. As long as he worked hard in this direction, he would definitely be able to go further. He would definitely be able to break free from the restraints of this world's laws. Through comprehending nature, he also had to slowly integrate himself into it. However, this was a long and slow process. It was definitely not easy to be assimilated. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's strength was completely restrained, so the suppression of the original will of the world of sword cultivators on Qin Shao was not too terrible. Therefore, this could be considered as giving Qin Shao a chance. Every world has its own unique characteristics, and it feels completely different from other worlds. For example, the Tianlong continent, the Divine Realm, the Small Manu world. Every world is completely different. The world of sword cultivators also has its own characteristics. Immortal cultivation is indeed a very novel thing, a cultivation method that does not exist in the primordial universe. Actually, as a whole, there are some similarities between different approaches that lead to the same result. It's just that they are completely different in nature with different roots and different origins. They are completely different things. It's not so easy for me to go far on this path of cultivation, and it's not something that can be done overnight. However, now that I'm in this world, there are not many possibilities for me to leave. Since that's the case, then time has no meaning to me. What I want to do is to challenge myself. Since he was in this world, he might as well take a good look around. In a small tavern, Qin Shao ordered some wine and dishes. Along the way, Qin Shao had also gained a lot. It was not a problem for Qin Shao to eat in Daki City for several years. While eating delicious food and drinking good wine, Qin Shao was thinking about his future plans, what his next step should be, and how to improve himself quickly. At this moment, the discussion of the guests at the nearby table attracted Qin Zhao's attention. Hey, have you heard about what happened in the Daki Mountain Range half a month ago? Of course, I've heard about it. In Daki County, there are rumors about Shangxiong. How could I not have heard about it? The Lin tribe was wiped out overnight. Isn't that right? 100,000 people were all killed, and no one survived. The old and the young all died without any accident. How cruel. 100,000 people, a tribe of 100,000 people, were all wiped out. That's right. It's too cruel. I wonder which power did this. What's there to pity? It's normal for such a small tribe to be wiped out. Without any guarantee of strength, they will naturally lose. It's just a small primitive tribe in the Daki Mountain Range. What's there to talk about? I don't care. Well, let's continue drinking. I just heard about it and thought it was interesting. Come on, let's drink. Don't talk about it. Huh? What? Hearing these people's discussion, Qin Shao almost jumped up from his horse. Chapter 921. Qin Shao frowned. From their conversation just now, Qin Shao had obtained a lot of information about the Lin tribe. The Lin tribe was exterminated? It had only been half a month since Qin Shao left. How could the news of the Lin tribe's extermination have spread to Daki City? According to the speed of the news, the Lin tribe was exterminated after he left the Lin tribe. What was going on? Qin Shao's heart skipped a beat. He waved at the waiter. The waiter walked over with a flattering smile and said, "Sir, what can I do for you?" Qin Shao casually tossed a bag of spirit stones into the waiter's hand. The waiter weighed the bag. There were more than 30 spirit stones in it. This was almost equivalent to his monthly salary. It was rare for him to receive such a large tip. After receiving the tip, the smile on the waiter's face deepened. "Sir, please tell me what you need." As he spoke, the waiter quietly put away the bag of spirit stones. Qin Shao said, "Brother waiter, I have something to ask you. Just now, I heard someone talking about the extermination of a tribe in Daki City. It seems to be called the Lin tribe. Do you know about this?" "Sir, you're talking about this?" "I've heard about it. It's true. The news has been spreading crazily in Daki City these few days. I've also heard a lot of news." The waiter nodded. Qin Shao frowned slightly. The waiter in the inn must be the most well-informed. Listening to what he said, he must be very serious about it. The waiter continued. "This happened about half a month ago. It said that a mysterious powerhouse appeared in the Lin tribe and killed everyone in the Lin tribe. From the elderly to the babies in swaddling clothes, no one was spared. They all died under the sword of the mysterious powerhouse. A tribe of 100,000 people was wiped out in one night. Not a single one was left. TSK. What kind of scene would that be? Corpses covered the ground, blood flowed into rivers, and the scene of desolation was everywhere. How horrifying was it? Anyway, that's about the news we've received so far. It's just a small tribe, so not many people will pay attention to it. If it weren't for the fact that their clan was exterminated overnight and a mysterious expert was involved, not many people would have paid attention to it." "Gotcha." Qin Shao clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart surged. At this moment, Qin Shao thought of Shuang, Lin Li, and clan leader Lin. How should she put it? Although she didn't have deep feelings for the Lin tribe, Qin Shao had lived in the Lin tribe for more than a month. Moreover, the Lin tribe was also the first place Qin Shao had stayed in after coming to the world of swordsmanship. In addition, Qin Shao had some feelings for the Lin tribe because of his relationship with Shuang. Therefore, Qin Shao was naturally furious when he heard that the Lin tribe had been exterminated. Of course, Qin Shao was most concerned about Shuang and Lin Li. He didn't want them to die too. Everyone in the Lin tribe is dead. Not a single one is left alive. Qin Shao asked. The waiter shook his head and said, "No, not a single one. Everyone is dead. No one in the entire Lin tribe was spared. They all died tragically under the sword." Qin Shao was slightly stunned. Even though he had an incomparably firm heart, Qin Shao was still a little shaken at this moment. Friendship had always been the softest part of Qin Shao's heart. Shuang was dead. Lin Li was dead. The Lin tribe was exterminated. Who exactly did it? With the strength of one person, he actually exterminated the Lin tribe overnight without leaving a single survivor. What kind of expert could do this? He had to be at least in the sword spirit realm, right? There were no experts in the sword spirit realm in the Daki mountain range at all. Not to mention the Daki mountain range, even in the entire Daki county, there were pitifully few existences in the sword spirit realm. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they could be counted on one's fingers. Even in the entire Mount Hua Fairy Gate territory, a sword spirit realm expert would be considered an expert. He would be treated as a guest of honor wherever he went. Who on earth would be so ruthless to the Lin tribe? What kind of deep hatred was there to be able to exterminate the Lin tribe? The Lin tribe couldn't possibly have offended such a powerful enemy, right? Moreover, why was it so coincidental? Why did it happen to be right after he left the Lin tribe? This was definitely not a coincidence. There must be something unusual going on here. Thinking back to what had happened before, Qin Shao immediately understood that there must be a conspiracy in this. It must be that invisible hand behind the scenes. Everything that had been done to manipulate and toy with him from the beginning. Who on earth was the person behind this? Who on earth was it? Ever since Qin Xiao was born, he had never been played by anyone like this. He had never been so cowardly or aggrieved. This feeling of being in the hands of others was indeed very unpleasant. However, Qin Xiao had no power to resist at this time. He didn't even have a clue about the other party's background. That was precisely why Qin Xiao felt even more uncomfortable. The death of Shuang, and Lin Li made Qin Xiao feel extremely uncomfortable. Some images flashed in his mind. I don't care who you are. I will definitely find you. I definitely will. Qin Xiao's anger had reached its peak, and he secretly swore. The more oppressed he was, the more Qin Xiao would resist, and the more his fighting spirit would be stimulated. Now, Qin Xiao had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Strength was everything. No matter which world he was in, this was an unchanging iron law. Hey, boy, I've taken a fancy to your seat. Hurry up and get out of my way. Just as Qin Xiao's face was silent, an ear-piercing voice suddenly rang out. It was like a cold knife stabbing at him. Qin Zhao's brows furrowed slightly as he glanced over. He saw a few men standing in front of him. The leader was a young man in his early 20s. His brocade clothes were enough to show that he had an extraordinary background. The young man in brocade clothes was followed by 4 attendants, who were dressed as servants. This kind of lineup was also the style of a young master. His aura was fierce and his face was domineering. Just looking at him would make people afraid to provoke him. When the waiter saw him, he immediately became a lackey. He bowed and bent his knees to greet him. He smiled and said, "Oh, young master, you're here. Please take a seat. I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you." The young man, who was called a young man by the waiter, glanced at the waiter lightly and said, "Then why don't you hurry up and clean up the table for me? Don't spoil my fun." The waiter immediately nodded and said, "Okay, young master, I'll do it for you right away. As long as you come to our inn, you will definitely enjoy the best treatment." After that, the waiter immediately changed his expression and said to Qin Xiao, "Sir, there are still tables over there. You can sit over there." There was a 180-degree change in his attitude from just now. Chapter 922. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, the 4 bodyguards immediately burst into laughter, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. The 4 of them glared at Qin Xiao menacingly and pitifully, thinking to themselves that he had the audacity to defy Rong Yan's authority. They felt that he was courting death. However, they also snorted in disdain. The waiter glanced at Qin Xiao from the corner of his eye and said in a sarcastic tone, "Sir, are you from another city? I've never met anyone who dares to speak to young Master Rong like that. If you're ignorant, forget it. Hurry and apologize to young Master Rong and move aside. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to resolve this matter today. That's going to be troublesome." The waiter was shrewd and had already explained to Qin Xiao the meaning behind his words. Even though Qin Xiao did not know who Rong Yan was, he could roughly guess that he had a powerful background. Since he had such a high status in Daki City, he clearly had a powerful background and was not someone that ordinary people could afford to offend. Qin Xiao had seen plenty of heirs like him and had killed plenty of them. To be honest, Qin Xiao had always despised such people. In particular, young Master Rong's arrogant and domineering words of, "I've set my sights on your position." Qin Xiao was already in a bad mood at this moment. After hearing young Master Rong's words, he was obviously displeased. Qin Xiao also turned a deaf ear to the waiter's words and did not pay any attention to it. Seeing that Qin Xiao did not react, Rong Yan's head sank a little. His slender brows furrowed into the shape of a sword and flashed with a fierce light. Rong Yan's 4 bodyguards all looked menacing and glowered at Qin Xiao menacingly. A terrifying force had already surged up and engulfed Qin Xiao. If he dared to resist at all, the force would kill him without hesitation. The situation had also attracted the attention of the guests at the other tables. Although there was a high turnover rate in Daki City, many people obviously knew about Rong Yin and were fearful of him. Brother, it's probably your first time in Daki City, and you don't know how complicated it is. That's why you dare to speak to young Master Rong like that, right? He looks unfamiliar. It must be his first time in Daki City. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so bold. However, this kid is going to be in trouble. Yeah, those who offend young Master Rong don't end up well. Forget it. It's none of our business. Let's finish our drinks and leave. We'd better stay far away. Seeing that Qin Xiao actually ignored him, the waiter's originally flattering face became a bit stern. His voice also became impolite. I say, do you not understand human language? Do you have a death wish? I'm just reminding you out of kindness. You don't take it seriously, do you? Qin Xiao looked at the waiter calmly and said, let me ask you. Since your inn is open for business, does it mean that you're a customer? Qin Xiao's voice was not loud, but it could be heard by the people around him. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, the surrounding guests looked over again, feeling that there was going to be a good show. Don't talk about such useless things. Kid, I advise you to be sensible, lest you get yourself killed. It's said that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, but that's not necessarily a good thing. As a person, it was better to adapt to the circumstances. Otherwise, you won't live long. The waiter waved his hand and said. His words were obviously full of threats. Qin Zhao's voice became sharper as she said again, you still haven't answered my question. There are many people here who are listening. Your inn is open for business. Don't you recognize that you are a customer? The waiter was a little annoyed by Qin Zhao's questioning. He looked around and said, of course we recognize that. Of course we're a customer. All right, since your inn acknowledges this, then does it mean that I'm a guest when I come to your inn to drink? Qin Xiao asked. The waiter's face darkened, but he still said, yes, of course you're a customer. Since I'm a customer, why should I give up my seat to someone else? Is my spirit stone stinkier, or am I stinkier? Or are you saying that your inn is also divided into 3 classes and 9 classes? Just because he was a person of high status, he could bully and humiliate others at will. Could he drive others away at will? If that's the case, then am I here to drink or to be humiliated? If your inn can't even show its customers the most basic respect, I think it's better for your inn to close down as soon as possible. Qin Zhao's voice was calm, but every word of his was like a sharp knife that stabbed into the waiter's heart. No matter what kind of inn it was, reputation was especially important if it wanted to be big and strong. Reputation was related to many aspects, and respect for the guests was the most basic one. No matter what kind of inn it was, customers were the ones who entered. As long as they entered the inn, they would at least be treated politely, even if they did not have to respect them. Such a thing was obviously bullying the customers. Usually, the waiter would not dare to do such a thing, even if he was given 100 guts. However, it was young Master Rong who came today, so the waiter immediately became bold. With young Master Rong around, even the shopkeeper would definitely be on his side. The waiter would never let go of this opportunity to curry favor with young Master Rong. The waiter's face became a little sullen, and he lowered his voice and said to Qin Xiao, you really take my kindness for granted. I'm doing this for your own good. You definitely don't know who young Master Rong is, right? I can tell you that young Master Rong is the young master of the Rong family, one of the top 10 forces in Daki City. This identity alone is enough to make you tremble in fear. Can you afford to offend the Rong family in Daki City? So I asked you to give up your seat to young Master Rong for your own good. If you know what's good for you and quickly give up your seat, everything will be fine. If you don't know what's good for you, you should know what the consequences will be. This is Daki City, and the Rong family represents the rules to a certain extent. You should understand what I'm saying, right? Qin Xiao had just arrived in Daki City, so he did not know the situation in Daki City. However, when he was in the Lin tribe, he had learned some things about Daki City, so he naturally knew a little about the top 10 forces in Daki City. Qin Xiao knew a little about the Rong family. In fact, when he heard others call young Master Rong Qin Xiao, he suspected that it was the Rong family. As expected, the Rong family was a family force with a sword spirit realm master. In the immortal domain of the Huashan immortal sect, any clan that had a sword spirit realm expert was a major force. As long as the sword spirit realm expert didn't die, the clan would continue to prosper. In the entire territory of Daki City, the number of forces with a sword spirit realm master could be counted with 2 hands. And these forces were the well-deserved overlords and rulers of Daki City. The Rong family was obviously one of them. The Rong family's prestige in Daki City was needless to say. This was a great deterrent to most people, but it had no effect on Qin Shao. Chapter 923. As soon as Qin Shao said that, there was an uproar in the surroundings, and everyone looked at Qin Shao strangely. Many people looked at Qin Shao with admiration. There were probably not many people in Daki City who dared to speak to young Master Rong in such a way. Those who dared to do so were either lunatics or fools. "Kid, are you courting death?" One of young Master Rong's lackeys flew into a rage and reached out to grab Qin Shao. Although his movement seemed ordinary, it contained a strong force. If someone who was not strong enough was grabbed by him, he would definitely be smashed into pieces. Although he was just a lackey, he also had the strength of a sword disciple. If a person who reached the limit of the sword disciple realm was placed in a tribe in the Daki mountain range, he would be a famous person, a first-class genius, and the hope of the future. However, in this place, he was willing to be someone else's follower. This was something that made people sigh endlessly. Even in Daki City, a person who reached the limit of the sword disciple realm was considered a top expert. This furious claw was clearly aimed at Qin Shao. It wanted to humiliate this arrogant brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Crack! The lackey's iron claw grabbed Qin Shao's shoulder, but before he could rejoice, he felt a strong resistance coming from his hand. His iron claw seemed to have grabbed an extremely hard rock, and there was no way for it to penetrate or shake it at all. Even if it was a rock, his claw would be able to crush it. However, when his claw landed on Qin Zhao's shoulder, it was harder than steel. Why is it so hard? Such a situation made his heart skip a beat, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition. Sure enough, before he could think further, a powerful sword qi broke out from Qin Zhao's shoulder like a dragon and turned into a terrifying ray of light that hit the lackey's palm. Under the power of this powerful sword qi, the lackey retracted his hand in great pain, and he was forced to retreat again and again. If he had retreated a little later, his palm would have been cut off by this terrifying sword qi. He retreated more than 10 steps before he managed to stabilize his body and stop. The lackey flew into a rage out of humiliation, and there was a big change in the way he looked at Qin Shao. Even with his strength, he could not withstand a single blow. How strong must he be to be able to do this? The atmosphere instantly became tense. The waiter was both shocked and terrified. He opened his mouth and said, "Brat, you've got guts. You've really got guts. You even dared to hit young Master Rong's lackey. I think you're really crazy and you don't want to live anymore. You've offended young Master Rong. No one in the entire Daki City. I've already hit him. What's there to be afraid of? The fact that I didn't cripple that hand of his was already letting him off easy." However, there's a limit to my kindness. I'm not a good person, let alone a gentleman. If he dares to touch me again, I won't let him off like this. Qin Shao glanced at the lackey coldly and said coldly, "So what if he hit him?" What a domineering tone. The surrounding onlookers all felt that Qin Shao was a little crazy. Otherwise, why would he have the guts to say such arrogant words? He was young Master Rong's lackey. What was the difference between hitting young Master Rong's lackey and hitting young Master Rong in front of him? Rong Yin was also infuriated. He glowered at Qin Shao coldly and said, "Kid, I admire your guts, but I don't admire your ignorance. You're the first person who dares to speak to me in such a manner. You do have the guts, and you should have some abilities too. However, that alone doesn't give you the right to be so arrogant. This is Daki City, and there are rules here. It's not something that a young kid like you can change. Qin Shao looked at Rong Yin and said, I don't want to change anything. I'm just a passerby. I'm just a passerby in Daki City. However, that doesn't mean that I'm a pushover. There are plenty of empty seats here. Why do you have to sit in mine? What do you mean? Rong Yin chuckled and said, nothing much. I like this place, and I just want to sit here. That's all. Qin Shao asked. Rong Yin said, yes, that's all. Qin Shao sneered and said, that's all. Just because you're the young master of the Rong family and your family is powerful and extraordinary, you're entitled to a high position. That's why you can bully others as you wish and decide their fate as you wish. You can manipulate their dignity. As long as you're willing, you can do whatever you want. You don't have to care about the feelings of others. It is precisely because of your great background, precisely because of your great strength that no one dares to provoke you. Everyone is reverent and respectful to you. They are all at your beck and call. Rong Yin laughed and glanced at Qin Shao condescendingly. Seems like you're an understanding person. You actually know some things. You're right. So, it's as easy as crushing an ant for me to deal with you. That's how the world works. Strength is everything. So, you have to kneel in front of me and beg for my mercy. So, you can be arrogant and do whatever you want, young Master Rong. Yes, that's right. Qin Shao was infuriated and thought to himself, what a wastrel. After laughing, Rong Yan's face grew sullen and he glowered at Qin Shao menacingly. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll be merciful and give you a chance to live. As long as you kneel down now and crawl under my crotch before barking like a dog 3 times, I'll spare your life and let you leave. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place alive today. If you can leave alive, I'll take it that I'm not capable enough. Rong Yan's lackeys guffawed. There's also an ignorant kid who dared to be arrogant in front of young Master Rong 3 months ago. Later on, he knelt down obediently and became a dog. Isn't that so? Those who offend young Master Rong don't have a good ending. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hurry and do as young Master Rong says. That's the only way you can stay alive. Otherwise, you'll definitely die today. Kid, young Master Rong is giving you a chance to stay alive. Aren't you going to cherish it and kneel down to admit your mistake? The surrounding discussions also became noisy. Many people looked at Qin Shao with sympathetic eyes. There were also many people who looked at him with pity. Qin Shao sneered and looked at Rong Yin. Seems like you enjoy trampling on others' dignity and character. All right, then I'll also be on guard against you today. Let's have some fun together. Since you want to go overboard, I'll grant you your wish. We'll do as you said just now. Otherwise, you won't leave here alive today. What? Are you kidding me? Is he out of his mind? As soon as he said that, there was another uproar. He really had the guts. He really had the audacity to be so brazen and arrogant. He was really out of his mind. It was really too crazy. Listening to it made one's blood boil. Chapter 924. Who was Rong Yin? He was the young master of the Rong family, which was one of the top 10 forces in Daki City and even the entire Daki region. It would be fine if he was just an ordinary young master of the Rong family. After all, the Rong family was a sword cultivator family that had been passed down for more than 1,000 years and had countless descendants. The number of direct descendants, surnamed Rong, could probably be counted in the thousands. Hence, there was naturally a difference in status among the descendants, and not everyone could enjoy a certain level of treatment. There were only 2 ways to enjoy a certain level of treatment. The first was to be protected by one's lineal relatives, such as having a good father. The second was to have extraordinary talent and stand out among the descendants. Naturally, they would be valued by the Rong family and have a higher status. Rongwei, who was known as young Master Rong, had a powerful background. He belonged to both the first and second category. He was definitely an outstanding figure among his peers. That was also the reason why everyone referred to Rong Wei and not the other young masters of the Rong family. It was obvious that he was a big shot. How dare she humiliate Rong Yin in public? She must be a lunatic who doesn't care about her life. Many people were secretly worried for Qin Shao. What did you say? Rong Yin had never been humiliated like that before. Since when had he been so offended? Hence, he was completely infuriated at this moment, and his eyes became extremely gloomy and cold. He glowered at Qin Shao angrily. The surroundings seemed to have fallen into a deathly silence. Some timid people were so nervous that their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. Their hearts were also trembling. However, the tense and oppressive atmosphere did not make Qin Shao feel a trace of fear. Instead, he looked at Rong Yin calmly and said, "Seems like you're a little deaf and can't understand my words. In that case, I'll make it clearer. I want you to kneel down now and crawl under my crotch. Bark like a dog 3 times, and I'll spare your life. Is that clear enough?" Whoosh! Rong Yin was so angry that he laughed and said with a menacing expression, "You're really courting death." As soon as he yelled, a terrifying sword chi emanated from Rong Yin's body and turned into rays of light that surged towards Rong Yin. The terrifying sword chi was like a wild beast with its mouth wide open. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. The sword chi alone was enough to threaten the life of a sword disciple who was at the late or peak of the sword disciple realm. Clearly, it was extremely terrifying. The surrounding onlookers also quickly retreated, for fear that they would be affected. Soon, Qin Shao was the only person within a 15-meter radius. The table, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks that he was sitting on were all smashed into pieces by the sword chi. Rong Yin was Rong Yin. Many of the surrounding people were frightened out of their wits. Although Rong Yin was young, his strength was extraordinary, and he was already at the advanced stage of the sword contemplation realm. Of the sword of the sword, of the sword disciples family for sword was Rong, of the sword of the sword realm. Even in the entire Daki city, there were few who could compare to Rong Yin. With such strength, Rong Yin was naturally full of confidence. "You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin," Qin Shao said coldly. Clang! A cold ray of light flickered from Qin Zhao's palm and darted towards Rong Yin like a venomous snake. A venomous snake's tongue was the most terrifying. Qin Zhao's sword was as fast as a venomous snake's tongue and was extremely vicious. Clearly, this sword carried a wave of anger, which caused his sword to become vicious. "How dare you fight back? Humph, you're really overestimating yourself." Rong Yin was extremely arrogant and domineering. He hollered and attacked again. However, this time, he was clearly furious. His natal sword turned into a giant dragon and soared into the sky. Rong Yin was at the late stage of the sword disciple realm and had also cultivated several powerful sword techniques. Hence, his strength was extraordinary. Ordinary cultivators at the peak of the sword disciple realm might not be his match. A dazzling light was emitted from Rong Yin's sword. It was as if a deity had descended from the 9 heavens, exuding supreme glory and enveloping all darkness. As soon as Rong Yin attacked, everyone looked at him with admiration. In particular, Rong Yin's 4 subordinates were about to kneel down and worship him. Their faces were full of glory. The power of the sword was like a surging sea, vigorous like a collapsing rock, and powerful enough to uproot mountains and rivers. The sword momentum turned into a huge wave. One could feel the terror of the sword momentum from afar. It was enough to destroy one's confidence. Qin Zhao's sword slashed down, and the sword chi turned into a huge, illusory sword. It fell down heavily, cutting everything in its path as if it was splitting the world, splitting all the sword power in half. Rong Yin's sword momentum was actually destroyed by Qin Zhao's attack. What? Oh no! As soon as the sword momentum was destroyed, Rong Yin immediately reacted. His face turned pale, and he was horrified. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. No matter how fast he retreated, he couldn't be faster than Qin Zhao's sword. Although his sword momentum had blocked most of the power of the sword momentum, some of it still landed on Rong Yin's body. Fortunately, Rong Yin had a protective treasure on him that blocked most of the power. In the end, the power that landed on Rong Yin was already very little. However, even then, a trace of blood still seeped out of the corner of Rong Yan's mouth. He retreated continuously and only managed to stabilize his body after retreating by hundreds of feet. However, the battle this time clearly left him in a disheveled state. Rong Yin had never suffered such a huge loss before. Besides, it happened in front of everyone. It was an insult to his dignity. There was a deathly silence all around. It was as if the entire space had been frozen and there was no sound at all. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with disbelief. They were dumbfounded as they watched all of this. They looked at Qin Shao in a completely different light. Rong Yan's 4 lackeys looked at each other in disbelief. They were all dumbfounded and dumbfounded. How did this happen? How could Rong Yin be at a disadvantage? This doesn't make sense at all. How can a kid in his early 20s be so strong? Who the hell is this guy? Those who thought that Qin Shao was in trouble were all dumbfounded. At this moment, Rong Yin was the most upset. He glowered at Qin Shao with a sullen expression. Who exactly are you? There's no one like you in Daqi County. Rong Yin swallowed the blood in his throat and gritted his teeth. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said calmly, I'm just a nobody. I'm an itinerant cultivator. I'm not worth mentioning. Itinerant cultivator? Not worth mentioning? How is that possible? How can itinerant cultivators be so demonic? Rong Yin was once again agitated. Qin Shao did not harp on this issue. Instead, he said, You should have heard what I said just now. I'm just passing by, and I don't want to get into any unnecessary trouble. I can give you one more chance. Do as I said, and this matter will end here. Everything will be over. Rong Yan's face grew even more sullen, and he questioned coldly, Do you think that's possible? In my opinion, nothing is impossible. It just depends on whether you can do it or not. Qin Shao pursed his lips. Chapter 925. You don't know your place. Rong Yin snorted angrily again. His expression was extremely gloomy and furious. Everyone was completely stunned by the scene in front of them, especially the waiter. He was so scared that he hid in a corner and trembled. He actually dared to shout at such a powerful person, which was extremely disrespectful. Just thinking about it made him want to cry. Therefore, the waiter could only hope that Qin Shao would die. Clang, clang, clang. Huge swords rushed out from Rong Yan's palms and formed a terrifying formation. It was as if they had transformed into a giant python, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards Qin Shao. The giant python roared and had the power to sweep everything away. Many onlookers were shocked, and their hearts jumped to their throats. It's the python sword technique, one of the most powerful sword techniques of the Rong family. It's a 4th-grade sword technique. The python sword technique has been famous for a long time. Today, I finally have the chance to see how powerful it is with my own eyes. That's right, I'm also a little impatient. A grade 4 sword technique? I've never seen one before. What a powerful sword chi, what a terrifying sword force. Young Master Rong is indeed a genius to be able to cultivate the python sword technique to such a level. Amazing. Yeah. It said that this sword technique was created by the ancestors of the Rong family and the giant python after a lifetime of mutual love. It's very difficult to cultivate. Yeah, even the Rong family, there are only a few who can cultivate it. Young Master Rong actually managed to cultivate it. This kid is going to suffer. After the onlookers recognized the python sword technique, they were also shocked. Qin Zhao's brows furrowed slightly. A grade 4 sword technique? Looks like this young Master Rong lives up to his reputation. He's quite talented to be able to cultivate a 4th-grade sword technique to such an extent. The python sword technique has a sword force like a giant python, ferocious and domineering. The sword force is fierce, and the sword intent is monstrous. After hesitating, Qin Shao felt his entire body being swallowed by the giant python. Once he was swallowed by the giant python, Qin Shao felt a surge of terror, causing him to fall into a world of swords. One after another, terrifying swords rushed towards Qin Shao. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were sweeping through. Qin Shao fell into a whirlpool of death. Once he fell into it, there was no chance of survival. Even though he was stronger than Rong Yan, he had no other thoughts now that he was trapped in Rong Yan's death spiral. Qin Shao could only parry and block those swords, making Qin Shao feel as if he was fighting against an army of thousands of soldiers and horses. Moreover, these swords were becoming more and more violent, becoming more and more terrifying. There were countless of them, and they were inexhaustible. This was a deadly wind waterfall. Shao naturally felt uncomfortable being trapped in this wind waterfall. Oomph. There's no one below the sword spirit realm who can withstand this strike of mine. Oomph. Kid, you won't be able to block my sword. Die. Die. Don't put up a futile resistance. Rong Yin sneered. He wanted to overwhelm Qin Shao with his aura. However, Rong Yan's words did not overwhelm Qin Shao. Die. Hurry up and die. Rong Yan shouted coldly. However, the situation suddenly changed and a strange light appeared. The sound of a sword suddenly rang out. The long sound caused many people's ears to buzz, and they lost their senses for a moment. Mountains and rivers appeared. The sun and moon shone together. Everything was a sword. Swords were mountains and rivers. Mountains and rivers were also swords. Birds and beasts, mountains and rivers, flowers and trees. Strange phenomena appeared one after another, causing the onlookers to be greatly shocked. What a terrifying phenomenon. What sword technique is this? Could it be that it's also a 4th grade sword technique? It can't be that powerful, right? A 4th grade sword technique isn't some rotten cabbage. Not just anyone can have it, right? I'm afraid this kid's background is far beyond our imagination. He's not simple. Definitely not simple. Look, Qin Shao was performing the mountain and river sword technique. It was a sword technique that was created based on a mountain and river sword technique that Qin Shao had created previously. It had indeed reached the 4th grade level. With Qin Zhao's strength, Qin Zhao's realm, and his understanding of sword techniques, the mountain and river sword that he created was naturally extremely powerful. In addition, Qin Shao was the creator. Naturally, the power displayed was stronger. However, Qin Shao did not create the mountain and river sword completely. Therefore, its power was limited. However, it was more than enough to deal with Rong Yan. Rong Yan's python sword technique had only been cultivated to 30 to 40%. He was still far from mastering it. Moreover, in terms of realm, Qin Shao was also superior to him. Even Wolf King, who was in the sword spirit realm, died in the hands of Qin Shao, let alone Rong Yan. Hence, as soon as Rong Yan attacked, Qin Shao attacked without hesitation. Under the suppression of the mountain and river sword, the moon and heaven collapsed. Everything was destroyed and returned to heaven and earth. The power of Rong Yan's sword was like a piece of tofu under Qin Zhao's mountain and river sword. The most powerful move was easily broken by Qin Shao. A mountain collapsed, causing Rong Yan to vomit blood and fall to the ground in a pathetic state. This time, Qin Shao did not give Rong Yan any chance. He took advantage of the situation and took him down. He pressed his sword against Rong Yan's throat, causing him to not dare to resist at all. Otherwise, death would be waiting for him. I lost. I lost. Rong Yan stared at Qin Shao in shock and horror. He did not expect that he would lose, let alone lose so badly to a kid who was in his early 20s. Young Master Rong actually lost. I'm not hallucinating, am I? Why does it feel so surreal? Where did this person come from? Did anyone see the sword clearly just now? Why are there so many strange things happening? Qin Shao did not say anything, but the people around them began to get into an uproar. Qin Shao ignored them and glared at the suicidal Rong Yan coldly. You think you can control everything, but you're actually nothing. Confidence is a good thing, but it can also cause harm sometimes. There's a saying in my hometown that goes like this: you can forgive the sins of heaven, but you can't live with the sins you bring upon yourself. You're the classic example of someone who brought this upon himself. So, can you do as I said just now? I'm a very principled person who means what I say. If you don't do as I say, you'll have to bear the consequences. What did he mean just now? He was just returning the words that Rong Yin had said to him. Rong Yin remained expressionless and as pale as a sheet of paper. He was infuriated. He was furious. He was going crazy. He was Rong Yin, and yet he was being oppressed to such a state. But what could he do? On one hand, it was life and death. How could he want to die? However, in order to live, he had to agree to Qin Zhao's conditions. Chapter 926. What should I do? Rong Yin trembled uncontrollably as anger burned in his heart like a raging fire. If he were to do that, how would he have the face to face others in the future? Wouldn't his dignity be ruined? That would be worse than death. However, he could tell that the person in front of him was not joking with him. If he dared to say no, what awaited him would be death. How could I want to die? Qin Zhao said coldly. Seems like you don't want to make a choice. In that case, I'll take it that you don't want to obey me. Go to hell. Even if Qin Zhao was not displeased because of the extermination of the Lin tribe, Qin Zhao would definitely punish such a domineering hedonist. Today, Rong Yin happened to be in Qin Zhao's crosshairs. Hence, he only had himself to blame. As soon as Qin Zhao said the word die, Rong Yin's body trembled violently as he sensed the aura of death. Under the threat of the aura of death, Rong Yin's mental fortitude was completely destroyed. No, Rong Yin wanted to beg for mercy at all costs. No matter what, he had to save his life first. He didn't want to die. However, at this moment, a dazzling ray of light suddenly descended from the sky like a ray of immortal light. It was so dazzling that they couldn't open their eyes. The sound of the sword was like the roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon. It filled the entire inn, and the sharp sound was so deafening that it was almost deafening. The sharp sword aura was like a peerless flower that split the path of life and death. This scene shocked many people, causing them to be dumbstruck. Huh, what a domineering sword. Qin Zhao initially wanted to kill Rong Yin, but the sudden attack made him feel slightly shocked, and he quickly retreated. The domineering sword aura alone was enough to make Qin Zhao retreat involuntarily. It was definitely the power of a sword spirit realm cultivator. Besides, the sword was extremely domineering and contained an extremely powerful aura. It was as if it was a king who had descended to the world and was emitting an unparalleled dragon aura. A sharp and heavy sword flashed with a strange luster, like an aurora falling into the ground, inserting more than 3 feet into the ground. The powerful sword chi that was being emitted still prevented people from getting within 10 meters of him. Otherwise, they would definitely be injured by this terrifying sword chi. Upon sight of the sword, Rong Yin, who was initially in despair, suddenly burst into laughter and exclaimed, "It's the flame sword. Boss Tianming is here. The Li Fire Sword, Li Tianming, is here. I remember now. I've always heard that young Master Rong is loyal to Li Tianming. Seems like it's true. Even Li Tianming is involved. This show is getting more and more exciting. This is the Li Fire Sword. It is so powerful. No wonder it is the most powerful sword technique in Daqi County. It is really terrifying." Yeah, the Li Fire Sword is a secret art of the Li Fire Palace. Only the core disciples of the Li Fire Palace have the qualifications to cultivate it. If one isn't a supreme genius, it's basically impossible for them to succeed. There have long been rumors that Li Tianming has cultivated the Li Fire Sword to the 7th heavenly layer. In the past, I thought it was impossible, but now it seems to be true. TSK. What monster? Yeah, Li Tianming is the undisputed #1 youth genius in Daqi County. He's too heaven-defying. TSK. If my talent is 1/10 of his, no, 100th of his, then my future will be bright. Along with the exclamations of the crowd, a figure descended from the sky. His graceful posture made him look like an immortal descending from the heavens. The aura of a king seemed to be his innate temperament. The brocade clothes he was wearing showed his extraordinariness. He had an imposing appearance and an unparalleled youth. His face was so handsome that even men would be jealous of it. It gave him an extra reason to be proud of himself. However, his sword-like eyebrows were slightly raised. It also showed his powerful aura, making people not dare to get close to him. The person who came was none other than Li Tianming, the undisputed #1 youth genius in Daqi County. He had countless halos and countless praises. Li Tianming's body was as light as a swallow as he stood on the sword. He looked down at the crowd like a king who looked down on the world. Seeing this powerful figure, many people had the urge to kneel down and worship him. It was as if they were looking at an immortal. Qin Shao frowned slightly. However, he soon relaxed. His expression didn't change much. He just looked at the young genius calmly. Qin Shao naturally didn't need to envy anyone when it came to geniuses. He was known as the #1 genius of that era in the Hongmeng universe. He surpassed all his predecessors and was ranked #1 in the entire universe. How terrifying was that? Therefore, in Qin Zhao's eyes, a genius like Li Tianming was naturally ordinary and sloppy. Qin Shao had seen information about Li Tianming in the Lin tribe. There was a thick record of this genius. Li Tianming, the grandson of the Lihua Palace's current palace master, was only 30 years old. However, he had broken through to the sword spirit realm 2 years ago and became the youngest sword spirit realm expert in Daqi County in the past 100 years. No one knew what level his strength had reached now. Even if he didn't break through, he should be able to fight against an existence in the sword spirit realm with his Lihua sword. The Lihua sword was a 5th grade sword martial skill. It was also the only 5th grade sword martial skill in Daqi County. The Lihua Palace relied on this 5th grade sword martial skill to suppress all the heroes and sit on the throne of Daqi County's #1 power. No other power could shake its position. Qin Shao became more serious when facing Li Tianming. Qin Shao was inferior to Li Tianming in terms of cultivation. There was a big gap between them. In terms of sword martial skills, Li Tianming was also inferior. In comparison, Qin Shao was naturally at a disadvantage if he wanted to fight Li Tianming. Moreover, the disadvantage was not small. However, Qin Shao wasn't afraid. Even if he faced a powerful sword immortal, Qin Shao was confident that he could survive, let alone a sword spirit realm sword cultivator. With his body's defensive ability, only a mighty figure could hurt him. Moreover, it had to be an extremely powerful one. Qin Shao didn't know what kind of realm an extremely powerful one was in the world of sword cultivators. However, it was definitely a top existence. No matter which universe it was, top-notch almighties would definitely stand at the pinnacle of the universe. With such confidence, Qin Shao naturally didn't need to be afraid of anything. Boss! Rongyan swallowed his saliva and walked over. Li Tianming glanced at Rongyan coldly and scolded, "Useless thing. You're being bullied by an outsider in your own territory. Don't you feel embarrassed enough? Hurry up and get lost. You're embarrassing me." Faced with Li Tianming's scolding, Rongyan naturally didn't dare to say a word. He obediently retreated to the side and stood there respectfully. The atmosphere became tense again. It was so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Many people even held their breaths nervously and stared at them, waiting for the show to begin. Li Tianming's wolf-like eyes were filled with a strange light as they landed on Qin Shao. A cruel and cold smile appeared on his lips as he said, "You should know who I am, but I want to know who you are." Qin Shao smirked and said, "I know you're Li Tianming, a rare genius of the mythical Flame Palace. No one dares to offend you in Daqi County. As for who I am, with your power, can't you find out?" Li Tianming sneered and said, "You're quite sharp-tongued. I did check on you, but I didn't find any information. If you didn't jump out from cracking a rock, you should have come from a place far away. That's why I couldn't find any information about you. But that's not important. Since we're in Daki City, I have the final say. Here, it doesn't matter who you are. What matters is that you've already offended me. So, the consequences are very serious. Do you know that? Qin Xiao shook his head and said, however, I don't know. You really don't know the difference between life and death. I've already said so much, yet you still say you don't know. Li Tianming was not angry. Instead, he laughed. However, there was clearly some anger in his laughter. Li Tianming put his hand behind his back and said, you should know that there's an old saying, you should know who the owner is before you hit the dog. I don't care what feud you have with Rong Wei, but if you want to kill him, you'll have to ask my permission first. In Daki City, no one can bully my people. Anyone who dares to offend my Long Wei will definitely pay a painful price. Li Qianming's tone was indifferent, as if he was talking about something very normal. However, this was a fact for everyone, and no one would doubt Li Tianming's words. He, Li Tianming, was qualified to say such words. However, someone just had to challenge his authority. Qin shouted back down and said, what a coincidence. My principle is the same as yours. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll kill them. No matter who it is, as long as they offend me, I won't let them go. So today, your little brother, Rong Wei, must die. Swish, swish, swish. Qin Zhao's words were like thunder in the middle of the night. It shocked everyone and caused many strange gazes to look over with astonishment. What arrogance! What tyrannical words! Isn't this too arrogant? Must I? He dared to say such soul-stirring words in front of Li Tianming. He was too arrogant. Rong Wei's face turned green, then white, then black. It was very interesting. He was really irritated by Qin Zhao's words. He couldn't wait to fight Qin Xiao to the death. Li Tianming frowned deeply, and his face turned green. In Daki City, no one dared to go against him like this. Qin Xiao was the first. Li Tianming's expression became unsightly and colder. The fury in his heart grew stronger, and the sword qi beneath his feet became even more violent, radiating a heart-palpitating sword qi's might. Li Tianming's eyes were as sharp as swords. He looked straight at the sky and said, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll kill them. Humph! How dare you be so arrogant? Today, I'd like to see how capable you are. That's why you dare to say such arrogant words. Chapter 9:27. Boom! As soon as Li Tianming's voice faded, the sword beneath his feet burst into raging flames, causing the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly. It was so hot that people couldn't help but take a step back. If they got too close, they might be injured by the leaf fire. This fire was the leaf fire, the leaf fire palace's saint fire, the overbearing part of the leaf fire sword. The raging leaf fire was like the fury of an immortal saint. It was overbearing and roaring, wanted to burn everything and slaughter the heavens. What a terrifying fire. This is the Leaf Fire Palace's Saint Fire. It's said that the Leaf Fire Sword was created by the ancestors of the Leaf Fire Palace when they were trapped in the Leaf Fire. It's extremely overbearing and terrifying. Once touched by the Leaf Fire, it will definitely be burned. Yeah, it's said that the Leaf Fire Palace also has a Leaf Fire Sacred Sword. It's forged by refining the Leaf Fire and is extremely powerful. It can be called a spiritual weapon. That's right. The sacred Lihua sword is the only spiritual weapon in our Daki County. It is also because of the supreme power of the sacred Lihua sword that no one can shake the position of the Lihua Palace. Is the sword beneath Li Tianming's feet the Leaf Fire Sacred Sword? That's impossible. The Leaf Fire Sacred Sword is the most precious treasure of the Leaf Fire Palace. Why would it be given to Li Tianming? Hearing the exclamations of the surrounding people, Li Tianming seemed to be enjoying it. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He was currently enveloped by the Leaf Fire and bathed in its divine might. It was as if a sword immortal had descended. His sword Qi whistled and suddenly moved. Whoosh! The sword in his hand slashed down with endlessly fire. Its power to burn everything was unstoppable. Wherever it passed, a black zone was burned out. Everything it came into contact with was instantly incinerated into ashes. It was a ghastly sight that was extremely terrifying. The supreme sword Qi shook everyone until they held their breaths. Their nerves were so tense that they were about to break. It was too terrifying. It was simply too terrifying. As expected of Li Tianming. As expected of the #1 youth in Daqi County. As expected of the outstanding youth of the Li Fire Palace. There were even rumors that Li Tianming might be absorbed by Mount Hua Fairy Gate. Even if it was just a rumor, it was enough to drive people crazy. If they were really absorbed by the Mount Hua Fairy Gate, it would be like reaching the heavens in a single step, like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. From then on, they would be high above the clouds. What kind of glory was it to be on the same level as the immortals and on the same level as the gods? The celestial might of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate enveloped the land, causing everyone to prostrate themselves in worship, worshiping it as a deity. To the people of this land, Mount Hua Fairy Gate was the immortal realm. Who didn't want to enter the immortal world? Who didn't want to live forever? All the geniuses would flock to him like a flock of ducks, regarding him as their lifelong goal. Some timid people had already closed their eyes in fear. They didn't want to see Qin Xiao being burned to ashes. Qin Xiao's gaze turned cold. Facing Li Tianming's Li Fire, he did feel some danger. If his strength wasn't sealed, he would only need a thought to turn Li Tianming into nothingness. But now, facing a mere mortal gave him a headache. It was really ironic. Without any other choice, Qin Xiao could only fight back with all his might. He used the Mountain River Sword with all his strength. However, the Mountain River Sword was only at the 4th grade after all. Moreover, Qin Xiao created it last time, so he didn't have time to perfect it. In addition, Qin Xiao was only at the peak of the sword contemplation realm. With these two weaknesses added together, the effect was amplified. Li Tianming's sword had an unstoppable momentum, destroying Qin Xiao's sword aura. His sword directly pierced Qin Xiao's body, creating intense sparks. The moment his sword touched Qin Xiao's body, Li Tianming's smile turned colder. Die! Anyone who was pierced by his sword wouldn't be able to survive. They would definitely be burned to ashes by his Li Fire. He liked this feeling very much. This exhilarating feeling of burning someone to ashes. He wanted to defend his supreme dignity. But soon, everyone was taken aback. Li Tianming's sword seemed to have pierced a hard rock. There was no way it could pierce Qin Xiao's body. Even his Li Fire couldn't hurt Qin Xiao. Strange. How could this be? Am I seeing things? I don't think so. How could he block Li Tianming's sword with just his body? Isn't this too unbelievable? This guy is a freak. No, this guy must have some powerful defensive treasure on him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. But what kind of defensive treasure can block Li Tianming's sword without suffering any damage at all? Could it be a spiritual weapon? SSS. Spiritual weapon? It can't be, right? It seems like only a spiritual weapon can do this. If this person really has a spiritual defensive treasure, then what kind of background does he have? This scene caused another round of exclamations and guesses. Even Li Tianming couldn't help but frown deeply. A strange look flashed across his eyes. How could this be? Defense-type treasures were originally much more valuable than other types of treasures. To put it simply, the value of a defensive-type spiritual artifact was at least twice that of their Li Fire Palace's Li Fire Sacred Sword. The Li Fire Sacred Sword was the most precious treasure of the Li Fire Palace. It was the only spiritual weapon in the entire Daqi County. If this person was able to possess a spiritual defensive treasure, then how great would his background be? This caused Li Tianming to hesitate. Should he kill this person or not? If this man truly had a major background, once he was killed, it would surely bring about a calamity to the Li Fire Palace. If he didn't kill him, A spiritual weapon was too tempting. What should he do? After thinking for a while, Li Tianming's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he made up his mind. Since he had already provoked this guy, it would be difficult to resolve this grudge. Since this was the case, he might as well go all the way and kill him. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles. Moreover, if he killed him, he could get a defensive spiritual weapon. He might as well take the risk. With this thought, Li Tianming immediately used a secret technique to send a message to his father. Li Tianming's slight change in expression naturally couldn't escape Qin Zhao's eyes. How could he hide this from Qin Zhao? Qin Zhao immediately knew what Li Tianming wanted to do. It seemed like he was in trouble today. However, a storm was brewing. Qin Zhao was never afraid of anything. He would only rest after a battle. Even if he had fallen into the world of sword cultivators, he wouldn't let himself be bullied by dogs. Ever since he came from the source world, Qin Zhao had never let anyone bully him. It was even more so in the world of sword cultivators. Li Tianming attacked again and again. Every attack could hit Qin Zhao's body, but he couldn't hurt Qin Zhao at all. After defeating Qin Zhao time and time again, the inn had long been beaten into a state of devastation and had completely collapsed. The onlookers also scattered far away, leaving the battlefield to the two of them. There were more and more onlookers, making the surroundings impenetrable. When the owner of the inn heard this, he could only feel that he was unlucky and didn't dare to say anything. Qin Zhao was sent flying again and again, but he was still unharmed. It was shocking. This also made Li Tianming even more certain that Qin Zhao must have a defensive spiritual weapon on him. It also made him even more determined to kill Qin Zhao. A defensive spiritual weapon was enough to make the entire Li-Fire Palace go crazy. It was enough to make a sword spirit cultivator risk his life. It could even be said that even a sword monarch would covet a treasure. Although the Li Fire Sword is domineering and powerful, it also has many flaws. Most importantly, my body can withstand the sword power of the Li Fire Sword, so I can attack Li Tianming's flaws without any hesitation. After exchanging more than 100 blows, Qin Zhao finally understood Li Tianming's flaws. Although Qin Zhao's improvement in sword cultivation was very slow, his vision was very high. He could naturally see through everything very quickly. Li Tianming's Li Fire Sword was only at 60 to 70%, so it was normal for it to have flaws. Furthermore, a mortal-level sword martial technique, even if it was cultivated to the perfection stage, would still be full of loopholes to Qin Zhao. As long as he could grasp it, he could completely catch him off guard. Of course, the main thing was that Qin Zhao had the protection of his body, so he didn't have to be afraid of anything. Qin Zhao suddenly attacked. His steps were very strange, and his sword was very tricky. He actually arrived in front of Li Tianming in an instant. Li Tianming frowned deeply, but he didn't take Qin Zhao seriously. He felt disdain in his heart. So what if he got close to him? However, this arrogance quickly caused Li Tianming's eyes to widen. A terrifying light shot towards him, catching him off guard. Oh no! Li Tianming's expression changed drastically. It was too late to retreat now. Qin Zhao's sword was too fast and caught him off guard. It went straight for his flaws, so he couldn't react at all. Uffed! Qin Zhao's sword heavily hit Li Tianming's body, piercing 3 feet in. Fortunately, Li Tianming had a powerful defensive treasure on him. Otherwise, the sword would have pierced through him and killed him on the spot. The powerful sword energy shook Li Tianming's body and sent him flying. He coughed up blood and fell to the ground in a sorry state. This attack had actually injured Li Tianming. You actually injured me? Li Tianming widened his eyes and looked at Qin Zhao with discomfort. Qin Zhao said coldly, I only injured you. It's a pity that I didn't kill you with one strike. I think your strength is just SOSO. What bullsh *T #1 youth in Daki County. You don't live up to your reputation. You can't even defeat me, a sword cultivator at the limit of the sword realm. Don't you feel ashamed? Weren't you arrogant just now? Weren't you arrogant? Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed for you. If I were you, I would have swallowed my sword and killed myself. Otherwise, I would have embarrassed myself. Qin Zhao's words were as sharp as a blade. They were like peerless poisons that heavily provoked Li Tianming, causing him to spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Chapter 928. How'd he do it? Many people had the same question in their hearts. In terms of cultivation level, this person was obviously inferior to Li Tianming. In terms of sword skills and martial techniques, how could he compare to the Li Fire Sword? Moreover, Qin Xiao had been suppressed by Li Tianming the whole time. He didn't have much strength to fight back at all. But just now, he managed to counterattack and actually injured Li Tianming with a single sword strike. What was going on? Strange. It was too strange. It was simply unimaginable. Li Tianming's expression was extremely ugly. His fists were clenched so tightly that crackling sounds could be heard. It was as if his fists were about to be crushed. His entire body was trembling in anger. It could be seen how angry he was. He was an outstanding youth of the Li Fire Palace. Today, he was humiliated to such an extent. Rage, rage, rage. Qin Xiao walked towards Li Tianming with a sword in his hand. He said coldly, "I didn't manage to kill you with my previous sword strike. You won't be so lucky this time." What? He wanted to kill Li Tianming? The crowd was in an uproar again. Numerous shocked gazes fell on Qin Xiao. He really dared to do it? Arrogant brat. At this moment, a gloomy and angry voice came from afar. As soon as the voice fell, a ray of light shot over like a stream of water. It was a huge bell. Its body was more than 5 feet long, and its bottom was more than 3 feet wide. It was completely golden and radiated light. With a single glance, one could tell that it wasn't an ordinary item. Although this treasure wasn't at the level of a spiritual artifact, it was definitely a powerful treasure. The huge bell fell. Under the light, a terrifying vortex was formed and enveloped Qin Xiao. The power of the vortex was extremely powerful. Qin Xiao couldn't break free from it. He could only watch as the huge bell fell from the sky and enveloped him. Clang! A melodious bell chime resounded throughout the 9 heavens like a great bell chiming together. The entire earth trembled violently. As the huge bell fell, a middle-aged man with a dignified face descended. He wore a green python robe and a python crown on his head. His sword hair reached his eyebrows. His face was as sharp as a knife. His eyes were like a sword. An indescribable majesty was naturally emitted, causing people to feel intimidated. His appearance was dignified, and his aura shook the heavens. The moment he stood there, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. The aura emanating from his body was enough to suppress everything. The person who came was Li Tianming's father, Li Jin. He was the second strongest person in the Li Fire Palace and was also one of the top 5 in the Daqi County. Although they were both in the sword spirit realm, his aura was clearly much stronger than Li Tianming's. "Father!" Li Tianming walked over with difficulty, his face full of shame. He was the pride of his father, the pride of the Li Fire Palace. But today, his reputation had been swept to the ground, and it was a great humiliation. Li was ashen and expressionless. He waved his hand and put away the bell before leaving with Li Tianming. After the two of them left, the place became lively again. Tisk TSK. Even Lord Li Jin has personally made a move. How rare. Isn't that so? Lord Li Jin rarely makes a move. I didn't expect that he would be alarmed this time. But what kind of background do you think that kid has? I feel that he has a great background. Aren't Li Tianming and the others afraid of bringing disaster to the Li Fire Palace? Shut up. Don't say such things or else. Pooey, pooey, pooey. Look at my stinky mouth. I was talking nonsense just now. Everyone, just pretend that you didn't hear it. Let's go, lest we attract unnecessary trouble. On the other side, Qin Xiao had been captured by Li Yu and brought back to the underground prison of the Li Fire Palace. Qin Xiao was trapped in the bell and couldn't come out for the time being. In the underground prison, there were 5 figures. Other than Li Jin and Li Tianming, there were 3 other people. The three of them were sage-like and white-haired elders. There were 2 men and 1 woman. From the powerful aura emanating from them, one could tell that the 3 of them were in the sword spirit realm. On the surface, the Livefire Palace announced that there were 3 sword spirit realm cultivators, but in fact there were 5 of them. 2 of them were old antiques. A grand occasion where 5 sword spirit realm cultivators gathered together would only happen when something major happened in the Livefire Palace. But this time they were all gathered. Among the 5, the one with the strongest aura was obviously the Palace Lord of the Livefire Palace. He was the undisputed #1 expert in the Daki County and the wielder of the Livefire Sword. The strength of the Palace Lord of the Lee Palace had always been a rumor. They only knew that he was unfathomable and unrivaled. He was invincible in the Daki County. It was because he was invincible that it was rare to see the Palace Lord of the Lee Palace make a move. In the records, the Palace Lord of the Lee Palace had not made a move for more than 20 years. So no one could say for sure how strong the Palace Lord of the Lee Palace was now. The Palace Lord of the Lee Palace's gaze was deep and cold like a sharp blade. It had the power to intimidate the heavens. Just looking at it was enough to make people afraid. Does he really have a defensive spiritual artifact on him? The Palace Lord of the Lee Palace asked. Li Tianming immediately nodded and said, "Yes, grandfather. I'm sure he does. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand more than 100 rounds of my all-out attacks without being injured." The Palace Lord of the Lee Palace slightly nodded. He naturally believed Li Tianming's words. The Palace Lord of the Lee Palace coldly looked at Qin Shao and said, "Such a young age, but your talent is not bad. You even have a defensive spiritual artifact to protect yourself. You're not someone from our Daki County. It seems like you came from a very far place. From the looks of it, your background is indeed not small. However, you came so far by yourself. If you didn't lose your way while training outside, then you must have quarreled with your family and left home in a fit of pique. But no matter what, you have no way of contacting your family right now. So, even if you have a background, it's useless here. Boy, I advise you to obediently hand over the spiritual artifact. This way, I might leave you with an intact corpse." Li Tianming angrily gritted his teeth and said, "Grandfather, we can't let this boy off too easily. We must make him suffer a fate worse than death to relieve the hatred in my heart." The Palace Lord of the Lee Palace swept a glance over, and Li Tianming immediately shut his mouth in fright, not daring to say anything else. In response to the Palace Lord's threat, Qin Shao lightly snorted and said, "Palace Lord Li, aren't you a little too confident? You're right. I did come from a very far place, and I do belong to a large faction. But how do you know that I have no way of contacting my family? I'm not boasting, but in the eyes of my faction, your little Lihua Palace is not even an ant." Qin Shao wasn't lying. He did come from a very far place, so far that he didn't even belong to this universe. He did belong to a large faction. The Desolate Island was indeed big enough. In front of the Desolate Land Island, the Lihua Palace was not even an ant. The Palace Lord sneered, "Little boy, you're quite sharp-tongued. However, do you think that you can frighten this palace master with just a few words? Even if you have a secret technique to transmit your voice, there's no way you can transmit from such a long distance. With your little bit of talent, even in a large faction, you're not an important character. Killing you is just a small matter." Qin Shao had just casually said it. He didn't really intend to scare the Palace Lord of the Lee Palace and the others. Since the other party was determined to kill him, Qin Shao could only play with them. "Want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so." "Ridiculous." Li Jin angrily snorted and waved his hand to keep the large bell, but at the same time, he charged towards Qin Shao. Li Light turned into fire, Li Fire turned into a sword, and the sword shook the heavens. Li Jin's Li Fire sword was clearly stronger than Li Tianming's, so its power was naturally greater. The raging sword fire fiercely smashed onto Qin Zhao's body like a huge rock crashing down, causing Qin Shao to fly out and smash heavily onto the ground. Fortunately, the ground of the prison had been reinforced with some methods, so it wasn't so easy to destroy. Otherwise, there would definitely be a large hole. Although he was beaten into a sorry state, Qin Shao still stood up as if nothing had happened and patted the dust off his body. Instead of being angry, he smiled faintly at Li Jin and said sarcastically, "It's so sloppy and ordinary. It's just scratching an itch for me. Wanting to kill someone with this little bit of strength, that's the biggest joke in the world. I've already said that you don't have the strength to kill me. Are you still not convinced?" Phew. Such arrogant words really provoked Li Jin. When had anyone dared to speak to him like this? The anger in Li Jin's heart burned fiercely, and he attacked again in anger. Boom! It was another heavy blow, but Qin Shao was still unscathed. He still wrote lightly, "Not enough, not enough. The power of the sword is still a little weak. It's barely enough to scratch an itch. Just a little stronger would be enough. Come. I'm too lazy to move. I'll just stand here and let you hit me. But you still can't hurt me. You arrogant brat, arrogant brat." Li Jin was flustered and exasperated. Humiliation. This was definitely a huge humiliation to him, an extreme provocation. How could he tolerate such a thing? Li Jin attacked again, and one heavy blow after another fell with a loud bang. However, he was unable to injure Qin Shao every single time. Moreover, he was ridiculed and provoked by Qin Shao every single time. It angered Li Jin to the point of gnashing his teeth and wishing for nothing more than to slice Qin Shao into pieces. But no matter how crazy he was, he couldn't do anything to Qin Shao, nor could he hurt Qin Shao in the slightest. Ordinary defensive spirit artifacts aren't so powerful. It seems that this defensive spirit artifact is not simple. Palace Master Li's eyes deepened. The old woman also said in a deep voice, "Palace Master, for this child to have such a precious treasure, his background must be extraordinary, and there might even be the existence of the Sword King behind him. This matter needs to be thought over again." But Palace Master Li waved his hand and said, "Granny Li, do you think there's still room for negotiation at this point?" Chapter 929. Li Tianming and Li Jin joined forces and frantically attacked Qin Shao. However, even with their combined strength, they were still unable to do anything to Qin Shao. "Let me do it." Palace Lord Li's sinister voice was bone-chilling, like the howl of a devil. Li Tianming and Li Jin could only temporarily retreat to the side and stare fiercely at Qin Shao like mad beasts. Palace Lord Li finally made his move. A huge sword shot out from between his eyebrows. Monstrous flames broke through the sky and illuminated the entire prison, bathing it in a sea of fire. The temperature of the prison also rose abruptly, rapidly reaching a scorching temperature. Li Fire had turned the prison into a sea of fire. Dazzling rays of light shot out, transforming into solid swords that shone with sharp sword chi. They formed a huge formation and charged towards Qin Shao. This was the highest level of the Li Fire sword, Li Fire incinerating the heavens, destroying everything. Furthermore, Palace Lord Li had used the sacred Li Fire sword. The power of the spiritual weapon was abnormally terrifying. Its power was monstrous, and the tip of the sword was like the sea. The moment the sacred Li Fire sword appeared, the entire prison shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. This was the power of a spiritual weapon. Palace Lord Li's strength was clearly much higher than Li Tianming and Li Jin's, causing Qin Shao to feel extremely uncomfortable. If an ordinary sword spirit cultivator was in front of Palace Lord Li, they would probably be instantly killed. Palace Lord Li held the sacred Li Fire sword and bathed in a monstrous Li Fire. He was like a fire god descending from the heavens, bringing with him a peerless and invincible power as he attacked with his sword. The sword had an unparalleled sharpness that was unstoppable. What a terrifying sword! Qin Shao could only brace himself to block it. How could his Mountain River sword block the Li Fire sword? Upon contact, it disintegrated, unable to withstand a single blow. The sacred Li Fire sword brought with it a domineering destructive power as it heavily struck Qin Zhao's body, like a sharp knife striking a hard rock. A powerful force that wanted to destroy everything sent Qin Zhao retreating. Finally, he was nailed to the wall by the sacredly fire sword, creating a deep crater. Even so, the sacredly fire sword was still unable to pierce through Qin Zhao's body. It couldn't even leave a scratch on him. For Qin Zhao, he didn't even feel the slightest pain. Not only that, he was still able to joke and joke. The sacredly fire sword, it seems like that's all there is to it. It was called a spiritual weapon, but its power was limited. Or is it that you, Palace Master Li, are too weak and are unable to display the true might of the Li Fire Sacred Sword? Impudent. The Li Palace Master's sword-like eyebrows furrowed deeply, his eyes coldly staring at Qin Zhao. Great waves were surging in his heart. He had used the everlasting flame sword, and his full strength was actually unable to injure Qin Zhao. Even if his opponent had a defensive spiritual weapon to protect him, this power should still be able to injure him. Defensive spiritual weapons weren't invincible. Even if they could defend, it wasn't a complete defense. There were still some forces that could penetrate it. After all, the brat in front of him was only at the limit of the sword contemplation realm. He wasn't even at the sword spirit realm, so how much damage could he cause? The full power of the Li Palace Master's sword could even easily kill an initial stage sword spirit realm cultivator. There was no reason why it couldn't hurt Qin Zhao at all, right? Strange. There was a strange feeling everywhere, causing the Li Palace Master's gaze to become even more profound. Where did this brat come from? What freak? Granny Li asked in a hoarse voice. The old antique beside her shook his head. I can't see through him. I can't see through him. To be able to remain unscathed under the sacredly fire sword, it's not something an ordinary defensive spiritual weapon can do, unless it's a top-grade spiritual weapon. In our Mount Hua Fairy Gate's immortal domain, I'm afraid only the Mount Hua Fairy Gate can bestow a top-grade spiritual weapon. Could it be that this brat has someone from Mount Hua Fairy Gate behind him? At the end of his words, the old antique's expression changed. Granny Li's expression also changed slightly. After a slight hesitation, she comforted herself. It shouldn't be that bad, right? If he really is someone from Mount Hua Fairy Gate, he shouldn't be stranded here, right? Could it be that he's just a young master who came out to sightsee? If that's really the case, even Granny Li didn't dare to continue her words. If that was really the case, then it would bring a huge disaster to the Li Fire Palace. Thinking of this, they were all flustered. Li Qianming's expression was also very unsightly. Both Granny Li and the old antique's gaze fell on Li Tianming. This matter was all because of Li Tianming. If they really offended someone from Mount Hua Fairy Gate, wouldn't that be courting death? Liu gritted his teeth and said, Elder Li, Granny Li, things might not be like this, right? But since things have already come to this, we have no other choice. We can only make the best of our mistakes and see them through to the end. With this brat's temperament, even if we stop and beg for mercy now, he definitely won't let us go. Why don't we just kill him first? This way, we might be able to escape this calamity. If that's the case, it will also give us some time to arrange things so that the situation won't be too bad. Elderly shook his head, but his expression was resolute. Since things have already come to this, we can only do this. Stop talking nonsense. Let's attack together. Things might change if we delay. Granny Li shouted. The four of them didn't hesitate at all and attacked together. The five of them attacked together. Instantly, rays of light shot out in all directions. Sword chi surged, and the prison shook violently. It was a scene of doomsday. Huge rocks rolled down one after another, crashing into the ground with loud bangs. Rays of sword chi filled the prison, causing it to be shrouded in saber light and sword shadows. The scene couldn't be seen clearly with the naked eye. Qin Zhao was besieged by the five of them and was attacked time and time again. He didn't even have the strength to fight back and was completely trampled on. Such a thing really made Qin Zhao very uncomfortable. Even in the source world, He had never been bullied like this. But here, he was being ruthlessly trampled on by a few mortal cultivators. Humiliation, absolute humiliation. Ruthless conviction made Qin Xiao want to quickly become stronger. He wanted to break through. He had to break through. Without stepping into the sword spirit realm, there was no way to contend against these people. No shackles would become Qin Xiao's shackles. Fight for survival. The five of them attacked for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Their sword energy was almost exhausted, but they still didn't hurt Qin Xiao in the slightest. Such a situation really made Palace Master Li and the others' jaws drop. It was abnormally uncomfortable. The reality of the situation was far beyond their imagination. What should they do? Palace Master, what should we do now? Duke Li asked. Palace Master Li's expression was extremely gloomy. After a while, he said, "Let's lock him up here first and slowly think of a way. Li Jin, Li Tianming, you two are in charge of guarding this child." Li Jin and Li Tianming nodded. This was the only way. After the five of them left the prison, Qin Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally over. However, he was also trapped here. It was definitely impossible for him to escape for the time being. There's nothing to worry about. This is just a small dilemma for me. Along the way, any of the dangers I've encountered are 100 or 1,000 times more dangerous than this. If you want to trap me with this little difficulty, then wouldn't I, Qin Xiao, be too unworthy of my reputation? I don't care who the mastermind is. If you want to play with me, I'll play with you to the end. In the endless sea of the universe, in an ice-cold palace, two men sat there drinking wine. A man in green was holding a crystal ball in his hand. Following his gaze, one would find an image displayed on the crystal ball. If Qin Xiao were here, he would definitely find that it was his current situation. The corners of the man in green's mouth curled into a playful smile. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. This little fellow is quite capable. What a pity, what a pity. I can seal his strength, but I can't change his body. If I could make his body ordinary, it would be even more fun. He has a life-saving trump card, his body, to play. It's a little beyond the rules of the game. But it's fine. It's just a warm-up for the time being. The real show hasn't begun yet. I want to see how far you can go. Hearing the man in green's words, the man in white beside him shook his head helplessly. You've lived for so long, but your playfulness still hasn't changed. People will hate you to death if you do this. So be it. I don't care anyway. In my eyes, he's a little too weak. What do I have to be afraid of? I'm just playing with him. This is also an opportunity for him to experience. Isn't it great? Who knows? He might even be grateful to me in the future. Haha. If Big Brother didn't let me play harder, I wouldn't have let him leave the world of sword cultivators alive. But it doesn't matter. A little fellow who hasn't even become an almighty is just an ant to us. What's wrong with us playing with an ant? The man in green said disapprovingly. The man in white shook his head again. You won't grow up in this lifetime. But you can play, but you still have to control it. Don't go overboard. No matter what, this kid is considered a good seedling. It would be a pity if you really played him to death. And speaking of which, we have to use them to prove something. The man in green spread his hands and said, I can't be bothered with this. It's been so many years. I don't want to think about it anymore. What bullsh asterisk T eternal kingdom? I think it doesn't even exist. It's just a line made up by those old farts. The man in white's expression became slightly more serious. He said, You can't say that. The eternal kingdom should exist. It's just that we haven't found it yet. Maybe we're still too weak. If we can't find the eternal kingdom, we can only drift forever. We'll never see the light. This kind of life is even worse than death. Huh? Big brother, it would be easy if we could die. I want to die too. But at our level, we can't even commit suicide. It's not easy to die even if we want to, unless we meet someone stronger to kill us. But we haven't met anyone after so many years. You want to die? Save it. The man in green laughed. The man in white laughed bitterly. Yes, want to die. Easier said than done. Chapter 9:30. World of Sword Cultivators, Tai Immortal Domain, Imo Liang Clan. On the sacrificial altar, raging flames spewed out 100 feet, swaying and dancing in the sky. Around the sacrificial altar, there were hundreds of thousands of people from Imo Liang Clan. They were all holding weapons and wearing strange clothes. Strange sounds came from their mouths, as if a group of demons were roaring. On the sacrificial altar, a few high priests with scepters were chanting, using the power of the sword spirit to maintain the burning flames, dyeing half the sky red. And in this raging fire, there was actually a person who was tied up and was being roasted by this raging fire. He was being burned to death like a demon, to be turned into ashes, never to be reincarnated. If Qin Shao was here, he would definitely recognize that the person who was trapped there was none other than his good brother, Yi Juanhe. Back in the primordial universe, Yi Juanhe had been so high-spirited. However, at this moment, he was like a defenseless prey that could not even truss up a chicken. He was at the mercy of these mortals. Yi Juanhe's eyes were cold, and his expression was cold. He knew his situation and knew that if he wanted to get out of this predicament, he had to increase his strength. However, in the world of sword cultivators, everything was restricted. How could it be easy to increase his strength? With the suppression of the origin will, it was too difficult to cultivate the Tao of sword cultivators. World of sword cultivators, Ziwei Immortal Domain, Ziwei Empire, Imperial City. In a luxurious palace, it was dazzling and extremely luxurious, showing an extremely royal aura. The room was filled with a dazzling array of items, with red as the main theme, showing a festive mood. One look, and one could tell that it was prepared for a newcomer. However, the person sitting at the dressing table wasn't a lady from a respectable family, but a handsome man. More than 10 servants surrounded him, helping him change his clothes and dress him up as if they were dressing him up for a wedding. It was a festive occasion, but there was no festive atmosphere. The handsome man's face did not have the slightest hint of joy. Instead, it was a little cold. "Prince Consort, let us dress you up. The auspicious time is coming soon. The princess is urging us, and His Majesty and a group of ministers are waiting there. If we don't hurry, it will be too late," an old servant said in a pleading tone. The handsome man had a bitter smile on his face as he shook his head inwardly. To think that I, the dignified Flame Emperor, could be said to be suave and elegant when I was young, but I never married. Now that I've landed in this world of sword cultivators, I'm being forced to get married. What is this? Sigh. I wonder how Yi Juanhe and Qin Shao are doing. I wonder if they're also in this world of sword cultivators. If I want to get out of this predicament, I'm afraid this is the best way. Sigh, how sad. Do I, the Flame Emperor, really have to sacrifice my body in exchange for something? Flame Emperor. Oh, Flame Emperor, I didn't expect you to have fallen so low. The high-spirited Flame Emperor who shocked the primordial universe is no longer here. Daki City, Lihua Palace, Heavenly Jail. The ice-cold prison was dark and sunless, unable to see the sun at all. It was terrifyingly cold and terrifyingly quiet. The sinister aura made one's hair stand on end. Under such an aura, even a good person would be driven crazy. However, Qin Shao was not affected at all. He continued to cultivate the way of sword cultivators. He was only one step away from the sword spirit realm. However, it was not so easy to take this step. The sword spirit realm is to open up a sword pool in the Dantian to store sword chi. The sword spirit realm is to let the sword possess spirituality and make the sword pool stronger. It can even condense the sword pool into a sword. Spirituality is an important factor in reaching the sword spirit realm. With spirituality, there will be vitality. With vitality, there will be greater power. Everything has spirituality. It's just a matter of whether this spirituality can be stimulated and used to its greatest effect. Spirituality, sword movement, thought movement, using everything as thought, using life as power, using spirituality as swords dash, clear thoughts surged in Qin Zhao's mind. Comprehension was not difficult for Qin Shao. The difficult part was how to turn this comprehension into something practical. If there were no restrictions from the origin will, it would naturally not be difficult. However, the difficult part now was that there were restrictions from the origin will. It was not so easy to break through these restrictions. It was like there was a small ditch in front of you. Originally, you only needed to gently step over it. However, there was a huge hand holding you tightly from behind, making it difficult for you to step out. If you wanted to cross this hurdle, the first thing you had to do was to push away the huge hand behind you. Therefore, the biggest difficulty for Qin Shao was how to break through the restrictions of the origin will and how to take this step. Outside the prison, Li Jin and Li Tianming had been guarding it. Li Tianming's expression had been extremely unsightly and gloomy for the past few days. Father, it's been 3 days and there hasn't been any movement. Perhaps this kid really doesn't have a great background. If there's really someone from Mount Hua Ferry Gate behind him, then they'll definitely be able to find this kid, said Li Tianming. Li Jin said with a cold face. We can only hope so now. However, we can't be happy too early. No one can be sure about this kind of thing. I think this kid has been very calm these few days. He looks confident and at ease. There's no sense of danger at all. Perhaps this kid is hiding something that we don't know about. Li Tianming gritted his teeth and said, Who cares what he's hiding? He's been starving for 3 days. Let's see how long he can last. I don't believe that we can't kill him. Even if we can't starve him to death, we can. Li Yu said, Yes, that's right. We can only think of a way to starve him to death. I'm afraid we can't kill him. He's only in the sword contemplation realm. Starving him for half a month should be enough. I hope there won't be any accidents. Li Tianming's expression was ruthless. That was all they could do. But at this moment, the sound of a sword rang out from the prison. Li Tianming and Li Jin were startled. They looked at each other for a while, before looking into the prison. Sword chi surged from Qin Zhao's body. Radiance overflowed in all directions, flowing with extraordinary splendor. He's about to break through to the sword spirit realm. Seeing this scene, Li Tianming and his son were astonished once more, and their expressions changed drastically. While they were still in shock, Qin Shao had already completed his breakthrough. His aura surged as he finally stepped into the sword spirit realm. It's only been 3 days. He's broken through to the sword spirit realm? Li Jin had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He couldn't accept the reality before him. How could this be? How could he break through in such a harsh environment in the prison? Even a genius like Li Tianming felt ashamed of his inferiority. Li Tianming was a little anxious. He gritted his teeth and said, Father, it looks like we can't delay any longer. We have to continue exhausting him and make him die quickly. If this drags on, who knows what will happen? This child's talent is absolutely monstrous. Li Tianming also had a bad premonition. Therefore, he wanted to kill Qin Shao quickly to prevent future trouble. Li Jin shook his head. Killing him is easier said than done. Moreover, he's broken through now. It's even harder to kill him now. He defeated you in the sword standby realm before. Now that he's broken through to the sword spirit realm, can you still fight him? I wasn't careful that time. It was an accident. Li Tianming's face was flushed red as he immediately explained. Li Jin waved his hand and said sternly, All right, stop talking. Calm down and don't panic. The more you panic, the more chaotic it will be. He's only just broken through to the sword spirit realm. He won't be able to do anything to us. As long as we trap him here, he won't be able to escape. He'll definitely die if we starve him for a few more days. Although Li Tianming wanted to kill Qin Shao quickly, he knew that he wasn't Qin Zhao's match at all. It was impossible to kill Qin Shao. He could only endure it now. In the prison, Qin Shao didn't look happy at all after breaking through to the sword spirit realm. This was indeed a very ordinary thing to him. I've broken through, but it won't be easy to break through the current predicament with just the initial stage of the sword spirit realm. Qin Shao thought to himself. Now that he was trapped here, his current strength was still insufficient to break out of the encirclement. He would definitely be trapped when facing the 5 Sword Spirit Realm cultivators of the mythical Fire Palace. After breaking through a major realm, it was naturally easier to raise a minor realm. Qin Xiao didn't stop and continued to cultivate. He wanted to take advantage of the current enthusiasm to break through in one fell swoop. Qin Xiao easily entered a very good cultivation state and entered a state of selflessness. Days passed, and there was no movement in the prison. However, Li Tianming and his son, who were guarding outside, seemed a little anxious. "Father, it's been half a month. Why doesn't this kid show any signs of exhaustion? We've been keeping an eye on this kid. He hasn't eaten or drunk anything for half a month. How can he hold on?" Li Tianming said. Li Jin shook his head. He was also very puzzled. "I don't know either. This kid exudes a sense of strangeness. I wonder what kind of monster he is. However, it's not that there's no good news. We've waited for at least half a month, and it's still calm. It seems that this kid has no way to ask his family for help. Then we have time to waste with him. If half a month isn't enough, then 1 month. Half a month is already the limit. I don't believe he can hold on for another half a month." Li Tianming said worriedly. "Father, it's not a problem to waste another half a month, but I'm a little worried that his strength will break through again. This kid's talent is monstrous. If he breaks through again, I'm afraid we won't be able to trap him." Li Jin glanced at Li Tianming and frowned deeply. "Impossible. It would be strange if he could break through from the initial stage to the intermediate stage of the Sword Spirit Realm in a month. No matter how monstrous a genius is, he definitely can't do it. Don't scare yourself. He can only hold on for another half a month. The final victory will definitely belong to us." Chapter 9:31. Another voice? Li Jin and Li Tianming were stunned once again as they stared at the prison with widened eyes. When they saw the sword chi that was released from Qin Zhao's body, their hearts and minds were shaken. For a moment, they were unable to say anything and were dumbstruck. This is mid-stage Sword Spirit Realm. Thinking of this, Li Tianming and his son sucked in a breath of cold air and were speechless for a moment. How long had it been? It had only been slightly more than 10 days since the last breakthrough. Previously, breaking through to the Sword Spirit Realm could be understood as a result of good preparation. Originally, he had already reached the critical point of breaking through, so it was understandable that he broke through again. However, the breakthrough this time was something that the two of them couldn't understand. At the very most, it had only been 12 days. What could he do in such a short time? It probably wasn't even enough to stabilize the early stage of the Sword Spirit Realm, but Qin Xiao was so monstrous that he broke through another realm. Mid-stage Sword Spirit Realm. This was a realm that Li Jin had worked hard to reach for decades, but Qin Xiao had broken through in just over 10 days. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. How'd he do it? Li Tianming was deeply shocked and muttered. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he still found it hard to accept this irrefutable fact. He had always been arrogant and thought of himself as a peerless genius. But today, his pride had been completely shattered by Qin Xiao. What kind of genius was he in front of Qin Xiao? He was probably no different from a piece of trash. Previously, he had already been abused miserably by Qin Xiao. Now that he had suffered such a huge blow, his hatred for Qin Xiao had reached an extreme point. What kind of monster is this? Li Jin's face was deathly pale, and for a moment, he actually felt a little lost. This was really too monstrous, too monstrous. If he had known earlier, he would have stopped Li Tianming no matter what and not let him provoke this monster. Now that things had developed to this point step by step, there was no longer any room for redemption. Regardless of whether it was a blessing or a curse, there was no way to avoid it. They could only go down this path to the end and take a gamble. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Otherwise, Li Jin would start all over again. Since things had already come to this point, there was no point in saying anything more. Li Jin looked at Li Tianming with disappointment. He didn't know how to vent his anger, so he pointed at Li Tianming's nose and said, "You're always reckless and reckless when you do things, disregarding all consequences. I've told you before that there's always someone better than you in this world. No matter how strong our Lihua Palace is, we are only strong within the Daki County. But our Daki County is just a small place in the Huashan celestial region. It's not even worth mentioning. It's so weak. Any random major character that popped out is not someone our Life Fire Palace can afford to offend. I'm afraid the 1,000-year foundation of my Life Fire Palace will be destroyed in your hands. If we really reach this step, how do you want us to face the ancestors of our Life Fire Palace? At that time, not only will you become a sinner of our Life Fire Palace, I will also become a sinner, bearing the infamy of my previous life. Even if we go to hell, we won't have the face to face our ancestors. This time, you're really foolish to the extreme. This is stupidity. Li Tianming had always been Li Jin's pride. Li Jin had never scolded Li Tianming before, but this time he actually scolded Li Tianming so badly. However, Li Tianming was speechless, not daring to retort at all. That's right, all of this was because of him. All of this was because of him. If the Life Fire Palace suffered a calamity because of this, then he would be the greatest sinner, a sinner for eternity. How could he not regret it? But it was too late for regrets. If he could do it all over again, he wouldn't have offended Qin Xiao, even if he was beaten to death. But there was no way to change this. Father, we can't drag this out any longer. We have to deal with this kid quickly. I have a bad feeling about this. If we give this kid another half a month, his strength will increase even more. His current cultivation realm is already enough to suppress us. If his strength increases by another level, then I'm afraid we won't be able to suppress him anymore. Li Tianming was a little anxious. How could Li Jin not be anxious in his heart? How could he not have considered this problem? He also knew the existence of this danger, but the 5 of them had already joined forces before and couldn't do anything to Qin Xiao. Now, even if they attacked, they couldn't do anything to this kid. The only way now was to starve him and drag Qin Xiao to death in a war of attrition. Even if he was at the Sword Spirit Realm, he had to eat. A month should be the limit. Only when he reached the Sword Sovereign Realm would he start to fast. He could slowly stop relying on mortal food and rely on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to maintain the circulation of his body. At the Sword Spirit Realm, he still needed to rely on food to maintain the circulation of his body. It was just that his resistance to hunger was stronger than ordinary people. But no matter how strong he was, there was a limit. I've already informed your grandfather. Let's wait for him to come over before making a decision. Li Jin said. Soon, the 3 of them all arrived. After the 3 of them understood Qin Zhao's situation, they were really shocked. It took them a while to recover from their shock. The deep eyes of the Li Palace Master also became strangely gloomy and terrifying. Really, one wrong step leads to many wrong steps. Let's observe for the time being. We'll do our best to drag him out. Even if he's at the Sword Spirit Realm middle stage, starving him for a month will leave him half dead. It'll be much easier for us to make a move when the time comes. If we make a move now, we definitely won't get any benefits. However, this kid might break out of the encirclement, so we can't be careless. From now on, the 5 of US will guard this place. The Li Palace Master said. Everyone nodded. This was the only way now. Heavenly prison. The restrictions are still a little too great. Breaking through to the Sword Spirit Realm middle stage is almost the limit. If I want to break through again, it's impossible in a short period of time. With my current realm, I shouldn't be at a disadvantage when facing those people from the mythical Fire Palace. However, just having a realm isn't enough. I'm still lacking a lot in other aspects, especially in sword techniques. The gap is the most obvious. If I can't make up for this huge gap, then I won't have any way to break through the encirclement of the 5 of them. Qin Xiao thought in his heart. He also had some plans. He could guess the thoughts of the Li Palace Master and the others. They had been guarding outside without making any moves. Obviously, they didn't dare to make a move on him and wanted to starve him to death. But how could they know that Qin Xiao didn't need to eat mortal food? Not to mention starving him for a month. Even starving him for an era wouldn't be a problem. It was also because of these uncertain factors that Qin Xiao had peace and quiet and time to improve his strength. But Qin Xiao also knew that his peace and quiet would only last for a month at most. If he still didn't have any symptoms after a month, then the Li Palace Master and the others would definitely make a move to disturb him. Once his cultivation was disturbed endlessly, then Qin Xiao's speed of improvement would definitely be greatly affected. This was something that Qin Xiao didn't want to see. Now, he could only start with sword techniques. The mythical fire sword of the mythical fire palace was a 5th grade sword technique. Its level was even higher than Qin Xiao's mountain river sword. Even if the mountain river sword was created by Qin Xiao, as the creator, the power of the mountain river sword was indeed much greater. But the difference in grade was also very difficult to make up for. Moreover, the Li Palace Master still had the mythical fire sword in his hand. The mythical fire sword and the mythical fire sword were highly compatible. When the two were used together, the power was terrifying. Therefore, if Qin Xiao wanted to contend with the Li Palace Master, then he had to master a 5th grade sword technique. Only in this way could he possibly solve the current predicament. Although the mountain river sword could still be improved, it was a newly created sword technique after all. It was not an easy thing to perfectly conform with the laws of the sword cultivation world. A new thing first needed to be recognized by the original will of the sword cultivation world and be recognized by the laws. Therefore, it was possible to take this path, but it was more difficult. If Qin Xiao was given time, Qin Xiao also had enough confidence that he could take this path. But looking at the current situation, there was obviously not much time left for him. Therefore, facing the test of time, Qin Xiao also had another idea. Cultivation was much easier than creation. Qin Xiao had fought with Li Tianming, Li Jin, and the Li Palace Master. They had all used the mythical fire sword. Therefore, Qin Xiao had a lot of knowledge about the mythical fire sword and carried out a deep analysis in his mind. Just like how Qin Xiao had analyzed the fallen leaf sword, with Qin Xiao's vision, a mere 5th grade sword technique could not escape Qin Xiao's eyes at all. As long as Qin Xiao analyzed it, he could trace it back to the source. Analyzing the various essentials of the mythical fire sword and then deducing the mantra of the mythical fire sword was not difficult for Qin Xiao. He only needed to spend some time and energy. Then, all that was left was to cultivate. This should not be difficult for Qin Xiao. With this thought, Qin Xiao also began to take action. Walking this path was indeed faster than walking the path of creation. Moreover, this process was also a kind of sword cultivation process. Now that he was trapped in this world, Qin Xiao could only think of all ways to adapt himself to the laws of the sword cultivation world, to slowly assimilate, to open up a new battlefield, and to walk the path of sword cultivation. If he were to cultivate a brand new path of cultivation, then everything would start anew. It was not difficult to analyze the mythical fire sword. Qin Xiao only took 3 days to complete the analysis and deduce the mantra. Moreover, he also found some shortcomings of the mythical fire sword and perfected it. In other words, the mythical fire sword that Qin Xiao was going to cultivate now was more powerful than the mythical fire sword of the mythical fire palace. Although such perfection could not make the mythical fire sword leap to the level of a 6th grade sword technique, it was definitely regarded as the best among the 5th grade sword techniques. The increase in power could not be underestimated. The analysis was over. Next, it was time to start cultivating. Chapter 9:32. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed since Qin Xiao was trapped by the Lihua Palace. During this 1 month, Lihua City seemed to be peaceful and nothing happened. However, it wasn't peaceful at all. Rumors about the Lihua Palace were flying everywhere. The other powers were also spying on them in the dark. For the past 1,000 years, no power in Daki County had been able to shake the position of the Lihua Palace. Thousands of years of vicissitudes, turbulence, and changes in power had never affected the Lihua Palace. With the existence of the Lihua Palace, no matter how the other powers developed, they couldn't raise their heads. Therefore, on the surface, the other powers were respectful to the Lihua Palace. However, they hated the Lihua Palace in the dark. They couldn't wait for something to happen to the Lihua Palace. They wanted the Lihua Palace, which had been passed down for thousands of years, to collapse. Then, the Daki County would be reshuffled. Only in this way would the other powers have the chance to fight for the throne of the Dragon Head. The feeling of being suppressed all the time was very uncomfortable. Therefore, the other powers were also adding fuel to the fire in the dark. All kinds of rumors filled the entire Daki city. It became a topic that everyone talked about before and after a meal. As the Lihua Palace Master and the others were busy guarding Qin Shao, they naturally didn't have the time to care about what was happening in Daki City. They just let the rumors fly. It was because of this that those who spread the rumors became more arrogant. Naturally, the rumors became more and more popular. It even reached the stage where they could talk about it in public. Yeah, have you guys heard? The Li-Fire Palace has already sent over 90% of their direct descendants out of the Daki County. Moreover, there are only a few of them. They are making preparations to escape with their lives. Yeah, I heard about it too. I have a relative who is a servant of the Lihua Palace. Now, the Lihua Palace is basically empty. I don't know what happened. Hey, do you guys think it has something to do with the young man from a month ago? It's very possible. I heard that the young man has a very big background. Since the Lihua Palace offended such a big character, they naturally have to prepare a way out for themselves. Hey, let me tell you guys a secret. I heard that the young man has a background in the Mount Hua Ferry Gate. What? No way, with the background of Mount Hua Ferry Gate. Oh my God. Are you serious? If they really have the backing of Mount Hua Ferry Gate, they wouldn't have fallen to such a state, right? If that's the case, wouldn't the Li-Fire Palace have long been destroyed? I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, that's what I heard. I think it's very likely. In any case, this time around, the Li-Fire Palace had truly gone overboard. Maybe in a few days, our Daki County will really change. Who knows how many wild beasts are watching in the dark. The Lihua Palace has dominated Daki County for thousands of years. It's time for a change of dynasty. It has been passed down for 1,000 years without dying. That's enough experience. Yes, one must decline after a long period of prosperity. Even if it was the immortal domain, it would still be difficult to protect the foundation of Wan Shi. In the long history of our world of sword cultivators, there have been many immortal realms that have been destroyed, let alone a small mortal force. Outside, there was a storm, but inside the Li-Fire Palace, there was a solemn atmosphere. There was no longer the lively atmosphere of the past. There was only a deathly atmosphere and tension. There was a sense of calmness and desolation everywhere. It had lost the bustle of the past. No one cared about the many rumors outside. They could only let them spread and grow. It's been a month. This kid hasn't eaten or drunk anything, but his complexion doesn't seem to be deteriorating at all. He's really a freak. Could it be that this kid isn't of the human race, but a demon that transformed? Dukley frowned and said. Granny Lee glared at Dukley and said unhappily, demons that can transform are at least at the Sword Spirit realm. This kid was at the Sword Warden realm before. Moreover, he doesn't have the scent of a demon on him. How can he be a demon? Unless he's a powerful demon that can perfectly restrain his aura, it's impossible for him to escape our detection. This kid is definitely of the human race. Dukley was a little unconvinced. Which part of him looks like a human? He hasn't eaten or been hungry for a month and is completely fine. This isn't something that a human should have. He also doesn't look like he has a defensive spiritual weapon on him. But with the combined strength of the five of us, we can't even hurt a single strand of his hair. There's a sense of strangeness all over his body. He's completely a monster. Granny Lee insisted. No matter how monstrous he is, he's still a human. Palace Lordly waved his hand and said sternly, "All right, stop arguing. Now isn't the time to argue about this. The most important thing right now is to make a move. We can't let this drag on any longer." I can see that this kid is still as calm and steady as Mount Tai. Clearly, he has some confidence. If he really can't hold on any longer, then there's no reason for him to sit there so peacefully. He should have attacked us long ago and tried to break out of the encirclement. Since he hasn't done so, it means that he hasn't reached his limit yet. Therefore, we can't wait any longer. We can only make a move. Even if we can't do anything to him, we can still disturb him and prevent him from continuing to cultivate. I also have a bad feeling. If we give this kid more time to cultivate, then he might really grow to the point where we can't deal with him. Once that happens, then what awaits our mythical fire palace will be a disaster of destruction. We absolutely can't let this happen. Li Jin and the other three nodded heavily, very much agreeing with Palace Lord Li's words, especially Li Tianming. If it wasn't for Li Jin's disagreement, he would have made a move long ago. Palace Lord Li said in a deep voice, "All right, then let's make a move. But remember, our goal is not to be able to control Qin Shao, but to disturb him and prevent him from continuing to cultivate. This way, our goal will be achieved. One to disturb and one to trap. This is our main goal." Li Jin and the other three nodded again. They naturally knew this. It was obviously impossible to do anything to Qin Shao. What he had not been able to do the last time, it was even more impossible for him to do after Qin Zhao's strength had greatly increased. Palace Lordly was still worried and reminded them again. By the way, Qin Zhao's strength has probably increased greatly now. This kid's methods are extremely vicious, and now he's at the middle stage of the Sword Spirit realm. His cultivation level is the same as mine, and one level higher than yours. So, you must not be careless. You must be very, very careful. Li Jin and the other three felt very uncomfortable. A month ago, Qin Shao was only at the limit of the Sword Spirit realm, and they could do anything to him. But in the blink of an eye, Qin Zhao's cultivation level had inconceivably risen to the middle stage of the Sword Spirit realm, reaching a level that they yearned for but could not reach. This was obviously a huge stimulus to them. Do it. The five of them had made their preparations. Under the command of Palace Master Li, the five of them charged out in a single file and charged into the heavenly prison. The five of them cooperated quite well. They had a formation and were very methodical. With Palace Lordly as the core, Li Jin and the other three cooperated on his left and right. The five of them formed a huge killing formation, maximizing its power and charging toward Qin Shao. Seeing that Palace Lord Li and the other four finally could not hold back and attacked, Qin Zhao's mouth revealed a somewhat strange smile. He had been cultivating in seclusion for a month, and his sword technique had indeed improved a lot. So now, he urgently needed someone to test the effects and see how it was. At this moment, Qin Zhao's fighting spirit was naturally incomparably high. Qin Shao naturally liked this training object that had been delivered to his door. Qin Shao stood up and opened his eyes. His smile was somewhat devilish. "You finally made your move. I've been waiting for you." These casual words were like sharp swords that pierced into the hearts of Palace Lord Li and the other four. Boom, 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 boom. Palace Lord Li and the other four's origin swords all surged out. Palace Lord Li's sacred sword of distant fire also came out, burning with raging flames. The flames soared into the sky, instantly dyeing the entire prison red and immersing it in flames. The five of them used the sacred sword of distant fire at the same time, so the power was naturally terrifying. Facing the combined attack of the five, Qin Shao could actually rely on his own body to withstand it. However, this time, Qin Shao did not need to activate this invincible mode. Instead, he directly fought. The sword in his hand moved, and a ball of raging flames also ignited, spewing out terrifying flames. This eerie flame that was like a strange fire was none other than sacred fire. Sacred fire, also known as Hell's fire, Devil's fire, Eerie fire, and Devil's fire. This was the characteristic of sacred fire, which could be recognized at a glance. Seeing the sacred fire blooming from Qin Zhao's sword and feeling the power of the sacred fire, Palace Lord Li and the other four's eyes all widened. Their faces were full of excitement. All of them were so shocked that they were momentarily speechless. This is the sacred fire sword? How is this possible? How can this be? No, are my eyes playing tricks on me? How can you possibly know the sacred fire sword? After a long while, Palace Lord Li pointed at Qin Shao and shouted. At this moment, if Qin Shao was not using the sacred fire sword, what was it? The sacred fire sword was a backdoor sword technique created by the sacred fire ancestor of the sacred fire palace. For 1,000 years, it was only passed down in the sacred fire palace. Even the direct descendants of the sacred fire palace had to be carefully selected before they had the qualifications to cultivate this sword technique. It had never been passed down before. In these 1,000 years, although countless people had the idea of obtaining the sacred fire sword, no one had succeeded. The sacred fire sword was also one of the symbols of the sacred fire palace. It was the foundation of the sacred fire palace, the most precious inheritance treasure. How could he, Qin Shao, know the sacred fire sword? Where did he learn the sacred fire sword from? Even the direct descendants of the sacred fire palace had to swear on their lifeblood swords before they cultivated the sacred fire sword. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the sacred fire sword to be passed down to outsiders. But how did Qin Shao learn it? Palace Lord Li's expression was extremely gloomy. He shouted again, "Kid, how did you cultivate the sacred fire sword of our sacred fire palace? How did you do it?" Chapter 9:33. How arrogant! Palace Master Li roared angrily. A brat actually dared to spout such nonsense in front of him. The sacredly fire sword in his hand seemed to have sensed Palace Master Li's endless anger. Sword intent surged and raging flames surged into the sky as if it could hear the roar of the sword. After all, the sacredly fire sword was a spirit artifact. It possessed unparalleled power and was compatible with the sacredly fire sword, so it was extremely terrifying. Palace Master Li's realm had long been at the mid-stage of the sword spirit realm. Furthermore, after so many years of accumulation, he naturally had a slight advantage over Qin Shao in terms of realm. At this moment, with Li Jin's group of 4 assisting and the 4 of them throwing out their treasures, Li Jin's group was willing to risk everything to deal with Qin Shao. Once again facing the joint attack of Palace Master Li's group of 5, Qin Zhao's fighting spirit was high this time. He used his sword to move the heavens and sing the heavens. The sacredly fire sword in his hand was pushed to the extreme, blooming with endless brilliance. Qin Zhao's sacredly fire sword had been perfected by him, causing its power to at least double. In this short period of time, Qin Shao had also cultivated the sacredly fire sword to perfection. Therefore, when he used the sacredly fire sword, its power was naturally abnormally powerful. He could completely suppress Li Jin's group of 4, but he was still a little weak against Palace Master Li. The main reason was because of the sacredly fire sword. With the sacredly fire sword, Palace Master Li was like a tiger that had grown wings. With the help of Li Jin's group of 4, he could definitely fight a late-stage sword spirit realm sword cultivator. However, Qin Shao also had his own advantages. His advantages were firstly in terms of physical defense, and secondly in terms of his control of the battle situation. In terms of battle experience, Palace Master Li was far inferior to Qin Shao. They were not on the same level at all. The advantage of being able to grasp the situation of a battle was obvious. Take Qin Zhao's battle against Li Tianming, for example. Although Qin Zhao's cultivation level was lower than Li Tianming's and his sword techniques were weaker, Qin Shao was still able to injure Li Tianming. If Li Jin hadn't acted in time, Li Tianming might have died at the hands of Qin Shao. And this was the advantage of having a good grasp of the battle situation. One could make use of every opening and accurately avoid danger. One could maximize one's power and unleash it to the extreme. Therefore, Qin Zhao's attack was naturally not a blind attack. Instead, it was a targeted attack. Qin Zhao immediately gave up on Palace Lord Li's attack and used defense to receive Palace Lord Li's attack. His attack was focused on one direction, and it was obvious that he wanted to break through in one fell swoop. Qin Zhao's choice was none other than Li Tianming. The head of the Li Palace finally realized Qin Zhao's intentions. Turning pale with fright, he hurriedly cried out, "Not good! Quickly block him! Block him!" If Qin Zhao was still at the Sword Warden realm, then Li Jin and the other three could easily block Qin Zhao. However, things were different now. The current Qin Zhao was at the middle stage of the Sword Spirit realm, and his cultivation level was even higher than theirs. Moreover, his sword techniques and martial skills were enough to suppress them. Therefore, the advantage that the four of them had was already gone. Without any advantage, how could they block Qin Zhao? Especially Li Tianming. He had sensed Qin Zhao's intentions and knew that Qin Zhao would not let him off easily. At this moment, Qin Zhao was charging toward him. So how could he still have the slightest confidence to block Qin Zhao? Previously, he wasn't a match for Qin Zhao and had been humiliated by Qin Zhao. Now that Qin Zhao's strength had increased greatly, he was even less of a match for Qin Zhao. Li Tianming couldn't help but feel a little fearful in the face of Qin Zhao's surging aura. He was afraid, truly afraid. In the previous clash, Qin Zhao had almost taken his life. Now that Qin Zhao's strength had increased greatly, he didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. Facing Qin Zhao felt as if he was facing the Grim Reaper. Li Tianming was so frightened that he even forgot to react. His face was pale as he retreated step by step. Li Jin and the other two desperately charged over, wanting to block Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao had originally come for Li Tianming, so how could he let them have their way? Qin Zhao's sword Qi cleverly blasted Li Jin and the other two away, and the strongest sword force completely landed on Li Tianming's body. At the same time, Palace Master Li's sacredly fire sword had already arrived in front of Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao had completely given up on blocking, so the power of Palace Master Li's sword force completely landed on Qin Zhao's body. Even an expert at the late stage of the Sword Spirit realm wouldn't dare to take such a blow from Palace Master Li, but Qin Zhao dared to. "Kid, how dare you, how dare you?" Palace Master Li shouted anxiously. Li Tianming was his most valued grandson and the future hope of Li Fire Palace. He could be considered Palace Master Li's favorite. No, no, no. The atmosphere was extremely tense. An invisible hand tightly gripped Li Tianming's neck, suffocating him. He stared at Qin Zhao, unable to say a word. There was only fear, extreme fear. The specks of fire were like the sinister smile of the Grim Reaper. Invisible tentacles seemed to have quietly climbed onto Li Tianming's body, binding him. The aura of death spread over, enveloping him, making him unable to break free. Was he going to die? He didn't want to die, but at this moment, it was as if his lifeline was tightly gripped and he couldn't resist. So at this moment, Li Tianming's only thought was to ask his grandfather for help. "Save me, grandfather, save me." How could Palace Master Li not want to save Li Tianming? But Qin Zhao didn't give him the chance. After Li Tianming shouted for help, Qin Zhao's surging sword aura descended majestically, quickly annihilating Li Tianming like a flood. Streaks of incomparably sharp sword aura directly passed through Li Tianming's body. Qin Zhao's sword passed through Li Tianming's chest without any resistance, directly destroying Li Tianming's sword pool. Bloody holes exploded on Li Tianming's body, dyeing him red in the blink of an eye. His life aura rapidly drained away, almost disappearing in a breath's time. A living person walked toward the end of his life aura severed. Li Tianming was dead. He died right in front of Palace Master Li and the others. In their territory, right in front of their eyes, he was killed. "My son." Li Jin's eyes were red, filled with tears. Looking at Li Tianming's corpse, Qin Shao said indifferently. You only have yourself to blame. You can't blame anyone else. Taking advantage of the dazed state of Palace Master Li and the others, Qin Shao didn't continue fighting. Instead, he directly charged out of the prison. Ah, Qin Shao, I won't forgive you. I want you dead. I want you dead. Li Jin roared furiously, taking the lead to chase after him. Palace Master Li also knew that he couldn't let Qin Shao escape. Otherwise, it would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain, causing endless trouble in the future. With this child's temperament, he was likely someone who would take revenge for the smallest grievance. With this child's potential, no one could say for sure. The Li-Fire Palace couldn't afford to take this risk. All threats should be nipped in the bud. Regardless of everything, they had to keep Qin Shao here. Hum. The sword's hum was like the roar of 9 dragons, ringing from the highest point of the Li-Fire Palace. It reverberated through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, shaking the ancient firmament. It was like a great bell, exuding an unparalleled majesty. As the sword hum resounded, the entire Daki city could hear it clearly. The sound also shocked everyone in Daki city. Numerous figures walked out of their houses with astonishment and fear on their faces. They looked in the direction of the Li-Fire Palace, not knowing what was going on. However, the entire Li-Fire Palace was in an uproar. It was as if a great earthquake had occurred. All the guards were mobilized. This was the sound of the bugle horn. This bugle horn hadn't sounded for over 200 years. This was the bugle horn of the Li-Fire Palace's sacred god. It could only be sounded when the Li-Fire Palace encountered a great matter. Once this bugle horn was sounded, it meant that the Li-Fire Palace had encountered a great trouble. The entire Li-Fire Palace had to resolve this great matter at all costs. Otherwise, it would bring a calamity to the Li-Fire Palace. The sacred bugle horn that hadn't sounded for over 200 years was blown once again today. Daki City was soon bustling with noise and excitement. News of the Li-Fire Palace was flying everywhere. The various major powers were also accumulating their strength and waiting to act. They were secretly observing the actions of the Li-Fire Palace. Once there was a chance, they wouldn't hesitate at all. They would definitely be like cold-blooded venomous snakes, pouncing out and biting off a huge chunk of fat meat. What's going on? Why is the Li-Fire Palace blowing the sacred bugle horn? What happened exactly? Could it be that some major powers are secretly joining forces to attack the Li-Fire Palace? That's impossible. If that's the case, it wouldn't be so peaceful. I didn't hear any commotion at all. Then what's going on? Did something happen to the Li-Fire Palace? I'm thinking, could it be related to that person from a month ago? That can't be, right? A month has already passed. He should have been killed by the Li-Fire Palace long ago. How could he still be alive until now? What would he have done? It's also possible that the major character behind that person came over and wanted to make an example out of the Li-Fire Palace. That's possible. In any case, the matter this time around isn't simple. I feel that a storm of blood is about to descend. Let's quickly go back and pack our things. Let's leave the city and hide first lest we get implicated. Right. I think so too. Since the Immortals are fighting, it's better for us to hide far away. The entire Daki city was in chaos. Those who were more cowardly all packed their things and hurriedly left the city, distancing themselves from this troublesome place. The Li-Fire Palace was even more chaotic. Qin Shao came out and started a massacre, carving out a path of blood. Given Qin Zhao's strength, other than the Li-Fire Palace Lord and a few others, there was naturally no one else who could stop Qin Shao. Since it was a battle formation, no matter how many people there were, it was useless. Boom! A huge bell descended from the sky, enveloping Qin Shao like a mountain. This was the bell used to capture Qin Shao. It was also a treasure of the Li-Fire Palace that was second only to the Li-Fire Sacred Sword. Chapter 934. Stop him, hurry up and stop him. Stop him at all costs. Don't let him escape." The loud voices were filled with urgency. Palace Master Li and the other three rushed out, but the place was already littered with corpses and rivers of blood. "Kill! Stop him!" The sword cultivators of the Livefire Palace also rushed towards Qin Shao in a frenzy, killing him without regard for anything else. They were all loyal warriors nurtured by the Livefire Palace, and were loyal to the Livefire Palace. They had already sworn an oath on their life swords, and would never go back on their words. Therefore, even if they knew that they would die, they had no choice but to brace themselves and charge forward. Under the light of the blade and the shadow of the sword, hot blood gushed out. Hot blood soared into the sky, reflecting the blue dome of the heavens. This was a tragic and stirring song, a soul-stirring farewell. A person's life was often reflected at this time, how insignificant it was, how fragile it was. Sometimes, being alive was a miracle. Qin Shao had already planned it out. What he needed now was to break the cage, to charge out of the encirclement. With Qin Zhao's current strength, it was obviously impossible for him to defeat Palace Master Li and the others, so he could only choose to take a step back. First, he would escape. As for whether he would come back to settle the score in the future, that was a matter for the future. For now, he did not care about it. Therefore, from the beginning, Qin Shao did not have the heart to continue fighting. He only needed to tear open a hole and directly charge out of the encirclement. With Qin Zhao's experience, as long as he wanted to escape, it would naturally be difficult to stop him. After charging out of the encirclement, Qin Shao charged out of the Livefire Palace, rushing towards the outside of the city. When Palace Master Li saw that Qin Shao had actually charged out of the Livefire Palace, his expression was extremely ugly, and he chased after him relentlessly. At this point, the truth could no longer be concealed. There was no way to hide anything anymore. Palace Master Li and the others had completely gone crazy. They only had one goal now, and that was to stop Qin Shao and capture him. Everything else was not important. When a person reached the point of madness, it was extremely terrifying. And the battle here also allowed the others in Daki City to understand what was going on. It turned out that it was really the doing of the youth who was captured by the Livefire Palace a month ago. It was really unbelievable. This youth's strength alone could actually turn the situation around, overturning the Livefire Palace, overthrowing this overlord of 1,000 years. The other forces in the dark also received this news, and this was naturally good news for them. Their elegant faces immediately turned ferocious, revealing their bloodthirsty fangs. The butcher's knives were already impatient. A great bloody storm was about to happen. The situation in Daki City was going to change. It was also because of this that his speed of escape was very fast, so fast that Palace Master Li and the others had no way to catch up to Qin Shao. But along the way, Palace Master Li and the others did not give up, but closely followed Qin Shao. Qin Shao had already planned. He could not eat or drink, and his physical strength would not be exhausted. He did not even need to use the sword's spiritual energy, and only needed to rely on the strength of his body. In this aspect, Qin Shao naturally had a unique advantage. This was something that Palace Master Li and the others could not envy. Now, they could only compete in attrition. Qin Shao had complete confidence that he could exhaust Palace Master Li and the others to death. As long as their sword's spiritual energy was almost exhausted, they naturally would not dare to chase anymore. With this confidence, Qin Shao was naturally full of confidence and played with Palace Master Li and the others. This chase lasted for a day. Palace Master Li and the others had consumed a lot of energy, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Palace Master Li frowned deeply and said, "This monster, why is he so abnormal in every aspect? If we continue to chase, our sword's spiritual energy will be exhausted to the red line. Once that happens, we will not even have half of our strength left. If that brat turns around and kills us, then we will be in danger. So, we cannot continue to chase. We must stop, or else we will die." This problem was the most urgent one in front of them. Palace Master Li Hua's brows were already wrinkled to the point that they could not be any more wrinkled. He fiercely clenched his teeth and said with incomparable resentment, "Grit your teeth and persevere a little more. The Southern Mingli fire abyss is just ahead. Even if we really can't do anything to that brat, we can still force that brat into the Southern Mingli fire abyss. As long as he falls into the Southern Mingli fire abyss, then he will definitely not come out alive. That way, we can also rest easy." Palace Master Li's words made the three people's eyes light up. Yes, it was indeed so. Not far ahead was the Southern Mingli fire abyss. How could they forget about this place? They knew the terror of the Southern Mingli fire abyss. If a sword spirit realm expert entered, then there was no chance of survival. Even if an expert at the limit of the sword spirit realm entered, there was also a slim chance of survival. Back then, if the ancestor of Li Hua Palace did not encounter a great opportunity, then there was no way for him to walk out alive from the Southern Mingli fire abyss. And when the ancestor of Li Hua Palace walked out alive, he also obtained many benefits. He obtained the Li Hua sacred sword, created the Li Hua sword, and established the Li Hua Palace. But the ancestor of Li Hua Palace also sent a message to his descendants that no one was allowed to enter the Southern Mingli fire abyss again. Those who entered would definitely die. In these 1,000 years, there were many people who tried to enter the Southern Mingli fire abyss to seek an opportunity, but no one could come out alive. It was unknown how many people had never come out after entering, not a single one. This also created the Southern Mingli fire abyss's peerless reputation, making the later generations not dare to enter the Southern Mingli fire abyss again. In the eyes of the people, the Southern Mingli fire abyss was a land of death, a forbidden land for humans. The plan had been set, and Palace Master Li and the other three people once again went ferocious. Qin Shao, who was fleeing in front, could not help but frown slightly, naturally feeling that something was wrong. Going ferocious? Calculating the time, they should be about to reach the peak. If they continue to chase, then their sword spiritual energy will be almost exhausted. There's no reason for them to take such a huge risk. Or do they think that I should be about to reach my limit? So, they want to take a gamble? No, this possibility is not big. If neither of these two situations is true, then it can only be said that Palace Master Li and the others are not holding back any good water. It seems that they have some tricks up their sleeves. Qin Shao thought carefully in his mind, but could not think of a reason. After all, he was not familiar with the terrain of Daqi County and did not know where this place was. He was just randomly escaping, randomly choosing a direction. A red light? A sea of fire? No, there's an abyss in front. But very quickly, Qin Shao sensed something, and his brows could not help but furrow deeply. What appeared in front of his line vision was an abyss that meandered like a huge dragon lying in this vast land. He did not know how long it was, and it passed through this mountain range, as if it completely connected the entire Daqi mountain range. In terms of width, it was more than 10,000 feet, and this abyss was actually filled with red light. If one looked down from high up in the sky, it was quite spectacular, as if a fire dragon was lying there, burning with holy fire forever and never extinguishing. Could it be that there was an active volcano under this abyss? No. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved, and he suddenly remembered something. Nanmingli Fire Abyss. Qin Shao finally remembered what this abyss was. It was the infamous Nanmingli Fire Abyss, the most dangerous place in Daqi County. Qin Shao had heard some rumors about the Nanmingli Fire Abyss, and he had also seen some records in the books of the Lin tribe. The Nanmingli Fire Abyss was terrifying enough to make a person at the peak of the Sword Spirit Realm retreat. But Qin Shao was not the slightest bit afraid. No matter how dangerous the place was, why should he be afraid? What could it do to him? Seeing the Nanmingli Fire Abyss, Qin Shao also understood the intentions of Palace Master Li and the others. It turned out that they wanted to force him into the Nanming Leaf Fire Abyss. Qin Shao came to the edge of the Nanming Leaf Fire Abyss and felt waves of hot air surge up from the bottom of the abyss, bringing with them a dangerous aura. Ordinary people standing here would be scared half to death. Red light filled the sky, completely drowning out the entire abyss, and the situation below could not be seen at all. The thick red fog seemed to be condensed from fresh blood. Palace Master Li and the others also stopped and surrounded Qin Shao to prevent Qin Shao from escaping again. Palace Master Li glared at Qin Shao with a cold and ruthless gaze and said, "Kid, you already have nowhere to run. The Nanming Leaf Fire Abyss is in front, and you should know how terrifying it is. Do you want to jump down yourself? Or do you want us to send you down? The Nanming Leaf Fire Abyss is indeed terrifying. I did not expect that I would accidentally come here and have given you guys a chance." Qin Shao curled his lips and appeared to be somewhat casual. He was not nervous, nor was he afraid. Palace Master Li said, "They said that they would kill you tomorrow, and today will be the day of your death. The heavens want to kill me?" Qin Shao laughed softly and said, "But why do I feel that the heavens will always leave a way out? Can the Nanming Leaf Fire Abyss really bury me? Ha ha. Perhaps to me, it is an opportunity. Since you want me to jump into this Nanming Leaf Fire Abyss, then I will do as you wish." After saying that, Qin Shao did not hesitate at all, and instead jumped into the Nanming Leaf Fire Abyss with a relaxed face. His body was quickly swallowed up by the thick red fog and disappeared without a trace, completely entering the Nanming Leaf Fire Abyss. Palace Master Li and the others arrived in front of the Nanming Leaf Fire Abyss and carefully inspected it, and confirmed that Qin Shao did not play any tricks and had indeed jumped into the abyss. Li said, "Kid, you jumped quickly, or else I would definitely beat you down." Duke Li shook his head. "It's really one wrong step, and the whole game is lost. This time, our Leaf Fire Palace has really lost big. With this unforeseen event, I'm afraid that those forces can no longer hold themselves back. We must quickly return to preside over the situation, or else the consequences will be even more unimaginable." Duke Li's reminder made the expressions of Palace Master Li and the others even more gloomy and gloomy. Chapter 9:35. Qin Shao had landed tens of thousands of feet away. Falling from such a height, weaker sword cultivators would have been smashed to smithereens. Qin Shao fell and smashed a deep hole in the ground. Under this abyss, there was a sea of fire, the Leaf Fire Sea. The leaf fire that filled the sky completely drowned the entire abyss. The leaf fire was much more terrifying than ordinary fire. Qin Zhao's body was completely wrapped in the leaf fire, and the scorching fire kept burning him. Ordinary sword cultivators in the sword spirit realm would definitely feel very uncomfortable being burned by the leaf fire. If anyone below the sword spirit realm were to enter, they would definitely be burned to ashes. Walking in the sea of fire, Qin Shao felt very uncomfortable. The endless sea of fire was a world of fire. Enduring the barbecue of the leaf fire for a long time, even a sword spirit realm cultivator could only nurse a grievance. It was also because of this that Palace Master Li and the others could sit back and relax after forcing Qin Shao into the Nanming Leaf Fire Abyss. It was basically impossible to climb up the thousands of feet cliff from below. The terrifying leaf fire was enough to take a person's life. However, no matter how they calculated, they did not expect Qin Zhao's body to be fearless. This small leaf fire was not even enough to tickle Qin Shao, let alone hurt Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's eyes scanned the surroundings. In the raging fire, his vision was greatly obstructed. The thousands of feet cliff was not too much of an obstacle for Qin Shao. He could totally climb up slowly. However, since he had already come to the bottom of the Nanming Leaf Fire Abyss, he had to take a look at what was so special about this place. There were many legends about the Nanming Leaf Fire Abyss in Daki City. There were all kinds of rumors, which also made the Nanming Leaf Fire Abyss full of fantasy. The ancestors of the Leaf Fire Palace obtained the opportunity in the Nanming Leaf Fire Abyss and created the Leaf Fire Palace, which was a force that dominated a region for thousands of years. Since I'm here, I'll take a good look and see if there are any opportunities in the Nanming Leaf Fire Abyss. If there really is an opportunity, then it's not impossible to take a look. If I want to increase my strength quickly, other than my own comprehension and cultivation, opportunities are also essential. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to improve so quickly. If there's really a fortuitous encounter, then maybe my strength will also increase by leaps and bounds. After making up his mind, Qin Shao began to walk at the bottom of the abyss. The bottom of the abyss was like a new world. Qin Shao didn't see anything as he walked. It was empty. It took them 3 days to reach the bottom of the abyss. During these 3 days, Qin Shao didn't find anything else except for rocks. The main reason was that the bottom of the abyss was filled with Nanming primordial fire. Therefore, if ordinary people came in, they would definitely be burned to ashes by the Nanming primordial fire. They wouldn't be able to stay in here for long. However, Qin Shao could completely ignore the danger of the Nanming primordial fire and walk around freely. This was a unique advantage that no one could compare to. After walking to a place, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. He clearly felt that the Nanming primordial fire here was stronger. Moreover, the further he went, the more terrifying the primordial fire was. It made people afraid to go forward. Why is the primordial fire here so strong? Just the primordial fire here is enough to burn a sword cultivator at the peak of the sword spirit realm to death. If I go further, I'm afraid it will pose a threat to the sword sovereign realm. There must be something wrong. This place is unusual, which means that there might be something special in here. Thinking of this, Qin Shao's interest was aroused. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and continued to move forward. With his body, he naturally didn't fear the primordial fire. No matter how strong the primordial fire was, it couldn't hurt Qin Shao. Therefore, Qin Shao could move forward regardless of anything. After moving forward for 2 hours, Qin Shao saw a bridge in front of him. It was a bridge made of fiery red rocks. On the other side of the bridge, there was a huge gate. It was extremely magnificent, as if it was connected to the Immortal Palace. In such an environment, it naturally looked more imposing. Could it be that there really is a fortuitous encounter here? Did some powerful sword cultivator leave behind some legacy here? Qin Shao could not help but wonder. From the looks of it, this place was indeed not as simple as it appeared. If there was really an opportunity, Qin Shao would definitely seize it. No matter what, he would go and check it out first. Anyway, no matter how dangerous the test was, it couldn't hurt Qin Shao. With this bit of assurance, Qin Shao could be completely unbridled. Qin Shao stepped on the bridge resolutely. As soon as he stepped on the bridge, several fire dragons roared and rushed out, turning the bridge into a purgatory on earth. They wanted to swallow and burn everything. The fire dragons were extremely terrifying. Even sword monarchs would be in danger when faced with them. However, Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. These fire dragons naturally couldn't hurt Qin Shao. Qin Shao moved forward and smoothly crossed the stone bridge. Qin Shao walked to the other end of the bridge and stood in front of the magnificent gate. As soon as he stepped in, he felt a mighty force coming down on him. It landed heavily on Qin Shao's body, trying to overwhelm him. This terrifying power brought with it an extremely frightening sharpness. It was like a mountain smashing down heavily on the ears, wanting to crush everything into pieces. Qin Shao had completely relied on his own body to withstand it. This was simply like cheating. The more it was like this, the more Qin Shao felt that this place was extraordinary. There must be an opportunity. After withstanding the pressure of this force, Qin Shao continued forward and passed through the gate. As soon as he passed through the gate, his field of vision suddenly opened up. A magnificent palace appeared in Qin Shao's sight. However, This magnificent palace was surrounded by a river of magma. The river of magma spewed out raging flames. These flames were much more terrifying than those in other places. Even Qin Shao couldn't help but feel a little scared. Just by feeling, he knew that these flames were enough to kill a sword sovereign. If a sword spirit realm sword cultivator dared to go there, he would definitely be burned to ashes. Qin Zhao's eyes fell on the vast palace. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be an immortal palace left behind by an immortal? Judging from its aura, it's really extraordinary. It would appear that I've truly stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter. However, Qin Zhao's gaze did not linger on the palace for long. He frowned slightly and swept his gaze over to a spot. He saw 5 figures standing there, 4 men and 1 woman. All of them were peerless in their generation, and all of them had extraordinary auras. At a glance, one could tell that they were extraordinary youths. From their auras, Qin Shao could sense that all 4 of them were sword cultivators at the limit of the sword spirit realm. Judging from their ages, they weren't very old. They were about 30 years old. They shouldn't be more than 30 years old. To be able to reach such a level at such a young age, they were definitely peerless geniuses. They were definitely outstanding young talents. They were dragons and phoenixes among men. They were peerless youths. No matter which force they were in, they were definitely rare geniuses. It was a little thought-provoking that the 5 of them were gathered here. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. The 5 of them should have come for this palace. In that case, this palace should really be extraordinary. Chapter 9:36. The 5 of them also saw Qin Shao, which made them slightly surprised. Clearly, they showed some vigilance. They didn't expect to see someone else at the bottom of the Nanming Li fire abyss. Moreover, the sword qi emitted from this person was only at the middle stage of the sword spirit realm. If he didn't deliberately hide his strength, then he should be at this stage. How did he get here with such a cultivation? Moreover, the youth in front of them looked very young, even younger than them. Could it be that his strength was above them? They were all sword cultivators at the peak of the sword spirit realm. If he could hide his aura without them noticing, then his cultivation must be above them. Then wasn't he at the sword monarch realm? Such a young sword spirit realm cultivator? How could this be possible? Crown Prince, could it be that other people know about our operation? A young master in luxurious clothes frowned slightly and asked. Looking at his magnificent clothes that were made of rare treasures, it could be seen how rich this young man was. The one he called Crown Prince was a young man in golden clothes. He had an imposing appearance and had the air of a young king. His aura was very powerful. The golden clothes on his body were engraved with 9 lifelike golden dragons, which also showed the demeanor of an emperor. The other 3 people's gazes also fell on the Crown Prince. Clearly, the Crown Prince was the leader of this group of 5. Moreover, to be called Crown Prince was a symbol of the status of an emperor. Ordinary people didn't dare to use such a title casually. Before the Crown Prince spoke, a young man in blue clothes beside him said, "Young Master Kai, aren't you thinking too much? This time, only the 5 of us know about the plan. We all swore on our natal swords to ensure that no one else knows. Not to mention outsiders. Even our family members don't know about our operation this time. This operation is very important. Whether or not we can obtain the immortal opportunity is naturally not a trifling matter. We obviously don't know the person in front of us. We also know the young geniuses of the large forces in our Huashan immortal domain. Even if we don't know them, we know some things. Clearly, the person in front of us is very unfamiliar. This place was originally a desolate place. No one would have thought that there would be a great opportunity hidden here. I think this person must have accidentally stumbled into this place. In my opinion, why don't we just kill this person before we talk about it? That way, we can avoid causing any trouble." Young Master Kai was fair and tender and looked like a good citizen. Young Master Kai was a little worried as he said, "Yi Daojio, don't just talk about killing people. He didn't provoke us, so it wouldn't be right for us to kill him, right? Moreover, Since he can barge in here, it proves that his strength is not simple. He is definitely not a pushover. If it's not done well, then we'll be in trouble, so I think we shouldn't act rashly. The young man in blue, Yi Dao, had sharp eyebrows. His eyes flashed with a cold glint as he said, I say, young Master Kai, a young master who has never used a blade before shouldn't speak. I already told you not to join in the fun with us. If something happens, I won't be able to count on you. What's the point of showing mercy at this time? That's a woman's benevolence. It's the worst. Young Master Kai's face turned red when he heard this. He was indeed more benevolent. Not to mention killing him, he wouldn't even do something like killing a chicken or a dog. So when it came to killing people, young Master Kai was indeed a little against it. Another young man said, young Master Kai's words aren't without reason. Even if he stumbled in here by accident, his strength definitely can't be underestimated. Moreover, he has already seen the Southern Light Immortal Palace. It'll be harder to hide from him. So when we deal with this matter, we still have to be careful. The young man in blue, Yi Dao Jiao, glared at this young man and said in annoyance, I say, Chung Yuan, when did you become as cowardly as young Master Kai? What's there to be afraid of? Are the five of us afraid of him? As an outstanding youth of the Yi clan, a rare genius figure, do you only have this little bit of confidence? If we don't kill him, are we going to let him share the immortal opportunity of the Southern Light Immortal Palace with us? Only the five of us can take part in this matter. I won't allow anyone else to come in. Besides, there are only 5 immortal badges. We can't let this kid in. The secret here can't be leaked. Only the dead can't talk. Chung Yuan shook his head and said, Yi Dao Jiao, don't be hasty. I didn't say we should let him in. I just said we have to be careful. The Crown Prince waved his hand and said, all right, stop arguing. Try not to complicate matters if possible. Even though we don't know the kid's background for now, since he was able to come here safely, there must be strength in addition to luck. This kid's strength isn't as simple as it seems on the surface. We can't be too careless. I think we might have underestimated the danger of the Southern Light Immortal Palace. It's definitely not easy to obtain an immortal opportunity. If the Crown Prince didn't continue speaking at this point. However, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. It was obvious that the Crown Prince had a plan in mind. Qin Shao watched the 5 people discussing something from afar. From time to time, he would see unfriendly gazes from afar. Qin Shao naturally knew that the 5 of them were probably discussing how to deal with him. However, Qin Shao wasn't worried about anything. He was just more curious. The palace in front of him didn't seem simple at all. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted these 5 young geniuses to come here. To be able to reach the peak of the Sword Spirit realm at such a young age, they were definitely considered geniuses among the young geniuses in the entire Huashan Immortal Domain. To be able to see 5 young geniuses in this desolate place, they were definitely not simple. The 5 of them walked over. Qin Shao looked at them calmly. Friend, how should I address you? Chung Yuan said with a smile. Qin Shao said lightly, before asking for advice, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Kid, what are you talking about? Who do you think you are? Qin Zhao's words angered Yi Dao Jiao. He jumped up and angrily pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and scolded. Qin Zhao's expression sank. He said with a cold voice, if you want to be reasonable, then I'll explain it to you. You were the one who asked me first. Logically speaking, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? What? Only you can know my family, but I can't know your background. Is there such a logic in this world? Can I not say it? Are you robbers? You're telling me this kind of robber's logic? Fart. Yi Dao Jiao was even more angry. Kid, you're too ignorant. I think you're looking for her. Before he could finish a sentence, Chung Yuan interrupted Yi Dao Jiao and said, it's a misunderstanding. I'm sorry, brother. Let me introduce myself. I'm Chung Yuan, a member of the Chung clan in Yangzhou. This is the Crown Prince of the 9 Dragons Empire. This is Yi Dao Jiao, a descendant of the Yi clan in Yangzhou. This is Qi Jinbao, but he prefers people to call him Young Master Kai. Young Master Kai is his famous nickname. He should be quite famous in Yangzhou. Our young Master Kai is really rich. He's the son of the leader of the cloud-riding merchant union. As for this beauty, she's Yunlei, one of the 4 beauties in Yangzhou. She's the princess of Lianyun Castle. Listening to Cheng Yuan's introduction, Qin Zhao's face remained calm, without any ripples. Although Qin Zhao didn't know the background of these 5 people, he could tell that they should be the young talents of the top forces in Yangzhou. Qin Zhao had heard of the 9 Dragons Empire. It was the overlord force in Yangzhou. It was enough to see how powerful the 9 Dragons Empire was. There were 108 continents in the Huashan Immortal Realm. It was definitely a top force in the secular world to be able to dominate a continent. This kind of force was far from what the forces in Daqi County could compare to. A small force like the Lihua Palace was as weak as an ant in front of these big forces. Cheng Yuan took the initiative to introduce. Qin Zhao didn't hide a smiling face. He casually replied, Qin Zhao. But this casual answer made some people unhappy. Yi Dao Jio's sharp eyes swept over. Kid, you look quite arrogant. Dao Jio, the Dragon Prince, suddenly spoke. Hearing the Dragon Prince's voice, Yi Dao Jio didn't finish his words. He turned his head to the side. The Dragon Prince's eyes fell on Qin Zhao. He said, Friend, which continent are you from? Looking at you, you should be one of our people. I more or less know all the young talents in Yangzhou. Qin Zhao pursed his lips and said, We just met by chance. You don't have to ask so much. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. I just accidentally barged into this place. If you have any plans, that's your business. I'm not interested in getting involved in your business. Qin Zhao's intention was to express his attitude. He didn't want to have any conflict with these people. Qin Zhao could naturally see that these 5 people were extraordinary. Just based on their own strength, Qin Zhao didn't have the slightest confidence to deal with any one of them. Needless to say, they definitely had some powerful treasures on them. So if he didn't have to provoke these people, Qin Zhao would try his best not to provoke them. He didn't want to bring unnecessary trouble to himself. The Dragon Prince laughed and said, Dao Friend is indeed a straightforward person. I like to deal with straightforward people. I'm sure Dao Friend has seen the Nanming Immortal Palace. If Dao Friend is interested, you can come with us. Even if it's fate, it's still a rare thing. Your Highness, you can't. Yi Dao Jio was anxious to say something, but the Dragon Prince glanced at him. His voice suddenly stopped, and he didn't dare to say anything else. Nanming Immortal Palace? Qin Zhao frowned slightly. His gaze fell on the Immortal Palace. It's called the Nanming Immortal Palace? If that's the case, these people should know the origin of the Nanming Immortal Palace. Is it really an immortal palace? Chapter 9:37. However, Qin Zhao could tell that the Dragon Crown Prince probably didn't have any good intentions. He might not be so kind as to invite him to fight for immortal fate. Who wouldn't want to monopolize such a good thing? If even strangers who met by chance could share it with you, then there must be something fishy going on. His goal was definitely not simple. He thought that he just wanted to make use of him. He just made it sound better. Qin Zhao wasn't interested in such things. It wasn't that easy to make use of him. However, Qin Zhao wanted to know if this immortal palace was a real immortal palace. Was there really an immortal fate here? If there was, then Qin Zhao would naturally give it a try. Qin Zhao didn't know anything about the situation inside. If he could find out through these people, then it might be a way. After thinking for a while, Qin Zhao didn't refuse. The Dragon Crown Prince said, Yes, the Southern Light Immortal Palace. However, we don't know if it's a real immortal palace. According to some information we received, this place is called the Southern Light Immortal Palace. It should be a place of opportunity left behind by a senior expert 1,000 years ago. There are naturally dangers with opportunities. If you want to go with us, then you have to bear the dangers with us. What do you think? Qin Xiao said, of course. If you want to get something, you have to pay a price. Since you want me to join, then I naturally have to bear more. I know this. Haha, fellow Taoist Qin Xiao is indeed straightforward. I believe our cooperation will be very pleasant. Crown Prince Long laughed heartily. This cooperation was just a trend of benefits. Qin Xiao was well aware. Brother Qin Xiao, welcome to join us. Young Master Kai walked over with a smile. He was quite enthusiastic. Among the 5 people, young Master Kai was the only one who made people feel better. The Dragon Crown Prince and Yi Daojio were definitely not good people. As for that Cheng Yuan, he might be slightly better than the 2 of them, but he didn't know what kind of person he was for the time being. The only woman among the 5 of them, Miss Lien Yanlair, had not spoken at all. Her expression was a little indifferent, neither happy nor angry. She had only glanced at Qin Xiao a few times. Qin Xiao could not make an accurate judgment based on these circumstances. Hello. Qin Xiao nodded slightly to young Master Kai. The Dragon Prince waved his hand and signaled to everyone. All right, let's go. They would be entering the territory of the Nanming Immortal Palace if they continued onward. There would be many unknown dangers ahead. Everyone had to stay alert. They could not afford to be careless. If you give up your life here, it won't be worth it. Don't worry, Crown Prince. We've already made preparations. I'm just worried that something might happen to someone. Yi Daojio's words had a hidden meaning. He was obviously talking about Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao could not be bothered with him. He pretended not to hear him. Young Master Kai gently pulled Qin Xiao and said, Brother Qin Xiao, you don't have to explain. Yi Daojio's character is like this. Qin Xiao smiled faintly at young Master Kai and did not say anything. The 6 of them advanced carefully. The closer they got to the Nanming Immortal Palace, the more dangerous the aura became. They felt that there was danger lurking in the dark. If they were not careful, the danger would rush out. The closer they got to the Nanming Immortal Palace, the hotter and scarier the leaf fire became. Qin Xiao and the others were sweating. It said that the endless leaf fire in the Nanming leaf fire abyss was also caused by the Nanming Immortal Palace. There might be a leaf fire source seed hidden in the Nanming Immortal Palace. Although it's just a possibility, we still have to be careful. If we really encounter the leaf fire source seed, the 6 of us might not be enough. The Crown Prince reminded them again. Everyone knew about this except for Qin Xiao. The Crown Prince's words were obviously meant for Qin Xiao. Leaf fire source seed? Qin Xiao looked at young Master Kai in confusion. Young Master Kai looked at Qin Xiao strangely and said, Brother Qin Xiao, you don't know about the leaf fire source seed? Qin Xiao shook his head non-committally and said calmly, I didn't walk around much before, so I don't know much about the outside world. This explanation made young Master Kai feel relieved. Young Master Kai said, Brother Qin Xiao, it's like this. This leaf flame source seed is the origin power of a leaf flame. The origin power of a mysterious flame is extremely terrifying. A leaf fire source seed is enough to hurt an immortal. As far as we know, the Nanming leaf fire abyss was formed more than 1,000 years ago. It was formed overnight. No one knows why it was formed. According to our recommendation, the Nanming leaf fire abyss was formed because of the Nanming Immortal Palace. In the Nanming Immortal Palace, it is very likely that there is a leaf fire source seed. Only a leaf fire source seed can form the Nanming leaf fire abyss that has been burning for 1,000 years. Qin Xiao nodded and felt relieved. So this was the case. There was such a theory. A leaf fire source seed that could hurt an immortal sounded very scary. Wait. Qin Xiao suddenly stopped everyone from moving forward. The 5 of them stopped and looked around. However, there was no movement in the surroundings. They couldn't see what was going on. Yi Daojio glanced at Qin Xiao and said unhappily, What are you making a fuss about? What movement is there? If you're not sure, don't talk nonsense. You are making everyone nervous. After saying that, Yi Daojio ignored them and continued moving forward. Qin Xiao ignored Yi Daojio and didn't bother to remind him. Instead, he pulled young Master Kai and signaled him to stop moving forward. Cheng Yuan hesitated for a moment and followed Yi Dao Jiu forward. The Dragon Prince and Yun Lei looked at each other and followed. Young Master Kai looked at Qin Shao in confusion. Clearly, he didn't understand why Qin Shao said that. The surroundings were very calm. How could there be any danger? But soon, a ball of fire suddenly rushed out like lightning. Then there were 2, 3, and 4 balls of fire. In an instant, there were more than 10 balls of fire. They rushed towards Yi Dao Jiu and the others at lightning speed. Oh no, it's dangerous. Be careful, it's fire foxes. The Dragon Prince finally realized and shouted. He signaled everyone, retreat quickly. Oh no, there's so many fire foxes. Young Master Kai was also shocked. He looked at all this with his eyes wide open. Fire foxes fed only fire and grew by eating it. Normally, an adult fire fox would have the strength of the peak of the sword spirit realm. It was enough to pose a threat to a sword cultivator at the peak of the sword spirit realm. A small number of fire foxes could even grow to the level of a sword monarch. Now, there were actually 10 fire foxes. Just looking at it was enough to make people feel scared. Why are there so many fire foxes? They hit it quite well. I didn't even notice it just now. Damn it. Yi Dao Jiu's expression suddenly changed and became a little ugly. His expression was ugly because he was in danger. 10 fire foxes were enough to pose a threat to his life. Secondly, it was because Qin Shao warned everyone just now. However, he was the first to jump out and scoff. He didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. Naturally, he was very embarrassed. Who? A fire fox took the lead and charged in front of Yi Dao Jiu. A ball of fire had the terrifying power to burn everything. The fire fox lived on fire. It condensed fire into essence and then released it. Even a sword monarch level existence wouldn't dare to easily take the fire spat out by the fire fox. Sword spirit realm sword cultivators probably wouldn't be able to survive. Yi Dao Jiu moved his hand and a monstrous sword chi surged out. A ray of light flew out and formed a wall in front of the fire fox. The Dragon Crown Prince also made a move. The true dragon chi of the 9 heavens turned into huge true dragon swords. With the roar of a true dragon, he was like an unparalleled emperor who wanted to suppress everything. The Dragon Crown Prince's strength was indeed strong. Cheng Yuan and Yun Lei quickly retreated to their original position. Yi Dao Jiu was a little embarrassed. He walked at the front of the group, so the Firefox's main target was naturally him. As soon as they attacked, they forced him to throw out a life-saving treasure. Fortunately, the Dragon Crown Prince's strength was domineering. He charged forward and pulled Yi Dao Jiu back and quickly retreated. When they retreated to their original position, the fire foxes didn't continue to chase them. Instead, they flew back and disappeared from everyone's sight. No one knew where they hid. These fire foxes clearly had areas they guarded. As long as they dared to step into that area, they would attack. If they didn't invade their area, they wouldn't attack. Yi Dao Jiu, who retreated, was a little embarrassed. If the Dragon Crown Prince didn't save him, he would have suffered a great loss. Thank you, Crown Prince. Yi Dao Jiu's face was bitter. This great loss really made him look very ugly. The Dragon Crown Prince patted Yi Dao Jiu's shoulder and said, "We were too careless. We almost suffered a great loss." After saying that, the Dragon Crown Prince looked at Qin Shao and said, "Brother Qin Shao, you're very alert. We didn't sense the danger, but Qin Shao sensed it. I'm really sorry about what happened just now. We didn't listen to you." Dao Jiu, quickly come over and apologize to Brother Qin Shao. What? Yi Dao Jiu almost jumped up and shouted. He stared at the Dragon Crown Prince with wide eyes. He had suffered a great loss just now, and now he had to apologize to Qin Shao? Obviously, he couldn't accept this. But the Dragon Crown Prince looked over, and Yi Dao Jiu didn't continue speaking. Without waiting for Yi Dao Jiu to speak, Qin Shao waved his hand and said indifferently, "There's no need to apologize. Anyway, I didn't help much." There was a trace of sarcasm in these words, which made Yi Dao Jiu's face even uglier. Yi Dao Jiu gritted his teeth and said reluctantly, "What happened just now was my fault. I'm sorry." But Yi Dao Jiu's apology obviously didn't work on Qin Xiao. "I said there's no need. I didn't want to remind you just now." The two of them were tit for tat, which made the atmosphere a little awkward. The Dragon Crown Prince said, "Okay, this matter is over. Don't mention it again. Now we are a team, a whole, so unity is the most important. Some of the unhappiness is in the past. Brother Qin Xiao, what do you think we should do now to deal with those fire foxes?" Qin Xiao said, "You're the captain here. Of course we'll listen to you." Chapter 938. Qin Xiao shook his head. "I don't know how to deal with those fire foxes for now. I don't have any ideas for now. However, these fire foxes are not simple. It won't be easy for us to get past them." The Dragon Crown Prince nodded. "Yes, of course. It definitely won't be easy. I've already clashed with those fire foxes earlier. They're extremely fast, and their cooperation is flawless. No matter which direction I try to break through, they'll be able to pounce on me in time and block my path. Moreover, their killing moves are extremely terrifying. Once you're touched by the fire they spit out, you probably won't be able to survive. Perhaps a single fire fox isn't that terrifying, but there are 10 of them. They form an unbreakable line of defense when working together. That's the most terrifying part. Moreover, we can't clash head-on with these fire foxes. We can only dodge them. That's the difficult part." Everyone nodded. That was indeed the case. In short, everyone felt extremely aggrieved in this battle. If they could fight head-on, then as long as they weren't facing a sword monarch, they wouldn't be afraid and would be able to fight. However, the problem was that they didn't dare to fight head-on with the fire foxes. The fire foxes' flames were extremely terrifying. Just a little bit of it would burn them to ashes. Under such circumstances, it was naturally not easy to break through the fire fox's line of defense. This problem caused everyone to fall into a predicament. They didn't know what to do for a moment. "Crown Prince, what do we do now? If it doesn't work, let's go back and think about it. I also feel that it's too dangerous. If I knew it was so dangerous, I wouldn't have come. I would have just stayed at home," young Master Kai said with a worried expression. Before young Master Kai could finish, Yi Daojiu rolled his eyes at him. "I really don't know how the heroic leader of the Qi Alliance gave birth to such a cowardly son. Aren't you ruining your father's reputation too much? You're already so frightened by such a small amount of danger. I really don't know how you reached the limits of sword spirit. Don't tell me you relied on the wealth of your Qi clan? Pulling up seedlings to help them grow isn't a long-term solution." Facing Yi Dao Jiu's slander, young Master Kai seemed to be used to it. He shrugged and said, "Yi Dao Jiu, you can't say that. I'm used to staying at home since I was young. I haven't experienced any danger. This is the first time I've encountered something like this. I'm a little scared and guilty, but that's human nature. It's inevitable. Besides, I don't need to fight for a mortal fate in the first place. I don't have much ambition in this life. My talent and potential have already surpassed my father's by more than 10 times. My father doesn't have much expectations for me, as long as I can inherit his legacy in the future." In my father's words, as long as we have money, our cloud riding merchant union can even hire immortals. So why do I have to work so hard? Young Master Kai's words also made Yi Dao Jiu lose his temper. Cheng Yuan jokingly said, "Yi Dao Jiu, don't look for trouble in front of young Master Kai. Young Master Kai was tricked by us to come here to play. If he knew it was so dangerous, he would have brought his bodyguard with him. In terms of wealth, I'm afraid other than Mount Hua Fairy Gate, there's no faction that can compete with him. If the entire Cloud Riding Merchant Association is added together, it's even more terrifying. Young Master Kai is also the only son of the Cloud Riding Merchant Association. He'll inherit the entire Cloud Riding Merchant Association. Young Master Kai's life is very precious." Yi Dao Jiu lost his temper. How could he not know this? If it wasn't for young Master Kai's temper, He wouldn't dare to talk to him like this. Dragon Prince waved his hand and said, "Okay, there's no point in saying this now. Since we're already here, there's no reason to retreat. Since we've come this far, we have to keep going. Young Master Kai, don't worry. If there's really danger later, we'll protect you with all our might. If something happens to you, we can't bear the responsibility." Although Dragon Prince was the Nine Dragons Empire's crown prince, he couldn't compare to young Master Kai. If the Cloud Riding Association got angry, even the Nine Dragons Empire wouldn't be able to bear it. Yi Dao, Jiao said, "Let's not worry about this useless matter. Young Master Kai has a lot of life-saving treasures. If there's really danger, young Master Kai can protect himself. On the other hand, we're not as rich as young Master Kai. We really have to be careful." Although they were joking, the predicament in front of them was still real. If they couldn't break through this line of defense, they could only retreat. They had no fate with this immortal fate. "Yin Lei, you've always been smart and resourceful. Think of a way." Cheng Yuan said to Yin Lei. Yin Lei's star-like eyes flashed with a lively luster, as lively as holy water. However, she shook her head and said, "I don't have a good idea for now. I feel like we can only risk it. If there are only 10 fire foxes, if we're willing to use all our trump cards, there shouldn't be a problem. However, if we use all our trump cards here, it'll be difficult for us to continue on. We haven't even entered the Nanming Immortal Palace yet. Moreover, I feel like this is only the first test. There'll definitely be scarier tests later on. However, based on this situation, the news that you revealed to us is considered good news. If that's the case, this Nanming Immortal Palace might really be a place of inheritance left behind by an immortal. Even if it's not an immortal, it's very likely to be a Sword Emperor. This is indeed a good opportunity for us." If we can get it, it'll be very beneficial for us. The Longmen Convention that happens once every 10 years is about to begin. If we can perform well in the Longmen Convention, our future will be bright. If we can make use of this opportunity, we might be able to soar in the Longmen Convention. Speaking of the Longmen Convention, everyone's eyes shone with a strange light. They were filled with desire. Qin Xiao didn't know what the Longmen Convention was, but he could guess from their expressions that it was most likely related to the Mount Hua Side Gate's recruitment of disciples. To Qin Xiao, becoming a disciple of the Mount Hua Fairy Gate was very significant. He had to work hard in this direction. He didn't know how long he would have to stay in this world of sword cultivators. He also didn't know how many tricks the people who played him behind his back had up their sleeves. The only thing Qin Xiao could do now was to increase his strength as much as possible. Yi Dao Jiao's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He said, "Crown Prince, why don't we try again? We were careless just now. This time, we'll try again if we're prepared. I don't believe those bastards will be so strong." The Dragon Crown Prince waved his hand and said, "Dao Jiao, don't get into a conflict. Now isn't the time to be impulsive. If we fight head-on, we'll definitely be at a disadvantage." Layer is right. If we fight head-on now, I'm afraid we'll end up using up all our trump cards. Once we reach this point, we'll be in a very passive position later on. If there's only one test, then there's nothing to be afraid of. But clearly, there are more tests waiting for us. So when we think about problems, we have to be more comprehensive. We have to think about the road ahead clearly. Otherwise, even if we pass this test, we'll still be stopped later on. Yi Dao Jiao said, "Then what should we do? We can't just sit here and think, right? If we think about it again, I don't think we'll be able to think of anything. Why don't we just be straightforward and kill our way through this test first? If we can't even pass this test, then there's no need to think about the rest." The Dragon Crown Prince said, "Let's think about it again. We're not in a hurry anyway. If we really can't think of a way, then we can only fight head-on." Everyone was also thinking about this problem, but this situation was very difficult to solve. "Young Master Kai, can you give me a detailed introduction of these firefoxes?" Qin Xiao asked. Young Master Kai glanced at Qin Xiao. He seemed to be a bit surprised by Qin Xiao's question, but he didn't think too much about it. He explained, "Brother Qin Xiao, it seems like your knowledge of the outside world is very limited. But that's right. I like to study these things. These fire foxes are very special. They can only be born by eating fire. There's even a saying that fire foxes themselves are born by fire. Fire foxes can only appear in places with fire. Fire foxes are born strong, but their intelligence isn't high. So even sword spirit level fire foxes can't take human form. Only fire foxes that have reached the level of sword sovereign can take human form and gain intelligence. Fire foxes are greatly restricted by fire, so they usually won't leave their nest. So when we retreated here, those fire foxes didn't chase after us and retreated. It's also because they don't have the bloodthirsty savagery of ordinary demonic beasts that most people aren't willing to provoke them. If we could take a detour, then I'd rather not provoke these fire foxes. But because their intelligence isn't high, they have a very strong wild nature. Once someone dares to break into their nest, they'll go crazy. Qin Shao frowned and said, "If that's the case, then there might be a way." Qin Shao had some guesses before. Now that he heard young Master Kai introduce Fire Fox's situation, it made his thoughts clear. Young Master Kai looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand the meaning of Qin Zhao's words. When Cheng Yuan heard Qin Zhao's words, he asked curiously, "Brother Qin Shao, do you have any good ideas?" Hearing Cheng Yuan's words, everyone's gaze fell on Qin Shao. When everyone was at their wits' end, could Qin Shao have any good ideas? The Dragon Crown Prince also quickly asked, "Brother Qin Shao, if you have any good ideas, why don't you share them with us?" Qin Shao said, "For now, it's just my speculation. I can't guarantee that it will be effective, but I think the possibility is quite high. We can try." Chapter 9:39. Qin Shao said, "I don't know if everyone noticed that the fire foxes advance and retreat in an orderly manner. The formation they formed was like a meticulously arranged formation, forming an unbreakable line of defense, blocking all offensive forces. Just now, in order to help Yi Dao Jio, the Crown Prince rushed over several times, but he was blocked by the fire foxes. It took him a total of 5 attempts to succeed. Just now, I heard young Master Kai say that the fire fox's intelligence isn't high, but their cooperation is flawless. Doesn't everyone feel that there's something special about this?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone thought about it carefully. It seemed to be the case. The Dragon Crown Prince had personally experienced it just now. Originally, he didn't think about this aspect, but after hearing this, he thought about it carefully. It seemed to be the case. Yi Dao Jio said with a sour tone, "Do I need you to say this? I saw it long ago. Even if these beasts aren't very intelligent, it's normal for them to know how to cooperate with formations. This isn't the main point at all." Qin Shao ignored Yi Dao Jio and said, "What I want to say is that we can use the fire fox's offensive and defensive formations to break out of the encirclement. Since there's a formation, then it's easy to do. As long as we find the weak point of this formation, then we can directly break through. We don't need to fight the fire foxes head-on. Only in this way will we be able to pass through this stage with minimal losses." Yi Dao Jio said, "If it's really as you said, then it might not be a bad idea. But how can you be sure that what you said is definitely right and will work? If you guessed wrong, then wouldn't the consequences be troublesome?" Qin Shao said, "Yes, if I guessed wrong, then it would indeed be troublesome. So, what to do? Everyone should decide together. I'm just suggesting my idea. I didn't say that everyone has to listen to me. If you don't have a better idea, then I have a suggestion. That is, let's go our own way. This way, there won't be any differences." "Oomph. Then let's go our own way. Do you really think we care about you? I've long disliked you." Yi Dao Jio coldly snorted. The smell of gunpowder surged out again. Young Master of Finance immediately tried to smooth things over. "Yi Dao Jio, you should stop talking. Brother Qin Shao is just giving us some suggestions. Everyone should think of a solution together. Why do you keep talking back to Brother Qin Shao? Young Master Kai, why are you always siding with outsiders?" Yi Dao Jio said, unhappily. Crown Prince Long shouted, "Dao Jio, that's enough. Don't stir up any more gunpowder. I've said before, we're a team now. We should be united." Brother Qin Shao, don't take it to heart. I think your suggestion is very likely to be true. What else do you have to say? Qin Shao said, "That's all." But just to be on the safe side, if you want to try this method, I think the most reliable way is to let one person try it first to verify my guess. If it works, then we can break through it together. Even if my guess is wrong, it won't be a big problem. Of course, the person who tries it will have to bear a little risk. Yi Dao Jiu couldn't help but say, "That's simple. Since someone has to try it, then you should be more conscious. We've given you so much information, so it's time for you to do something about it. Otherwise, why do we need you to follow us? Now, it's time for you to perform." Qin Shao didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Crown Prince Long. Crown Prince Long was silent for a while. Then he said, "Let me do it. Qin Shao, you're responsible for reminding me to follow your plan." Qin Shao nodded. "Okay, Crown Prince, break through as fast as you can. It's best if you don't make a move." Crown Prince Long nodded to show that he understood. Crown Prince Long had already made his decision. Yi Dao Jiu didn't dare to say anything more. Crown Prince Long began to move. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. His success or failure was the key. Moreover, everyone was on guard. Once Crown Prince Long encountered any danger, they would use their trump cards to help him. Crown Prince Long rushed over at an extremely fast speed. As soon as he got close, 10 firefoxes rushed out from different directions. They were like 10 bolts of lightning, leaving afterimages in the air. Ordinary people couldn't see the firefoxes with their naked eyes. However, the movement of these firefoxes couldn't escape Qin Zhao's eyes. Seeing their movements, Qin Shao was more confident. He was getting closer and closer to his guess. Qin Shao directed Crown Prince Long. Crown Prince Long also believed in Qin Zhao's judgment and listened to Qin Zhao's command. Yi Dao Jiu looked at Qin Shao with a fierce gaze. He muttered something. It wasn't clear what he was saying, but it wasn't anything good. Most likely, he was warning Qin Shao. He hoped that his words were useful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be polite. In fact, young Master Kai and the others were sweating. They were really worried for Crown Prince Long. After all, this wasn't a joke. Even if the Crown Prince had some life-saving trump cards, it was still difficult to predict how dangerous it would be for the Crown Prince to face 10 firefoxes alone. Anything could happen. However, the results were quickly shown. According to Qin Zhao's directions, Crown Prince Long really dodged those firefoxes. After dodging those firefoxes again and again, Crown Prince didn't make a move. He actually went further and further away. Finally, he passed through that area. After Crown Prince passed through that area, he also left the firefox's nest. The firefoxes didn't chase after him anymore. Success. Aha, Brother Qin Shao, you're really perceptive. You've even discovered such a small pattern. I'm convinced. Young Master Kai gave Qin Shao a thumbs up with a face full of admiration. Chung Yuan also nodded and said, "Yes, I really admire you." We were all at our wits' end. I didn't expect Brother Qin Shao to see this path. Yi Dao Jiu was very uncomfortable. His expression was very ugly. Yin Lei who had been indifferent to Qin Shao, also couldn't help but size up Qin Shao. The way she looked at Qin Shao changed. Qin Zhao's performance had obviously raised his position in everyone's hearts by a lot. Originally, Qin Zhao's participation was mostly because he was being used. However, he made a great contribution this time. Qin Shao was relatively calm about the change in everyone's attitude. He had long seen through these situations. He was just blind. Being a muddle-headed person who understood things was his previous idea. "All right, let's hurry up and go, in case any accidents happen," Qin Shao said. Everyone nodded. The most important thing was to hurry up and get over there. With Crown Prince's successful experience, Qin Shao and the others were naturally full of confidence. Everyone followed Qin Shao through that area and arrived at a safe area. Crown Prince came up and said to Qin Shao with a smile, Qin Shao, it's all thanks to you this time. Sure enough, there's always a way out. The ancestors who left behind this Nanming immortal palace must have thought of this problem. If it's a sure-death situation, then there's no meaning. If we need to rely on powerful strength to pass, then there's also no meaning. Generally speaking, the ancestors who left behind the immortal fate want to wait for the fated person of the future to come and obtain their inheritance. Therefore, the test setup is not difficult, but there's definitely a chance of survival. It's up to you whether or not you can think of it. We didn't think of this. Fortunately, Qin Shao, you thought of this. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll really choose to use all our trump cards to pass that stage. Once we take this path, although we don't want to admit it, we have to admit that our chances are extremely slim. Crown Prince didn't want to make use of Qin Shao in the beginning. After all, he also thought highly of Qin Zhao's strength. In addition, he also knew that it was dangerous. Therefore, it might not be a bad thing if he could make use of him. As for obtaining the immortal fate by entering the Nanming Immortal Palace, it definitely had nothing to do with Qin Shao, because there were only 5 immortal badges and they were in the hands of the 5 of them. However, from Crown Prince's point of view, he really shouldn't have thought of making use of him. Qin Shao waved his hand and said calmly, "It's nothing. Since I've joined you, I'll naturally contribute my strength. We're all in a cooperative relationship. Only by working together can we overcome all difficulties." Crown Prince nodded and said, "All right, then let's continue forward." The group of 6 continued forward. They clearly felt that the Nanming Immortal Palace was right in front of them. However, every time they felt that they were getting closer, there was always some distance between them and the Nanming Immortal Palace. It was as if they would never be able to get close to the Nanming Immortal Palace. The 6 of them walked to an immortal platform. This immortal platform had a radius of 10,000 feet. There were 9 huge stone pillars erected there, as if 9 giant gods were guarding this place. They were sacred and inviolable. At the bottom of the immortal platform, there was a path made of white jade that led all the way to the Nanming Immortal Palace. This immortal platform seemed a little special. Everyone looked at it carefully, trying to find some clues. However, it was calm all around. It didn't seem like there was anything special. These 9 huge stone pillars had also experienced thousands of years of vicissitudes. The stone pillars were carved with the marks of time and were covered with dust. The stone pillars were carved with drawings of dragons and phoenixes. However, no one could understand these drawings. After the experience just now, no one dared to be too careless. After Crown Prince looked around carefully, he didn't find anything. He then asked Qin Shao, "Qin Shao, did you notice anything?" Qin Shao shook his head and said, "For now, I didn't notice anything either. However, I have a bad feeling that this place might not be safe. We shouldn't stay here for long. I think we should leave quickly. However, we can't be careless. We should leave carefully." Crown Prince thought for a while and agreed. "Yes, you're right. I have a bad feeling too. Let's leave quickly. Everyone, be careful. We're close to the Nanming Immortal Palace now. We can't let anything happen here." The group of 6 moved forward carefully. The atmosphere became more and more strange. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown again and again. The bad feeling in his heart grew stronger. He felt that something was going to happen. This feeling made Qin Shao even more careful. He reminded young Master Kai and Yun Lei beside him, "Be careful. Something is going to happen." Chapter 940. Young Master Kai and Yun Lei glanced at Qin Shao. They didn't doubt Qin Zhao's words. Just based on the skills Qin Shao displayed just now, it was enough to make Yun Lei look at Qin Shao in a new light. Qin Shao only had this feeling for now, but he couldn't tell the exact situation for now. However, Qin Shao believed that his intuition wouldn't be wrong. Even if his strength had been sealed, his intuition still existed. Qin Shao sensed the danger of the Fire Fox just now through his intuition. Young Master Kai was closer to Qin Shao. After hearing Qin Shao say that there was a situation, he stuck even closer to Qin Shao, as if this was the only way to be safer. Brother Qin Shao, if anything happens later, you must protect me. My safety this time depends on you, Brother Qin Shao. Young Master Kai looked at Qin Shao with a face full of desire, his face full of pleading. In Yi Dao Jio's words, young Master Kai was as timid as a mouse, someone who cherished his life like gold. Young Master Kai had a lot of strength and exceptional talent, but he was indeed a little timid. This time, if it wasn't for the Dragon Prince and the others saying that there was no danger and describing the situation too well, young Master Kai definitely wouldn't have participated in this. This was the first time in his life that he had come out to experience an adventure. This was definitely a very exciting thing for him. It directly stimulated his nerves. Don't worry, just follow me closely later, Qin Shao said. After getting Qin Zhao's promise, young Master Kai's face revealed a chrysanthemum smile, showing some gratitude to Qin Shao. The unknown danger was hidden in the dark. Such a situation really made people very nervous. They moved forward carefully, not daring to be careless at all. Any bit of carelessness could cost their lives here. Yi Dao Jio, on the other hand, was skilled and bold. He took the lead and walked at the front of the group, scouting the way for everyone. However, in terms of strength, the Dragon Crown Prince was the undisputed number one, and the second should be Yi Dao Jio. Of course, this was under the condition that they didn't compete with treasures. If they really wanted to compete with treasures, then young Master Wealth would be number one. No one knew how many life-saving treasures young Master Kai had on him. However, young Master Kai was the only son of the Cloud Rider Alliance. With the Cloud Rider Alliance's wealth, he must have armed his son to the teeth. Crack! An extremely soft sound rang out. It was almost inaudible. Even if one listened carefully, they might not be able to hear it. However, this sound did not escape Qin Zhao's ears. Qin Zhao's eyes scanned the ground. The sound came from the ground. Be careful. Qin Shao suddenly moved and pulled Yun Lei over. She almost hugged Yun Lei, and quickly retreated to one side. When Qin Shao made her move, the rock under Lin Yun Lei's feet suddenly cracked and collapsed. Terrifying flames spewed out from below. It was a terrifyingly fire, an extremely densely fire. This fire was enough to burn Yun Lei to ashes. Even Yun Lei felt a sense of lingering fear as she looked at him. If Qin Shao hadn't saved her just now, she might not have been able to escape. Once she fell into the deep pit, there was an 80 to 90% chance that she would be burned to ashes by the fire. So close, so close. Life and death. It was just a moment ago, but she didn't notice it at all. Young Master Kai broke out in a cold sweat from fright. His flushed face turned deathly pale. It's really dangerous. Everyone, be careful. Young Master Kai wiped his cold sweat and said. The Dragon Crown Prince and the other two didn't dare to be careless. They all stared at the ground seriously and didn't dare to move forward rashly. No one could guarantee that a place would suddenly collapse and form a deep pit like this. Once they were hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. The fire under this collapse was extremely terrifying. It was much more terrifying than ordinary fire. It could easily burn the Dragon Crown Prince and the others to ashes. After regaining her senses, Yun Lei looked at Qin Shao with gratitude and said, "Thank you so much just now. Thank you for saving my life. I will remember this kindness in my heart." Qin Shao didn't care too much. He curled his lips and said casually, "It's nothing. You don't have to be so polite. We're a team. If you're in danger, I will naturally help you." Although he said that, he still had to thank him for saving her life. You say it better than it sounds. You just took advantage of me. Yi Dao Jiu gritted his teeth and muttered in his heart. Obviously, he was very jealous. Even a beautiful and talented woman like Yun Lei would have no lack of men who would fall in love with her wherever she went. Even if Yi Dao Jiu didn't have such intentions for now, it was already a trend. Moreover, Many men like to show off in front of beauties to show off their abilities. Yi Daojio was obviously such a person. So when Qin Xiao stole the limelight just now, he was naturally very unhappy. Yi Daojio walked over and said to Yin Lei, "Stay by my side. I will protect you well. It's too dangerous here. If we're not careful, we can all die here." Yin Lei only looked at Yi Daojio indifferently and rejected him directly. "No need, Yi Daojio. I can take care of myself. I'm not as weak as you think." Lei, that's not what I meant." Yi Daojio was slightly stunned and hurriedly explained. However, Yin Lei waved her hand and said, "All right, Yi Daojio. I was just saying, you don't have to take it so seriously. Those who can come here are not weak. If I, Yin Lei, needed your protection, then I wouldn't have joined in the first place." If you want to fight for an opportunity, then you have to rely on yourself and not others. If I don't have this bit of strength, then I don't have a right to fight for an opportunity. So when you say that, if I'm narrow-minded, then I might think that you're discriminating against me. Yi Daojio's heart was hit hard again. However, for a woman with a stronger heart, these words were indeed very unpleasant. Thinking carefully, Yi Daojio also understood. He also wanted to slap himself. Good intentions didn't turn out well. Yi Daojio could only step aside resentfully, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. Yin Lei ignored Yi Daojio. Instead, she looked at Qin Xiao and hesitated slightly before saying, "Qin Xiao, I'll go with you. Your premonition is more accurate. I think it'll be better if I go with you. Also, young Master Kai, let's go together." Young Master Kai smiled awkwardly and nodded. Naturally, he could see that there was something different about this. However, seeing through but not saying anything was a quality that a smart person should have. Qin Xiao also didn't quite understand Yin Lei's intentions. However, since she said that she wanted to follow him, then he could only let her follow. Towards girls, Qin Xiao had always been a person who rarely rejected, especially a very beautiful woman like Yin Lei. When Yi Daojio saw that Yin Lei wanted to be with Qin Xiao, the anger in his heart surged again. His hatred for Qin Xiao was also like a raging sea. Yin Lei rejected him, but immediately took the initiative to make such a request to Qin Xiao. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Chapter 941. Daojio, don't do anything rash. The Dragon Prince understood Yi Daojio and reminded him sternly. Yi Daojio glanced at the Dragon Prince. He was still unwilling, but he gritted his teeth and said, "I know, Your Highness. I won't ruin the plan, but I will definitely vent my anger after we get out. Otherwise, I won't be able to take it." "That's your business," the Dragon Prince said coldly. After that, the Dragon Prince walked over to Qin Xiao and said, "Qin Xiao, what do you think of the situation here?" Qin Xiao frowned slightly and said, "I can't say for now, but I feel that if we go forward, there will definitely be many pits of fire like the one just now. Once we step on it, it will collapse directly. The speed is very fast. If we're not careful, we'll fall into this pit of fire. Once we fall into it, we'll probably be in danger. Of course, this is only my guess for now. It's hard to say if it's really like this." The Dragon Prince said, "Then how can we be sure?" Qin Xiao said, "We can only use the stupidest method to be sure, which is to try." "Try?" The Dragon Prince couldn't help but frown. After a moment of silence, he continued, "If that's the case, then this is indeed the stupidest method. But this method isn't easy to use. It's already very dangerous. If we don't try it well, it's very likely that we'll die here. If we can slowly break through, then it won't be difficult." Qin Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, that's true. The stupidest method is also the most dangerous method, but it's also the only way. At least, that's what we can think of right now. But we just need to verify my guess, so we don't need to try too many places. We just need to try one more place. Then I think my guess is more than 99% correct." The Dragon Prince thought about it and agreed with Qin Shao. But who would try it? This wasn't a joke. Young Master Kite definitely couldn't do it. Even Yun Lei was the only girl in the team. This kind of thing obviously couldn't be done by her. Qin Shao was the one who came up with the plan. He obviously didn't want to try it. Yi Dao Jio, on the other hand, was motivated and said, "Prince, let me try. I don't believe that I can't do it." While he was ruthless, he also wanted to compete with Qin Shao in secret. The Dragon Prince said, "Let me try." After saying that, Crown Prince Yi walked out. He walked forward carefully and casually. Gotcha! As expected, the rocks, the Dragon Prince, and the Dragon Prince. Fortunately, the Dragon Crown Prince was prepared and retreated as fast as he could. That was how he managed to make it back safely. It seems that my guess is correct. The area we are standing in now is considered safe. If we continue to walk forward, it will be a dangerous area. It would be fine if these fire pits appear one by one, but the problem was that no one knew if several of them would appear at the same time. If they all appear at the same time, you won't even have a chance to escape. You'll be swallowed by the fire. That's the scariest part. Since the test here is more difficult and scarier than the first test, I think the latter is the most likely. So we're in trouble, Qin Shao said. Everyone fell silent. They didn't need Qin Shao to say it. They knew that they were in trouble. If that's the case, then it's very unlikely that we can pass this test. Cheng Yuan frowned and shook his head. Young Master Kai giggled this time and said, "That's not entirely true. Didn't we pass such a dangerous test just now? Miracles always needed people to create them. I think with Brother Qin Shao here, we can create another miracle." Brother Qin Shao, think of a way to pass this test. Didn't you just say that since it's a place of inheritance left by a senior master, the test shouldn't be based on strength? No matter how terrible the test is, there will be a chance for survival. It's just a matter of whether you can find it or not. Brother Qin Shao, you're so smart. You must be able to find it. I don't want to think about it. Qin Shao frowned slightly and shook his head. It's not as easy as eating and drinking. It's very difficult to find a way. For the time being, I don't have any ideas. Let's think about it together. Maybe we can have some ideas. I think it'll be the same as the first test. It seems to be an unsolvable situation, but there's a chance for survival. What we need to do now is to find out where our chance of survival lies in this second trial. We can't force our way through. There's still a long way to go from here to the passage. The further we go, the more dangerous it will be. Everyone fell silent and began to think about how to solve this problem. Master Kai looked relaxed. Whether it was physical work or mental work, he didn't participate. It was like he was reading with the prince. Brother Qin Shao, do you think there might be a fire formation here? Dragon Prince suddenly asked. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. I also have the same idea. It was very likely that there was a terrifyingly fire array here. But the problem now is that we can't see this formation at all. This formation is hidden under the rock. Only when we step on it will we touch this formation. And once we touch it, we'll most likely die in this formation. This is where our problem lies." The Dragon Prince nodded and said, "Yes, this is where our problem lies. As long as we can solve this problem, we won't be far from breaking this test. Where's the key to the problem? Where's the slightest chance of survival?" Dragon Prince continued to think hard. No matter how hard they thought, they couldn't think of a solution. Actually, Qin Shao had a solution. He had the stupidest one. With his body, he wasn't afraid of fire at all. Therefore, he could actually walk through all the areas without any scruples and touch all the fire pits. Although young Master Kite didn't admit it, everyone knew that even if what Yi Daojio said was a little exaggerated, it wouldn't be too far off. If he really met an immortal, he would definitely die. However, if he only met a sword venerable, then young Master Kai might really be able to survive. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's quickly think of a way to survive, Crown Prince Long said. Everyone quietened down and started thinking about this problem. If they wanted to pass this stage, then this was a problem that had to be solved. Otherwise, no one would be able to solve it. Leaf fire formation, 8 trigrams formation, 8 trigrams mirror. Looking at this situation, if we want to pass this stage, it definitely has to do with the 8 trigrams formation. Using formations to break formations, this is probably the path that we have to take. In terms of formations, Lei should be more experienced. Lei, come and take a look, Crown Prince Long said. Even Yun Lei kept looking at the 8 trigrams mirror. Looking at the situation around her, she frowned and thought deeply. However, she also shook her head. I don't have a good idea for now. I feel that there are many possibilities, but I also feel that the possibility of each one is not big. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the way to break the leaf fire formation does have something to do with the 8 trigrams mirror. However, I can only say that there will be some hints on the 8 trigrams mirror, but not many. I feel that we still need to make a further deduction based on the situation in this square. Combine the two. Or rather, there are other hints that we just haven't found. If it's really the latter, then it'll be more troublesome. Crown Prince, young Master Kai, all the information about the Southern Light Immortal Palace is with you. Look again and see if there are any other hints. The Crown Prince shook his head and said, I've already looked here. There really isn't anything. Young Master Kai also shook his head. I don't have anything here either. I've already looked just now. How about this? I'll let you take a look at everything. Young Master Kai gave all the information about the Southern Light Immortal Palace to Lei. Actually, there weren't many things. After Yun Lei looked carefully, she also shook her head. There really weren't any other hints. It seemed that all the hints were in the 8 trigrams mirror, and it should be in this square. However, Yun Lei really couldn't think of a reason. She couldn't help but shake her head and say, Crown Prince, although I've done some research on formations, the one in front of us is really too advanced. The main thing is that there's no way to try again and again, so I really don't have any other ideas. The Crown Prince frowned and fell silent for a while. Then he said helplessly, if it really doesn't work, then I'm afraid we can only give up for now. How about this? Let's wait a little longer. If it really doesn't work, I'll try it myself. If it still doesn't work, then we'll give up. Even if I have to use up all my trump cards, I won't hesitate. If we don't try and give up now, then I'm really unwilling to give up. After speaking, the Crown Prince looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao was still there with his head lowered, deep in thought. Qin Shao indeed had a lot of ideas in his mind. However, he wasn't completely sure yet, so he didn't respond to the Crown Prince. Seeing this, the Dragon Crown Prince gritted his teeth and made a decision. How about this? I'll give it a try. As he spoke, the Dragon Crown Prince walked over, wanting to test the formation himself. The Dragon Crown Prince was quite knowledgeable about formations. Following his thoughts, he stepped into the fire formation. As soon as he entered the area, he touched the fire formation. One by one, the fire pits suddenly spouted out. Fortunately, the Dragon Crown Prince's strength wasn't bad. He managed to avoid it a few times. However, on the 4th time, 5 fire pits appeared at the same time. They completely sealed off his escape route, forming a hopeless situation. Not good, danger. Crown Prince, be careful. When Jiudao Yi and the others saw this scene, their hearts tightened as they hurriedly shouted out. The Dragon Crown Prince's expression changed drastically. He smelled the scent of death. He didn't dare hesitate. With a move of his hand, a scroll emitting a powerful aura flew out from his hand. The scroll opened, and an extremely powerful sword aura bloomed from it. It completely enveloped the area, as if it was going to be annihilated. The powerful sword aura scattered the void and sucked the Dragon Crown Prince in. Soon, the Dragon Crown Prince disappeared into the void. Almost at the same time, the Dragon Crown Prince's figure walked out of the void and appeared in front of everyone. Qin Zhao's eyes moved slightly. This was a lesser transfer scroll. It was very precious. He didn't expect the Dragon Crown Prince to have one. The lesser transfer scroll was a divine tool that could save one's life. No matter how terrifying the danger was, it could teleport one to a safe place in an instant. The value of a single lesser teleportation scroll was not even comparable to 100 spirit weapons. When everyone saw that the Dragon Crown Prince had returned safely, they were secretly relieved. However, they were all heartbroken. Just like that, a lesser teleportation scroll was used up. The Dragon Crown Prince was heartbroken. His heart was bleeding. He only had one lesser transfer scroll. This was a divine tool that could save his life. He didn't expect it to be used so quickly. However, things had already come to this point. There was no way to feel heartbroken. The Dragon Crown Prince shook his head and said, "I'm afraid we can't break through. This fire formation is too scary." If we force our way through, only death will await us. If we want to break this formation, we're not very good at formations. It's too difficult. That's why we should give up. Let's go back. I don't want to stay here. It's too dangerous, young Master Kai said again. However, this time, everyone was powerless to refute him. Looking at the situation, everyone could only choose to give up. There was no other way. If they didn't give up, only death awaited them. But to give up, there were too many things that he was unwilling to do. A great opportunity was right in front of them, but they had to give it up. The Dragon Crown Prince said helplessly, "Forget it. We can only give up. If we can't get the opportunity, it's useless no matter how great it is. Maybe we're not strong enough. Or maybe we're not fated with the Nanming Immortal Palace." However, at this moment, Qin Shao suddenly said, "Maybe I know how to break this fire formation." The moment Qin Shao said that, it shocked everyone. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. Their eyes widened. Young Master Kai asked in astonishment, "Brother Qin Shao, you said you can break this fire formation? Really?" Qin Shao said, "Although I'm not 100% sure, it should be close. This fire formation is indeed complicated. Heaven and earth have heaven and earth have 8 directions. Heaven and earth give birth to the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams determine heaven and earth. They restrain each other, promote, and destroy each other. The 8 trigrams mirror the 9 stone pillars, the 8 trigrams formation, the land of yin and yang, the great Tao of heaven and earth, and the appearance and layout of these fire pits are all related to this fire formation. By connecting all the trivial things together and deducing, you will be able to obtain a path of life. There are millions of dead ends, but only one way out. It's really difficult to find one in millions." The Dragon Crown Prince was moved. He hurriedly said, "Qin Shao, hurry up and try. Why don't you show me the way again?" Qin Shao said again, "I don't think we could try again. This fire formation shouldn't be that simple. The formation will also change on its own. If we try again, then the formation will change. Once that happens, the difficulty of breaking the formation will increase exponentially. So now we can only move together and break through in one go. Only then will we have a chance. Otherwise, once we're messed up, it'll be troublesome." Qin Zhao's words made the Dragon Crown Prince and Yun Lei ponder. There was indeed a change in the formation. Once the formation changed, it would be more troublesome. Chapter 943. If we all go together, it means that all of our lives are on you. If there's even the slightest mistake in your deduction, then we'll all die here. Yi Dao Jiu disagreed. This kind of matter was related to everyone's life, so everyone was serious. Qin Shao said, "Everything has its risks. I don't have absolute confidence. The decision is up to you. Since you don't have absolute confidence, why should we believe you? I will never treat my life as a game." Yi Dao Jiu said coldly. From the beginning, he was unhappy with Qin Shao. Since he had the opportunity, he naturally wanted to fight with Qin Shao. "Then it's easy. Let's retreat. Qin Shao shrugged. He didn't care. Since they had already come here, Qin Shao had some confidence that he could go alone. It was just that this information was all provided by the Dragon Prince and the others. In the beginning, Qin Shao had agreed to join them, so if he went alone, it would be a bit dishonest. Qin Shao definitely wouldn't do this kind of thing. However, if everyone was unwilling to go, then after everyone left, Qin Shao could come back. This way, it wouldn't be considered a broken promise. Originally, Qin Shao could have done this, but he didn't. He proposed his own method. It could be considered as being extremely benevolent. Yi Daojio looked coldly at Qin Shao and said, "Retreat is fine, but before you retreat, you must swear on your life's sword that you will not leak a word of what happened here. Moreover, you will not take half a step in here without permission in the future. Even if we give up this time, we will still come back in the future. But the secret here, we must ensure that it won't be leaked." Originally, Qin Shao was not very happy with Yi Daojio. Hearing Yi Daojio's words, Qin Shao finally became a little angry. His eyes darkened, and his voice became colder. "I came here by accident. If I want to go alone, then it's my own business. What does it have to do with you? Do you think it's possible for me to swear on my life's sword? Is it impossible? Then I'll just have to kill you." Yi Daojio's eyes were filled with killing intent. Young Master Kai immediately stood in front of Qin Shao and said with some displeasure, "Yi Daojio, what are you doing? I won't let you do this. Brother Qin Shao has already broken into this place, so we have no reason to force him to do anything. Your request is indeed a bit too much. Besides, Brother Qin Shao just saved us. How can you do this? If you want to kill Brother Qin Shao, I'll be the first to disagree." Even Yin Layer walked over and said, "Yi Daojio, I think you've really gone mad. Qin Shao is my savior. Don't you dare lay a finger on him." Seeing that young Master Kai and Yin Lei were speaking up for Qin Shao, Yi Daojio was furious. But facing young Master Kai and Yin Lei he was helpless. The Dragon Prince said, "Yi Daojio, your words are too much. If you don't want to continue, you can choose to leave. If you have a better way, then we'll listen to you. If you don't, then don't speak. Since Qin Shao has some confidence, then we'll listen to him and break through with him. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, we'll bear it together. If you want to obtain an opportunity, then you must endure a certain amount of danger. If you don't even understand this, then you can leave now." Facing the Dragon Prince's reprimand, Yi Daojio lost his temper. His face turned green and white, looking very ugly. But he still didn't understand it all. His hatred for Qin Shao grew stronger and stronger. "Qin Shao, I'll break through with you," the Dragon Prince said to Qin Shao with a serious face. Even Yin Lei didn't hesitate and immediately said, "I'll break through with you too." Cheng Yuan laughed. "Haha, since the Dragon Prince and Lei aren't afraid, then I have no reason to be afraid. All right, count me in. Even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I'll have to break through. If I don't have that fate, then at most I'll be a hero again after 18 years. I really can't do it. I, Cheng Yuan, have such a short life." Young Master Kai was originally very hesitant, but seeing that the Dragon Prince, Lei and Cheng Yuan had all agreed, he also gritted his teeth and made up his mind with difficulty. "Brother Qin Shao, then I'll follow you too. But Brother Qin Shao, later on, you have to let me follow you closely. You have to protect me." "All right, I'll protect you." Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. The Dragon Prince and the other three all expressed their intentions. Only Yi Daojio didn't say anything. Cheng Yuan hinted to Yi Daojio twice, but Yi Daojio still couldn't take it lying down. The Dragon Prince also helped him to smooth things over, saying, "Yi Daojio, quickly come over and apologize to Qin Shao. I believe that Qin Shao won't lower himself to your level. Even if there's any danger, we'll just retreat when the time comes. At most, we'll use all our trump cards. I believe that we'll be able to keep our lives. I think it's better to forget about it. There's no need to apologize. Since you don't believe me, then there's no need to bet your life on me. To be honest, I don't want to bear such a burden." Even a clay figurine had 3 fires. Previously, Qin Shao didn't want to lower himself to Yi Daojio's level. However, Yi Daojio was really too much, so Qin Shao didn't need to be polite with him anymore. Yi Daojio didn't back down, saying, "Naturally, I won't bet my life on you. If I want to go, I'll do it myself. I don't need you to lead the way." Then everyone has their own ambitions and walks their own paths. Qin Shao curled his lips. The Dragon Prince wanted to say something, but Qin Shao saw through his thoughts and didn't give him a chance to speak. "All right, Prince, let's hurry up and leave. Otherwise, no one knows what will happen. I'll walk at the front." "If there's any danger, I'll be the first. I'll go with you. If there's any danger, I'll do my best," the Dragon Prince said seriously. Qin Shao didn't say anything else. The five of them set off and walked forward. Yi Daojio was left alone, his ferocious face full of anger. How could he not want to follow? However, he really couldn't put down his face. Sometimes, men were like this. They would rather die to save face. Qin Zhao's group of 5 entered the area of the Leaf Fire Formation. One leaf fire pit after another was triggered. However, with Qin Shao leading the way, they passed through the area without any danger. Step by step, they walked towards the bottom. Seeing this, the Dragon Prince and the others showed some joy on their faces. It was obvious that Qin Zhao's path was right. Victory was in sight. "Haha, brother Qin Shao, you really are amazing. You're too amazing. TSK. When we were at our wits' end, you were able to think of a way. Looks like you're very knowledgeable about formations. You're definitely a peerless genius in the Tao of formations. TSK. It's really a pity that you didn't learn formations." Young Master Kai's face was full of admiration. The Dragon Prince and the others were also very impressed. In their hearts, they were more curious. Who exactly was this Qin Shao? What was his background? Why did it feel more and more like they couldn't see through him? Indeed, they couldn't see through him. The Firefox from before, and now the Leaf Fire Formation. When everyone was at their wits' end, he was able to solve it. This was really too amazing. The Tao of formations was unfathomable. It was too difficult. To have such a deep understanding of formations at such a young age, he was really amazing. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said casually, "I only know a little." Young Master Kai suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh right, brother Qin Shao, my father knows an extremely skilled formation master. His formation skills are close to the immortal level. If brother Qin Shao is willing, I can ask my father to help you become a disciple of that formation master. You can learn formations from him. With brother Qin Zhao's talent in formations, I'm sure your name will shake the world in the future." Qin Shao shook his head and said with a smile, "I won't trouble you, young Master Kai. I don't have much interest in formations at the moment. My interest is in the Tao of sword cultivation." Qin Shao tactfully rejected. Young Master Kai didn't say anything else. Everyone had their own secrets. As they spoke, the group of 5 safely passed through the Leaf Fire Formation and arrived at the passage. At the other end of the passage was the Nanming Immortal Palace. They were already in front of them. As long as they passed through this passage, they would be able to enter the Nanming Immortal Palace. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a little excited. Their hearts were filled with hope that there really was an immortal fate waiting for them. "We actually made it through." Yi Daojio, who was still in a daze, saw this scene. His heart was filled with hatred. He also felt a little regretful. Why did he have to compete with Qin Shao? If he lost his immortal fate because of this, then it would be too late for regrets. Despicable, truly despicable. Since the path has already appeared, I don't believe that I can't pass through. Yi Daojio fiercely gritted his teeth and made a decision in his heart. After making up his mind, he rushed into the Leaf Fire Formation as quickly as possible. On the other side, after the Dragon Prince and the others were excited for a while, they discovered that Yi Daojio had already entered the Leaf Fire Formation. "Yi Daojio, be careful." The Dragon Prince immediately had a bad premonition in his heart and hurriedly warned him. Yi Dao Jiao didn't encounter any danger after passing through the area, which made him feel a little more confident. He said, "Don't worry, Prince. If you're not in danger, I'm sure I'll be fine too." However, just as Yi Dao Jiao's voice fell, a sudden change occurred. The leaf fire formation actually moved, and new leaf fire formations spewed out one after another. Such an unforeseen event caused everyone's hearts to be startled, causing their hearts to sink. Yi Dao Jiao's expression changed greatly, and he broke out in a cold sweat. His expression instantly became pale and stiff, and his eyes stared fixedly at his surroundings. His surroundings were slowly collapsing, and the collapse was spreading towards him. Once it reached his feet, he would definitely be devoured by the leaf fire formation. The situation was extremely dangerous. The Dragon Prince and the others immediately became anxious. "Qin Shao, do you have a way to save Yi Daojio?" The Dragon Prince's heart shook, and he looked at Qin Shao and asked. Qin Shao glanced at the Dragon Prince, then said, "There is a way, but I won't save him. I think he doesn't need me to save him. He can't afford to owe me a life-saving debt." Chapter 944. Qin Shao. The Dragon Crown Prince took a deep breath and said solemnly, "No matter what, we're a team now. Sacrificing anyone isn't a good thing for us." Yi Dao Jio was in the wrong before, but when a person's life is at stake, do you think you can save him first? "I'll owe you a favor. What do you think?" However, Qin Shao was still unmoved. "If it's any one of you, I'll do it. But for him, forget it." Yi Dao Jio brought this upon himself. He couldn't blame anyone else. If it was anyone else, they probably wouldn't save him. A tree lived with a layer of skin. A person lived with a face. If you can't give others respect, why should others give you respect? Yi Dao Jio had mocked and ridiculed Qin Shao time and time again, and even wanted to kill Qin Shao. If Qin Shao could save such a person's life, then he would be too kind. Not killing Yi Dao Jio was already considered a good thing. Now, he still wanted him to save Yi Dao Jio? How could that be possible? Qin Shao didn't need the Dragon Crown Prince's favor. Yi Dao Jio's expression was even worse. In front of death, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid. How could one die? The situation in front of him was getting more and more dangerous. It was about to spread to Yi Dao Jio. If he hesitated, then Yi Dao Jio would definitely die. Being burned to ashes by this leaf fire, just thinking about it was a kind of pain. Yeah, Brother Qin Shao, no matter how wrong Yi Dao Jio is, we can't just leave him to die. Chung Yuan, beg you. Take it that I owe you a favor. Please save Yi Dao Jio. He's like this. You're a big person, so don't lower yourself to his level. Chung Yuan also said. Even Yun Lei, hesitated slightly and said, Qin Shao, I also beg you to save Yi Dao Jio. No matter what, we can't abandon our teammate. If there's really no way to save him, then there's nothing we can do. But if there's a way to save him, we really can't bear to. Young Master Kai didn't want to save Yi Dao Jio, but since everyone was pleading for Yi Dao Jio, he could only open his mouth and beg for mercy. The four of them were pleading for mercy for Yi Dao Jio, which made things difficult for Qin Shao. Qin Shao frowned and said, I can save him, but I need him to do one thing for me. Hearing Qin Shao agree, Dragon Prince was happy. He didn't think twice before agreeing. Let's not talk about one thing. Even 100 things are fine. Just tell him what you want him to do. Qin Shao looked coldly at Yi Dao Jio and said, It's very simple. I've never been a broad-minded person. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that I seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If I save him like this, I wouldn't be able to convince myself. Therefore, as long as he is willing to kneel down and beg me for help, I will take pity on him and save his life. If he doesn't want to, then forget it. Don't force him. I, Qin Shao, have always done things with a clear conscience. I don't have any relationship with him, but he's angered me again and again. He even wanted to kill me. I'm already saving him because of your relationship with him. Otherwise, if this kind of person was outside, I would have killed him long ago. Why would I let him live until now?" The Dragon Crown Prince and the others were also speechless. It was indeed so. With their arrogance, if someone dared to treat them like this, they would have killed them long ago. If they thought about it from another perspective, they also felt that Qin Shao was kinder. However, they were helpless. Yi Dao Jio's personality was like this. What could they do? At this point, they couldn't just leave him to die, right? Dragon Prince shouted angrily. He said to Yi Dao Jio, why aren't you kneeling down and apologizing to Qin Shao? I told you. Why didn't you listen? There's no time now. Kneel down or you'll die. Kacha! Kacha! Yi Dao Jio felt like all the bones in his body were about to be crushed. What kind of humiliation was it to make him kneel? When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He, Yi Dao Jio, was the young talent of the Yi family. He was a rare genius who had a high chance of being recruited by the Mount Hua Fairy Gate. Since he was young, how many halos had he been wearing? How many people admired and worshipped him? If he had to kneel down and apologize to Qin Shao, where would he put his face? With his arrogance, how could he face this calmly? Dao Jio, don't hesitate. You don't have time. You made a mistake, so you should be punished like this. The Dragon Crown Prince shouted again. If it were him, he would most likely rather die than submit to such a situation. He knew that Yi Dao Jio was in a difficult position, but this was his only chance to live. Yi Dao Jio was struggling in his heart. What should he do? Should he really die? He was unwilling. He was really unwilling. If he died like this, it would be too cowardly. He was about to enter the Nanming Fairy Palace, and the Longmen Convention was about to take place. His life was about to take a huge leap. His future path was to pursue the immortal path. His ambition was to become an immortal, to live forever and look down on the world. If he died now, everything would be for naught. How could he be willing? Plop! Yi Dao Jio finally gave in and knelt down to Qin Shao. At this moment, the collapse was about to reach Yi Dao Jio. Dragon Prince urged Qin Shao anxiously. Qin Shao, hurry up and do something. If you don't do something, it won't be urgent. Since Yi Dao Jio had knelt down to him, Qin Shao would naturally fulfill his promise and save him. Under the eager anticipation of the crowd, Qin Shao finally made his move. He actually jumped over to Yi Dao Jio's side. Seeing Qin Zhao's bold move, Dragon Prince and the others were shocked. Their hearts couldn't help but clench as they broke out in cold sweat. Qin Zhao's body passed through the leaf fire. One had to know that the leaf fire was terrifying. As long as it touched one's body, it would be a dead end. However, Qin Shao passed through the leaf fire just like that, and his body was instantly enveloped by the raging leaf fire. What was he doing? Was he crazy? Did he want to die? Using his body to touch the leaf fire? Even a little bit of it would be life-threatening. If he jumped into the fire directly, wouldn't he be burned to ashes instantly? Even if he had a defensive spiritual weapon, it would be useless against the leaf fire. If it was a defensive spiritual weapon, Dragon Prince and the others had it on them. However, they couldn't block this terrifying leaf fire. The leaf fire was all-pervasive. Qin Zhao's action indeed made people tremble with fear. However, what made everyone even more surprised was that Qin Shao passed through the leaf fire safely and reached Yi Dao Jio. Then he grabbed Yi Dao Jio, who was about to fall into the leaf fire pit, and jumped back. Qin Shao used his body to completely block the leaf fire, creating a small safe space for Yi Dao Jio. Just like that, Qin Shao safely brought Yi Dao Jio out. Such an action really caused everyone to be stunned. The gazes they used to look at Qin Shao had also become strange. What a monster! He was simply a monster. What kind of immortal weapon was protecting his body? Or was his body so terrifyingly strong? Logically speaking, no matter how strong a spiritual weapon was, it would be difficult to block this terrifying leaf fire. Could it be that he really had an immortal weapon? However, when they thought about it, they felt that it was unlikely. Mortals who had immortal weapons were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Only the top figures among mortals could have immortal weapons. Moreover, they were extremely rare. Only the direct descendants of immortals could possess immortal artifacts at the sword spirit realm, right? Was his body so strong that he could withstand the Lee fire? This sounded even more inconceivable. At least with their knowledge, they had never heard of such a thing. Yi Daojio was actually deeply shocked. Speaking of which, he had always felt that Qin Zhao's strength wasn't that strong. He should be able to handle him. However, only now did he realize how laughable his previous thoughts were. They were simply wrong. Qin Zhao's strength was unfathomable. He couldn't see through him at all. This kind of person was mysterious and unfathomable. He might not be able to handle him. What was even more lamentable was that he now needed Qin Zhao to save his life. What kind of irony was this? This kind of feeling, if one didn't experience it personally, there was no way to feel it. Why are you all looking at me like that? Can't you let me have some tricks up my sleeve? You're all so experienced. If I want to join your team, I should at least have something to show, right? Qin Zhao curled his lips and said with a faint smile. He was originally extremely unwilling to make a move. Firstly, he didn't want to save Yi Daojio. Secondly, he didn't want to expose himself. He also knew that once he made a move, the Dragon Prince and the others would definitely be shocked. Young Master Kai swallowed hard and said, "You're not just something to show off. You're simply a monster. It seems that you're the real hidden expert. Brother Qin Zhao, you're too low-key. I always thought that I was low-key enough. I didn't expect you to be even more low-key than me. I'm impressed. I'm so impressed that I prostrate myself on all fours." Qin Zhao patted young Master Kai and said with a smile, "Don't talk about these useless things. Let's continue forward." The Dragon Prince nodded. "Yes, we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go." The six of them continued forward, but the atmosphere had clearly changed. Yi Daojio, who was previously very active, was now silent. His expression was gloomy as he followed behind the team. Qin Zhao's position in the team had obviously risen by a lot. If it weren't for Qin Zhao, they wouldn't have been able to pass the Fire Fox and the Fire Deflecting formation. In addition to saving Yi Daojio's life, Qin Zhao's prestige was naturally comparable to the Dragon Prince's. They stepped onto the path. At the other end of the path was the gate of the Southern Light Immortal Palace. The incomparably grand gate stood in front of them. From afar, they could feel the majesty of the Immortal Gate. It was majestic and exuded a supreme aura. His celestial demeanor was also revealed a little. On the plaque of the Immortal Gate, there were 4 large words carved in flamboyant calligraphy: Southern Light Immortal Palace. Seeing this, everyone's mood instantly became excited. The Southern Light Immortal Palace. It's really like the information we have. Could it be that this immortal palace was left behind by an immortal? Cheng Yuan's face was incomparably excited. Only immortals dared to call it an immortal palace. Mortals usually wouldn't dare to be so disrespectful to immortals. Chapter 945. Immortal Palace. It was really an immortal palace. Just the thought of it was enough to make one go crazy. An immortal palace was enough to make a sword venerable go crazy. It was enough to make a sword venerable risk his life to enter and search for the opportunity to become an immortal. However, the Dragon Prince and the rest found it. How could they not be excited? Yi Daojio, who was originally feeling terrible, immediately found comfort when he saw this. If there was really an immortal palace, everything would be worth it. Once they obtained the opportunity to become an immortal, it would be much better than the Longmen Convention. Although he was excited, the Dragon Prince still poured cold water on everyone. Let's not be happy too early. Although ordinary people don't dare to disrespect immortals, it's not absolute. There were many arrogant mortals in history. Some sword kings dared to become half immortals and dared to name their palaces as immortal palaces. If we don't obtain the opportunity to become an immortal, we can't be sure that this is a real immortal palace. Moreover, if there really is an immortal palace, I don't think we can enter it so easily. It's still too early to be happy. This basin of cold water calmed everyone down a little. What he said was reasonable. It was indeed too early to be happy. How could a real immortal palace remain until now? Although the location of the Nanmingli fire abyss was relatively desolate and barren, it was not too far away. After all, it was still in the territory of humans. If there really was an immortal palace here, the possibility of it not being discovered should not be too high. Moreover, although the tests along the way were rather terrifying, they were nothing to a real immortal. Unless this immortal was intentionally searching for a sword spirit cultivator who was fated to inherit his legacy, that would be the only explanation for this. Of course, everything was possible. It was just that no one knew which possibility was right now. This made everyone even more anxious. They wanted to enter the Nanming Immortal Palace as soon as possible to find out what was going on. After calming down a little, everyone continued to move forward. The Nanming Immortal Palace was close at hand, so everyone's speed was inevitably faster. After taking a few steps, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Everyone, slow down, Qin Zhao reminded them. However, as soon as Qin Zhao's voice fell, a sapling suddenly grew out of the bluestone floor in front of everyone. It grew rapidly, and only then did everyone see that it was a strange flower. This strange flower emitted a seven-colored radiance. It was very dazzling and mystical. It had a divine luster and emitted an enchanting fragrance. This flower was very beautiful, so beautiful that it was suffocating. It was so beautiful that it resonated with one's soul. Seeing such beauty, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. They were completely shocked. Under everyone's gaze, the flower actually bloomed. The most beautiful moment of a flower was always the moment it bloomed. It was like the formation of a universe, blooming all of a sudden. The beauty of the flower was enough to shock everyone's soul. The moment the flower bloomed, it could completely steal away one's soul. In particular, Cheng Yuan, who was walking at the front of the group, had a look of infatuation on his face. A silly smile appeared on his face. He actually walked towards the flower step by step, as if he was about to throw himself into the flower's embrace. The Dragon Prince and the others' expressions also became sluggish. Strange expressions appeared on their faces. It was obvious that they had also fallen into infatuation at this time. Even Qin Zhao's heart was slightly shaken. However, he woke up in an instant. Although his strength was restrained, his state of mind was still there. It's an illusion. What a powerful illusion. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He immediately understood what was going on. Seeing that Cheng Yuan was unable to extricate himself from the illusion of the flower, Qin Zhao was about to step in to save him. However, at this moment, young Master of Wealth's eyes suddenly became sharp and sharp. This was a change from his usual self. It was as if he was a different person. His expression was solemn, and his face was serious. Zha! A loud sound like the great bell of the great Tao resounded through the world. This sound was unusually majestic. The Buddhist light filled the sky, alerting everyone. This was the sound of Buddhism. Under the majesty of this Buddhist sound, the Dragon Prince and the others immediately woke up from the illusion. Cheng Yuan was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly retreated with lingering fear. He didn't know what happened to him just now. It was as if he had lost his soul. Everyone was also scared. They hurriedly retreated, distancing themselves from the strange flower. After seeing that everyone was fine, young Master of Wealth returned to normal. He no longer had the solemn expression from before. Qin Zhao glanced at young Master of Wealth. It seemed that this guy was hiding a lot of tricks. This kind of Buddhist mantra was extremely powerful and extremely difficult to cultivate. However, young Master of Wealth had succeeded in cultivating it. Moreover, it was quite powerful. It seemed that although young Master of Wealth looked lazy and was afraid of death, he was really a peerless genius. Everyone, be careful. This is the red spider lily. When the red spider lily blooms, the sea of illusion, the land of extinction, demons, ghosts, and ghosts will not be able to come close. Young Master of Wealth said. The Dragon Prince's expression changed greatly. He frowned and said, "This is the red spider lily? I have heard of it before." It is indeed an extremely evil and terrifying flower. The illusions it created could even deal with Sword King realm existences. We are only at the Sword Spirit realm. There is no way we can walk out of the illusion of the red spider lily. Everyone had personally experienced the situation just now. If young Master of Wealth hadn't used the Buddhist mantra in time, they would have been in danger. Especially Chung Yuan. If he had been a step later, he might have died in this terrifying illusion. Everyone's expression turned grave once again. They thought that victory was at hand. The Nanming Immortal Palace was right in front of them. They didn't expect there to be a tiger blocking their way. "Prince, what should we do? We can't be forced to give up at this point, right?" Chung Yuan asked. The Dragon Prince frowned deeply. He had a thoughtful expression. "Don't be anxious. Let's think of a way first. The illusion of the red spider lily is indeed terrifying. As long as we fall into the illusion, it will be very dangerous. This red spider lily is blocking the path. If we want to go over, we have to enter its illusion. So, we have no way to go over. And if we want to go over safely, I'm afraid we have to destroy this red spider lily." Young Master of Wealth shook his head. Destroying this red spider lily is easier said than done. Long-range attacks won't work. Once they enter the illusion, they will disappear without a trace. If we want to destroy this red spider lily, the only way is to get close to it and destroy it with all our strength. But to get close to the red spider lily, we have to pass through the illusion. So, we have to be able to withstand the illusion and not be affected at all. Only when we get close to the red spider lily can we destroy it. This, I believe we can't do it. The Dragon Prince shook his head. It was indeed so. Chung Yuan said, "Young Master of Wealth, don't you have a way? Don't you cultivate the Buddhist mantra? You have the Buddhist light protecting you, suppressing demons and warding off evil. Didn't you wake us up just now?" Young Master of Wealth laughed bitterly. "I can try, but I don't have any confidence. I cultivate the Buddhist mantra, but I'm only at the Sword Spirit realm. I've only cultivated a little. I don't have the true Buddhist light protecting me. You should have felt how terrifying the red spider lily's illusion is. In any case, I feel that I can't withstand the illusion. No matter what, we have to give it a try, right? If there's really no way, we can only choose to give up." Chung Yuan said. Young Master of Wealth was still hesitating. He had the ability to try, but he was worried that if he failed, he would fall into the illusion. That would be dangerous. If it was someone else who fell into the illusion, his Buddhist mantra might be able to help. But if it was him, no one would be able to save him. At this moment, rays of light lit up, causing everyone's eyes to widen. They saw red spider lilies growing on the limestone floor, all the way to the entrance of the Southern Light Immortal Palace. This time, there were as many as 9 red spider lilies. However, the other 8 had yet to bloom. Once they got close to it, it would bloom. This time, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Young Master of Wealth was still hesitating at first, but now he no longer hesitated. He shook his head resolutely. "Forget it. If there's only one red spider lily, I can give it a try. But there are 9 of them, so there's no need to try. Even if I'm lucky enough to destroy one, I won't be able to destroy the other 8. I think the Master of the Southern Light Immortal Palace doesn't want to be disturbed. Or maybe we're not strong enough to meet the Master's requirements. That's why we don't even have the right to pass the test. There's no other way. We can only give up." When it came to giving up, everyone was unwilling to do so. They were almost at the entrance of the Southern Light Immortal Palace. Giving up just like that? That was such a pity. The Dragon Prince frowned and shook his head. He sighed helplessly with a bitter expression. "There's really no other way. If there's only one red spider lily, we can give it a try. But there's no other way. I know how terrifying the red spider lily is. It's not something we can handle. Perhaps it's just like what young Master of Wealth said. The Master of the Southern Light Immortal Palace has set a very high threshold. We're still too weak. That's why we can't even reach the threshold. It's fine if we give up now. We'll still have a chance in the future. However, the Dragon Prince still looked at Qin Shao and said, I wonder if you have any ideas? This should be the last test. If we can pass this test, we should be able to enter the Southern Light Immortal Palace. The others looked at Qin Shao with anticipation. When they were at their wits' end, they habitually placed their hopes on Qin Shao. It was the same for the previous two tests. Seeing everyone's gaze, Qin Shao curled his lips and said, There's indeed a way. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone could not help but feel excited. Chapter 946. The only way is to destroy these red spider lilies, said Qin Shao. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. This method had already been mentioned before, so there was no need to repeat it. The Dragon Prince's heart skipped a beat. He asked, Do you have a better idea? Qin Shao shook his head and said, There's no better way. We can only fight them head-on, but I can try. He can try? Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Shao again. He can fight them head-on? Even young Master Kai, who cultivated the Buddhist mantra, only dared to say that he could fight one red spider lily. However, Qin Shao dared to say that he could fight all 9 red spider lilies head-on. If he didn't have the confidence, he wouldn't dare to say such a thing, right? After all, this wasn't something that could be achieved by just boasting. It required actual action. Facing these 9 terrifying red spider lilies, the slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation and the danger of death. No one was a fool. No one dared to do something that they didn't have the confidence to do. Brother Qin Shao, you have to be careful. We're ready to use our trump cards to help you at any time. However, we can't control the danger of these red spider lilies, so you have to be careful. If there's any danger, you have to retreat quickly, said the Dragon Prince solemnly. Qin Shao, on the other hand, was more relaxed. She nodded gently and walked forward. Qin Shao wasn't nervous, but the Dragon Prince and the others were. They were all prepared to use their trump cards to help. Qin Zhao's success was the key to this opportunity. If even Qin Shao failed, then there was no other choice. They could only retreat and think about it later. However, they were already here and had passed 2 stages. The Nanming Immortal Palace was right in front of them. They were unwilling to give up now. Although it wasn't a 9 out of 10 chance of death to reach this place, they had still experienced a lot of danger. It could be considered very difficult. Moreover, the earlier one obtained the immortal opportunity, the better. Therefore, everyone was still looking forward to Qin Shao showing his prowess again, just like in the previous 2 stages. Young Master Kai, do you think Brother Qin Shao could do it? Chung Yuan swallowed his saliva and couldn't help asking. Along the way, Qin Shao was the closest to young Master Kai, so Chung Yuan asked young Master Kai questions. Among the 5 of them, young Master Kai was the most knowledgeable about the red spider lily. Young Master Kai shook his head and said, I don't know, but I hope so. However, the terror of the Permitha flower was definitely not simple. In any case, even with the combined strength of the 5 of us, we might not be able to destroy even one red spider lily. There are 9 flowers here, but I can't say for sure. However, they couldn't stop Qin Zhao's footsteps. Qin Shao seemed to have entered a realm where no one could stop him. He wasn't affected at all. Soon, the 9 red spider lilies were all destroyed by Qin Shao. Haha, Brother Qin Shao, you're really good. This time, we're lucky to have met you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to pass these 3 obstacles. Crown Prince Long laughed brightly. In terms of contributions, Qin Shao was indeed the one with the greatest merit. Then, Crown Prince Long's face became serious again. He looked at Qin Shao and said, But Brother Qin Shao, I have to apologize to you first. There are some things that I didn't tell you clearly before. I'm really ashamed. To be honest, I did have a mentality of using you before. I want to sincerely apologize to you. But now, I really admire you, and I'm sincerely grateful. Originally, you intended to barge in here, so at that time, you only gave us two choices. Either we kill you, or we temporarily pull you into our team and take advantage of the opportunity. You were able to come here. Even if it was an unintentional move, it's enough to prove that you're not weak. Therefore, I didn't choose the former but the latter. However, this is my decision alone. It has nothing to do with young Master Kai and the others. If you want to blame someone, then blame me. Hearing Crown Prince Long's words, Qin Xiao was not surprised at all. His face was still calm. Instead, he smiled and said, "That's nothing. I'm not a fool. I already knew what you were thinking." "You knew?" Crown Prince Long was stunned. He asked in confusion, "Since you already knew that I wanted to use you, why did you join us?" Qin Xiao said, "Didn't you just say that you had two choices? One was to kill me, and the other was to pull me into your team. So, if I didn't want to join your team, do you think you would have let me go? I'm sure you don't want the secret of the Nanming Immortal Palace to be leaked. When I saw the Nanming Immortal Palace, I either left and didn't fight with you, or I fought with you. If I left, you wouldn't be at ease and would definitely kill me. If I fought with you, the result would still be the same. I would still have to fight with you. So, my only choice was to join you. Only then could I avoid this trouble, right?" After hearing Qin Zhao's words, the Dragon Crown Prince felt relieved. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. "It seems like I'm too smart sometimes. I thought I was in control of the situation. I didn't expect you to have seen through everything already. I'm ashamed, but no matter what, I was in the wrong first. I have nothing to say. After all, Qin Xiao had lived for more than 200,000 years. The Crown Prince and the others could not compare to what he had experienced. In addition, with Qin Zhao's realm, his judgment was very sharp. If he could hide such thoughts from him, then he would have lived his life in vain. Chapter 947. Qin Xiao waved his hand and said, "All right, stop arguing. There's no point in arguing. I've known this for a long time. I didn't join you to snatch your spots. You don't have to have an immortal badge to enter the Nanming Immortal Palace. Let's go and take a look first." The Dragon Prince wanted to say something, but Qin Xiao had already walked towards the gate of the Nanming Immortal Palace. According to their understanding, they did need an immortal badge to enter the Nanming Immortal Palace. Because of this, they could limit the number of people who could enter the Immortal Palace. If anyone could enter the Immortal Palace, it would be too chaotic. After all, immortal opportunities could only belong to a few people. It was enough to have 5 people to choose from. When they arrived before the Nanming Immortal Palace and stood before the Immortal Gate, they were shocked by the Immortal Gate. This feeling was like an ant standing under a towering mountain. It was a feeling of insignificance and vastness. On the thick Immortal Gate, there were 5 sword-shaped holes. These 5 sword-shaped holes obviously corresponded to the 5 immortal badges in the hands of the Dragon Prince and the other 4. These immortal badges were originally sword-shaped, which corresponded to the 5 holes on the Immortal Gate. The Dragon Prince and the other 4 took out their immortal badges and placed them on the Immortal Gate. Rumble. Once the 5 immortal badges were placed on the Immortal Gate, the Immortal Gate rumbled as if it had been sealed for a long time. As the Immortal Gate slowly opened, the Dragon Prince and the others became nervous and excited. The immortal opportunity was beckoning to them. At this moment, it was truly an emotional moment. Dazzling light shone from the Immortal Palace. It was so bright that the Immortal Palace, which had been asleep for 1,000 years, suddenly shone with extraordinary splendor and released a sacred immortal aura. The Immortal Gate was completely open, but no one could see what was inside. This was because there was a light screen of sword chi blocking the Immortal Gate. In order to enter the Immortal Palace, one had to pass through this light screen of sword chi. The terrifying sword chi made one feel its terror. This was the last line of defense of the Immortal Palace. The Dragon Prince still shook his head and said, "Brother Qin Shao, it seems like you can't enter without an Immortal Badge. Take my Immortal Badge and enter." Qin Shao looked at the Immortal Gate and smiled. He said, "Since the Immortal Gate is already open, this light screen of Sword Qi has no reason to stop me." With that, Qin Shao strode towards the Immortal Gate. "Brother Qin Shao, you can't." The Dragon Prince panicked, but he couldn't stop Qin Shao. "Brother Qin Shao, be careful," young Master Kai shouted anxiously. One of his hands was already clenched tightly, and he was prepared to use his trump card. This should be the place where the owner of the Nanming Immortal Palace guided the fated people to. With that thought, Qin Shao strode into the palace. Even if it was a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, it would not be a threat to Qin Shao. Therefore, he could do whatever he wanted. He did not need to worry about anything. He could just boldly barge in. As soon as he stepped into the palace, a powerful aura pressed down on Qin Shao. It wanted to force him to his knees. This was a supreme immortal might that wanted others to prostrate themselves in front of this immortal might. The powerful force attacked Qin Shao's will and soul. It wanted to force Qin Shao to submit. Ordinary sword spirits would not be able to withstand this vast might at all. They would be instantly crushed to their knees. What a powerful force. However, it's still too weak to suppress me with this force. Even if the owner of the Nanming Immortal Palace is an immortal, you can't make me kneel to you. Qin Shao snorted coldly in his heart. His powerful willpower crushed the pressure. It cannot get close to him. In the primordial universe, Qin Shao was almost on par with sovereigns. He was one of the top 10 almighties. With his status, he stood at the peak of the primordial universe. Therefore, how could a puny sword immortal make Qin Shao kneel? Wouldn't that be a joke? Qin Shao looked into the depths of the palace. There, red light filled the sky and dyed the entire palace red. It's the terrifying light of the leaf fire. It makes my hair stand on end, even from afar. The light of the leaf fire is even scarier than the one in the leaf fire pit. Could this be the core of the leaf fire palace? Is the leaf fire source seed hidden here? After sensing the red light, Qin Shao could not help but frown slightly. He had many doubts in his heart. The guiding power grew even stronger. The source of the guiding force was in the depths of the palace. It was in the red light. Under the red light, Qin Zhao's line vision was severely obstructed. He could not see clearly what was in front of him. Qin Shao walked step by step towards the bottom of the palace. The closer he got, the more terrifying the pressure became. The closer he got, the scarier the light of the leaf fire became. Those who were weaker would not be able to stay here. Qin Shao was not affected too much. He walked forward step by step with great difficulty. Gradually, he saw the bottom of the palace and saw the source of the leaf fire. At the bottom of the palace, there was a pool that was 10 feet wide. This pool was filled with thick lava. Those who had good eyesight would be able to tell that this was not lava. It was the liquid of the leaf fire. When the leaf fire turned into thick liquid, it meant that it had reached a very high level. It was second only to the leaf fire source seed. Even a sword venerate might not be able to withstand such leaf fire liquid. It was extremely terrifying. If one were to come into contact with even a sliver of the sword spirit realm, then only death would await them. Such a big leaf fire liquid pool? Could it be that there is really a leaf fire source seed in this liquid pool? Qin Shao looked at the leaf fire liquid pool and could not help but think to himself. He couldn't help but wonder if he could go and see if there was a leaf fire source seed or not. If he could really get a leaf fire source seed, it would be a great gain. If he used the leaf fire source seed to cultivate, it would definitely increase his strength very well. The leaf fire source seed contained the strongest fire sword intent. It would be of great help to sword cultivators. There were even some historical legends that said that a sword venerate had broken through and become a sword immortal after consuming a leaf fire source seed. In the world of sword cultivators, swords were also divided into 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In the world of sword cultivators, everything was made up of these 5 elements. Swords were also made up of these 5 elements. The leaf fire source seed contained the purest fire element. Ordinary people would definitely not dare to do such a crazy thing. After all, the fire of the leaf fire source seed could even threaten the life of an immortal. Therefore, even a sword venerate would not dare to try it easily. However, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. It was impossible for a merely fire source seed to hurt him. Qin Shao looked around carefully again and found that it was empty. There was nothing else. All of the guidance came from the pool of liquid. Qin Shao frowned slightly again. He was a little confused. What's going on? Could this leaf fire source seed be the greatest treasure of the Southern Light Immortal Palace? The only immortal opportunity? That can't be right. The Southern Light Immortal Palace's array is not small. The huge Southern Light Immortal Palace can't have left only this much. Or could it be that my luck is not good enough, and I'm not lucky enough to get other immortal opportunities? Chapter 948. Even if it was the latter, Qin Shao was not disappointed. It was just an immortal opportunity, and he did not care too much about it. Even if there was no immortal opportunity, it would just take him a little more time. To a god, 100 million years was just a snap of the fingers. Qin Shao had only cultivated for a little more than 200,000 years. There was still plenty of time left for him. However, Qin Shao was more concerned about the safety of the source world and Gulingwe. Qin Shao was also prepared for the worst. Even if his original body could not leave this world of sword cultivators, it was not impossible for his doppelganger to come back alive from MT Soaring God. As long as his doppelganger could come out successfully, there was still a chance for everything to turn around. At least for the time being, there was no danger to his life if he stayed here. Rumble. But at this moment, the door of the palace suddenly closed. An ominous aura quickly spread over, causing Qin Shao to frown instantly. He glanced around coldly. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Qin Zhao's gaze quickly fell on the leaf fire pool. A huge bubble emerged from the pool, making a gurgling sound. Moreover, the bubble was getting bigger, and the gurgling sound was getting louder and louder. It was as if a peerless monster was about to awaken in the leaf fire pool. Qin Shao frowned. He felt a terrifying aura emanating from the leaf fire pool. Qin Shao knew that there was something terrifying down there. One could imagine how terrifying it was to be able to hide in the thick and terrifying leaf fire pool. Soon, a human head emerged from the pool of leaf flame essence. Qin Shao was slightly surprised. A human? A living human? There was actually a human in the Nanming Immortal Palace? Could it be that the master of the Nanming Immortal Palace was still alive? Soon, a complete head emerged from the surface of the leaf flame pool. Long flame-like hair cascaded down naturally. His skin was the color of ancient bronze. Under the red light of the leaf fire, there was a hint of red. Therefore, his entire person appeared very strange, as if he was different from ordinary people. However, upon closer inspection, he was no different from an ordinary person. He should be a human. He did not have the aura of a demon, so he was obviously not a demon. After the red-haired man poked his head out, he did not continue to come up, and the leaf flame pool returned to its calm state. That pair of red eyes could frighten people's souls. Being glanced at by that pair of eyes would cause people's souls to be muddled. However, Qin Shao was not afraid of this pair of eyes. He could easily resist this soul-stirring power. Such a performance caused a trace of surprise to flash across the red-haired man's face. A kid at the Sword Spirit realm was actually able to remain unscathed under his soul intimidation force. Such a matter was truly astonishing. This immortal is immortal Nanming. This immortal made an exception to take you as a disciple, but you dare to refuse? You truly don't know your place. This immortal will ask you again, are you willing or not? Immortal Nanming's fury soared to the heavens. Clearly, if Qin Shao dared to say no again, he would kill him. How could an immortal's immortal might be angered by a mortal? An immortal who'd taken the initiative to accept a disciple was rejected. If word got out, it would be a great humiliation. Faced with immortal Nanming's wrath, the Dragon Crown Prince and the others would have been scared to death long ago. However, Qin Shao remained calm and didn't back down. He argued, Immortal Nanming, accepting a disciple should be a matter of mutual consent, right? Immortal Nanming, are you going to force me? I'm not willing. I'm not willing. If the Dragon Crown Prince and the others were here, they'd definitely want to strangle Qin Shao to death. He'd even rejected an immortal's offer to take him as a disciple. He'd truly gone mad. Since you're not willing, then die. Immortal Nanming's eyes were filled with malevolence. Like a terrifying viper, they glowed eerily. Whoosh! Immortal Nanming's body moved, and the entire pool of leaf fire essence gushed out. The thick liquid covered the heavens and the earth, rushing toward Qin Shao like a violent storm. It whistled through the heavens, and there was no way to dodge. The thickly fire essence landed on Qin Shao's body, enveloping Qin Shao. The terrifyingly fire wanted to burn Qin Shao to ashes, but no matter how terrifying it was, it couldn't harm Qin Shao. Even though Qin Shao was enveloped by the leaf fire liquid, he was still completely unharmed as he stood there in a calm manner. Yeah, he's actually fine. He can actually block this terrifyingly fire with his body. Immortal Nanming's shock wasn't small at all. He looked at Qin Shao with a strange look in his eyes. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that Qin Shao didn't have any defensive treasures on him. He didn't rely on a half-immortal artifact or an immortal artifact to block the leaf fire essence. Ordinary sword sovereigns wouldn't be able to block the terrifyingly fire essence so easily, but Qin Shao had done it. Strange. It was indeed very strange. What kind of monster was this kid? Many questions arose in Immortal Nanming's mind. Kid, you're quite capable to be able to block the leaf fire essence. However, are you truly not afraid of death? How could a mere sword spirit brat like you possibly withstand this immortal's leaf fire? Immortal Nanming's cold gaze landed on Qin Shao. Qin Shao sneered. Immortal Nanming? I think it's more appropriate to call you Taoist Nanming, no? Don't try to intimidate others. We're all sensible people. Why don't we speak frankly? There's no need to beat around the bush. I can clearly see what you're thinking. Immortal Nanming frowned deeply. His expression turned grave as he looked oddly at Qin Shao. The kid before him was clearly only at the sword spirit realm, but why did he feel like he could easily see through him? Could he be an immortal in disguise? One question after another arose in Immortal Nanming's mind. Who exactly are you? Immortal Nanming asked in a low voice. Qin Shao said, You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that I can see through your hypocrisy. You're clearly just a sword sovereign, but you're pretending to be an immortal. Don't you find that hilarious? You're clearly trapped here, but you're pretending to be cultivating here. Isn't that fun? You clearly don't have the strength to kill me, but you're pretending to be so imposing. Do you think you can scare me like that? You clearly don't sincerely want to take me as your disciple, but you're putting on such a show and beating around the bush. Aren't you tired? What? Immortal Nanming was beyond shocked by Qin Zhao's words. How could this be? His thoughts had actually been completely seen through. His scheme had been completely exposed. How could this be? No, that couldn't be right. The kid before him was definitely not at the sword spirit realm. Could he really be an immortal in disguise? But why would an immortal barge in here? Didn't he have nothing better to do? Immortal Nanming said in a low voice. Who exactly are you, sir? Why don't you tell me your name? Qin Shao pursed his lips. I just said that you don't need to know who I am. However, I'm rather curious about you, Taoist Nanming. With your strength, you're at the peak of the sword sovereign realm, close to the sword immortal realm. With your strength, You've been imprisoned here for 1,000 years, constantly being roasted by the leaf fire. Chapter 949. At the mention of his predicament, Taoist Nanming's fury reached its peak. His entire body trembled violently, causing leaf fire lava to splatter in all directions. He was furious. He was furious. 1,000 years of pain, 1,000 years of torment, and 1,000 years of obstruction had ruined his dream of becoming a sword cultivator. His fury and hatred had long seeped deep into his bones, reaching an unsurpassable level. Saying that they were irreconcilable was far from enough to express Taoist Nanming's hatred for his enemies. Qin Shao could also feel this extreme pain and couldn't help but feel pity for him. But whether or not Taoist Nanming was worthy of sympathy was a question for another time. Qin Shao wasn't a greenhorn. Many things couldn't be judged on the surface. I've been reduced to this state all because of a scoundrel. It was that despicable, shameless fiend, I Immortal. I was acquainted with him. By chance, I ventured into an ancient secret land and obtained some immortal destiny. But just as I was careless, the fiend, I Immortal, ambushed me from behind. He heavily injured me and took the immortal destiny for himself. After obtaining the immortal destiny, he broke through to Sword Immortal and stepped into the immortal sect. The immortal destiny that should have belonged to me was taken by him. Damn it, I can't accept this. Immortal Nanming was clearly very agitated. His heart was filled with rage, just like the leaf fire. Most despicable of all, that despicable scoundrel refused to let me go. He even imprisoned me. He imprisoned me in the Nanming Immortal Palace, then threw me into the Nanming Leaf Fire Abyss and trapped me here. He wanted me to slowly die in endless pain. I hate him. I hate him. If I can get out, I'll definitely fight him to the death. Qin Shao looked at Immortal Nanming, but didn't say anything. Taoist Nanming calmed down after a long while. He looked at Qin Shao and said, "What? You don't believe me?" Qin Shao chuckled. "It's not that I don't believe you. Of course, I don't completely believe you. But that doesn't make any difference to me. Whether you believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me. At most, I'm just a little curious. No matter how good your lie is, it won't do me any good, right? Believe it or not," Taoist Nanming said with a displeased expression. Qin Shao laughed and said, "So, you still don't want to tell me the truth, right? Looks like you're still wary of me, but that's normal. It's just that you don't have many years left to live. With a free audience like me here to listen to your complaints, this kind of opportunity is hard to come by. If I leave, then you won't be able to wait for the next batch of people to come in. I'm sure you know better than me what's going on with your body, right?" Taoist Nanming's expression sank slightly. He really didn't have many years left. If this continued, he would definitely die in less than 20 years. He would lose his life here. He had been waiting for this group of people for 1,000 years. If he had to wait for the next batch, he really didn't know how long he would have to wait. The location of the Nanming Lihua Abyss was really a little too remote. There were basically no experienced characters who would experience it from here. So Taoist Nanming knew very well that once Qin Shao and the others left, he definitely wouldn't live to see the next batch of people come in. No matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't change this fact. If he wanted to sigh, he could only sigh at his terrible luck. After waiting for 1,000 years, he actually waited for this strange person who he couldn't see through and couldn't do anything to. Was this his fate? He couldn't accept it. He was a dignified Taoist Nanming, only a step away from becoming an immortal. Back then, he clearly had the fortune to become an immortal, but he was harmed by a scoundrel and reduced to this state. He really couldn't die in peace with such a cowardly death. So I forget it. It's been 1,000 years. I should accept my fate. If the villainous heavens want me dead, how can I escape? It's said that man can conquer the heavens, but that's just bullshit. The words of the victors are always so sanctimonious. Taoist Nanming sighed helplessly. He'd given up in despair. He'd seen through everything in the world, so that was it. Oh, I'm all ears. Qin Shao was rather interested. Taoist Nanming said, "What I said was indeed the truth. I won't mention the details. You can see that I've been here for 1,000 years, enduring the extreme suffering of the mortal world. After 1,000 years of torture, my sword chi essence is nearly exhausted. I don't have much time left. With my strength, I could have lived for 10,000 years. I've only lived for 2,000 years, so I should have lived for 7,000 years. But I don't have that much time left. So before I die, I want a junior genius to come in and inherit my legacy. It's also a way for me to put some hope into Yana. If one of my descendants can become a sword immortal, they can also help me take revenge for this blood feud. Now that I'm about to die, I can only place all my hopes on this. There's no other way." Qin Shao chuckled. Taoist Nanming, don't you think you're being a bit too sanctimonious? They say that people speak kindly when they're about to die, but that doesn't seem to be true when it comes to you. Taoist Nanming's expression turned a bit unsightly. He looked strangely at Qin Shao. Qin Shao continued, "If you really wanted a disciple, you wouldn't want to kill me so easily. If you really wanted a disciple, you wouldn't have set up the 3 trials like that. If you really wanted a disciple, you wouldn't have ignored the 5 geniuses that came with me. If I'm not wrong, your goal isn't to take a disciple. Or rather, it's not entirely about taking a disciple. Of course, you do want to take a disciple, but that's the final step. You definitely have other plans, so you won't take the final step so easily. Am I right, Taoist Nanming?" Taoist Nanming looked a bit like a deflated balloon. He looked at Qin Shao with an ugly expression. "It seems that I've indeed misjudged you. Your cultivation level is likely far above mine. You really do have sharp eyes, seeing through me with a single glance. Yes, I do have other plans besides taking a disciple. The reason why I set up such a difficult trial isn't purely to pick out peerless geniuses, but also to pick out some experienced sword cultivators. Just now, you refused to take me as your master and disrespected me. That's why I was so angry that I wanted to kill you. Who would have thought that I'd end up kicking a hardboard?" In truth, Qin Shao had only had a few guesses about the situation before. Later on, he gathered more information from Taoist Nanming. Combined with his previous thoughts, he'd made new deductions and come to a more complete conclusion. Qin Shao had a keen eye for certain things, which was why he could speak so bluntly. That way, he could make immortal Nanming feel guilty. As a result, the initiative was completely in Qin Zhao's hands. Qin Shao said, "Taoist Nanming, if my guess is correct, you must have cultivated some secret technique that allows you to consume the sword essence of others to replenish yourself, right? You've already exhausted your sword essence, so if you want to live a bit longer, you need a large amount of sword essence to replenish yourself. That's the only way to prolong your life. You place prolonging your life first, and taking a disciple second. That's why the tests you set up are rather difficult. That's because you want to filter out some experienced sword cultivators. For example, sword cultivators at the Sword Monarch realm or the Sword King realm. These 2 are your primary targets. If you can get a few in, you'll be able to replenish your sword essence. That way, you'll be able to live for another 1,000 years, right?" Since Qin Shao had seen through him, Taoist Nanming didn't try to hide anything. He knew he couldn't. Moreover, at this moment, he was certain that Qin Shao was an immortal who had concealed his strength. In front of an immortal, his attitude was naturally a little lower. Immortal Nanming nodded weakly. "Yes, it's as you say. I'm not willing to die like this, so I want to live. But under these circumstances, the only way for me to live is to consume the sword essence of others. That's the only way to prolong my life. Prolong my life first, then choose a disciple. That's always been my plan. If both of these things go smoothly, then I might have a chance to leave this place alive. The Devil-Eye Immortal wants to torture me to death, but he's also given me a sliver of hope. If he doesn't kill me, then he's given me a chance to breathe. That's why I want to live. I want to take revenge for this sea of blood with my own hands. Otherwise, I won't be able to die in peace. Qin Shao nodded calmly. If what Taoist Nanming said was true, then there was nothing wrong with it. After all, every man for himself, and the heavens for the destruction of the earth. In order to prolong his life, it was normal for immortal Nanming to use some methods. Although Qin Shao wasn't ashamed to do so, he couldn't reject the laws of survival in this world. This world was cruel to begin with. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the law of nature, the law of the great Tao, and the order of operation. No one had the power to change this. Thus, although Qin Shao was furious when he learned that the Lin tribe had been exterminated, he calmed down after thinking things through. It wasn't that he was apathetic, but that this was the law of the great Tao. He couldn't change it. If there was a chance to avenge the Lin tribe, then Qin Shao would naturally do so. But if Qin Shao was sad for the Lin tribe, then Qin Shao wouldn't either. Senior, Taoist Nanming's voice suddenly turned extremely solemn as he looked at Qin Shao seriously. Qin Shao raised an eyebrow and looked at Taoist Nanming. You're calling me senior? Although Qin Shao was indeed qualified to be Taoist Nanming senior, he was still very young in the world of sword cultivators. It felt a little strange to be called senior. Taoist Nanming nodded. That's right, senior. Although I don't know who you are, I'm certain that you're an immortal. Only immortals can easily change their appearance and look so young. Only immortals can conceal their aura so well that even I can't see through them. Since I'm willing to ask you to save me, I'll be eternally grateful for your great kindness. Chapter 950. Taoist Nanming. How do you know I have the ability to save you? Qin Shao looked at immortal Nanming, thinking that this old man was quite shrewd. He actually asked him to save him. Speaking of which, Qin Shao didn't have much confidence in being able to save Taoist Nanming. However, Taoist Nanming's face was full of certainty. I know Senior's strength. As long as Senior is willing to help, you can definitely save me. Qin Shao fell silent for a moment, not saying anything. He actually had some guesses in his heart, but he hadn't confirmed them yet. If he could really save Taoist Nanming, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. At the very least, he'd be able to obtain a decent reward. If he could really firmly grasp Taoist Nanming in his hands, it would be a huge trump card. This was also the question Qin Shao was currently pondering. Taoist Nanming looked at Qin Shao with a face full of nervousness and anticipation. He was also waiting for Qin Shao's answer. Whether he could get out or not, this might be his last chance. Therefore, he was willing to pay any price to get out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so much time to wait for the next batch of fated people to come in. Taoist Nanming, if I'm not mistaken, this 1,000-year expansion is the Leaf Fire Formation in the Leaf Fire Essence Pool, right? Qin Shao asked. Taoist Nanming immediately nodded and said, That's right, Senior. The Devil Eye Evil Immortal used a Nanming Leaf Fire Origin Seed as the eye of the formation and drew upon endless leaf fire as the source to set up this leaf fire burning formation. He wants to torture me for thousands of years until I die. As long as Senior can break this leaf fire burning great formation, this Junior will be able to escape. Taoist Nanming became even more excited. He could hear that Qin Shao wanted to save him. This gave him hope to live. He had been trapped for thousands of years, suffering the most extreme pain of the mortal world for thousands of years. This kind of pain couldn't be felt by those who hadn't personally experienced it. The core of a formation was the eye of the formation, the foot of the formation. The eye of the formation was the source of all energy, the beginning of all power. With the base of the formation as a supplement, a great formation was formed. The key to breaking the core of a formation was to destroy the eye of the formation. Once the eye of the formation was destroyed, the source of the formation would be cut off. Naturally, the formation would become dim and lose its power. Thus, the key to this heaven-burning leaf fire formation that had trapped Taoist Nanming was to destroy this formation core. In other words, they had to destroy the leaf fire essence seed. The leaf fire source seed was extremely terrifying. Ordinary immortals didn't dare to touch it carelessly. Otherwise, they might be burned by it. How could this be a condition that one couldn't even dream of? But if he knew that Qin Shao wasn't an immortal, he probably wouldn't think so. If Qin Shao really was an immortal, he probably wouldn't deign to have a sword sovereign as a servant. All right, since that's the case, I'll save you first. Without any hesitation, Qin Shao jumped into the leaf flame pool and went to the bottom of the leaf flame pool. In the pond, Qin Shao saw chains as thick as a child's arm binding Taoist Nanming. The ends of these chains were connected to the leaf fire source seed, which provided an endless supply of terrifying leaf fire to maintain the temperature of the pond. The great power of the leaf fire incessantly burned Taoist Nanming, tormenting him. Qin Shao looked at the fireball that was the size of a child's head and emitted an extremely terrifying, scorching energy. Qin Zhao's mouth twitched. So this is the Ignis Origin seed. It's really terrifying. It has the purest and densest Ignis. No wonder they say that ordinary immortals will be injured if they touch it. That's indeed the case. But no matter how terrifying this leaf fire source seed is, it won't be able to hurt me. As Qin Shao spoke, he reached out his hand to grab the leaf fire source seed. If anyone saw Qin Zhao's actions, they'd probably be frightened out of their wits. This was the leaf fire source seed. How could he grab it with his bare hands? Even immortals would use immortal weapons to touch it, but Qin Shao was grabbing it with his bare hands. However, no one could see Qin Zhao's performance. Qin Shao grabbed the leaf fire source seed with one hand. The leaf fire source seed seemed to have a mind of its own. It wanted to resist, desperately emitting its scorching heat in an attempt to burn Qin Zhao's hand. But no matter how much it resisted, it was of no use. Qin Shao opened his mouth and swallowed the leaf fire source seed. Qin Zhao's strength was sealed, and so was his internal world. Therefore, if he wanted to store the leaf fire source seed, he had to put it inside his body. He had to use his body to endure the burning of the leaf fire source seed. As soon as the leaf fire source seed entered his stomach, Qin Shao felt waves of scorching energy surge up to him. They were like monstrous waves, surging violently. But soon, to Qin Zhao's surprise, the sword pool in his body also surged violently. The sword pool could absorb the leaf fire source seed's energy at a crazy rate. This surprised Qin Shao, but he quickly calmed down. Now was not the time to cultivate. He would find a chance to cultivate when he had the time. After dealing with the leaf fire source seed, Taoist Nanming's bindings were also loosened. Crack, crack, crack. The iron chains that bound Taoist Nanming broke one by one, and the leaf fire source pool splashed everywhere. Taoist Nanming's face was filled with ecstasy. After shaking off the iron chains, he jumped out of the leaf fire source pool and shook off the leaf fire source pool on his body. Chapter 951. In the depths of the desolate land in the primordial universe. In the space of the desolate land, a white-haired old man stood with his hands behind his back as he stared at the depths of the desolate land. He seemed to be deep in thought. From the slight frown on his face, one could tell that he wasn't in a good mood. The aura he emitted caused the entire space of the desolate land to tremble. It was as though the entire space of the desolate land would collapse if the aura grew any stronger. The Lord of the Desolate Land stood there for an unknown period of time. Suddenly, a huge hole was torn open in the space of the desolate land. A figure walked into the space of the desolate land and arrived in front of the Lord of the Desolate Land with a single step. A wave of anger had already surged over, shaking the entire desolation space, causing it to tremble and distort. When the Lord of the Desolate Land saw the newcomer, he retracted his gaze and said, "Red Dust Guest, you're here. Calm down." The newcomer was Red Dust Guest, Qin Zhao's master. Red Dust Guest didn't give any face to the Lord of the Desolate Land. He snorted angrily and said, "Lord of the Desolate Land, I handed such a good seedling to you to nurture because I wanted you to take care of him. Instead, you sent his clone to the desolate little cosmos and sent him to challenge God's soaring mountain. As a result, his clone is trapped in the 9th district of God's soaring mountain. You and I both know what kind of background God's soaring mountain has. Behind a great opportunity, there are also great dangers. It's easier said than done to get out of the 9th district of God's soaring mountain alive. Even you and I didn't have the slightest confidence to pass that test when we were young. Putting aside his clone, you actually sent his main body to the God-sealing abyss. Now, his whereabouts are unknown. The Lord of the Desolate Land knew that Red Dust Guest was worried about his disciple. He comforted him. "Red Dust Guest, don't be so agitated. I'm also very anxious. However, there's nothing we can do about it." He chose the path of the 9th district of God, soaring mountain himself. It's his own fortune. As for the matter of the sealing God abyss, it was indeed an accident. I've been investigating this matter all this time. I've made many deductions, but they're all very strange. I can't deduce anything at all. The only thing we can be sure of is that Qin Shao is no longer in our primordial universe. Red Dust Guest, don't you think this matter is very strange? The Red Dust Guest's anger calmed down slightly. He said in a deep voice, "This matter is indeed very strange. I personally went to the Warcraft universe and asked the Warcraft master. He said that Qin Shao did not enter the Warcraft universe." "What? You in a world of Warcraft?" The Lord of the Desolate Land was also slightly taken aback, but he immediately understood. However, his frown deepened, and his expression became more solemn. "Is there such a thing? If he isn't in our Grand Mist universe, then he should have entered the Devil Beast universe. How could he not be in the Devil Beast universe? Could it be that the Lord of Magical Beasts is deliberately hiding the truth? But that doesn't make sense. If I were to ask the Magical Beast Master, he might lie to me. But you, the Red Dust Guest, go and ask him. He has no reason to lie to you. You're an outsider, and the Magical Beast Master knows this. He definitely won't take the risk of offending you to hide this matter. Qin Shao and the other 2 youngsters shouldn't be able to catch the Magical Beast Master's eye. I don't believe that the Magical Beast Master would be so foolish as to offend you, worldly guest, for the sake of 3 youngsters." The Red Dust Guest nodded and said, "Yes, the Magical Beast Master wouldn't lie to me. Moreover, I also searched the Seal God Abyss passageway. Before they reached the junction of the Warcraft universe, I couldn't find any trace of them. They disappeared into thin air." Disappeared into thin air? The Lord of the Desolate Land frowned and pondered for a moment. Then, he said, "Then I think there's only one possibility. They accidentally passed through the Sealed God Abyss passageway and entered the Endless Universe Ocean. If that's the case, then it's really troublesome. If that's the case, then I'm not done with you." The Red Dust Guest was a little angry. Even they didn't dare to enter the Endless Universe Ocean, because once they entered, it was very likely that they would get lost in the Endless Universe Ocean. Once they got lost, they would never be able to find their way back. In other words, once they entered the Endless Universe Ocean, the possibility of coming back was probably less than 1 in 10,000. Therefore, even the Lord of the Desolate Land didn't dare to enter the Endless Universe Ocean. It was too risky. After a moment of silence, the Lord of the Desolate Land said, "The Red Dust Guest, I didn't think this through thoroughly. Let's wait and see. If it really doesn't work, then I'll sacrifice one of my doppelgangers to enter the endless universe ocean. However, even if I enter, I may not be able to find them. Even if I can find them, I may not be able to find my way back. This is the last resort. It's a last resort. Now that things have come to this, there's no point in you complaining. Oomph. The red dust guest roared angrily. With a step, he tore open the void and left. The Lord of the Desolate Land stood in place, deep in thought. Qin Shao broke through the impact of the powerfully fire source seed. Sword chi gushed out, forming a huge cyclone around Qin Shao. The advanced stage of the sword spirit realm. In a short while, Qin Shao broke through a small realm, from the intermediate stage of the sword spirit realm to the advanced stage of the sword spirit realm. He naturally couldn't go back on his word. Qin Shao didn't argue with Taoist Nan Ming on this matter. Instead, he said, Nan Ming, follow me from now on. But don't show yourself. Just hide in the shadows. I trust that with your strength, there shouldn't be any problems. So long as you don't stray too far from me, I'll be able to summon you at any time. Taoist Nan Ming didn't dare tarry. He immediately nodded. Yes, master. I understand. Wait for me to leave this place. Don't hurt the 5 people who came in with me. Later, make some noise so that we can escape from this place, Qin Shao said. Taoist Nan Ming said, Master, wasn't one of those 5 disrespectful to you and even wanted to kill you? Why don't you let me kill him and vent your anger for you? Qin Shao shook his head and chuckled. Forget it. He's just a clown. There's no need to kill him. His actions won't change the fact that he's a clown. There's karma in this world. Don't let it haunt you. Killing is also a type of karma. So unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best to kill fewer people. Qin Shao had never liked to kill people, unless it was really necessary to kill them. Otherwise, Qin Shao definitely wouldn't kill if he didn't have to. Qin Shao still attached great importance to karma. Of course, karma aside, Qin Shao was also a poor person who'd come from a lowly background. He'd been kind since he was young and didn't have much of a vicious aura around him. So, he never liked killing people. All right, then I'll listen to Master. Taoist Nan Ming nodded and didn't say anything else. The palace gates opened once more and Qin Shao walked out. When Qin Shao left the palace, the entire Nanming Immortal Palace began to shake violently. It was as if the ground had cracked open. The entire Nanming Immortal Palace was on the verge of collapse. It was about to collapse and be destroyed. A terrifying waterfall quickly swept through the entire Nanming Immortal Palace. Everyone was terrified. They knew something terrible was about to happen. Qin Shao quickly left the Nanming Immortal Palace. The Nanming Immortal Palace began to self-destruct. It was a spectacular sight. Qin Shao was the first to leave the Nanming Immortal Palace. He returned to the bottom of the Nanming Abyss's fire abyss. He was still shocked to see the vast Immortal Palace being destroyed. Of course, this was nothing to Qin Shao. He smiled and said to Qin Shao, Congratulations, you will definitely soar in the future after obtaining this immortal opportunity. Qin Shao shook his head and said, It's too early for you to congratulate me. I didn't get the immortal fate. Qin Shao was not wrong. He did not obtain the immortal fate. The immortal opportunity of the Nanming Immortal Palace was a trap to begin with. If he had not come to resolve the danger, the Dragon Prince and the others would most likely end up on Taoist Nanming's plate, let alone obtaining the immortal opportunity. What? Brother Qin Shao, you didn't get the immortal fate either? That's impossible, right? Chung Yuan widened his eyes and looked at Qin Shao in disbelief. This doesn't make sense. If we didn't obtain the immortal fate, then you should be the only one who did. Besides, you do have the highest chance of obtaining the immortal fate among us. If none of us obtain the immortal fate, there's no reason for the Nanming Immortal Palace to collapse. Therefore, one of us must have obtained the immortal fate. Cheng Yuan's questioning words made Qin Zhao's eyes darken. He looked at Cheng Yuan and said, "Even if one of the 6 of us obtained the immortal fate, why must it be me?" Cheng Yuan was stunned and immediately realized that he had said something wrong. He hurriedly said, Sorry. Brother Qin Xiao, that's not what I meant. It's just that I do think that you have the highest chance of obtaining it." Before Qing Yuan could finish, Yi Dao Jio's cold voice rang out. "If you obtained it, then so be it. We're not fighting with you. Don't be so secretive. If the 5 of us didn't obtain it, then who else could it be but you? So you're telling the truth, and I'm lying?" Qin Xiao looked coldly at Yi Dao Jio and asked. Yi Dao Jio said, "The 5 of us have known each other for so long. We naturally know each other and trust each other. We've already agreed that no matter who obtained it, the others are not allowed to have the slightest bit of disloyalty. Therefore, if we say we didn't obtain it, then we definitely didn't obtain it. This is our promise. If you want me to believe you, that's fine. Unless you swear on your natal sword that you didn't obtain it, then I'll believe you." Do you think that's possible? Why would I swear on my natal sword? If I say I didn't obtain it, then I didn't obtain it. I don't need to prove anything to you." Qin Xiao sneered. Yi Dao Jio was not to be outdone. He said, "Then you're guilty." Seeing that the 2 of them were about to quarrel again, the Dragon Prince could only mediate. He said, "All right, Yi Dao Jio, since Brother Qin Xiao said he didn't obtain it, then he definitely didn't obtain it. On the way here, we know Brother Qin Xiao's character very well. If he says he means it, then he means it. There's no need for him to lie to us." Since none of us obtained the immortal opportunity, then it can only mean that we don't have the fortune. As for the collapse of the Nanming Immortal Palace, although it's very puzzling, we have no way to find the answer. There's nothing to regret after trying. If I obtain it, then I'm lucky. If I don't, then it's my fate. Everyone, there's no need to say anything. All right, we should go back. We should calm down and prepare for the Longmen Convention. If we miss the opportunity of obtaining the Nanming Immortal Palace, then we can't have any mishaps at the Longmen Convention. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to stand out for the rest of our lives. Young Master of Finance immediately agreed. Yes. There's nothing to say in the first place. Anyway, I definitely believe Brother Qin Xiao. It's just a missed opportunity. It's nothing. We'll have plenty of chances in the future. If we don't have the fortune, then there's nothing to say. Fortuitous opportunities can only be encountered and not sought. Yi Daojio did not say anything else. He just stood aside with a cold expression. Crown Prince Long said, "Brother Qin Xiao, the Longmen Convention is about to begin. I think with Brother Qin Xiao's great talent, you'll definitely participate in the Longmen Convention. If Brother Qin Xiao doesn't have a good place to go for the time being, why don't you come back with me? I'll treat Brother Qin Xiao well, and thank you for taking care of me along the way." Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "I appreciate your kindness, Crown Prince Long. I'll probably participate in the Longmen Convention, but I have something to do, so I won't disturb you." Young Master of Finance also said, "Brother Qin Xiao, why don't you come back with me? My family will send me to the Longmen Convention. It'll be more convenient for you to come with me. It'll save you a lot of trouble. There are still some fun places in my house. I can bring Brother Qin Xiao to swim down the mountain and play in the water." Qin Xiao still shook his head and said, "I'll go if I have the chance, Young Master of Finance. I really do have something to do now. Anyway, I'll probably go to the Longmen Convention. We'll still have a chance to meet then." Since Qin Xiao still refused, Young Master of Finance did not say anything else. He took out a token made of a strange stone and handed it to Qin Xiao. He said, "Brother Qin Xiao, this is my Qi family's iron token. With this token, you'll receive the highest level of treatment in any area under my Qi family's jurisdiction. You can also look for me directly." Seeing this token, My Qi clan's people will recognize it. If you're free in the future, Brother Qin Shao, you can come to my cloud-riding merchant union. I'll definitely treat you well, Brother Qin Shao. This iron token emitted a powerful aura. Just this token alone was a spirit treasure. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful spirit treasure that emitted a powerful aura. With one look, one could tell that it was made by a master blacksmith. The craftsmanship was extraordinary. Moreover, this iron token was made of a strange stone. It was extremely rare. The cost of making this iron token was probably close to a half immortal treasure. From this, one could see how precious this iron token was. Even the Qi family didn't make many of these iron tokens. This iron token was a symbol of status. It couldn't be faked. The Dragon Prince also came over with a token in his hand. He said to Qin Shao, Brother Qin Shao, this is my identity token. If you have the chance to come to the Nine Dragons Empire in the future, you can use this token to inform me. Although it's not as good as Young Master of Finance's iron token, you can still find me. Qin Shao didn't refuse the goodwill of the Dragon Prince and the Young Master of Finance. He accepted both tokens and said, Okay, then I'll accept it first. If I have the chance in the future, I'll definitely go to your place and play with you. I like to go sightseeing. Haha, we'll be looking forward to it. The Dragon Prince and the Young Master of Finance laughed. Lianyun Lei said, Lianyun Castle isn't that particular. If you go to Lianyun Castle, just say my name and say that you're looking for me. I'll go back and pass down the order. Okay, Qin Shao nodded. Cheng Yuan also wanted to invite him, but he didn't say it out loud. In the end, he gave up. After accepting the goodwill of the three, Qin Shao didn't stay any longer. He said, Okay, then I'll take my leave. Let's meet again at the Longmen Convention. We'll meet again someday. We'll meet again someday. After saying goodbye, Qin Shao directly left. The reason why he didn't accept the Dragon Prince and the Young Master of Finance's invitation was that he wanted to go back to the Lin tribe to check on the situation. Secondly, he didn't want to join the fun. He still wanted to cultivate and increase his strength. Otherwise, if he went to the Longmen Convention like this, he wouldn't have any advantage. Strength was everything. Strength was what Qin Shao wanted the most. After sending off Qin Shao, Yi Dao Jiu was still very unhappy. He said, he's really guilty. I think he got the immortal opportunity, but he didn't admit it. Why did he run so fast? It's obvious that he doesn't want us to know. Yi Dao Jiu, you're getting more and more unreasonable. The Dragon Prince scolded angrily. Being scolded by the Dragon Prince, Yi Dao Jiu was stunned. He looked at the Dragon Prince in a daze. The Dragon Prince didn't scold him like this before. The Young Master of Finance and Lianyun Lei were also unhappy. They also expressed their dissatisfaction with Yi Dao Jiu. Being scolded by everyone, Yi Dao Jiu felt even worse. His hatred for Qin Shao didn't decrease. Instead, it grew stronger. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.